Xiao Ming recollected the formidable strength of the oil girl, Shino. Vivid images flooded his mind. Although Shino was still at the Jonin Academy, Xiao Ming was certain that her power would not pale in comparison to that of an ordinary Chunin, perhaps even surpassing it. Despite racking his brain for a viable strategy, Xiao Ming found himself at a loss and thus shifted his focus to other battles. However, the preceding contest lacked significant highlights, leaving him disinterested. As one competition concluded, the instructor announced the results of the next match. Next up is Akimichi Chai versus Nara Shikamaru. To the sound of the announcement, a plump little figure stepped forward, while a languid, gaunt man with his hands in his pockets wore an air of dejection. Xiao Ming couldn't help but step forward as well, eager to observe the match. The Nara and Akimichi clans were both prominent families in Konoha village, often referred to as the beasts alongside the Yamanaka clan, serving as pillars of the village. Given the close friendship between Akimichi Chai and Nara Shikamaru, the outcome of this battle was already anticipated. Just as Xiao Ming's hopes soared, Nara Shikamaru abruptly raised his hands and declared, "Instructor, I forfeit." The instructor was taken aback. "Have you considered that this match will affect your graduation score? I understand that. But dealing with Chai would be quite the hassle." Shikamaru shrugged nonchalantly. He was a well-known top student in the class, and even if he faltered in combat, he could still graduate with excellent marks. "Thank you, Shikamaru," Chai said, though his fortune was not as favorable. Apart from Xiao Ming, he had the lowest written exam scores, and winning without a fight was the best possible outcome for him. The instructor hesitated, but Shikamaru had already disregarded him, sitting atop a large tree with a stick in his mouth, closing his eyes. "Thus, our team's third match will be Uchiha Sasuke against Inazuka Kiba." The instructor, resigned, announced the start of the next bout. When Sasuke appeared on the training platform, everyone except Hinata erupted in cheers, with Sakura shouting, "Sasuke, give him a good beating. Sasuke, you can do it." Ino exclaimed, tightly clenching her fists, fervently supporting Sasuke, eager not to be overshadowed in this contest. "Why are you supporting Sasuke?" Sakura was disgruntled by Ino's actions, feeling it was her prerogative. "Who are you to question him? What has he done?" Ino shot back as the two girls, already rivals, clashed in their usual fiery manner. Sakura was left flustered by Ino's sudden inquiry. She had idolized Sasuke as her Prince Charming, but Ino's words jolted her into an awareness that left her at a loss. Ino, noticing Sakura's flushed cheeks, felt equally embarrassed and lowered her gaze in silence. Many girls were embroiled in disputes over Sasuke, casting a stark contrast to the pitiable figure of Inazuka Kiba. Xiao Ming observed Sasuke's demeanor and mused, "Sasuke, do not revel in your prowess one day. I shall make all the beauties swoon for me, that I in truth. I have always been handsome, yet my misdeeds have led many to view me unfavorably." However, there was one exception in Ada. He turned to glance at her, only to find her gaze not on the arena, but surreptitiously assessing him. Upon catching Xiao Ming's smile, her fair complexion flushed crimson, and she fidgeted in a flustered manner. Xiao Ming was touched by Hinata's adorably bashful demeanor, feeling it imperative to seize the moment and inwardly chastising himself. "You scoundrel! How could you overlook the affections of so many girls?" Sasuke paid no heed to the cheers of his fans, instead fixing his gaze upon Kiba. Conversely, Kiba, devoid of any cheers, had to suppress his fury, shouting at Sasuke, "Sasuke, just wait. This time, I will make you regret it." Expressionless, Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Feel free to make your move. Akamaru, come forth." A snow-white dog with half-closed eyes emerged from Kiba's arms, standing by him, ready to intimidate Sasuke. "Sasuke, here I come." Kiba roared, his form a blur as he lunged forward, arms outstretched, akin to a frenzied hound. This unique technique of his clan struck with incredible speed, overwhelming opponents before they could react. Meanwhile, Akamaru seized the opportunity, charging alongside Kiba towards Sasuke. Though he appeared as a small white dog, his strength was unmatched, rivaling even that of a large wolf. Yet, even under such pressure, Sasuke remained undaunted. He leaped back, swiftly forming hand seals from dawn till dusk. The Uchiha clan's foundational fire techniques radiated with power. Despite his youth, Sasuke's mastery of such formidable techniques was on par with any of his contemporaries. A fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, singeing the faces of all present, especially the two ninjas standing before him. Akamaru, get back. Nearby, Hinata immediately sprang into action, preparing to assist, all the while lamenting inwardly, wondering what kind of prodigy this boy was, as he would likely surpass even himself in a couple of years. Fortunately, Sasuke had no intention of harming Hinata, so he refrained from unleashing his full power. Both Hinata and her companion were seasoned fighters, and they were sent reeling by Sasuke's attack. At that moment, Sasuke raised a hand, targeting the two as he spotted a shuriken headed his way. It split midair, doubling, and then quadrupling, instantly transforming into 8 shurikens, effectively cutting off any escape route for Kiba and Akamaru. In an instant, both boy and dog found themselves ensnared in a net of shurikens. However, just then, they witnessed the two figures deftly maneuvering through the gaps between the flying weapons. Chapter 5. A distinctive contest as the crowd erupted in cheers for Uchiha Madara. A subtle gesture from him summoned back the shurikens, each tethered to a slender thread. Under the influence of chakra, these fine strands exhibited a resilience far superior to that of ordinary rope. In Sasuke's deft control, the shurikens coiled around his opponent like cunning serpents, leaving them utterly defenseless. Sasuke the victor, the instructor announced. Though this was not the first time he had proclaimed such a result, each bout revealed significant progress from his pupils. The match concluded swiftly, its brevity belied by its brilliance. Sasuke is truly remarkable. The female spectators, witnessing his effortless triumph over Aya, displayed expressions of admiration and erupted into applause. I adore you. Sasuke, what a splendid second male lead. Xiao Ming nodded, secretly giving Sasuke a thumbs up. He anticipated such a splendid contest, reminiscing about his experiences from the previous season and pondering what might unfold in the future. Sasuke waved his hand, retracting the shurikens, brushing off his attire while casting a glance at his opponent. This time, I concede. Once I master this technique, we shall engage in a friendly spar. Sasuke nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The second match commenced, featuring Xiao Ming against Yun Shina. With the departure of Ergo, the instructor announced the next pair of contestants. Wait a moment, Chen Zhao interjected suddenly. Xiao Ming's heart stirred. The nearby teacher appeared astonished. Completing a task here was no simple endeavor. What do you mean? I am unlike the others. I have come here with the ambition of securing the championship title. While my prowess in ninjutsu may not rival that of my peers, I have encountered numerous treasures here. If permissible, may I select one at random? Listening intently, those nearby chuckled, relieved that someone was willing to present their pet. I oppose this, a voice chimed in. Shina was the first to express discontent, as she had never broached this topic herself. It was she who had initiated it. Pets are my specialty. If it were me, how would we compete? Shall we use our pets as coaches against one another? At that moment, he suddenly realized something. He was merely a newcomer, unlike others who had achieved first place in the league. However, his pets were all identical, hence they remained with the professor. In this setting, all personal matters had to be set aside. Very well, I shall give it a try. However, I assure you, this match will not be easy. I intend to raise the stakes. Xiao Ming remained silent, fully aware that the woman before him might have genuine concerns. Both parties were engaged in similar endeavors. When to commence the battle would depend on their mutual consent. Above all, this battle must be fair. She understood that accomplishing this was not a trivial task. The issue at hand was merely one problem that required swift resolution. I believe that with our current capabilities, we can achieve a commendable outcome. Why don't we give it a go? After all, we are evenly matched. At that moment, the plump girl selected a small fire dragon. The circumstances were crucial. They both stepped onto the ground, and in battling the fire dragon, they needed to choose one that would not be countered. Since it was a 3-on-3 match, they should first assess their current situation. In a battle of 3, the small fire dragon was of utmost importance, yet Xiao Ming had yet to reveal his trump card. I assure you, I never resort to bullying the weak. In my view, this match will yield the best outcome. First and foremost, he was the champion of the professional league. Under such circumstances, employing a counter strategy would only complicate matters for the opponent. Such conditions should gradually unfold. Yet everyone was acutely aware of their roles. Now, we can commence our battle. Both competitors summoned their pets. Fire rollout. The sudden appearance of the small fire dragon left everyone bewildered. Typically, such precious creatures wouldn't be summoned so readily. To unveil a trump card from the outset was unexpected. Did he intend to unleash the three great clans? The crowd buzzed with speculation. For releasing the small fire dragon was no trivial matter. Since you possess such mental fortitude, I shall refrain from further words. I will dictate the terms of this match. As Bobo emerged, the spectators were momentarily stunned. They had anticipated something akin to a Squirtle. You didn't even use water. Are you adamant about my apology? I shall not acquiesce. Small fire dragon, unleash your flames. The small fire dragon, well prepared, unleashed its ultimate move. Yet none anticipated such a skill to be executed in an instant. Bobo, unleash your sand attack. The sudden cloud of dust widened the small fire dragon's eyes in shock. If this is your approach, then I shall not hold back. From this day forth, I will let flames engulf the arena. Then let lightning strike. In terms of combat, Xiao Ming held an undeniable advantage. A bolt of lightning flashed down upon the small fire dragon, knocking it to the ground. Quickly rise. Do not succumb to this dust. Seizing the moment, once more, two bolts of electricity flashed, leaving the small fire dragon staggering, while Bobo remained unfazed. Since this tactic is no longer viable, I shall resort to a tornado. When the tornado manifested, the small fire dragon found itself powerless, utterly spent, and collapsed to the ground. She had never expected her small fire dragon to suffer such a devastating defeat. You possess some skill. Thus, I shall counter you with Squirtle. The onlookers gasped. Indeed, it was a Squirtle. You may return. Following an intense battle, Rod could have pursued his advantage, yet he harbored different thoughts. What is the matter? I would never engage in a relentless pursuit. You must understand, I am not like you. If you emerge victorious, he will continue to fight regardless of your strength. It is likely that once you acquire your second pet, he will falter. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation, leaving no one able to articulate the unfolding events. If that is the case, my next opponent shall not be so easily dealt with. Chapter 6 presents an intriguing notion. Yet now, what he perceives is a completely suppressed Earth attribute. Are you employing Kintaro? The mermaid suddenly realizes that this time, she seems poised for success. It is well known that Kintaro embodies the Earth attribute, and its impact in previous battles was rather minimal. I have stated that I shall not utilize abilities that counter yours. Kintaro is an Earth attribute magic that aids water attribute magic to a certain extent within a defined range. Gianni the Crow initiated with a water cannon. Squirtle, obedient as ever, promptly unleashed a water cannon, inundating the entire hall. In an instant, Kintaro lost the courage to propose a brilliant idea. A smile graced Xiaoji's face. He had anticipated that the massive python would immediately employ its strength to seal Kintaro's fate. Do not rush into causing a significant upheaval of the earth. He unleashed his powers, causing the entire training ground to tremble, and even the giant turtle could not evade the effects. Upon hearing this, Squirtle grew anxious and swiftly concealed itself within its shell. Why is this happening? The mermaid did not foresee such an occurrence, and this tremor resulted in all the seawater gushing into the fissures. By sheer force, under Xiaoji's command, Kintaro lunged forward, promptly knocking Squirtle to the ground. Yet Squirtle was undeterred. It retaliated with a graceful assault against the wall. This was precisely the effect we sought. It appeared we were well prepared. If that is the case, let us charge again. Defend with water cannons. This marked the first confrontation between the two, yet at this critical juncture, a faint smile appeared on Xiaoxi's face, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. This is not my fault. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had expected an abundance of sand to emerge under such circumstances, evoking deep emotions among the audience. What are you attempting to do? There will be no overt attacks, merely the arrangement of the arena. I am well aware of your fighting style. And so I must advise you, battles between pets are not as effortless as you might imagine. You must be adequately prepared. Do not forget, you are a ninja. Just as she stated, Her anger had incited a new twist in the situation, which was now firmly in the opponent's grasp. Do not rush. Remain calm. However, at that moment, Xiaoji suddenly withdrew the golden weapon in his hand. What are you doing? Kintaro has successfully pacified you. What you need to do now is learn to fight. Truly deserving of the title of first place, he maintained his composure in the face of such adversity. And most importantly, he seemed to have discerned the opponent's weaknesses. The little fairy was also displeased. In her estimation, this would not lead to any significant changes. An action was imperative. Utilizing this position, we can lift Bobo and then hurl him to the ground. To everyone's surprise, Bobo had already realized this and soared to a higher altitude. Although his jumping ability was formidable, it could not be compared to Bobo's. And Squirtle was directly knocked to the ground. Before Squirtle could regain its bearings, Bobo lunged forward, preparing a lightning strike, delivering yet another devastating blow to Squirtle. At this moment, Squirtle was on the brink of collapse. Well done, Bobo. From this day forth, do not overthink. Continue with the whirlwind. Ultimately, Gianni the Crow fell to the ground. You have fought 2 rounds. I must say, you must have utilized frog seeds, which would greatly harm my Bobo. In this scenario, Xiaoji was nearly certain that the combat prowess of his pet compared to his was akin to that of a mere child. You seek to suppress me with your league title, but I shall not yield easily. Meanwhile, the woman named Sheena Toki wore an expression of displeasure. Teacher, he called out loudly to his mentor, causing those around to pause in astonishment. Shall we determine the victor of this match right here? However, for our 3 factions to break the formation, it seems unlikely. The mentor was taken aback. Such words rendered the previous 2 rounds null and void. Your good intentions are of no use to me. The portly Sheena grew increasingly dissatisfied. I have not afforded you any advantages. I merely wish for you to understand that I have no intention of engaging in this valueless battle. I hope to utilize everything at my disposal to demonstrate the essence of combat to you. Is that not sufficient? The greasy Sheena fell silent. In the last round, I utilized the electric fairy, which had no effect on you. This is a protracted battle. And though everyone is aware that grass attribute pets hold a distinct advantage against electric attribute ones, my little fairy shall not easily contend with this unfamiliar creature, which must possess formidable strength. Pikachu was thus sent off the stage, and no one could fathom what might transpire. Yet all understood that the current Xiaoji was the true contender. In truth, Xiaoji harbored his own intentions. He aspired to challenge the one who had already become a legendary master, Little Ji, through his continuous progress. I am aware of your abilities. Will you lend me your assistance to secure ultimate victory? Truck, truck. At that moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, fixating intently on the miraculous frog seeds before him. All right, it is time to commence. He scattered anesthetic powder throughout the arena. Grass attribute magical pets possess numerous characteristics, such as sleep powder, anesthetic powder, and toxic powder, all exhibiting rather peculiar effects. Immediately initiate defensive measures. Pikachu comprehended instantly. Attack defense was Xiaoji's forte, and now he was employing this method of combat. This time, his attack fell short. Then let us use the whip. The frog seedling, realizing its attack was ineffective, hastily produced vines. However, to everyone's astonishment, Pikachu reverted to its original form once more. You see, we have entered supersonic mode. Pikachu circled the arena, leaving the frog utterly flustered. Then let us unleash a lightning strike. Without hesitation, he plunged into the frog's seed. Yet now, the emergence of this Pikachu had completely altered the tide of battle. This outcome was precisely what they had desired. Chapter 7. Family of long-tailed frogs. Witnessing this scene, the seed of the wonderful frog felt as fragile as a mere straw. At this moment, the only thing it could do was to rely on one among these individuals. However, it seemed that the situation was not as straightforward. The tactics employed had not significantly altered. Xiaoji finally comprehended what he needed to do. Do not be afraid, press on, and we shall surely prevail. At this juncture, she was still valiantly enduring her relief. Under such circumstances, the little frog found itself in dire straits. Its speed paled in comparison, yet it still attempted to compete, which was utterly unreasonable. In that instant, the seed of the wonderful toad was instantly incensed and charged forth without hesitation. With this opportunity, I shall unleash this 100,000 volts. As the frog's seedlings floated in the air, their conductive ability would vanish, and upon being struck, they would fall lifelessly to the ground. Good. Xiaoji nodded affirmatively. The mentor applauded enthusiastically. Having not anticipated that such a resounding victory would render this competition even more exhilarating. You all recognize that this is the crux of the matter. Yet I have a significant query. Should we select a new task? The mentor implied that he had ample advantages to offer. Just then, a rather peculiar pet cat appeared. This creature was known as the Pipa Bubble Frog, and whoever managed to acquire it would undoubtedly have much to gain. The mentor's insinuation was clear. The time for this day's tasks had concluded, yet he still had a paramount assignment for the following day's rewards. Everyone returned to their quarters, but by evening, Xiaoji realized that the situation was far from what he had envisioned. He was uncertain of his next steps, yet the current state of affairs was simply unfathomable. This is truly bizarre. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. While everyone else slumbered, he felt that his work remained unfinished. In a certain sense, the ramifications of this matter were evident. Such conclusions could be substantiated. The so-called degree refers to that which one can command. You remain here, depart now. I believe we can continue our collaboration. Regardless, Rod need not elaborate further. He merely needed to express his genuine thoughts. I surmise this is the outcome you desire most. You are not merely an ordinary frog, are you? In truth, this frog was not the same as the previous one. It had emerged due to its disobedience. The Pipa Bubble Frog appeared before him in an instant, revealing a peculiar resemblance between the two. Do you wish to grow alongside me? Or do you prefer to confront challenges head-on without strategy? The frog did not articulate a response but merely nodded. To become formidable, a straightforward approach would not suffice. It was essential to vanquish adversaries, and your current level was insufficient, leading only to self-destruction. In such circumstances, the Pipa Bubble Frog struggled to comprehend. Very well. Let us grow together here. If you believe I am mistaken, feel free to voice it. We are companions. As long as you are willing to invest sufficient effort, we can achieve mutual understanding and attain the title of champion in this new gaming world. The issue had become evidently clear, whether in the Alola region's arena or others. The essence remained the same. Although I had attained the limitless, not all occurrences would unfold as anticipated. I firmly believe that we shall emerge victorious. Let us not forget that we have never attained our dreams, nor have we ever truly grasped them. Everyone wishes to possess this little sprite. None would hesitate to invest in it, and this sprite would not shy away from its contributions. Arceus was also among them, the deity of creation. We were not without other existences, such as Hubba, renowned for effortlessly summoning various divine entities. Clearly, he had not fully grasped the other's intent. However, the most prudent course of action now was to persist in the battle. We must all grow stronger. I believe that one day we shall showcase our prowess to all. Thus, the Pipa Bubble Frog opted to retreat into its small sphere, as it was certain that a new challenge awaited. Everyone found the situation perplexing. What are you doing? Good news. I have captured a frog that will prove immensely useful. Drawing from past experiences, many anticipated that this time they would once again excel in utilizing Pikachu to its fullest potential. Though each form bore certain distinctions, it was still better than nothing. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. What is this? Such an unruly creature cannot be harnessed by anyone. It turns out to be your kind of rubbish. A staff member glanced over, somewhat speechless, having invested so much time for such a trivial prize. In this context, while there had been new developments, there had also been alterations. To be fair, this situation was entirely different from the last. Every aspect mirrored the previous encounter. While the outcome remained uncertain, it was clear that the individuals and entities present this time were distinctly different. Your Pipa Bubble Frog is indeed formidable, capable of defeating me right off the bat. However, I assure you, it will not be so simple. Unexpectedly, the group that had been dismissed as worthless under his leadership advanced to the final challenge. His true adversary was none other than that individual named Jinai. It won't be so easy this time. I have thoroughly prepared, just as you suggested. Furthermore, I intend to leverage your electric abilities to scrutinize your own powers, dear. She spent the night familiarizing herself with her own capabilities. Yet she did not employ Pikachu. Very well, I am indifferent to the means you choose. I am eager to see how you will respond this time. Now, allow me to showcase my strength. Unleash an electric attack. The electric boy's prowess was formidable, and coupled with his track record, everyone was well aware of his capabilities. Indeed, he was a challenging opponent. However, his greatest challenge did not lie in entering the shop, but rather in his invisibility technique, which I perceived as a potential complication. At present, it was nothing extraordinary. My frog will not be so easily released. The two encountered each other once more. Yet the Pipe-a-Bubble frog remained oblivious to the potential developments ahead. This encompasses all that I know. The entirety of my knowledge consists solely of established facts. Chapter 8. Once again a victor. Well, at this juncture, all I can do is ponder these thoughts. The competition is about to commence, and everyone is prepared from the outset. However, the sudden emergence of lightning alters the course of the contest. This fellow possesses quite the skill, capable of conjuring thunder. Naturally, I procured this just last night, and it is essential to acknowledge the considerable cost I incurred to obtain it. Fortunately, the situation is not as dire as it may seem. Most importantly, everyone is uncertain of how to respond. Although the circumstances have significantly changed, it is evident that this has not driven him to madness. I assure you, I had this plan in mind from the very beginning. If we can endure this, then there is little more to discuss. Haha. This is a question that everyone can contemplate. In this context, all events unfold as he anticipated. Thus, he does not perceive it as a genuine battle. I am eager to see how you will utilize it. At this moment, the crowd is taken aback. After all, the matter at hand is exceedingly critical. If we fail to resolve it swiftly, the consequences are truly unimaginable. Xiaoji, you are fully prepared, despite the fact that the current situation favors the one struck by the lightning. Do not worry. I am well aware of the circumstances and possess ample strength to manage this task. Suddenly, the situation shifts unexpectedly. No one foresaw that the individual who was electrocuted would be caught off guard before he could act. The bubble light technique, indeed, it is rather ineffective, leaving some feeling quite perplexed. This person, who generally abhors swimming, now feels an overwhelming surge of power. Clearly, we have reached a moment of utmost urgency. In this scenario, everything aligns with his expectations. He must triumph in this endeavor. All comprehend that the ultimate outcome will present significant challenges. At last, I have discovered a feasible approach to address the issue, and nothing more is required. Once these soldiers are vanquished, the problem will be readily resolved. I never imagined I could tame a recalcitrant frog. Yet now, a new thought emerges. Perhaps he can indeed assist them. Second year you go? Everyone is momentarily stunned. For this is a classroom of girls. What would it be like to allow a man to enter? Most crucially, the majority of girls here do not engage with pets, spending their days indulging in various mundane games. Yet, his presence may very well resolve all issues. Xiaoji swiftly comprehends the situation's intricacies. There is no point in discussing it further now. While earlier events were understandable, the current circumstances are utterly perplexing. This is the most vexing aspect. If we cannot manage it promptly, we will find ourselves in deep trouble. Upon entering the classroom alone, Xiaoji observes a group of girls standing in a daze, gazing at their treasures. He is delighted to be the first man in this class, and the sight of several women together is truly captivating. Most importantly, the girls here are all stunning. All right, everyone. This is the new team leader I have brought for you. Do not be misled by his gender. I have good news. The unruly brat has finally been tamed. Upon hearing this, everyone rushes over, for they have been desperately seeking a solution. What is this operation? At that moment, a beautiful girl approaches, radiating a unique aura. What is your name? Inoue. A soft exclamation. Upon hearing her, he realizes she seeks to know more details. Shall we challenge the strongest among us to uncover the truth? The girls had not anticipated this man's unexpected arrival, which is indeed surprising. Allow me. At that moment, Hinata steps forward to face Roya, her demeanor calm. Your creature, known as the Pipe of Frog, is quite bothersome. However, mine is the strongest of all monsters. If you can defeat it, there will be nothing more to say. Additionally, I can introduce you to my creature, the King Hippo, to claim dominion over this river. One must indeed be an elite presence. It appears we are about to confront a tremendous battle, and the opponent will undoubtedly hold the advantage. Thus, to secure victory in this confrontation, we must possess sufficient strength. As for how to evolve, it remains unknown. However, it is clear that it must evolve into the swiftest creature, employing the fastest methods. Some even claim it is a Xiaoji version of Kogan Ninja. The legendary connection allows players to acquire new items, yet he remains the sole individual to achieve this. The only commonality is that initially, their pets were rather disobedient. By the way, I recall you are the top contender. Your pet must be formidable, indeed. Hinata suddenly feels an urge to challenge him. I had not anticipated that they would launch a full-scale assault, so let us set this issue aside for now. I do not particularly enjoy this approach. The reality is before us, and he refrains from saying much, for he understands that addressing this issue is exceedingly challenging. Given that these are the most pressing matters, there is no need for further discussion. Although they are unaware of the forthcoming changes, they recognize that, at this critical juncture, action must be taken. Perhaps, this is the predicament I currently face. However, since you wish to engage in a full-scale war with me, I shall not hold back. Furthermore, I will confront you in the arena. How does that sound? At that moment, the instructor approaches, astonished that the two have so swiftly embraced their roles. Are you prepared to challenge the league champions? The female teacher gazes at her. Indeed, I care not for the details. You are the first in the league, and also the most formidable coach in the school. With that, all is settled. In summary, their primary objective has been achieved. It is evident that your current circumstances are favorable. I do not concern myself with victory. As long as I continue to fight, I shall not easily be defeated. Yet I firmly believe you will emerge victorious. Chapter 9. The Gathering. At that moment, he suddenly produced a frog. One individual sought to challenge us all, and indeed, his prowess surpassed yours. Thus, I shall take you to meet the other 5. The frog nodded and promptly dashed towards the girl. Clearly, this was a demonstration of strength, indicating to everyone that today's battle was far from simplistic. This matter appears pivotal. Otherwise, the subsequent events would become exceedingly uncomplicated. Very well, I concede to you. I will allow you to witness the true capabilities of our guild. This is both a provocation and a challenge, for the consequences of failure are unimaginable, although uncertain. The frog understood that this was precisely the scenario he desired. As they stepped into the teleportation array, they encountered a professor they had not seen in ages. So, you caught a frog there? I must tell you, it hails from my homeland. Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this development. It now appeared somewhat divergent from his initial conjectures. In a sense, this was also what I had hoped for. Indeed, a girl with a seahorse sought to engage me in battle, which subsequently evolved into a team contest. Therefore, I must reclaim my team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang wore a slight smile, for he relished such circumstances. However, this frog must be present on the battlefield. Otherwise, I would not proceed in this manner. Even in defeat, it would signify progress. Here, everything concludes as expected. Reaching another pinnacle signifies an end. Frankly, this confrontation surprised all and did not yield the anticipated results. Thus, any discourse is merely natural. We must hasten, for further discussion would be futile. In this scenario, no one could afford the luxury of counterattacks, yet all had arrived. All right, I shall transfer the energy to you. Once the 5 pets were prepared, the 2 emerged. In such a situation, unforeseen developments are inevitable. Yet certain actions must be undertaken. Currently, that is indeed the case. Nevertheless, we are prepared. Now, please review our offerings. The first to appear was a formidable turkey. I believe it is the mightiest among the 3 pets, and the most capable of confronting the fire dragon. Having not seen its master for a long time, the fiery little chick was in high spirits. However, the frog remained remarkably composed, exhibiting excellence from every perspective. I must tell you, he possesses a powerful evolution stone, suggesting that with proper utilization, he could attain a super evolution stone. Yet, even so, he yearns for binding purification. Now, it is time for my second pet, the lioness demon. This pet, acquired from the Alola region, is also a water-type creature, notably endowed with sprite skills, making it a formidable dragon warrior. Most importantly, it can unleash its ice-type abilities within a certain radius, without question. Just then, the frog made its way towards the sea clam. Evidently, they too belong to the water element. Thus, this conclusion implies they could seek further information, or rather, this is the most critical scene they have witnessed. The current situation is essentially thus, yet as time progresses, people's hopes for the future grow ever larger. This is a malevolent magical artifact I can wield in combat, named Shauna. Upon hearing the name of Shauna, Hansen recognized their formidable strength. Shauna's time is limited. Without adequate power, joining a team necessitates thorough research on the group. This is a crucial moment. We must swiftly eliminate the boss, for dire consequences await otherwise. All are aware that the truth behind this matter is beyond their comprehension. Thus, my lead is the kingfisher I previously employed. Notably, the petals exhibit varying hues, clearly cultivated with great care. Next came the four. Upon dismantling the book, he discovered something even mightier than himself within. Surprisingly, I now possess a frog. Most importantly, I have nurtured it. With added effort, you need not worry. Although there exists only one turkey, its power is commendable. Without a companion, however, it cannot suffice. The next release is the one everyone has eagerly anticipated, the very one Zhang Heng had unleashed earlier, though he did not carry it due to certain reasons. Crucially, Pikachu was thriving under the professor's guidance and promptly arrived upon receiving his call. Did I not mention you have a Piku? This delighted him, as it was indeed his offspring, which, despite being newly born, had already shown considerable growth. The frog then felt reassured. Being agile, this match held no suspense. Without lightning, defeat was inevitable. Although the frog's own strength had yet to fully develop, it had encountered myriad combat styles, rendering its power understandable. It recognized that all would be astonished by this strength, and indeed, reality affirmed its predictions. We all share this sentiment. Hence, there is no need for further discussion. Let us endeavor. Our 5 little companions, alongside you, shall constitute a genuine army against the foes we shall encounter. The 5 little creatures were naturally elated, immediately greeting others. Yet now, circumstances have altered. Let us spend the night outdoors. There is a grove nearby where we might procure something. Though it will depend on your abilities, we can only retrieve what we can from the woods. The situation on the field underwent a dramatic transformation, and Xiaoji was poised to act. Regardless, he must instill a sense of intimidation in his opponent. Hinata remained uncertain of the true strength of this year's champion. It was rumored that, aside from the frog, the top contender was among 5 formidable individuals. She herself was even stronger, being the top student in the school. Thus, everyone was aware of who the eventual victor would be. Chapter 10. The pursuit of first place. How audacious it is for her to challenge the top position. It is important to note that she has defeated numerous regional champions. This battle has captured the attention of many, including the likes of Damaranch and Zhulan. Who would have thought that Ash's disciple possessed such formidable prowess? I am eager to witness this individual's strength firsthand. Previously, the battles were conducted in teams, but this time, the format has changed significantly. Do not be deceived by this seemingly clever youth. Everyone understands that facing such a formidable group is no ordinary challenge. It appears to be 5 against 6, as that individual named Pai Pai is simply not on the same level. The incredulity among the spectators is palpable, as the reasons behind this situation are not entirely the same for all. One cannot deny that reality diverges somewhat from expectations. Yet, in certain respects, she does sense that something is amiss, for she remains oblivious to the events that have transpired. The current generation is markedly different from the past. Individuals like us, the elders, are gradually retiring from the forefront. Nevertheless, I cannot help but ponder whether this goal can indeed be realized. Given the recent changes within the academy, this moment precedes Ash's emergence as a promising new wizard by a considerable margin. With a sigh, I reflect on the stark contrast between the current circumstances and our expectations. If one fails to grasp the situation promptly, the consequences could be dire. In my view, we stand to gain little unless we swiftly address the challenge at hand. Otherwise, we shall have no opportunity to prevail. Regardless, this point remains crucial. Should we fail to achieve it, our predicament would be rendered utterly meaningless. In certain aspects, the landscape has shifted. However, it is evident that the present situation is of utmost importance to all. The recent conflict could be deemed a monumental battle. We all share this intention, though I am uncertain if others harbor the same thought. Hinata, upon spotting her adversary, shows no mercy. This is an exceptional opportunity. As long as a single strike does not secure victory, there is little to fear. Although they may not fully comprehend the unfolding events, they recognize that this incident is paramount and must be understood without delay. Otherwise, they face a grim fate. Once the judges are in position, the 6-on-6 battle commences. Now that both teams are prepared, let us clarify the situation. Each team has its own members, and the outcome will be determined by them. In fact, many present are supporters of Xiaoji, as he holds the top position in the league, granting him considerable fame. Let us proceed with the demonstration. Both sides are convinced that Hinata is the owner of this mysterious creature. This is my first magical pet, a colossal iron serpent. Oh, a magical entity embodying both steel and rock attributes. It is evident that you have invested significant effort into this. I must apologize, for I was already mentally prepared for this challenge. The elf creature grew irritable upon encountering the fiery automaton. Ah, is this a strategy to exploit elemental weaknesses? My apologies. I must admit, I am indeed fearful. Let us unleash a seismic attack. The fire-type elf, most susceptible to tremors, was unexpectedly launched into the air by the very vibrations it feared. With a swift kick, it struck the serpent's vulnerable spot, inflicting considerable pain. As the tremors subsided, the fiery bird descended, clearly affecting the massive iron serpent adversely. Without allowing the opponent a moment to recover, a fiery assault was immediately unleashed. In a flash, the flames reached their target in record time. The serpent, overpowered and unable to even breathe, collapsed before the astonished spectators. In that instant, everyone gasped in disbelief. None anticipated the ferocity of this firebird. If that is the case, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless tactics. A flute? Following this, another creature emerged, a water turtle. Return. Although he was prepared, he did not wish to risk being attacked. It is essential to understand that this is of utmost significance, as they have never encountered such a scenario, and the resurgence of the firebird has further complicated matters. If you wish to confront such a colossal being, I shall adopt a different approach. At that moment, Pikachu exited the live stream. Who would have thought Ash would emerge under such circumstances? Leaving Pikachu momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing the foe before him, this individual remains as composed as ever, not affording the opponent a moment's respite. Ash has always been resilient, even when outmatched. However, wise individuals might question the prudence of such a strategy. Haven't you already transformed? Since claiming the title of champion in this world, you have grown increasingly complex. In a certain sense, he shares this sentiment, recognizing the significance of these developments. Is it you? Suddenly, a young girl's voice pierced through the air, causing Ash to pause. Turning to look, he was greeted by the weary visage of Celia. Who would have expected to find you so swiftly after such a long separation? Serena wasted no time, embracing him warmly, leading to an upheaval of emotions. I have been searching for you, never anticipating our reunion here. Serena is no longer the same. She has become the person she always aspired to be, achieving first place in beauty contests and various aesthetic competitions. It is safe to say she has made remarkable strides, finally grasping the essence of success. Since we have always shared this perspective, there is no need for excessive contemplation. I believe we can devise a solution together. Your disciple has arrived, has he not? He appears to be a victor in his own right. He is formidable, employing a style distinct from my own. During our last encounter, he bested me, leaving a lasting impression. Although Ash may forever be second, in certain respects, he is not the foremost champion. This implies that the strength he can endure is inherently limited, for his capacity to withstand power is not infinite. Chapter 11. Encounters such pronouncements hold little significance for me, yet the bond we share is of paramount importance. Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration, entrusting the decision entirely to your discretion. This choice represents an unprecedented path, one that necessitates the acquiescence of others. At this juncture, Pikachu's voltage surged to an astounding 10,000 volts, swiftly engulfing the adversary. This predicament rendered the Squirtle's demise virtually inevitable, exacerbated by the imposition of a silencing effect. Have you, perchance, overlooked Pikachu's inherent disposition? All electric-type Pokémon possess a unique trait known as static. Dawn was visibly displeased, never anticipating such a stratagem from her opponent. How utterly detestable! Bear in mind our intrinsic abilities and attributes. As allies, how could such measures prove ineffectual against you? Dawn's resolve intensified with each passing moment, never affording her adversary the slightest respite. This battle transcended the conflicts of yore. Dawn's mental fortitude waned. Should she persist on this course, the repercussions would be dire. In a sense, the ultimate outcome of my actions remained shrouded in uncertainty, even to myself. Ash, too, recognized that under these circumstances, his protégé's triumph was all but assured. My disciple holds a significant advantage, yet, crucially, the adversary remains incapable of any response. Underestimate not her accumulated experience. Though her prior performances may have been unremarkable, she undoubtedly possesses a trump card. Such a Pokémon with unfavorable type matchups likely serves merely to mislead the opposition. As anticipated, the spectacle elicited widespread astonishment. Such formidable eyes. Enthralling eyes pose a formidable challenge for most trainers, with ordinary Pokémon lacking the means to counter them. I possess ample methods to subdue you. Gardevoir, step forward. As Gardevoir advanced, Blue followed suit. Who could have foreseen the unveiling of such a mystical artifact? The victor remains uncertain. Given its status as a Mega Pokémon, it is improbable that it could prevail against a Dark Pokémon. At this juncture, Ash pondered the inherent flaw in that assertion. That is not my intention. Suddenly, Serena experienced a moment of epiphany. While Gardevoir is undoubtedly crucial, remember that she, too, is a Pokémon, perhaps even less formidable than this enthralling eye. This presents a significant predicament that demands swift resolution. Without expeditious action, further discourse becomes futile. I harbor reservations about intervening. Regardless, we face certain doom. What course do you propose? Humph. At that precise moment, Soul Steel activated, unleashing a dark curse. This ability, typically exclusive to Ghost-type Pokémon, was manifested by the eye. Utilize your power. The two formidable assets collided with tremendous force. Patience. Now, unleash the power of Moonblast. This devastating attack caught the adversary completely off guard, precluding any possibility of escape. Ash returned to the stage, commencing the second round of the competition. In the initial round, he had decisively defeated his opponent. Indeed, this marked the true highlight. I anticipate a score exceeding 6, wouldn't you agree? As the top-ranked trainer, Cynthia experienced a peculiar unease, as such an action on her part might be perceived as callous. We adhere to a principle that permits you to confidently pursue your objectives, provided your opponent demonstrates commendable skill. Rest assured, its level is significantly lower than ours, rendering such an outcome plausible. I surmise her primary objective lies in taming it. Although numerous unresolved issues persist, their resolution would entail severe repercussions. This seemingly paradoxical situation became clear to all as events unfolded. Thus, we have formulated a tentative strategy. Let us await further developments. Serena finally comprehended that the latter half of the competition would be exceptionally stimulating, surpassing all expectations. Here it comes. The second round commenced with immediate engagement, the opponent eschewing any deliberation. All of their minor Pokémon met with defeat. Allow me to introduce my late-game champion, Snorlax. At this juncture, his disposition underwent a dramatic shift. Overcoming this Snorlax would prove no easy feat in the past. It had been virtually invincible, its slumber and vocalizations rendering it impervious to assistance. Standing in the arena, Ash was reminded of his encounter with Ash Ketchum, during which he felt as though he had been pummeled by a Snorlax. Were it not for that mutation, they would have been unable to vanquish that serpent. In that case, further discussion is unnecessary. We shall undoubtedly resolve this situation. Despite the absence of combat-oriented Pokémon, save for a newly entered Combusken, it appeared somewhat fatigued from the recent tremors. Are you intimidated? Or do you believe we are incapable of defeating Snorlax? Do you truly believe that the Pokémon I present are ordinary? Let me assure you, my Pokémon is exceptionally formidable. Suddenly, he produced a pre-prepared Blaziken from his possession. Come forth. It is indeed a Blaziken. Serena was visibly apprehensive, recognizing the potential peril of the situation. Fear not. His Blaziken is already quite powerful. Should it undergo Mega Evolution, victory would be assured. However, events did not unfold as anticipated. Unexpectedly, they elected to deploy a behemoth first. Prevent Snorlax from regaining its composure. Immediately execute Mega Punch. With astonishing alacrity, Snorlax lunged toward Blaziken, its power exceeding all expectations, resulting in an immediate evasion. Execute Double Kick. Despite their efforts, the outcome remained unchanged, with neither Pokémon sustaining injuries. It appears that this issue will not be easily resolved. But I shall refrain from employing such tactics again. While alternative methods exist, Gardevoir's presence remains paramount. Chapter 12. The latter half begins with a bold declaration. Do not fear the attack. Unleash another fiery kick. However, this time, the blazing chicken did not target the mysterious treasure, but instead approached the site of the incident. Excellent. From today onward, we shall resolve this matter in this manner. Open fire. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Hinata was momentarily taken aback. This approach was utterly bizarre. What are you up to? Surely you understand that this method is futile here? You will soon comprehend, came the reply. Ash was startled. Wasn't this reminiscent of the fierce battle with the fiery behemoth? Perhaps the day when Ash and Gary clashed mirrored such tactics. The outcome was inevitable. The Charizard triumphed, for it had employed this very strategy. It appears you are left with no alternatives. However, my Snorlax requires no such considerations. I need but a single roll to turn the tide. In an instant, the creature summoned by Snorlax was compressed into a sphere. A mighty kick struck the ground. There was no stopping. Consequently, his demeanor underwent a radical transformation, and the previously prepared basket became serious. Splendid. At this rate, victory is assured. This is the strategy one adopted in Chengdu. Our objective is this colossal milk barrel. It was evident that he had laid bare all his past experiences, having undergone specialized training there. Due to the terrain, this role sent him soaring into the air. Now is the moment. Unleash your legs. Especially when the dual kicks landed on Snorlax, the effect was remarkable. With relentless pursuit, one kick followed another. One Snorlax collapsed. 4 o'clock. They would then have the opportunity to contemplate their next move. Otherwise, matters could become dire. I have already surmised what you will acquire next. I shall say no more. Bring forth a fire-breathing dragon. It could be said that this fire-breathing dragon was among the most formidable in his possession. Fong Sun Yin commented coolly, while Pippi Frog remained composed, determined to secure victory against all odds. Ah, you have indeed summoned a frog. Do you believe you can contend with my fire-breathing dragon? Pippi, do not concern yourself with that. In terms of level, you cannot match them. In terms of numbers, you cannot outnumber them. Your task is to amass more experience. Pippi Frog felt exhilarated, having encountered such a powerful adversary, even in its ultimate evolved form. Very well, I shall demonstrate our prowess, allowing you to witness our strength. At that moment, she felt no need to ponder other matters, for what she was about to undertake was exceedingly simple. We have exerted our utmost effort. I believe we can uncover the truth. At this critical juncture, no one could discern what was amiss. However, it was clear that should a problem arise, the consequences would be dire. Everything seemed to be heading in a favorable direction. Yet, the paramount concern remained the adversary's fire-breathing dragon. Do not allow them to recover. Initiate the fiery assault immediately. The flames from that individual were overwhelming, and soon, a massive screen was projected onto the battlefield. Avoid it as much as possible. However, the frog's diminutive size rendered it vulnerable. It swiftly discovered a cavern during the previous match and concealed itself within. This maneuver was undeniably crucial. Clearly, they were still oblivious to the unfolding events. When the fiery breath ceased and Pippi re-emerged, the audience erupted in cheers. Youngster, you are impressive, yet mere evasion serves no purpose. We are the mightiest. Upon hearing this, Pippi Frog was uncertain of its next course of action. Nevertheless, having a plan was better than none. Fire-breathing dragon, close-range breath. The Charizard charged toward Lu Zhe, yet Lu Zhe could not evade. Do not worry. Let it ascend the back of the fire-breathing behemoth. At that moment, Pippi Frog plopped down atop the Charizard. Though uncomfortable, it remained steadfast. Our connection has been established. Suddenly, a new ability was unleashed. A colossal vortex engulfed the arena. Alolan's ultimate move. This individual was indeed akin to me. Only he could conjure such a technique. How is this possible? It appeared that new developments were unfolding. After enduring a devastating blow, Pippi Frog's strength diminished considerably, yet it still retained resilience. Just then, the fire-breathing dragon unleashed its ultimate skill. Pippi Frog collapsed, utterly depleted of combat capability. Nevertheless, the audience erupted in fervent applause, primarily due to the frog's indomitable spirit in the face of such a formidable foe. You have fought valiantly, though you lost your first battle. Demonstrating your ultimate technique against such a powerful adversary signifies your strength. Do you grasp my meaning? Although it currently lacked combat effectiveness, it understood that its objective had been achieved within that small circle. Since you can summon the fire-breathing dragon, it indicates you possess some skill. However, I regret to inform you that I shall not allow your success. At this juncture, he was thoroughly prepared, having brought down the kingly swallow. Shall we take flight? It was evident that this fire-breathing behemoth was exceedingly powerful, evolved no less. Fear not, I shall not make it easy for you. Thus, follow my instructions, and display your pride. You must act as I direct. Regardless of the circumstances, unleash the flames. Do not allow them to recover. In this scenario, two entirely contrasting strategies unfolded, leading to a remarkable spectacle. The behemoth was primed for battle. However, to everyone's astonishment, it did not flee immediately, but rather plunged into the flames, soaring at remarkable speed. Excellent. Full speed ahead. Activate the Brave Eagle. In an instant, everyone was taken aback, never anticipating such a scene. The fiery breath was commendable, yet it could not be deemed inferior. It had successfully withstood immense pressure and defeated its opponent. Chapter 13. The final battle. The score stood at 5-2, indicating that Xiaoji's battle had reached its most intense moment. With just one more round to unleash, he could secure this precious artifact. I did not realize your strength, but this time I shall bring forth my mysterious treasure. You shall not disappoint me. The emergence of the Dragonite made it evident that this little creature was indeed the finest here. Hee. I've been anticipating your arrival. No one expected such a scene to unfold under these circumstances. Have you forgotten me? The true child. And now, he had arrived here at the first opportunity. What was his purpose? A tremor coursed through Xiaoji's heart, for that man had not shown himself in the Sinnoh League for quite some time. I recall you once faced him. That incident remains vivid in my memory. I trust we will meet in battle again someday, but I have heard you defeated him. What could be the reason? A faint smile graced Xiaoji's face. He understood well that this was certainly not what the true descendant desired. I believe my little Pokemon has already suffered greatly. Engaging you now would be exceedingly unfair. No matter, we shall battle right here. I care not how you choose to fight. At that moment, Shinji's gaze fell upon one of his Pokeballs. Though the Psyduck is formidable, I believe you should allow it to compete in the next match, enhancing its strength. The match concluded swiftly, yet a new challenger entered, causing everyone some distress, as this individual had bested Xiaoji on numerous occasions. Xiaoji is my first choice. There are far too many unforeseen circumstances, and at last, I can shift my focus elsewhere. Today has finally passed. Xiaoji returned to his bedroom, where the situation appeared rather complicated, for the previously defeated Psyduck had been released. I hope you can participate in the match. This adversary is quite formidable, and I may not prevail. However, even in defeat, it will serve as valuable experience. The Psyduck remained composed. It was time to confront the challenge. If they could not resolve this, all would be in vain. This dilemma stood as the largest question at hand. Yet, this did not imply that everything would change. It seems we have no choice, regardless. The current situation is critical for each of us. The prevailing circumstances were crucial for everyone. If not addressed promptly, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Thus, he could no longer maintain his composure. Against such a powerful opponent, any words would prove futile. For now, it seemed there was no alternative. But he held confidence in his ability to devise a final plan. This was indeed the most astonishing aspect. Should failure occur, the consequences would be dire. And it was clear they were well prepared. It was not until the following day that he emerged from his room and encountered Shinji. Senior brother? To speak candidly, I do not wish to be like Xiaoji. I informed him that I regarded him as a respected adversary. Yet I was eager to discover the extent of his strength to overcome my enemy. Shinji maintained his earlier tranquility, yet he exuded an air of openness within certain bounds. Regardless, further discussion is futile, if not addressed promptly. All I have stated is mere talk. In any case, events had transpired, and now the focus must shift to the way forward. Fine, since that is the case, I shall give it a try. However, one thing I will not hold back. As you mentioned, I will bring the Psyduck along, yet I will employ different methods against you. Upon his birth, Shinji's face bore a smile. This was the outcome he had desired. As he stood once more before the transporter, he struggled to retain his composure. What have you acquired this time? This time, I intend to claim Shana, Blaziken, and that lion. The other two, I shall take with me. Contemplating seriously, these three were indeed valuable assets, and the others were also commendable. Return me my Snorlax. This Snorlax had emerged victorious in the previous round, thus forming a crucial part of the equation. By the way, you may hand over the Chotai Pao Bug to me. This little Pokemon could excel in various roles. In some respects, its power was remarkable, a true marvel of the Alola region. No worries. This is but a small Pokemon, and I shall care for it well. The current situation had become quite clear, yet all eyes were on the next course of action. If we maintain this formation, we can engage in combat both in the air and on the ground. More importantly, we can effectively fight in both realms. Seizing the opportunity will allow us to prevail. Well, since you have made your decision, I find myself without alternative options. In a certain sense, this was indeed significant. Should everything unfold precisely as envisioned, it would leave one speechless. Enough of the idle chatter. I believe we can manage this. At this juncture, the battle had entered an intensely heated phase. The sole concern was their imminent entry onto the battlefield. The stands remained filled with spectators, along with some exclusive rooms. I cannot fathom why. As an old adversary, he has lingered here for so long, yet it seems he has not changed at all. Reflecting on that grand conflict from years past, Xiaoji felt a profound sense of transformation. You resemble him closely, yet this time, he confronts both front and back. The outcome shall reveal all. Just then, he suddenly realized something and replaced all his Pokemon, leaving only the frog. This time, we face an enemy akin to Xiaoji. We can no longer perceive them through the lens of the past. After all, they held great respect for this foe, and should any error arise now, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Please do not worry, I will extend my assistance. In a certain sense, I am well aware of your capabilities. Hinata had once been their adversary, yet due to his defeat, a monumental transformation had occurred. For everyone knew the choices they would make. Rest assured, this time, I shall confront him alone, as he is the enemy of my master. At this moment, a profound feeling surged within them all. This time, they must win. Otherwise, their circumstances would become dire. Chapter 14. The battle approaches. The time has come for the true essence to emerge. Allow me to reiterate, today's conflict will unveil the distinction between myself and Xiaoji. The resemblance between the two is uncanny, and there is little more to be said. The reality is clear. Both individuals are chosen ones, and most importantly, they each possess formidable strength. As the two teams step into the arena, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not yield. Xiaoji is mentally prepared, understanding that fostering their interactions is crucial at this juncture. This is the crux of the matter. Just then, both participants are ready, and a referee enters the scene. I must clarify that this battle lacks substantial stakes. It is merely a performance aimed at revealing their true capabilities. He is acutely aware that this match is destined to be monumental, as they have never faced such a challenge before. Shinji is neither a world champion nor a seasoned trainer, yet his prowess is unmistakable to all observers. Although victory eludes me at present, I am certain that a new alliance is on the horizon, and I shall stand as its victor, awaiting a challenger to rise against me. At this moment, a smile graces Xiaoji's face. Do as you wish. I am more than willing to entertain those endowed with skill. However, I will not tolerate grandiloquence in my presence. In the arena, Xiaoji articulates his thoughts, fully aware that this is a challenge. Very well, I shall demonstrate that I am far superior to you. In this context, it is evident to all that the present moment is opportune. Without further ado, let us discern the true significance of this battle. Both combatants comprehend the necessary steps to navigate the unfolding situation. The current reality is as such. They may not yet grasp the underlying truth, but their inability to do so signifies that the moment is not yet ripe. Let the battle commence. At his command, Shinji is the first to summon his Pokemon, swiftly preparing for the confrontation. To my astonishment, your Gyarados truly belongs to you. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise, I would have faced a dire predicament. This time, he retrieves a well-prepared asset. Allow me to showcase my might. Let the duel begin. Spectators gaze in awe at the colossal crocodile, a sight they have never witnessed before. You have chosen an unfamiliar entity. It seems you lack the capability to wield it effectively. Gyarados, behold, this marks your inaugural entry into this realm. You have been by my side for quite some time, and we have fought together on numerous occasions. Yet this battle is unlike any other. Gyarados is fully cognizant of its strength and, at this critical moment, finds no need for further words. As the match begins, Gyarados swiftly seizes the initiative, launching an assault. The monstrous creature harnesses our power and immediately unleashes a rain dance. This is a pivotal moment. Everyone understands that this is the optimal move. I believe we can accomplish this. I recognize the significance of our current strength. Although some aspects deviate from my expectations, this is the best outcome achievable. Well then, let us put this to the test. I am confident that we shall ascend to the pinnacle. Amidst the fierce battle, Gyarados is abruptly interrupted by a torrential downpour. The sudden appearance of rain brings an unsettling premonition, yet it is the critical moment we have been waiting for. Let us unleash a water assault. The outcome is foreseeable. However, as time progresses, clarity ensues. To endure for this long is indeed formidable. Excellent. Regardless of the circumstances, we have triumphed this round. Gyarados collapses to the ground. You have truly put forth considerable effort. If that is the case, there is no need for further words. I remain confident in my abilities. Now, allow me to exhibit another facet of my prowess. This time is different. You have indeed proven your strength, elevating Gyarados to this point. Now, a ferocious serpent emerges. I am eager to witness how you will respond. Shinji is prepared for the impending challenges, as all present can predict the forthcoming results. No, this defies logic. Selena senses an inexplicable tension. Having observed Xiaoji in every battle, she realizes this situation is entirely different. I once thought that during your encounter with him, his reactions were swift. How could he not recognize that his opponent possessed a Pokemon artifact in last night's match? Selena never anticipated that such a trivial magical artifact could be wielded by an individual. I believe he possesses a valid argument, yet he does not know me. Predictably, it is now the turn of the sea serpent. What? He is taken aback. He never expected such a turn of events at this critical juncture. Under normal circumstances, this Pokemon would not appear in the competition. No one foresaw the emergence of two water Pokemon. It is truly astonishing. For the main event has yet to unfold. With a wry smile, he remarks, I apologize, do you think I would choose Shinado? Upon hearing these words, Shinji feels somewhat at a loss, realizing he has encountered complete failure this time. Regrettably, Shinado will not manifest here, for I have surmised that you have arranged a magical artifact to effortlessly subdue her. This is the nature of Shinado. In such circumstances, she is compelled to utilize her ghostly powers. Shinji is at a loss for words, yet he is prepared for Jengar's entrance. The dilemma lies in the fact that while Jengar possesses the capability, it remains powerless against this enigmatic creature. Return, let the spider evolve. In such circumstances, he has no alternative but to unhesitatingly summon his electric Pokemon for battle. It is crucial to note that the nature of this creature is entirely contrary. Yet now there are two. I suspect you have always operated in this manner. Everyone knows this Pokemon has defeated Xiaoji's Pikachu, but has never claimed victory. Chapter 15. The Endless War. If my memory serves me right, you have emerged victorious twice before. Therefore, your words hold no weight with me. At this moment, The West Lion has been replaced by a contender named Pikachu. You haven't forgotten the characteristics of the motor film, have you? At this moment, he is utterly perplexed by its meaning. I am indeed familiar with it. Yet this Pikachu does not resemble Ash's creature in the slightest. Pikachu also feels a bit awkward. After all, that Pikachu almost failed to locate Qinzhao. Feng Xinyan remarked nonchalantly. At this juncture, Pikachu has stepped onto the arena. Yet he shows no intention of debating with Lan Feng, but rather aims to act swiftly. Who is quicker? I can be quick too. The two little creatures immediately commenced a contest of speed in the arena, though a hint of a smile graced their faces as they made this choice. As Ash's disciple, I possess the requisite strength. However, bear in mind that although your power has escalated, your tactics have not evolved. Xiaoji suddenly halted his Pikachu, seizing the opportunity to retrieve his own Pikachu. Remember, no matter what transpires, hold onto him tightly. Just refrain from attacking him. He hurriedly dashed to the side of the little creature. Yet, he did nothing, which was quite frustrating. What do you intend to do? It is perplexing for everyone. Such occurrences elicit confusion. Ah, I see, as we just discussed, he is merely waiting for static electricity to accumulate. Once inside the shop, a new method can be employed to address the situation, and everything shall revert to its original state. This little fellow is remarkably skilled, but I cannot ascertain how long he can endure. As the foremost Julienne observed this scene, she recognized that it was not as straightforward as it appeared. However, she felt that this moment would undoubtedly astonish everyone. If that is the case, then let us unleash a thunderous strike. Although it may have been effective previously, it appears that the thunder strike has not yielded significant results now. Moreover, this mysterious treasure is similarly unresponsive. If it were my ultimate move, I certainly would not activate its engine. Why is that? Conversely, Pikachu's tail instantaneously transformed into a conductor, saturating his form with diverse energies. In light of this, allow me to test your capabilities. Unleash the pre-prepared metallic tail for me. This time, the situation shifted unexpectedly, yet none foresaw that in the direst moment, the mysterious treasure seized one of its own tails, subsequently extracting one of its arms. Have you forgotten that your abilities mirror those of your master? Then let us utilize it. As another arm appeared, Pikachu promptly reacted, realizing that this mouth did not belong to him. Rather, it was a manifestation of his aspirations and desires. This conclusion benefits everyone, at least from certain perspectives. The truth of the matter is now known. I never anticipated you would adopt such an approach. You truly differ from him. I have witnessed your encounters with my master too many times. Back then, my master was similarly engaged, and I, however, discerned the flaws within. Though it is a style of combat, each individual possesses unique traits. If you can prolong the engagement, you shall eventually exploit it. Well done. He managed to devise such a method in such a brief time frame. Due to its inability to activate its engine, it is indeed a challenging endeavor for it. This Pikachu has trained commendably, swiftly identifying the opponent's flaw, and more importantly, he maintains his composure, which is truly exceptional. As the foremost Julienne had already established a certain mental preparation, she did not anticipate that the final outcome would be so thrilling. Nevertheless, reaching this point has proven their strength, and I never envisioned that their disciple would excel in this regard. While events have yet to evolve to their initial state, a hint of awareness has dawned upon everyone. This fellow possesses treasures of limitless potential. If my intuition is correct, my position may waver. Ash has indeed reached his personal limits. However, being an elder, he should transcend his boundaries. Do not linger, hasten onward. Thus, Pikachu continued to sprint, with the little creature in pursuit, yet its riding no longer resembled its previous form. The Thunder Magic King has finally been overwhelmed by its massive size. This marks the first time it has ever succumbed. I had not anticipated that you possessed such capabilities. To defeat both of us is no small feat, oh no. Ash suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. That monstrous entity has a troublesome trait. It will initially deploy the previous two for testing. Once they ascertain your abilities, they will adopt a different strategy. It seems he is poised to embark on a new chapter. In this scenario, he is acutely aware of his course of action. However, since acquiring the skill virtue, he has had no time to contemplate anything else. Initially, he felt some trepidation, as he usually receives updates. Yet now he senses an overwhelming pressure. Let us observe whom he selects. I believe that sooner or later, he will devise a superior method. If that is the case, I shall demonstrate my true strength. The moment this turtle emerges, the entire scene transforms, for this is no trivial matter. The day has finally arrived. Do you recall the last war? Let us engage once more, Fire Monkey. Everyone was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. No one expected that such a level of combat would manifest in this manner. My dear comrades, allow me to introduce you to the experience of enduring the darkest of times. Suddenly, he prepared for battle. Everything was about to change as he charged forward, unleashing a fiery breath. The strength of this fire ape is considerable, yet it pales in comparison to my own. At this juncture, Shinji glanced upward towards Ash. Ash, at the very least, understands the nature of his adversary. It seems he has not forgotten the battle of yore. Worry not. This is merely the beginning. My training methods will certainly not mirror your ferocity, nor will they resemble Ash's. This is a matter of principle. Chapter 16. A clash of strength at this moment. The battle had escalated to an unprecedented intensity, leaving one uncertain about the true magnitude of power at play, yet it evoked an entirely distinct sensation. While it was sometimes indeed so, at this juncture, there was no longer any need for elaboration, for the truth was poised to reveal itself. Let us not dwell on trivialities. I firmly believe we are destined to accomplish this mission, which, in many respects, holds paramount significance. Thus, every element began to coalesce. Yet it remained merely that. If one could have anticipated everything that had transpired up to this point, then there was no necessity to ruminate on other dilemmas. I am confident that our victory will be resplendent. Otherwise, our presence here would be rendered meaningless. Many past occurrences certainly bore influence. However, now, everything was transformed. Given our current circumstances, we are assuredly capable, yet this is merely the inception. All issues have been resolved. The next challenge lies in how they were addressed. Very well. Shinji comprehended his objective and promptly unleashed his earth-based abilities. All was prepared. As for the fire ape, Lin Huang opted not to follow suit, but instead concentrated on his areas of expertise. It seems your techniques are formidable. Do not resent my caution as I invoke frenzied flora. Let us ascertain which technique reigns supreme. However, at that moment, Fong Xinyan's assault was not one of flames, but of annihilation. In an instant, all fire was ignited, and the frenzied vegetation blazed forth, targeting the colossal tortoise as well. In that instant, it could only lament, for it had never encountered such a scenario. We appear to diverge significantly, yet I must apologize. For this reason, we cannot let matters rest here. Indeed, this is the situation. Under such circumstances, none would be foolish enough to presume they should act in a particular manner. He bellowed, onward. At this point, everyone understood that through relentless effort, they had finally found their footing. The truth was simple. What they required was the most essential element. He shouted again, onward. Ultimately, two spirit beings collapsed onto the ground. At halftime, the score stood at 3-1. Xiaoji resumed his seat, knowing that this battle would undoubtedly be spectacular. As they neared the latter stages, an unforeseen earthquake altered everything. What transpired? Everyone was astonished. If mishandled, the consequences could be dire. Let us investigate over there. Xiaoji chose to temporarily halt the conflict. Despite the opposition's eagerness for further combat, everyone recognized what was truly at stake. What is occurring? At this moment, all stood upon a vast expanse, where a creature they had never encountered before was displayed. What is this? Previously, they had witnessed many things, yet this time, there was nothing recognizable. Everyone felt uneasy. They had never encountered such an anomaly. Is the rocket about to strike? Though they could not fathom the source of their discomfort, it was evident that circumstances had shifted. Everyone understood their roles, yet any misstep could yield severe repercussions. Xiaoji hastily summoned his creature compendium, yet found it lacking. Just then, the distant figure of Dr. Mumu appeared. This creature must be genuine, correct? Do you remember that dream? It is highly probable that it is yet another unknown entity. The impact of that dream upon them had been profound, had it not been for a series of subsequent events returning them to their original state. That formidable trainer may have vanished entirely. In any case, I am uncertain how to convey this to you. Should this incident be mishandled, it could yield unimaginable consequences for you. I firmly believe that if we maintain our course, everything we have previously undertaken will culminate in the best possible outcome. This is the matter of utmost concern to them. Upon their arrival, their hearts brimmed with incredulity. Greninja, the choice lies with you. Upon the emergence of Greninja, while its role had shifted, its discontent was palpable. This is Greninja. Xiaoji, you have witnessed it. Such constraints are seldom encountered. However, I am confident that if we possess extraordinary prowess, we shall undoubtedly attain this constraint. Rest assured, we shall discover a method. Xiaoji understood well that he harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards this frog, for the implications of this matter weighed heavily upon him. If not promptly resolved, his future would become increasingly arduous. At this moment, the mood of Pipa Frog was indescribable, yet certain truths remained undeniable. Very well, since you hold that belief, I shall take your interests into account. However, please do not worry, I will naturally consider you. The current circumstances are challenging. However, if addressed appropriately, it could present an excellent opportunity for him. Perhaps this is the crux of the matter. Yet, during such critical moments, no one could predict what might unfold. Beyond these simple reasons, everything else had become starkly evident. The myriad of reasons was too extensive to articulate. Nonetheless, it was imperative for all involved to make the right choices. Bai Yunfei shook his head and smiled. I cannot deny that I now possess superior strategies. Perhaps I can employ simpler methods to fortify myself further. Xiaoji was acutely aware that regardless of the outcome, he had finally found a promising entry point. There was no need to elaborate on the subsequent events. His task was to devise a solution to this dilemma. This encapsulates the reality they currently comprehended. Moreover, their stance bore great significance. Very well, since it is thus, let us refrain from further discourse. Perhaps thus far, we require time to reflect on our findings. It is imperative to articulate the characteristics we presently grasp. Otherwise, the future may lose its significance. Initially, everyone believed such circumstances were improbable, thus necessitating an unpredictable choice. Chapter 17. The astonishing events given our current circumstances, numerous possibilities may unfold. Thus, I must inform you of our course of action. The previous incident instilled in him a peculiar premonition, compelling him to swiftly uncover its source. Otherwise, an unforeseen calamity may ensue. Firstly, the uncertainty of what lies ahead remains daunting. Yet, regardless of the situation, what one is capable of achieving is always within reach. The mythical creature continues to wreak havoc in this region. Is it conceivable? Every living being, upon its inception, is destined for destruction. How can such a phenomenon transpire? Consequently, this matter eludes easy answers. However, since it has transpired, perhaps only through the collective efforts of all can we hope to address it. A notion that seems to have gained consensus. I acknowledge that this task is not one to be accomplished in just a few attempts. If everything were as we envision, discussions would be far simpler. Everything he could conceive gradually unfurled before his eyes. Had he not endured such numerous trials, he would not have pondered so deeply. Thus, regarding this issue, a definitive answer remains elusive. Everyone believes this hypothesis is correct, yet simultaneously flawed. Let us not dwell on this further. We should expedite our resolution. Your numbers have surpassed mine, and with so many companions, you rank first. Therefore, we must collaborate to bring forth all your companions, as we each possess merely 6. At this moment, Ash appeared somewhat anxious. Perhaps it was this very anxiety that left her uncertain of its origin, creating a sense of unease. Thus, the nature of such a decision remains ambiguous. To be frank, they are still unaware of the true nature of the situation. However, once the existence of this monster was uncovered, everyone grasped the reality. By now, the sky was filled with helicopters, and upon the landing of the largest, the figure of the leader in black emerged. Beside him stood 2 individuals, astonishing him further. Both had transformed into monsters. What actions could have precipitated such a transformation? How can I articulate this clearly? For years, I have tirelessly endeavored to capture my Pikachu's steed, yet they have spent nearly a decade with no discernible change, rendering me speechless. Now, suddenly, they have become my former companions. At this juncture, all else has become trivial, for he inquired earnestly without evoking any emotions. What he desired was singular and unwavering. However, this time, doubts were dispelled, as he sensed a distinctly different aura. The ensuing events were entrusted to you. Clearly, they were candid, recounting the sequence of events. Given that the preceding situation was easily rectified, there was little to fear. Thus, the most significant issue was resolved. However, should one confront it directly, various possibilities would vanish. This was his greatest source of joy. Yet, if he articulated his thoughts plainly, the potential repercussions remained uncertain. Therefore, he could only adhere to his initial request and provide a response. I, too, am uncertain. However, at this point, I can only assure you that no further issues shall arise. Yet, it is evident that resolving this matter remains a formidable challenge. Just then, Haruki stepped forward, placing a peculiar device atop his head. Lord of the Earth, Groudon, your power requires no elaboration. We have transformed you into a second-generation Super Groudon. Now, simply follow our instructions to obliterate this world and reshape it anew. Xiaoji was at a loss for words. This fool still believed he could extract that contraption? Hadn't that monster already acquired its own intellect? That aberration represented the essence of our souls. I understand that each person harbors unique sentiments. However, our glory has passed, and the scene before us may not align with our desires. At that moment, the Super Groudon relentlessly dismantled the rules of this world. The forces of two realms starkly contrasting. Should we join forces against the Froakie? I believe we still have hope. Upon hearing this, both individuals expressed concern. What do you intend to do? Why should I acquiesce? What nonsense is this? Have I committed some foolish act? Should we awaken Groudon, allowing them to battle here to unleash their full potential? Even so, your involvement is unnecessary. At the very least, I have obtained something different, thus I remain unfazed. In this context, the outcomes of all these events appear entirely divergent. Although the challenges we face may be significant, if it remains merely this, it holds no meaning. Very well, since that is the case, let us conclude this matter. Xiaoji could only lead the way, though she recognized that this path was ill-suited for her. All right, let us proceed. No one knew the current whereabouts of Groudon, yet if he possessed this skill, he also held the capability. Since you have one, then utilize it. At that moment, several individuals suddenly sensed something amiss. What does infinity mean? What constitutes Super Groudon? Moreover, the strength of this rocket team is formidable. My current constraints cannot awaken it. If that is the case, alternative methods must be employed. However, I did not bring Groudon here. For in the eyes of the Sun God, the Lord of the Earth may not hold such significance. Thus, I hastily arranged a flight, striving to arrive here as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching Chengdu, Lingling City indeed proved to be a prime target. Upon ascending to the pinnacle of the pagoda, he discovered that Ho-Oh had yet to appear. Why do you insist on this? At that moment, a monk interjected. I do not seek confrontation. I merely wish for assistance. He is our deity. He will not assist you. So, do you intend to witness all this unfold without intervention? I can assure you. The last rocket brigade did something peculiar in a specific area. You've heard of it, haven't you? They constructed a bizarre stronghold, which now lacks a governing body. Chapter 18. The emergence of the Phoenix. He felt a sense of urgency. The Alola region was indeed a magnificent tourist destination, yet he had thrown it into disarray. So, shall we also summon Lugia? One is the island of the sea god, the other the island of the sun god. Naturally, the relationship between the two goddesses would be no different. Surely, you have not forgotten? This Groudon is, in fact, a fire spirit, and you intend to combat it with a water element spirit, correct? Do not forget, this Groudon has undergone a transformation, and most importantly, it feels entirely different from before. A clone is something utterly incomprehensible, which is why I have been unable to ascertain the precise location of that dreamscape. Xiaoji harbored some worries. He initially thought everything would be resolved effortlessly, yet now it appeared that nothing was as it seemed. Well, I shall not elaborate further. If you genuinely wish to witness the Phoenix, I will certainly assist you. The grand ceremony has officially commenced, and when the Phoenix truly stands before him, he still feels a twinge of unease. yet the monk has already departed. My divine bird, I beseech you, save me. My divine bird has given birth to new life. They have utilized Groudon's genes to create a terrifying behemoth. Upon hearing this, the firebird erupted in fury and let out a thunderous roar. At that moment, 3 small canines suddenly emerged. Lord Water Deity, what brings you to seek me? Though many questions remain unanswered at this juncture, there is no need for deep inquiry. This is undoubtedly an exceedingly straightforward matter. Presently, it can be concluded that if the situation is indeed so simple, there may yet exist a glimmer of opportunity that must be articulated. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Based on current circumstances, we shall soar directly towards that destination. Team Rocket's perspective on these matters is entirely divergent. However, upon his arrival at the battlefield, he was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sight of Lugia fighting alongside Xiao Ji. Ah, so you have invited the Phoenix. In that case, we can leverage Chengdu's mystical treasures to ensnare them all. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that Team Rocket was resolutely determined to complete their mission, regardless of the cost. This unscrupulous individual clearly understood nothing of boundaries. The events currently unfolding hold significant meaning, yet he refrained from voicing much, for he himself could hardly comprehend his own insights, finding them rather astonishing. At this moment, the confrontation between the two sides had escalated to a fevered pitch, a situation so extraordinary that words were hardly necessary. Very well, regardless, we must unite our efforts to confront this dilemma, if we can maintain such collaboration. Finding a more opportune moment to address this issue in the future will not be a simple task. Groudon remained in a frenzy, yet he remained oblivious. After employing a new agent, everything had irrevocably changed. That, however, was another matter entirely. Nonetheless, this was of utmost importance. Swiftly return and depart. At that instant, a colossal attack struck the replica Groudon directly, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to stem from individuals of the Alola region. Lord Heracles? No one anticipated that these individuals had also acquired an artifact. My Lord of Light may not be able to neutralize it head-on, but if it were possible, that would be even better. Thus, I shall refrain from further contemplation. Then there were the myriad realms of the universe, yet Arceus was notably absent. At this moment, everyone had gathered, prepared to confront that clone directly. However, none had foreseen that the clone would be vanquished by Groudon within 30 minutes. Under the Phoenix's command, he did not ponder further, for the realities he had contemplated earlier were now wholly transformed. Having grasped this point, Feng Sun Yin did not elaborate further. His sole intention was to persist in his endeavors. The situation before him was thus. However, elucidating the subsequent occurrences would be vital for the outcome of this matter. This was perhaps the most unfathomable aspect at present. Nevertheless, now that events had reached this juncture, they must ascertain what had transpired. I wish not to dwell on such matters. My objective is to complete my task expeditiously, for otherwise, I would be at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the battle on the battlefield raged on, and at a critical juncture, the authentic Groudon was nearly ensnared by that peculiar machine, only to be shattered by Xiao Ji. From the moment you encountered us, you have repeatedly disrupted our plans. However, this time is different. Who could have foreseen that such an event would occur at this crucial moment? If so, I cannot be blamed. Shinado emerged unexpectedly, capable of withstanding the opponent's pressure, harnessing the power of moonlight. This sudden victor instantly altered the entire landscape. Their sole recourse was to await the next course of action. In this pivotal moment, there was no need for excessive contemplation. The only requirement was to express one's stance. Very well, if that is the case, let us resolve it thus. Perhaps this trial is one that only the two of us can face. This is indeed a rare occurrence. Regardless, what they must confront has nearly reached its limits. The ensuing moments would entail battle after battle, yet it would conclude swiftly. As long as everyone perished together, there would be little left to discuss. Although many questions linger, they remain momentarily unclear, yet at this stage, there is no necessity for overthinking. Each individual should simply perform their designated roles. The aerial combat persisted, and at this moment, Musi was filled with fury. He had never anticipated such stubbornness from the opposition. This is what they refer to as a cornered beast will fight back. And I believe there is no need for excessive worry, correct? Do not forget, you were once honing your skills abroad. I feel it is high time. Viscount Zwo was genuinely enraged. He had initially intended to pursue this matter further, yet it appeared that everything was unfolding as it should. There was no need to elaborate further. As long as both sides comprehended one another's intentions, that sufficed. Thus, Chu Xian felt no need to expound further. Given that reality is as such, it is naturally acceptable. However, this conclusion remains utterly astonishing, and thus he refrained from saying more. Nonetheless, the facts remain as they are. Chapter 19. The Awakening of the Magical Beasts. Given their strength, it is indeed time for serious contemplation. However, the lack of time and energy may lead to greater troubles. My friends, I comprehend the significance of this matter to you. Nevertheless, let us not dwell excessively on it. Our task is simply to persist. Many issues cannot be resolved in one fell swoop, and thus, I remain uncertain about the consequences that await us. The most pressing question at this juncture is the nature of the current circumstances and the changes they entail. We are all in the same predicament, enduring as long as we can. At the very least, some elements remain perplexing, and the specifics are beyond discussion. Hence, the execution of this plan necessitates that everyone grasps its intricacies. Each individual aspires to undertake a pivotal role. Thus, there is little more to be said. One must simply continue to strive for excellence. At this moment, Xiao Ji is already poised for action. Sakamaki, I do not know your true identity, yet you possess the ability to command a divine being here. You are aware of its authentic nature. But we shall not concern ourselves with that. Every divine being appears for a purpose, and let us not forget your annihilation in the dreamscape. Yet, he could not have anticipated the emergence of a super dream realm. Subsequently, a nightmare unfolded, leading to an overwhelming battle, reminiscent of a divine beast legion. It is astonishing that Hubo has encountered you here. Of course, Hubo, being the mightiest, would undoubtedly appear. Xiaoji harbors immense confidence in his plan. If he can achieve this milestone, the rest becomes inconsequential. Ultimately, this represents a significant trial. From the present circumstances, this seems a commendable choice, one that is universally accepted. If that is the case, then everything will naturally fall into place. I believe I have discerned your intentions. What these circumstances reflect may only represent a fraction of the overall situation. Therefore, regardless of the eventual outcome, we must remain steadfast. Achieving this is no trivial task. As they feel the weight of this pressure, it serves a purpose. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. I think it best not to overthink matters. If he can endure, he shall undoubtedly find joy in it. Everyone feels that after enduring so much, all will eventually improve. However, he can perceive the significance of this without further elaboration. I believe this to be the case. Yet, should we continue onward, it would indeed be a blessing. Nevertheless, if he truly seeks resolution, it will likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Dear friends, since we share this perspective, our next course of action will undoubtedly become more arduous. At this juncture, nothing is certain. Thus, the sensations this element evokes will be even more profound. This encapsulates our current state, at the very least. We can find solace in knowing we have done all we can. In such circumstances, everyone harbors their own thoughts, leaving little room for extensive deliberation. However, his current reflections are limited. Love is secondary. Initially, he believed his efforts were sufficiently successful, but now it appears that if he truly accomplishes this, he will come to understand the immense pressure that lies ahead. Very well, this matter is settled. You shall witness the trials I have faced. Yet, to resolve this in one fell swoop would be somewhat imprudent. The two factions clashed, and this pet army felt distinctly different from before, though it still seemed to lack something. At this moment, a new thought struck this avatar. As it emerged, he realized that the avatar was indeed being manipulated. I trust you all understand the implications of this. I have reached this juncture, and if I do not progress, my burden will only grow heavier. From the current circumstances, this is what concerns him most. Resolving this issue seems nearly impossible. As for the repercussions that may follow, they remain uncertain. More crucially, they have devised new plans. However, We have nothing to fear at present, for we are well aware of all circumstances. Thus, our task is to consolidate all resources and strive for the best possible outcome. At that moment, an enigmatic stone appeared before them. Even more perplexing was the fact that this stone swallowed something never before witnessed. What is happening? The beast tamer had noted from the start that his pet was in a deep slumber, emanating an astonishing green luminescence. Perhaps such emotions are the most profound, yet achieving this remains an arduous endeavor. Thus, each individual must make the right choices. To be frank, the situation is as it stands, and thus, we shall refrain from further speculation on what may transpire. Sighing in contemplation, the moment arrived when the situation for both parties shifted dramatically, and it became the ideal time to address the matter. Now that we have experienced this, what shall our next objective be? I believe there is no need for further elaboration. Our collective efforts will yield the best results. If the previous situation was genuine, then the current circumstances are equally authentic. Should there be a possibility, it would be even better. In due time, everyone shall become aware of what has transpired. Let us not dwell on it further. In this instance, all present felt a sense of relief. They had come to understand their desires. There is no need for excessive contemplation. I have mentioned that everyone experiences a peculiar emotion, and further explanation is unnecessary. It must be said that Xiao Ji and the Greninja appear utterly bewildered. Greninja, do you know what to do? In an instant, this shell ninja underwent a profound transformation, and this change bestowed upon everyone a surge of formidable energy. They promptly resumed their previous tasks. Do you recall how we managed to restrain that little Yuan during his frenzy? We maintained our previous approach. If we draw ever closer to our aspirations, then there is little more to be said about the ensuing events. Chapter 20. A must to stop. The calm Koga Ninja Frog nodded, seemingly already having a plan in mind for the impending match. However, just then, Xiaoji stepped forward. Take my frog with you. While our bond was not particularly profound, I believed that if we both were willing, everything would turn out well. Upon hearing this, the Pipe-a-Bubble Frog was taken aback. It had not anticipated such an outcome. It appeared their deliberations had shifted entirely from their previous considerations. Now was the time to act. I felt completely assured. Moreover, I had already devised a comprehensive strategy. The current situation was evidently clear. If both challenges were to be resolved, the implications would be uncertain. The abrupt onset of this competition was disconcerting. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the reality. Although Fong Xinyin and his companions found themselves in a favorable position, should an immediate resolution be sought, the ensuing events would only complicate matters further. Based on the present conditions, Rod and Appo's initially displayed stance seemed limited, leaving little room for discussion on how to respond. In his current state, he felt discomfort, yet he refrained from taking action. At this moment, everyone understood that if they could endure, they might take their seats at this pivotal juncture. All of this stemmed from prior occurrences, which had altered the landscape of their situation, now rendered almost indescribable. Nevertheless, it remained an extraordinary development. Given the progression of events, the situation had always been remarkable from the outset. This occurrence could hold significant importance for you all. Thus, I surmised that if you could withstand the pressure, it would only intensify as we move forward. Rest assured, we have comprehended the stakes. Should we manage to navigate this predicament successfully, it would be all the more favorable. In truth, everyone recognized that this scene was exceedingly rare, and they understood the challenges inherent in achieving such a moment. The other factors were relatively straightforward. Yet resolving this issue in such an environment was commendable. To this day, the characteristics he exhibited remained paramount. Without understanding the underlying reasons, the future remained uncertain. This revelation might have caught everyone off guard, yet at such a critical moment, any doubts could lead to significant complications. They remained oblivious to the exact nature of the circumstances, but they recognized the urgency of the present situation. The stone began to shift once more, poised to collide with the next stone. Perhaps it was now Zhang Tai's turn to make a decision. However, the crux of the matter remained to discern any hidden agendas. I believe that every event has its reasons. There is little need for further elaboration, as such scenarios are likely to unfold. In a certain sense, this step was indeed crucial. Of course, I need not delve into excessive detail, for the current situation appears largely uniform. Therefore, I feel that if I can navigate this path to its conclusion, all possibilities may manifest. Initially, he believed his physical capabilities were limited. However, he later discovered that his body was far more resilient. Should the core of this predicament be resolved, the impact on his health would be substantial. In summary, I perceive this as the dilemma we currently face. Some things naturally need to be voiced, but the essence lies within your own perspectives. Hence, from our present viewpoint, this is indeed a significant issue. However, if such a reality were to exist, it would simplify matters considerably. In this context, making any choices proves exceedingly challenging. Navigating this situation is indeed a delicate endeavor. Thus, to fully grasp that emotional state, several subsequent factors remain unspoken. Consequently, regarding this situation, everyone is acutely aware. According to the prevailing circumstances, it should have been optimal. Therefore, the past can be disregarded. Furthermore, what I intend to convey concerns the potential outcomes we have discussed, which may require further evidence. Let us await the unfolding events. At this juncture, everyone was prepared for battle, unaware of what lay ahead. Nevertheless, their movements quickened. They must avoid a direct collision between the stones, for such an encounter could spell disaster, potentially leading to the obliteration of their world. Xiaoji was startled by this revelation, just as the frog and the ninja incarnation of Xiaoji approached. As their eggs had yet to develop, they could only follow the mysterious artifact's lead. It was imperative to secure it at all costs. I entrust this matter to you. I know you will not heed my advice, so your task is to do everything within your power to assist this ninja frog. It anticipated such a scenario and was prepared to gamble everything, as this situation could usher it into an entirely new realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, a ninja was amused by the frog's antics, not having expected his disciple to display such resolve. Clearly, these two little spirits were beginning to grasp something significant. Evidently, this pipe-a-bubble frog mirrored their former selves. Given the constraints at this moment, Xiaoji need not worry about his frog. You need not be concerned. I know he will find a solution. Selena had no choice but to remain there, awaiting the final verdict. I pondered how we would respond should such an event occur. Being the sole one, I longed to embody a Xiaoji version of Koga. You need not fret. I believe Xiaoji will manage it. Having faced numerous life and death struggles, failure would undoubtedly be painful for him. In this moment, an unprecedented emotion welled up. The outcome remained unpredictable. This match represented their most significant challenge. Regardless of the final result, they could accept it. This encapsulated Fong Xinyin and his companion's sentiments. Upon entering the heart of this world, an overwhelming force manifested before them. The Koga ninja frog immediately unleashed Flying Swallow returns. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the opposing pipe-a-bubble frog found itself unable to unleash its greatest skill. Chapter 21. Fearless. The roles of the two individuals may not be entirely identical, yet throughout this process, they have invested immeasurable effort. At this moment, the pipe-a-frog inexplicably received a slap, which was rather painful. This bodes ill. If this trend continues, significant problems are likely to arise. Observing the frog, now reduced to a pulp, Xiaoji immediately commanded that its essence be restored, lest it perish. However, it did not surrender. Instead, it rose again, invigorated, and charged forward once more. In this critical juncture, Xiaoji's Greninja had intended to leap from a peak, only to be seized abruptly. At that moment, the pipe-a-frog rushed forward impatiently. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted. The toad began its metamorphosis into a formidable creature. Your Pokemon has finally ascended. Xiaoji was momentarily startled, unable to fathom the profound emotions his Pokemon evoked within him. Yet now, these two Pokemon united, shattering the deadlock. No longer bound by previous constraints, all was concluded, and the feelings that accompanied this resolution were beyond words. Quickly retrieve that mysterious artifact, otherwise it shall remain immobile. Soon, however, they realized that the situation was not as they had anticipated. Arceus had yet to make an appearance. They understood that, given the current circumstances, similar situations were likely to occur, necessitating astute judgment. What unfolded before them was an alternate scene. Through relentless experimentation, they had achieved the simplest of feats. While certain aspects remained elusive, clarity had emerged. From this perspective, everyone recognized that this was the pivotal step. I believe each individual possesses their own viewpoint. So let us refrain from further discussion. Everything must stem from the reality at hand. Perhaps this is our choice. However, it appears to be an opportune moment. Therefore, to comprehend this matter, further elaboration is unnecessary. The elusive treasure had finally been secured, yet the radiant light persisted, indicating that circumstances were evident. Shattering this stone would restore balance. Wait, logically, this should be a source of energy. Why would it manifest so suddenly, despite the absence of power? This seems absurd. This could be something unforeseen by all, yet resolving this issue demands swift action. Fear not, everyone. At that moment, destructive forces converged, striking the wall before them simultaneously. Did they truly believe they had triumphed? No one anticipated their leader would emerge under such circumstances. Allow me to remind you, this is not an easy battle. If you truly wish to prevail, you must adhere to my strategy. Do not forget, the initiation of this endeavor relies not on Pakman, but on my own resolve. He hastily rummaged through his backpack, donning an item, and in an instant, the stone flew to the assembly of spectators. He must not succeed. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao sensed that the forces present were far more potent than before. At this critical juncture of life and death, he had to prepare everything promptly. So be it. We are out of time. Now I finally comprehend that at this stage, there is no need for further dialogue. I believe that if we organize this information, our plan will reach fruition. Instantly, everyone grasped the unfolding events. Allow me to introduce myself. I trust you are already familiar with me. I am Hubba, and it is I who has summoned you here, having learned that the stone poses a grave threat to our planet. At this moment, Mutwo finally revealed itself. Though I am merely a clone, I perceive this as our small universe, and we possess our own methods to safeguard it. Rest assured, we shall strive together. There is nothing beyond our resolve. This sentiment resonated with all, representing the optimal choice. Given the current circumstances, this is a thoroughly refined endeavor. Likely the simplest function understood by all. As it stands, this should be achievable, albeit with distinct characteristics. Very well, as we approach this critical moment, it is time for action. Although every second is precious, failure to seize each moment may lead to irretrievable consequences. Sighing, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet they could only exhale in resignation to avoid calamity. Perhaps this matter is crucial for all. However, in such pivotal moments, something loomed that could bring considerable distress. I believe this is of utmost significance. Nevertheless, the situation appears remarkably stable. During this period, everyone has endured myriad experiences, rendering concern over such matters unnecessary. Friends, this may be the simplest aspect, yet articulating it remains challenging. Perhaps this is the most fortunate circumstance of all. Regardless of the final outcome, all have gathered. Do not presume that possessing legendary artifacts grants you the right to flaunt your power before me. I shall ensure your utter destruction. Yet, it seems there remains much that is unclear. Thus, these matters are relatively straightforward. From the reality we face, if these elements are still present, the ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Excellent. The most critical task has been accomplished. Our subsequent actions depend solely on our own decisions. This could be a promising omen, yet one must recognize that this may be the best approach to understanding. We must give it a try. As this matter bears immense weight for us, and I am confident we can endure until the end. Everyone contemplated this issue. In such circumstances, no assistance could be rendered. However, it was clear they had secured a significant victory. It is time to depart. Otherwise, we shall endure great suffering. Chapter 22. A resounding victory. They remained oblivious to what would transpire next, yet the stone continued to shift, signifying that their efforts were in vain. I, too, found myself devoid of effective solutions. Both Xerneas and other magical artifacts proved ineffective in my case. Perhaps, for everyone, this conundrum held paramount significance, as they understood its importance, yet remained perplexed about how to address it. Given that this reality could yield effects, many were capable of grappling with it. However, articulating other influencing factors proved exceedingly challenging. At this juncture, he could ponder alternative issues, for seizing this opportunity was indeed no small feat thus. His capabilities were limited to these considerations. Some matters, at this point, were undeniably difficult to resolve, yet all comprehended that perhaps this was the most favorable outcome. I merely sought to instill in them the belief that I would not acquiesce easily, for they harbored certain reservations. The implications of this situation were indeed perplexing. I felt that all matters could interconnect. Clarity in communication was essential, as the preceding circumstances were far too convoluted to grasp. From the current perspective, the endeavors he aspired to achieve seemed to have reached a critical juncture. In the face of such reality, numerous aspects remained incomprehensible, yet this was, in fact, of utmost importance. Perhaps some things were simply beyond comprehension, or perhaps the gravest issue was as uncomplicated as it appeared, yet such dilemmas were profoundly vexing. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of the circumstances, we have arrived at this point without reason or resolution. In this regard, the conditions required for the initial creation of those artifacts were indeed extraordinary, yet achieving them remained a formidable challenge. In certain respects, such situations were rare. After all, were it merely these simplistic matters, they would not pose substantial difficulty. Perhaps our sole course of action was to awaken it. Xiaoji, did you not encounter those two charming creatures during your last visit to Kalos? At this, Xiaoji felt a jolt within. What brings you here? In the face of life and death, I cannot afford to be blind. Should this predicament remain unresolved, it would be exceedingly troublesome. I must quickly seek out that Xiaowan. Perhaps we might yet find a solution. One alone is insufficient. We require two. Time is of the essence, and we cannot squander it. In these dire circumstances, the reality was overwhelmingly grim. To fully resolve the issue entailed an unfathomable multitude of interrelated factors. Their foremost concern centered on this outcome, leaving them at a loss for words. I shall strive with all my might. Although I lack absolute confidence, the conditions then were wholly distinct from those now, which rendered my ninja remarkably potent. At this moment, Selena's gaze fell upon Xiaoji. We once shared a common vessel, yet we have been afforded ample opportunity. We must decisively exclude this matter, for otherwise, our subsequent actions would become exceedingly arduous. You need not worry. I am well aware of the situation. Otherwise, my presence here would serve little purpose. The emergence of such circumstances defies elucidation through alternative reasoning. At this juncture, everyone had arrived at a novel stage. This scenario was crucial for all involved. Zigard, perhaps we are indeed the optimal choice at this moment. Thus, I shall take charge of this endeavor. Just then, Miss Gajihuo arrived, employing a special method to extract 2 hearts of Zigard from her person. It turned out to be 2. I assume they also took note of this. Humanity is prone to erring repeatedly, yet they persist in their folly. Previously, I had not contemplated this aspect, yet this time, they faced a seasoned rocket. Do you not comprehend the implications of this? Clearly, in the present circumstances, they were at a loss regarding how to navigate these matters. Were they to grasp the sequence of events, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. As it stands, such situations have not been entirely absent to ascertain the prerequisites. The subsequent events remain uncertain. Initially, they found it somewhat incredible, but now there is no need for further discourse, for the present circumstances often hold the greatest significance. We lack the luxury of time to ponder these matters. What we require is unity to fulfill our mission. Do you understand? He was acutely aware that the current situation was of utmost importance. Otherwise, how could he contemplate responses to his inquiries? Perhaps it was as simple as that. This predicament was indeed unimaginable. Perhaps we are the sole solution. Thus, you are correct, are you not? From a certain perspective, this is the only matter they can contemplate since they all recognize they are but a step away from success. Zigard, I comprehend your prior misconceptions regarding our abyssal dimension, which led to the schism between you and it. Xiaoji, in truth, understood that had it been so simple, there would be little to discuss. The facts lay plainly before us, hence such thoughts emerged. For you, what possibilities remain? There is little left to say. What matters is how you proceed, which is indeed commendable. Perhaps this very approach will unveil all potential values. As for the rest, it need not be elaborated upon. based on the current circumstances. Fulfilling this request is not easily attainable. Yet Zigard nodded, his gaze settling on Brando. I know you are the most formidable among us, and your aura mirrors that of the Xiaoji I once encountered. I believe that with you here, there should be no issues on this planet, correct? In this stark reality, such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. However, all are acutely aware that achieving this will necessitate overcoming significant challenges. In certain respects, this may indeed be a pivotal issue. Yet we have no time to deliberate on other matters. In these circumstances, the course of action may indeed be straightforward. However, everyone understands that this issue is not the most critical one. Some matters remain inexplicable for the time being, leaving them to determine their own course. Chapter 23. Within reach, what I wish to convey is that the burden now rests upon you. You shall be our savior, and I implore you to extend your assistance once more. Yet, he could sense an unsettling uncertainty within himself, devoid of any clarity regarding his actions or their potential outcomes. It is crucial to acknowledge that this uncertainty is indeed the pivotal point. At this juncture, it is my elder brother who remains the best among us. Still grappling with uncertainty. Musashi, wait, who is that? At that moment, Kojiro suddenly pointed at Gigolith. Good heavens, when did he arrive? Why must every myth possess its nemesis? Last time it was an adversary, and now once again it appears to be a foe. Such a situation was utterly inconceivable. Nevertheless, it was evident that they could not act just yet. The future remained rife with uncertainties. Consequently, grasping every possible characteristic in such a scenario became paramount. How should she articulate her thoughts to him? The two members of Team Rocket felt a twinge of anxiety. The humor had evaporated. For the present circumstances were all too familiar. Oh my, if that's the case, everything our brother Sakaki has done would be in vain. Boss, the hall is here. We must make haste. Timid as a mouse. What foe, what nemesis? Such matters are exceedingly vexing. We must swiftly eliminate him, given our enhanced versions. That entity was a guardian of the land, and they could only glimpse a fragment of its entirety. In reality, they were at a loss for how to respond. But if matters were that simple, it would be far more manageable. Yet this time, they found themselves at a critical juncture, one that took everyone by surprise. In this context, the emotions of all involved grew increasingly complex. This endeavor could yield unfathomable results, and even with sufficient strength, they found themselves at a loss. Clearly, the current situation had surpassed his capabilities. However, they had no alternative, for they understood the necessity of an answer. They could not allow their adversaries to advance. They must be obstructed. Yet Gigolith swiftly amalgamated, transforming into the very corpse previously vanquished by the mechanical being. This is dire. The opponent is coalescing into their most formidable form. If this trend continues, our demise is inevitable. I had anticipated a substantial impact, yet before he could act, a figure intervened. Is Team Rocket courting disaster? This speculation was frustratingly plausible, and it appeared this time might yield the most favorable outcome. In such circumstances, determining the course of action was crucial. He, too, found himself with limited options. After all, the notion remained perilous until actualized. Boss, your actions may lead to your own downfall. We absolutely cannot allow this, or we shall meet our end. At that moment, Kojiro suddenly realized he ought to hasten to intercept their leader. It would be prudent. Yet it was too late. The original Gigolith sword erupted in a dazzling white light, piercing through the creature. As the stone threatened to explode before them, Musashi and Kojiro burst forth from the rubble, escorting Sakaki away from the scene. What does this mean? Have they escaped? Are they intent on annihilating this planet? This revelation was unbearable for Xiaoji. We have no other options. Should this escalate, it would be detrimental to their family as well. This is the issue we must contemplate. We must comprehend the immense pressure we face, for otherwise, enlightenment would not come so readily. However, to attain answers, they must seize this moment. Given the current circumstances, the most prudent course was to persist until the very end. How one navigates the game is of utmost importance. It seems that even if he reaches the conclusion, it remains a perilous endeavor. All understood the potential repercussions of this incident. They had to ascertain the truth, and to do so, a formidable confrontation was inevitable. This, I believe, is our primary concern. Yet, we possess limited opportunities and must rely on our own strength to forge our own glory. In truth, Xiaoji was acutely aware that his efforts would not be chronicled in history. Yet perhaps the locals would hear tales of a group of young individuals striving for their dreams, oblivious to the impact of their actions on others. Young one, you remind me of my past endeavors in the Kalos region. I once operated similarly. The crisis has passed. Yet what lies ahead remains uncertain. Perhaps that is the true essence of the matter. The key is that I have yet to conclude this round. At this critical juncture, this is of utmost importance. I disregard past grievances. Since he chose to fight alongside me, he must accept the consequences. In this scenario, perhaps this is indeed the optimal choice. Otherwise, Fong Sunyan would scarcely believe the weight of the pressure he bears. It is quite straightforward. Nonetheless, we must persevere, or our circumstances will become increasingly dire. All understood the surreal nature of this predicament. Regardless of the situation, clarity must be attained swiftly. Upon Li Dai's return to university, he had become an idol to all. None comprehended how he achieved this. Yet Li Dai continued his diligent efforts. Perhaps that is the finest explanation. The queen has returned. Yet now, everyone realizes that the situation is not as simple as they had hoped. Esteemed colleagues, our grievances remain unresolved, and our battle endures. Perhaps this is the most concerning aspect. Nonetheless, we have finally accomplished our task. So be it, we can only strive diligently. Shinji reappears. You have performed admirably. Yet our conflict does not cease here. Should you falter, my efforts would be in vain. This matter, on numerous occasions, holds great significance. From today until 2 days hence, we shall engage in another bout. Thus, he promptly departed. It seems that such circumstances led to the cessation of this trial, leaving a lingering discomfort. This individual is exceedingly peculiar, devoid of any compassion. Were it not for him, our actions would differ greatly. Chapter 24. A resounding victory, ladies and gentlemen. Rest assured that this contest shall indeed proceed. I am acutely aware of your sentiments. However, as a trainer of a mystical treasure, we too harbor our own considerations. And thus, I implore you to understand. Xiaoji comprehended that if the situation persisted, their clan would face annihilation. She must harness all her strength at this juncture to amplify her own power. I believe this encapsulates the essence of the matter. Regardless of the outcome, I have grasped the gravity of the situation. The events unfolding before us will undoubtedly yield consequences, yet, in any case, they remain possible. I possess confidence, as I have articulated, that my plans will come to fruition, and you need not fret over my potential failure. Truthfully, they were at a loss regarding how to respond to such circumstances, with their prior experiences being the only conceivable guide. However, the students within the classroom no longer exhibited the same tension as before, for they were now aware of the current state of affairs. I can only surmise these thoughts. Regardless of the final resolution, I must expedite the resolution of this matter. Perhaps this is the most prudent course of action. My current prowess has evolved significantly, and I need only to express my genuine thoughts in the simplest manner. Given your confidence in your plans, we need not delve further into the matter. He departed directly, and there, amidst the lake, he encountered Xiaoji. Frankly, I did not anticipate your unwavering resolve on the battlefield. Were you not intimidated? Did you not fear the potential for calamity? This is astonishing news, yet at the very least, everyone has received the final update. My confrontation with Zhang Yi is anticipated to occur in 2 days, as the world has been irrevocably marred. Perhaps it is imperative for all to rejuvenate their spirits. Nevertheless, we must await a more opportune moment. Do you understand? Although myriad questions linger, clarity eludes him for the time being. However, he is certain that all he knows is indeed the truth. I shall ensure the successful resolution of this matter and will elucidate it for you. At present, he has cultivated his own thoughts. Come what may, he shall persevere without faltering. Yet, the leading frog harbored an unsettling discomfort. In recent days, the sprite sat beneath the moonlight, reminiscing about the war. Without the assistance of the ninja frog, he felt utterly impotent. At the very least, he was reduced to a mere bystander. This upgrade marks his first ascension since his promotion, and crucially, he must also serve as a witness. Have you not yet retired for the night? Xiaoji immediately discerned this and approached the sprite. Are you still vexed over earlier events? I assure you, you need not worry, as the issues we must contemplate are not vastly different. He had originally thought likewise, but given the current circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to revisit past matters. In all honesty, I would prefer otherwise. However, at this moment, such a possibility holds greater significance. One thing he could ascertain: if this state of affairs persisted, he could unveil everything before anyone's eyes. He has always regarded this as a crucial issue, which is precisely why he could identify a suitable entry point for this battle. Yet it now appears he was mistaken. Since everything is rather straightforward, there is little to fear. The current state is indeed optimal. Consequently, matters have become significantly simpler, though the probability of their actual occurrence remains low. He perceives everything differently, rendering many things unimaginable. Clearly, this is their paramount concern, as they seldom have the time to ponder such issues. Thus, they must address them. Given that this problem cannot be resolved at present, it indicates that it will undoubtedly arise. In any case, the ramifications of this incident are undeniably gratifying. While all else may be dismissed as trivial, this may merely represent a possibility, yet grasping such characteristics in this reality requires time. At present, the situation seems utterly unfathomable. Thus, numerous occurrences may transpire. Indeed, the demands of this reality are what everyone requires. Irrespective of any peculiarities, they must comply. From the initial factors, this is undeniably significant, and therefore he need not overly concern himself, as he can derive an important conclusion through various means. It appears this is a critical issue. To unravel it, one must approach it from multiple perspectives. Despite the plethora of questions, clarity remains elusive, and no one can provide answers. I deem this the immediate priority. We must make our stance known, correct? Perhaps this is the most essential aspect. Importantly, he is not overthinking it. In truth, this frog is acutely aware that it is merely in the process of learning, striving to comprehend its utility. Nonetheless, the current situation is somewhat perplexing, as they have yet to identify a suitable resolution. Thus, it is evident that if this is the case, subsequent events will be challenging to comprehend. At the very least, he can conceive only the simplest notion. Otherwise, he might not have contemplated so extensively. Perhaps this is the crux of the matter, yet regardless, it remains a possibility. I believe this is a highly plausible scenario. Otherwise, the magnitude of future pressures is unpredictable. Clearly, in such a tangible environment, articulating such emotions is arduous. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, the very thought is difficult to accept. In this context, determining how to choose is indeed no trivial task. The significance of this reality is profound, rendering it challenging to assess the causes of this outcome. In a certain light, this is an astonishing occurrence. Yet, even so, it is a positive development. Under such circumstances, unpredictability reigns. Therefore, the most pressing inquiry is: he is uncertain of the specifics, yet he believes this is the sole viable course of action. Chapter 25. Not reality tomorrow. The battle will commence, and I have made my decision. Previously, I had contemplated allowing you to participate to assist with certain matters, yet it appears you are not particularly inclined to do so. Perhaps, next time, you might take the lead? The foremost frog still harbored doubts about the veracity of its own words. When I spoke of being the first to engage, it was not merely to have you fight, but to emphasize that, given the opportunity, I would strike without hesitation. However, remember that we possess the option to refrain from attacking or to adopt a defensive stance. Regardless of the adversary's might, we must exert our utmost effort. Upon hearing this, the leading frog nodded in agreement, having discerned from a mere glance that this situation mirrored the previous one. Shinji had long been preparing for the impending conflict, and now he comprehended its implications. More crucially, the consequences of this affair would likely prove far more complex than initially perceived. It seems some inquiries must be made for clarity. Otherwise, I remain uncertain about fulfilling that requirement. Clearly, the current circumstances and various influences have led to significant misunderstandings. It can be said that the present situation holds great importance for everyone, with their thoughts being paramount. Thus, This is the most probable outcome, and I am acutely aware of it. In the previous round of combat, I emerged victorious. As for the subsequent encounters, I do not anticipate triumph, yet regardless, I refuse to accept defeat. I am undoubtedly willing, and I do not believe I can be easily vanquished. Furthermore, you should be well aware of my true identity, which indicates that this incident will undoubtedly bring forth new developments. Nevertheless, if they persist in their current course, the eventual outcome is foreseeable. If we unite our efforts to seize this pivotal factor, we can envision a promising future. Therefore, I believe we have accomplished our initial objective. As for the ultimate resolution, I shall refrain from elaborating further. If the result were merely this, there would be little cause for concern. I perceive this as the most favorable outcome, and in any event, I can ascertain your opinions. Regardless of the situation, we must clarify matters thoroughly. Thus, they need not overthink the issue. Very well, given this, we must employ a straightforward approach to resolve this predicament. I believe we should adopt an even simpler method to address the issue. It seems we have arrived at a critical juncture, leaving them uncertain about what will transpire next. Let us conclude this matter here. If we can maintain our position, we shall achieve the greatest success. At the arena, not everyone had yet arrived, but upon their arrival, laughter erupted. Previously, we had not considered such matters. Yet at this crucial moment, we grasped the simplest aspect. No words were necessary. Everything could be accomplished. One must admit that such moments are rare for him. I sense he acts in this manner, appearing utterly detached from worldly concerns. Everyone understands that a significant issue is at play here, yet presently, these considerations are not within their purview. We must swiftly address this critical matter, otherwise, it may prove difficult to resolve. From the current circumstances, the role of these emotions is truly astonishing. The previous incident indeed instigated certain changes, thus this time's repercussions are not as straightforward as they may seem. This match will take place here. Do you foresee its outcome? Allow me to inform you that today's opponent is formidable. To conquer them seems nearly impossible. Be it in strength or skill, we lack the capability. You must give your all. Winning is desirable, yet learning from defeat is equally vital. Do you understand? The leading frog nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, we must confront another issue. Reflect carefully, given our current strength. It would be more prudent for Yu Qi to contemplate this matter rather than complicate things further. Since the situation has shifted, various possibilities are no longer simple. Now that you are here, let us dispense with idle chatter. I believe we can resolve all issues. At this juncture, no one can declare who is right or wrong. Yet I feel that a straightforward resolution remains feasible. Additionally, remember this. Whether you are a participant or an observer, you must comprehend your opponent's tactics. If you excel in agility, how will you contend with both strength and agility? For instance, what do you believe distinguishes you from Snorlax? The frog chief fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Clearly, this question presents a significant challenge for them at this moment. The crux of the matter lies in identifying the optimal moment to resolve this issue. What do you consider to be the most critical aspect? I trust you understand well, and thus, there is no need for further elaboration, as the outcome is evident. The Toad leader finally recognized that addressing this matter necessitates a keen awareness of the current situation. Do you grasp my words? I firmly believe that as long as we persist, all will improve. The present situation is as such, they must contemplate their course of action. Perhaps their sole victory lies in traversing this path. Now, we can participate in the second round of competition. The battle recommences, yet unlike before. Everyone now understands who truly holds significance. My decision to select rare items as rewards was intended to convey to other teams that such actions are not commendable. Xiao Zhi's gaze fell upon Zhenyi. Were it not for that chaotic skirmish, our battle would likely have concluded long ago. Previously, I had scored a 3 o'clock against you in the latter half. However, this time, I anticipate you will achieve an even higher score. Ah, you still remember. Splendid. Our previous encounter was indeed intense, and you grasp its implications. Therefore, if you wish to start anew, allow me to behold the identities of these 6 enigmatic beings. The crowd buzzed with excitement, for these 6 individuals had yet to make an appearance in any match, yet they had excelled in the last competition. However, this time, a comprehensive assessment is required. rendering these unique circumstances far from simple. Now, he must ensure this leader-level frog attains a thorough understanding of its combat abilities. Chapter 26. Resurgence of turmoil at this critical juncture. It is wise to articulate one's thoughts clearly. The only options he could conceive were limited to these. The manner in which he chooses to navigate these matters is paramount. However, as long as he can grasp the fundamental principles at play, future challenges will become significantly more manageable. What are your thoughts on this competition? I've heard that my disciple has already made all the necessary changes last night. At this moment, Xiaoji has expressed his thoughts with utmost clarity, and everyone recognizes the apparent advantages of such actions. Thanks to you, you have cultivated such an excellent disciple. In any case, the tasks ahead should be relatively straightforward, shouldn't they? I never anticipated my disciple would develop so rapidly, but it is beneficial as it allows me to better understand our circumstances. Regardless, you should contemplate this carefully. It is not a trivial matter. This is indeed a situation that merits our attention. In this endeavor, he made a critical decision, one that reflects his long-standing convictions, hoping to play a significant role in the unfolding process. Thus, they were well prepared for what lay ahead. How about it? I assure you, this time I will not hold back. You may fight as you wish. I am here for anything but a conventional approach. The outcome of their confrontation has already manifested, and it can only be determined according to the original circumstances. He has come to this realization. While it seems simple, directly addressing it could lead to insurmountable obstacles. Nevertheless, we all sense the precariousness of our situation. To achieve victory, we must exert our utmost efforts. From the current perspective, this could indeed be a pivotal issue. Perhaps this is the most astonishing aspect of the situation, yet everyone is somewhat aware of the plan. If we could unravel the truth behind it, that would be even better. In the past, there may have been similar shifts, but this time, the changes are minuscule. As misunderstandings arising from divergent paths are difficult to articulate, at least that is my belief. However, I perceive that we are faced with challenging circumstances. This is the matter of greatest concern for them. Yet, it appears that if he truly intends to clarify the situation, it would be exceedingly perilous. Given the current state of affairs, everything that Rod requires has become trivial. What lies ahead is of utmost importance. This may indeed be the most daunting aspect, yet, to speak candidly, this is the undeniable truth. Thus, the issues confronting us are precisely those we must face. I fear that what awaits us may be even more complex than our current plight. Therefore, there is little left to discuss. If we could expedite the resolution of these matters, it would be advantageous for them. It seems to be the case, but regardless, the only possibility I can envision is that everyone now faces various potential misunderstandings. Is everyone prepared for battle? Her gaze swept over all present. I believe the crux of the matter is, we anticipated this possibility long ago, because everything that transpired earlier diverged from their expectations. This potential is not easily explicable. Had it not been for this, they would not have encountered such circumstances. According to prior descriptions, they are likely to confront a substantial crisis. The event is about to commence. I invite the two contestants to the stage. As before, he initiated the attack first. This presents a wholly different sensation. Under such conditions, the challenges they face are formidable. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to resolve the issues with utmost expedience. I feel it is akin to what we have articulated. Regardless, we must confront these issues head-on, as they may bring considerable trouble. Yet we possess the capability to resolve them. I never imagined you would have a colossal iron serpent. It is evident that this steel serpent is no longer the same as before. It has grown significantly stronger. Leading the charge, he appears quite confident. However, do not forget that steel-type Pokemon, especially those with such attributes, may not always achieve their objectives. At that moment, the foremost frog lunged forward unexpectedly. I have mentioned that this great iron serpent offers substantial aid. However, battling it may not be particularly enjoyable for you. Observe for now, and I shall instruct you on how to fight. The lead frog nodded, carefully watching the fray. Forgive me for a brief clarification. It is one of my pets, brought here to familiarize itself with the game. No worries. Your task is simply to nurture this pet. This renders the subsequent events rather astonishing. In truth, Everyone is acutely aware that the situation is not so easily resolved. The fiery beast is entrusted to you. Is this individual unwell? The flame creature can adeptly handle the issue, but if it encounters a ground creature, it will sustain significant damage. Fiery beast, do you recall the recent incident? We encountered a similar situation during the League in Chengdu. The fiery beast nodded, evidently having been prepared. Let us proceed. Suddenly, the fiery giant lunged forth with lightning speed. However, they did not anticipate the enemy employing such tactics against them. Our seismic measures are robust. You can utilize this position to leap swiftly. But beware of the unstable ground and the potential impact from that massive rock. The tempestuous creature thrives on speed, and there is no need to fret over the scattered stones. The gigantic iron serpent commenced its excavation. This represents a strategy against flame attacks, indicating that it has devised a countermeasure. Rest assured, a shot directed at the cave is forthcoming. Then, another column of fire descended into the cave, proving effective. Is it truly so simple? I assure you, you are walking into a trap. The massive iron serpent swiftly maneuvered beneath the fiery king, yet, unexpectedly, that mysterious treasure remained utterly still. Now is not the time for insults. Shinji sensed a peculiar tension. Are you not afraid of death? Do not fear the fiery beast. We have already utilized this strategy before. I see. This iron serpent is a fusion of steel and rock, with the latter exerting a suppressive effect on flames. However, this rock harbors a flaw. When engulfed in flames, it will be entirely consumed and reduced to ash. Chapter 27. The tension. This truly encapsulates Xiao Zi's emotions at this moment. You may now make your entrance. Add fuel to the fire and surge upwards. His rate of expulsion suddenly accelerated, and a colossal iron serpent emerged from the ground, instantly transforming into two magical artifacts. You may take your seat upon that immense steel serpent. Once more, a series of battles ignited a flicker of hope in everyone. Rest assured, victory is within our grasp. You need only follow my instructions. The enormous iron serpent was swiftly engulfed by the raging flames, unable to unleash any magic. Seize this opportunity. Deploy the fiery vortex and envelop the colossal steel serpent entirely. At this point, the iron serpent found itself with no escape. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. Let us disperse it with a sandstorm. Shinji, not one to be underestimated, promptly issued commands. Leap from the back of the great iron serpent and flee as far as you can. In a critical moment, as he leaped down, a tempest of sand began to sweep in. This sandstorm, akin to the previous one, aimed to exhaust all possibilities. Rest assured, victory is assured. I am confident that the tangible will impart an entirely different sensation upon us. As the clash of sand and flame unfolded, the temperature of the yellow sand began to rise. Ultimately, as the expelling energy intensified, the entire desert grew scalding hot. Damn it, I've been deceived. Shinji never anticipated such a predicament. It seemed he had completely miscalculated. All issues were cast aside, leaving him reliant solely on his own strength. The massive iron serpent ceased its writhing and collapsed, stripped of all combat capability. The leading frog immediately broke into applause. However, upon beholding the irritable beast, he felt a twinge of fatigue, aware that his elemental powers might be countered. Return to me. Xiaoji crouched, scrutinizing the leading frog. I tell you, the best course of action is for you to take the stage. You are of the water element, while the fire element may inflict some harm. It remains to be seen if you can prevail against this iron serpent. I summon the fire mage to showcase our prowess. The current circumstances do not favor us, and we require strategy, not mere brute force. Thus, we choose to confront it head-on, a simple rationale. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. No one expected the approach of this match to deviate from the previous ones. A chorus of applause erupted, for this encounter was entirely unprecedented. Well then, regardless, we have accomplished our intended task. Now that we have fulfilled our objectives, we must make the right choices. I am uncertain of the particulars, but in light of my capabilities, this matter is crucial. At this moment, everyone cautiously discussed a particular issue, and the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. What an impressive young man. I seemed to have a chance to conquer him. He had not foreseen his early defeat, let alone its rapidity. I had not anticipated that you would resort to such methods. Shaoji has indeed imparted much wisdom to you. You are an adversary long recognized by my master, and I shall engage you in a decisive battle. This is of utmost importance. This time, Shinji's gaze fell upon the commanding frog beside him. Wait, this little sprite does not seem particularly formidable. Do you intend for it to combat us? Indeed, that is my belief. And I eagerly await my sprites to fight alongside me to the end. I am confident in our success. Excellent, quite audacious. I finally comprehend how you managed to procure the mysterious artifact. Your strength and the things you speak of are indeed formidable. In such circumstances, how shall we proceed? This undeniably captures a new situation, so there is no need for further contemplation. I believe we have all performed admirably. There is nothing more to say. Moreover, if we maintain our current state, the days ahead will undoubtedly improve. At this moment, Shaoji harbored a singular thought. He was eager to discern what the next mysterious artifact of his opponent would be. I observe that your fiery beast appears quite exhausted. However, you have yet to consider the presence of another, the Snow Demon. This is rather embarrassing, for the Snow Demon King possesses numerous abilities, most notably. She is a fusion of ghost and ice elements. Utilizing super abilities will be suppressed by the opponent, and fire attributes will also face limitations. The crucial point is that this irritable beast is already worn out. As for ice, the next step is to determine how to respond. However, given the ghostly skills, employing earth attributes becomes irrelevant. Contemplating this, he realized it was not as straightforward as it seemed. The fiery beast is at a standstill. I am aware of this. The small hillock beside him had long been on high alert. I understand that this battle is significant for you. The next move is yours. Pikachu immediately prepared mentally, for he recognized that this was an outcome that would not materialize. Despite the ongoing circumstances, many issues remain unsolvable through collective means. However, such matters need not be broached further. More importantly, this scenario exudes a distinctly different sense of oppression. I am battling your master with my Snow Demon King. Do you truly believe I would falter in both respects? Faced with such a situation, Shinji devised his own plan, awaiting his moment to act. Engaging in battle is of little concern. After all, this confrontation is pivotal for me, and I am confident in my ability to achieve great feats. Given the current circumstances, there is nothing to fear. With this situation at hand, it is indeed necessary. As before, the Snow Fairy, without uttering a word, promptly transformed the battleground into a dense fog. We have long been adequately prepared, thus requiring no extensive discussions on possibilities. I believe this is the optimal outcome. As time progressed, everyone understood the implications of this. It was simple, straightforward, and would easily become the deciding factor in victory or defeat. In the absence of clarity, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer adverse effects. Chapter 28 is no trivial matter. We harbor no fear of celestial phenomena. If you wish to conjure such dense fog, I have little to say. Let Pikachu unleash its lightning. This Pikachu truck, unlike others, adapts its movements according to varying circumstances. In truth, a thunder strike cannot wholly obliterate the opponent's assault, yet it is universally acknowledged that in such moments, what one sacrifices is of paramount importance. Thus, he did not dwell on it excessively. From the current reality, it is indeed a remarkable feat. Everyone understands that as long as one acts correctly, nothing else need be considered. Suddenly, the sky was rent asunder by bolts of lightning descending from all directions. What does this imply? Yet another maneuver, and another again. At this critical juncture, Ash, seated in the audience, found himself wanting to laugh heartily at the scene before him. Very well, I need not elaborate further. Given the present facts, all elements are strikingly simple. To grasp the truth more profoundly, I must immerse myself wholly in their performance. It appears that while your skills are formidable, my little sprite is no mere pushover. Who could have foreseen that this Snow Maiden would be so unfortunate as to be struck by lightning? A chain lightning attack. Recognized by the League as a supreme battle technique, chain lightning is, in many respects, acknowledged as the finest of its kind. It seems this is the outcome I desired. No matter the circumstance, I shall endure until the end. Enough talk. As long as we persist, better results are sure to follow. At this moment, Everyone felt that the challenges they faced were utterly distinct from those prior. There was no need for deep inquiry. All recognized the potential. What mattered most was to observe how the following elements would be handled, for in future endeavors of a similar nature, excessive contemplation would be unnecessary. Now, let us await the unfolding events. Yet, no one anticipated that she would lose her combat capability in such a brief span. His demeanor upon arrival was starkly different from before. Excellent. It appears your Pikachu remains unchanged. Thus, the situation below requires no further elaboration, for I have devised a plan. In this scenario, many aspects may remain incomprehensible. However, one thing is crystal clear, and that is indeed significant. Consequently, all possible outcomes are now evident, and the process can be articulated with clarity. Your two magical companions exhibit no alterations, indicating you possess alternative strategies. Fear not. Your three magical beings are certain to astonish you. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the power at your disposal is already formidable. Very well. Your ability to vanquish my creature has affirmed your strength. However, this three-headed beast is not so easily subdued. The next sprite is of utmost importance. Before us stands a powerful Scorpius, just as I desired. Unlike Ash Xiaoxi during a past conflict, this toxic king lost half of his army. Given this, there is little more to say. I believe restoration to its former state is feasible. What transpires before us is truly magnificent. Yet, under these circumstances, the rules still exert a degree of influence. We are currently unaware of the specifics, but I suspect we can surmise the situation. No one knows what has occurred, nor does anyone comprehend the unfolding events. Very well, we may proceed. I believe our plans and promises hold true. It seems you genuinely wish for my Blaziken to continue its battle. A smile graced Xiaoxi's face, clearly indicating his refusal to comply. The crux lies in how I could ever grant your wish. At this moment, standing before them is none other than Shinado. This Shinado is a member of my champion team. I must convey this information to you. The leading frog breathed a sigh of relief, fully aware of the significance of super pets for him, especially since his pet is not only a super creature, but also a sprite. It appears you have conducted thorough investigations. However, there is no need for haste in your actions. Do ensure he does not invoke divine techniques. At that moment, just as the Scorpius was about to unleash its abilities, it abruptly halted. Are you all right? Shinji felt a jolt of alarm. I apologize, he is immobilized. However, I must inform you that this matter is far from resolved. We shall promptly retract it using existing methods. The divine energy surged to its zenith and was then forcefully cast aside. Now, the Scorpius lies prostrate on the ground. That opportunity has vanished. Would you like to try? I believe this is the optimal approach. As long as I persevere, we shall surely achieve our goals. At this juncture, the battlefield remains tumultuous, and they remain oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Yet, it is certain that the Scorpius's strength is not to be underestimated. Ash, do you recall the events of yesteryear? For the sake of this little sprite, all three of your sprites were exhausted, and the outcome was that little sprite was saved thanks to the monkey's assistance. Julian suddenly recollected those cherished memories, undeniably precious to her. Indeed, I never anticipated such a conclusion, yet when the facts transpired, I felt an unexpected sense of relief. The reality is that all understand, provided they so desire. They may commence their actions. Since reality presents only this, the current situation is what truly matters. Given the uncertainty, what precisely has transpired? The products before us may very well have been created with such simplicity. Very well, we can already observe the outcomes. I believe it is only a matter of time before the truth is unveiled. Thus, the current state of affairs is as such. There will be no significant fluctuations, making this the crux of the impending resolution. The previous occurrences were straightforward, so there is no need for further elaboration. It is simply that. Perhaps this is our most formidable challenge at present. What does that imply? At the very least, I have now reached this level, and with the addition of further improvements, I may yet enhance my capabilities. Of course, this does not require his concern, for all are well aware of its implications. This is indeed the most troublesome aspect. This Shinado possesses great strength, yet has not fully transformed. 3 o'clock. Shinji never anticipated that the first 2 rounds would conclude in such a manner. Chapter 29. Second half. It is indeed perplexing. Why do I, an elder brother, feel so feeble? I had thought he was remarkably formidable at that time. Each training session brings about a distinctly different sensation. At this juncture, if Shinji fails to grasp the underlying significance, he may find himself vanquished in the forthcoming battle. Julan can perceive clearly that the situation before her is far from the simplicity she had imagined. After a brief respite, the competition has progressed to its second phase, and in this moment, Xiao Ji is brimming with confidence. Thus, within this authentic environment, misunderstandings are likely to arise, yet this may merely serve as a form of explanation. Such occurrences are not destined to happen repeatedly. This battle represents a pivotal confrontation for the two of us, does it not? Xiao Ji comprehends that Shinji is a worthy adversary, and should one wish to seek his counsel, it is essential to consider his genuine circumstances. I harbor confidence in you. As the potential for this situation increases, one can only imagine the extraordinary implications for Rod. In truth, everyone understands that under such conditions, certain outcomes may manifest without a desire for comprehension. While I am not entirely clear on the specifics, I can assert that unresolved matters yield no benefits for us. Even if some advantages are gained, they are ultimately inconsequential. Most importantly, they are all aware of the pros and cons involved, and thus are naturally inclined to act. Fong Xinyan calmly states, however, I can assure you that you are aware of these matters, while I remain quite composed. After all, Shinji is an experienced player, and in the second half, with a score of 0-3, he articulates his thoughts clearly. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. Kirby, come forth. The formidable Kirby appears, indeed a creature that poses considerable challenges. More importantly, this time, Xiao Ji has not brought any combat-oriented companions. Everything seems to be unfolding beautifully, nonetheless. I am now fully aware. There are certain matters that others cannot comprehend, and in this context, that is of utmost significance. At this crucial moment, if one can truly seize certain characteristics, it can be declared a resounding victory. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, Rod knows his assumptions are correct. Since many current issues remain unresolved, what should we do in response to this situation? This is utterly absurd. At this juncture, no one knows what has transpired. However, it is certain that, after such prolonged efforts, we have now arrived at a critical moment. Captain, shall we engage this Kirby in battle? In fact, from a certain perspective, it is nearly impossible to overcome the opponent. However, for a novice sprite in training, if you can exhaust it or reach a stalemate, then you will have achieved your goal. At that moment, you will have accomplished a great feat. The leading frog awaits this moment as well. Thus, this matter holds great importance for all involved and may likely provoke some unnecessary misunderstandings. Although everyone comprehends the sequence of events, once this issue is resolved, subsequent matters will be far easier to navigate. From a certain viewpoint, all possibilities exist. What remains paramount now is to evaluate one's choices. The unfolding events may still elude their understanding. Yet, now that the actions are complete, there is little left to discuss. Initially, Rod thought matters were quite straightforward, but he soon realized a significant issue. He had inadvertently created a substantial misunderstanding at that moment. Well, it seems you intend to have your sprite battle, my Kirby. I must tell you, many have perished at its hands. My dear, it is in her nature to dare to fight beyond her level. While I may not necessarily be your match, I believe that if you are willing, success is assured. The leading frog remains calm, having anticipated this development. Given the current circumstances, there is little more to discuss. I acknowledge that, to a certain extent, this indeed makes sense. Some practical benefits may be quite straightforward. Due to the considerable commotion this matter has generated, he refrains from saying too much at this critical juncture. More importantly, the situation is not as simple as it appears. The first frog immediately employs a swift maneuver, swiftly resolving all issues at hand. This presents a splendid opportunity. I am unsure how to articulate this to you, but we have arrived at this point, and there is little left to say. The battle continues, and it is evident that such a level of advantage still holds sway. The mysterious creature proves no match for Fong Xinyan, and is swiftly dispatched. Boss. To engage an opponent of significantly higher cultivation is commendable. However, you must contemplate the reasons behind your defeat. Starting today, I shall impart a lesson on this matter. Continuous improvement is essential. Yet the most pressing issue is that your weaknesses are far too numerous. The leading frog is taken aback, utterly astonished that its innate talent would manifest at this moment. Given that the fundamental issue lies in the physical capabilities of Kirby, confronting it head-on is no simple task. You shall contend with the Blaze Beast. At this time, the irritable creature remains exceedingly fatigued, yet at such a crucial juncture, another attempt will undoubtedly yield a distinct sensation. Blaze Beast, pay close attention. You are somewhat weary, and thus your endurance may wane compared to others. However, do not forget, our methods extend beyond this. In truth, there exists another ability he is yet to employ, reserved for a formidable adversary. Why are you afraid? The Blaze Giant unleashes its flames upon the arena. Here it comes again. Yet remember, this situation occurs only once. A second instance will not be so easily managed. Having reached this point, there is little more to articulate. It is merely a simple step in the process. Kirby. Initiate the roll maneuver immediately. In an instant, Kirby resembles a colossal mass, rolling across the stage. The Blaze Beast seeks to exploit the uneven terrain to find a hiding spot. With a swift motion, it conceals itself, waiting for Kirby to soar overhead before seizing the opportunity. It is time. Chapter 30. The final strike of the Flame Demon King. In an instant, a volcano erupted, leaving the irritable beast with no time to retaliate. As the Snorlax teetered on the brink of collapse, the prospect of a comeback seemed utterly bleak. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a radiant smile illuminated the face of its opponent. Soon, it would slip into slumber. Alarmingly, this scenario epitomized the essence of Snorlax's abilities. Everyone understood the implications, yet the most critical point was that the irritable beast possessed no other capabilities. Another fiery breath was unleashed, followed swiftly by an attempt at hypnosis. No one anticipated that this Snorlax would manage to emerge from its dreams, launching a devastating light of annihilation without hesitation. The Flame Beast, drained of its stamina, was incapable of mounting any defense and collapsed with a resounding thud. The crowd gasped in disbelief, as they had never envisioned such an outcome. This was indeed the cause of their utmost joy. Nevertheless, if they could endure a little longer, a sense of optimism would bloom within them. An optimism whose significance required no further elaboration. In truth, regardless of the circumstances, I would still have my chance. While some matters remain elusive, it appears we have discovered a pivotal entry point, have we not? Although certain elements may presently defy comprehension, only one possibility remains. For me, this represents the simplest and most advantageous step forward. With the demise of a beloved pet, the contest concluded with a score of 3-3, leaving everyone astounded by the prowess of this Snorlax. Yet, this was not an extraordinary occurrence. It was merely a matter of slumber. It seemed there was no other course of action. Now, Shinado lay in repose, opening new possibilities, particularly if she were to utter a prophetic phrase in her dreams, a scenario that would be nothing short of perfect. It appeared that my trump card had dwindled to a singular option. Xiaoji suddenly wore a smile. What is this? Have you surrendered so swiftly? He mused. I shall not let it slip away easily. Its sole advantage lies in its ability to slumber, while the rest holds little value to me. However, do not forget, your time for rest is also limited, as is mine. Suddenly, he produced a false king, astonishing everyone present. However, this master of the void harbored a flaw. He tended to exhibit a tendency to slack off during competitions. So, you intend to engage as mere mortals, do you? Both little sprites were notoriously lazy, prompting me to refrain from further commentary. This was a critical juncture, and we must act swiftly. Otherwise, any entity capable of imparting significant repercussions could lead us into considerable trouble. This was the only course of action he could presently conceive. Should he remain oblivious to the underlying reasons, it might incite unnecessary misunderstandings. More importantly, the ensuing matters must be resolved expeditiously. Perhaps, in a certain sense, this posed a significant issue, Yet grasping such a notion would be a gratifying experience. At this point, everything began to make sense, and the most favorable outcomes gradually materialized, alleviating the tension in everyone's hearts. Two formidable adversaries would ultimately determine the victor, and I firmly believed I could achieve this. Do you comprehend my meaning? Huh. This is far from over. The battle rages on. Another round. Block. The clash between the two powerful sprites filled the arena with splendor, an encounter none had foreseen. A punch weighing millions of pounds was delivered. Given that the time for rolling was fixed, it would be prudent to maximize the distance of the throw during this interval. When he believed he was nearing completion, the king on leave suddenly exhibited a hint of laziness, promptly entering a state of slumber. You must awaken. And now, during this fleeting moment, he executed a heavy strike. It took over 10 seconds before Snorlax finally succumbed. All right, return. It turned out this was merely a tactic. Everyone understood that utilizing the skill of the false king was a formidable challenge, prompting them to produce a prepared frog flower. This was the only one among the 3 mysterious babies that had been brought into this world from the very beginning. To think such an occurrence could transpire, indeed. You are quite the peculiar character. However, regrettably, my Snorlax is not as easily dealt with as you might presume. That said, in terms of resilience, it possesses formidable fortitude. Strictly speaking, it is a grass-type magic, which remains largely unscathed unless confronted by the strongest ice-type skills. It seems you are resolute about negotiating a deal with me. Thus, you need not fear my objections, nor must you worry about the light of annihilation. I have been awaiting this moment. When you stand elevated, you will be able to unleash the rays of sunlight. Xiaoji promptly commanded his mysterious treasure to leap into action, astonishing the onlookers. This plump little frog seemed wholly indifferent to the unfolding events. This sudden strategy left his adversaries momentarily dumbfounded. With the whip intensifying the force, he continued to leap. Yet, do not underestimate the challenge. I shall demonstrate who truly possesses greater strength. As the power of annihilation faded, all immobile Snorlaxes fell into a brief state of paralysis, a golden opportunity. Let us unleash the fire of the sun. The flames of the sun, under the brilliant sky, required no preparation and soared forth with remarkable precision. At this moment, everyone remained bewildered by the abrupt changes, yet the entire series of events left them perplexed. Remarkably, Snorlax still endured, truly astonishing. Moreover, its sleep skill had been exhausted, leaving it with no choice but to press on. You have lost the ability to slumber and speak. Thus, you retain only 2 trump cards. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. More importantly, Xiaoji had discerned that in a fleeting moment, the tide had almost turned. The memory of the last great battle lingered vividly in his mind. Without the roar of the fire ape, victory would have been unattainable. He could hardly fathom that his disciple had harnessed these techniques to such a remarkable degree. Therefore, he need not feel overly anxious. Merely enduring a little longer would suffice to achieve the desired outcome. Chapter 31. The defeated Snorlax. I believe that one day, this endeavor will surely succeed. Selena can no longer dare to dye her hair. She never imagined she could be so beautiful. In truth, the war has not reached a complete conclusion, as the best course of action for them has yet to arrive. Although I am uncertain how to articulate this, I am confident we shall prevail. At this moment, Snorlax is nearing its end, having noticed the labored breathing of the mysterious creature. This is bad. If I continue this way, defeat is inevitable. If this persists, I will inevitably be vanquished by Snorlax. Renzi is not foolish. He inspected his pet and swiftly deduced the cause. Continuing in this manner bears no benefit for either party. If things go awry, I may not even be able to execute my own plans, and thus, the future would hold no opportunities. This must not happen. I firmly believe that this situation will eventually unfold. If what transpired earlier was straightforward, then undoubtedly, it was what everyone yearned to comprehend. However, such a situation has not yet come to pass. Speak up. It would be best to reveal all that you know. Do not panic. We must remain calm. Regardless of the opponent's tactics, we must persevere. Snorlax no longer comprehends how it has come to this. It resembles a monstrous entity on the brink of collapse. Once more, Unleash the solar flare. Hurry. Yet, in its weakened state, it can no longer heed commands. By the time it regains its senses, the solar flare has already engulfed it. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Snorlax crashes to the ground, having finally completed its task after vanquishing 3 little sprites. I never anticipated its prowess. I must reflect on this. However, regrettably, I cannot commend your methods. Therefore, I shall demonstrate what is truly superior. Past experiences have gradually illuminated his future, and now, the weight of responsibility he bears is even more significant. Let us witness the true power of formidable entities. He is uncertain of what will transpire next, but he understands that he possesses no strength in this situation. If all of this were easy, he would not need to be overly concerned, for he has not truly resolved the matter. My remaining pets number only 2. Yours are 3, although one appears somewhat unwell. In fact, this frog is quite decent and has not complained, but that king is less agreeable. My 4 pets include one heavy-duty creature, which thus far has caused me no trouble. The ground turtle materializes on the arena, and its sudden presence makes it clear to all that this is no simple matter. Indeed, it is a ground turtle. This creature embodies both the earth and grass elements. Once it reaches the appropriate level, the issue shall be resolved. You may return. Xiaoji contemplated whether he possessed anything capable of countering these mysterious treasures, including several artifacts intended for such purposes. Whether they would be effective remains uncertain. However, another crucial aspect is that his flying sprite possesses martial capabilities akin to his own. Thus, when he combines these 2 abilities, the opponent will undoubtedly regard him with caution. Yet, this is a trump card he has prepared specifically for this confrontation. If it were resolved so easily, the subsequent matters would hold no potential. In reality, the occurrences in the world differ significantly from human imagination. Without such possibilities, people's dreams would inevitably diminish with the passage of time. I am unsure how to address this issue, yet I believe it is not as straightforward as we might think. Indeed, considering the current circumstances, if one has not witnessed it firsthand, the future will not unfold as anticipated. In any case, I believe we need not dwell too much on the details, as we have long since anticipated them. This pivotal issue diverges entirely from what Feng Xinyan previously articulated. Given the present situation, it is indeed somewhat tricky. What shall we do? He paused and said, if it evolves into a new state, it will bring us no advantage. Although some have suffered tragedies due to this incident. It ends there. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly. Now that we possess this mysterious entity, there is nothing to fear. Mook Eagle promptly steps onto the arena. My heavens, he even has a Mook Eagle. It is worth noting that this mysterious treasure is incredibly powerful and often succeeds during battles. I find him quite similar to you. In many respects, he is almost identical. Although this issue lacks a definitive answer, everyone understands that this prerequisite should be thus. Let us engage in a battle first. If we cannot prevail, we will reassess the outcome. I wish to understand his thoughts. Perhaps our future conflicts will be even more intense than the present. Xiaoji is eager to challenge Han Fei, as Han Fei's strength has elevated further. As everything transforms, this possibility may gradually manifest. Everyone understands that the world is changing. In a certain sense, they remain oblivious to the truth of events. Moreover, everyone will give their utmost effort. Very well, since you assert this, I suppose everything you say is entirely natural. Although this matter may seem significant to many, it is crucial to comprehend it first. Perhaps some methods remain uncertain, but in reality, this issue holds the utmost importance. As long as it is not overly detailed, many matters can be pursued according to one's desires. It is evident that all questions possess answers. From this perspective, everything Rod knows is sheer nonsense. However, this does not guarantee a resolution. Clearly, at such a time, discerning the underlying reasons proves challenging. For me, this is the truth. As for the preceding matters, we neither concern ourselves nor care. Yet it is imperative that I accomplish this task. The war persists, yet to all observers, it seems something is altering their destinies. Mook Eagle, rest assured, it is large, and its vines are formidable. If you have not been caught, there should be no issue. Chapter 32, Combat on Land and in the Air Suddenly. The teachers concluded their dance and immediately executed a grand dive. At least from the current situation, even he found it challenging to comprehend what was truly unfolding. Caution was paramount. The Mute Eagle must be captured. The strategies of both sides had diverged entirely. One sought to seize the other while the other aimed to evade. This was a complete upheaval. Yet, they appeared unfazed, persisting in their plans. In fact, in a certain sense, this may have been the very goal they had been striving for, although they were acutely aware that failure would yield dire consequences. All things considered, this was our undertaking, and I believe that one day, we will unravel all of this. The situation had indeed transformed, yet the sudden assault from Wuga Ing did not swiftly incapacitate his opponent. This was the strength of muscle. Clearly, in such circumstances, understanding required a tremendous sacrifice. Since previous conditions had yet to be clarified, there was nothing to fear, or rather, the emergence of such circumstances had long been a possibility. Well then, this matter is settled. Now, our task is to continue striving, advancing, and improving. Having made our decision, there was nothing left to fear. Now that we have done all that we could, let us not dwell on other issues. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaoji had gained the upper hand with a score of 5-3. This little fellow had indeed grown stronger, if you still clung to your previous assertions. This moment was the most significant one you spoke of. However, if I am not mistaken, this should be a crucial juncture. And there are certain truths we ought to have recognized long ago. Perhaps, therein lies the greatest challenge. Nevertheless, the consequences of such actions are rather unfathomable, leading to numerous disparate impacts, among which is a burgeoning sense of improvement. Perhaps this is indeed the best outcome. All understood that only upon grasping the truth would they realize the importance of what lay hidden in the shadows. Fear not, I possess my own sense of proportion. Yet, when the most significant issues arise, the sensation is entirely different. From the current perspective, the initial possibility also remains feasible, as its significance is not as great as they had imagined. Consequently, this potential diverges entirely. Is there another plan? You need not worry. This is not the same as before, and in a certain sense, I am quite aware of that. Given the myriad attempts thus far, it indicates that many possibilities are achievable, making this process quite natural. Based on our observations, it seems this is indeed the most pressing issue, does it not? Moreover, we are not without opportunities in this regard, although clarity has yet to be attained. Once we do, the ensuing matters will become significantly easier to manage. Perhaps this is our greatest challenge at present. However, if you can maintain this state, it will undoubtedly yield favorable results. She was bewildered by the nature of her feelings, which left her feeling wounded. Fear not. We must first clarify the sequence of events before presenting it to you. Clearly, under such conditions, much remains unknown. Nonetheless, it has become apparent that, in a certain sense, everyone is capable of achieving this. I care not for the opinions of others. For me, this is the simplest of matters, while the rest is crystal clear. From the current circumstances, they gradually reached a conclusion, at the very least. Everything they believed holds the potential to occur. I believe I have discerned that the most pressing issue has been effectively addressed. At this moment, everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. What purpose does it serve to bring such a small fry? Yet, just then, a small fish emerged, swiftly gathering with others to form a larger entity. Laughter erupted. At that moment, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Come, join me. He found no need to elaborate on previous events, yet he had never anticipated the absurdity of this situation. I deem this to be the most vital issue. Regardless, we have achieved complete success in this conflict, and I am keenly aware of its significance to me, as the most critical question remains unresolved. This potential will inevitably be uncovered. I concur. However, in a certain sense, it is not without possibility. Now, it seems there exists but one likelihood, leading everyone to conjecture. Though they possess little assurance regarding this scenario, I believe the most crucial issue is something I cannot disclose to you. However, in a certain sense, I have discovered the best answer. While several questions remain unanswered, everyone has grasped the most significant one. Very well, yet, in a certain sense, some elements are rather uncommon. In truth, on this matter, all can gradually comprehend why such phenomena arise. However, further discussion is warranted within the context of reality. Now, we must consider how we shall proceed. Each encounter presents a distinctly different strategy. The only variance this time is his newfound joy. Previously, he had sustained only minor injuries, which did not impede him. If you are at ease, you may unleash your most formidable strike, followed immediately by your strongest blow. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Xiaoji's face. I have been awaiting your arrival. Do you know what you ought to do? At this juncture, Pikachu displayed remarkable wisdom. Recognizing that the opponent's initial move would lead to their inevitable defeat. In a certain sense, they need not employ their own tactics. They merely need to continue fighting. Since you are so oblivious to the peril, allow me to enlighten you regarding your downfall. After enduring so much, everyone realized this might be the most critical point. However, they also began to understand that this realization was a boon for all. Given the current conditions, the misunderstandings stemming from such emotions should be exceedingly severe. Chapter 33. A resounding victory. The precision of this skill is unparalleled among all abilities. However, its hasty application could easily lead to unwarranted misunderstandings. Therefore, those who seek the truth have often met their demise. I did not anticipate that you would opt for such a method of combat. Yet since you have chosen a corresponding faction, certain matters need not be elaborated upon. They are all acutely aware that persisting in this manner would yield no benefit and instead exacerbate their misconceptions. At this moment, each individual has formed their own judgments, and many have come to this realization. Well, having reached this point in conversation, I can discern your thoughts, yet this is not the crux of the matter. The previous conflicts are gradually evolving, rendering further discussion unnecessary. After all, the truth speaks for itself, and the repercussions of such emotions are manifestly clear. I share this sentiment, though it is not devoid of possibility. In truth, everyone comprehends that their perspectives on this world are profoundly intense, and as for what will ultimately transpire, that remains solely in their hands. Consequently, this potential has swiftly transformed. The recent devastating blow dealt by a bubble has deprived this little creature of the opportunity to move, thus eliminating any cause for fear. Therefore, let us hasten to unleash the thunder. Initially, he intended to confront his foes with Ford, yet for reasons unknown, complications arose each time, and this mysterious artifact has not retained its former prowess. It is best to resolve this matter once and for all, at least to uncover what has truly transpired. Clearly, in such pivotal moments, the manner of handling the situation is paramount. However, to unravel these complexities, one must make a rather intricate decision. In essence, given the current circumstances, their anticipated outcomes are not as dire as they had imagined. I believe that this constitutes the most significant issue. Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, substantial changes have emerged, and I trust everyone is well aware of the implications therein. However, as events have unfolded, such scenarios will not materialize. The sole recourse lies in relying on one's own strength. The misunderstandings between them are merely a simple phase. Thus, a secure key can afford them greater options. Therefore, he may conduct relevant analyses based on the present reality, and the significance of this is unmistakable to all. I commend your efforts. However, do you believe you can achieve it? Shinji hastily directed his magical companion to advance. But soon he recognized a troubling fact. The current of electricity rendered him immobile. Alas, I had forgotten this aspect. This is indeed the most troublesome predicament. To reach this point, the only recourse is the collective endeavor of all involved. In a certain light, this is a fortunate circumstance. It is crucial to recognize that this is the most vital step. Yet this time, the Pikachu he faces is no longer what it once was. Your ability to become a rival to Ash is indeed impressive, yet you have overlooked one essential truth. While we may be formidable, we are not to be underestimated. I have contemplated this matter, yet the moment has come when he must unleash his most powerful Volt skill. He is quite familiar with this phenomenon of schools of fish. Eliminating him would resolve all issues, potentially opening up even greater possibilities. Thus, this is not a difficult question to address, for the facts are clear. Any potentiality could yield significant repercussions. In summary, we have finally found a point of entry. I am confident that through my persistence, I shall attain the finest results. As anticipated, beneath the impact of that Volt strike, the effect of the fish school dissipated. Then, a small fish appeared. However, do not forget that this little fish possesses limited strength, thus its speed is remarkable. Surprisingly, its mobility has indeed improved, though it is notoriously swift. The contest now hinges on speed, and Pikachu will promptly utilize the surrounding environment to block all escape routes. Very well, let it unleash its power. Bolts of lightning erupted from the earth, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Yet, this is precisely its greatest advantage at this moment. It has no alternative but to achieve 100% accuracy. Under these circumstances, this is indeed an extraordinary feat. Need I even mention it? This is the most pressing issue, and we must contemplate it from every conceivable angle. Evidently, this possibility is not as absurd as one might envision. To comprehend the underlying reasons, the most significant question at hand appears somewhat perplexing. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 6-3, resulting in Ash's victory. Ash's ability to win with such a considerable advantage, akin to a world champion, signifies a substantial turning point. Undoubtedly, all of this could transpire, indicating that they have achieved remarkable success. I am uncertain, yet there are aspects I can affirm. In light of our current situation, this may well be our utmost capability. Thus, the dust is settled, and Ash spent the night alongside Xiaoxi. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? This university is not of great significance to you. Indeed, yet in a certain sense, these inquiries can provoke contemplation. Given the present circumstances, this may indeed be the most pressing issue, and to ascertain what has transpired, one must commence from the immediate situation. From this perspective, he understands what actions to take and anticipates the ensuing events. This potential, along with several subsequent critical demands, appears rather outlandish. In truth, I am well aware that this is also a commendable approach. In fact, everyone understands that such possibilities will inevitably arise. However, in this context, they are quite clear on the necessary course of action. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I must assist you in resolving this matter. He is currently the most prominent figure in the entire school. Yet, resolving this issue is not a simple endeavor, and I have a question. What are your thoughts? Given the current situation, this is a pivotal juncture. I possess the authority to determine that all I know is crucial, even if misunderstandings arise from this very reason. You may comprehend this. What I seek are these individuals and these matters. Chapter 34. The Enigma of Damos due to the significant changes in the current situation. The questions that arise in everyone in Dapos' mind inevitably carry a certain weight of influence. However, uncovering the truth amidst this complexity proves to be rather arduous. All I can rely on is my unwavering perseverance. He has accomplished all that is within his capacity, and perhaps that is all he can do. As for whether it is right or wrong, I remain uncertain. Indeed, under such circumstances, discomfort is a shared sentiment, for their physical conditions dictate as much. I comprehend what you most require, yet this is all I can offer you. At that moment, Sasuke made his appearance. I could not fathom why I found myself here. Perhaps this is merely a parallel dimension to our own. But look around you. Xiaoxi's gaze sharpened, and he was taken aback. The stones here originate from the cosmos, and Arceus stands as the most formidable deity in this realm. Indeed, have you heard the tale of how we were struck by a meteor, during which Arceus manifested and saved us? It is only today that I grasp the significance of that event. Now, everything makes sense. It seems that the immediate priority is not merely to resolve this dilemma, but to assist Arceus in reclaiming the items that were lost. Yet, there exists a sanctuary here. Given that this place has been in ruins for an extended period, it is evident that this is a crucial juncture. At this stage, each individual has arrived at the final chapter of their existence. Thus, anything is conceivable. How precisely to proceed remains unclear. Everyone understands the critical nature of these matters. What once seemed easily comprehensible to him now appears far more intricate, as these discussions might evoke a wholly different sensation. Nevertheless, the urgent task remains to seek out Damos. This is indeed a significant issue. Everyone recognizes the necessity of clarifying this matter, lest it become challenging to justify to all. Therefore, I am certain that what we require now diverges entirely from what we once sought. Although a profound understanding exists between the two individuals, discerning one another's true thoughts demands considerable effort. If that is the case, then this dilemma might be resolved. Principles are difficult to fathom in this context. Yet, all comprehend that, given the current circumstances, such speculations are utterly preposterous. This is a matter worthy of contemplation. Otherwise, our endeavors may prove futile. Now, we can embark on our next objective. What do you believe is of utmost concern? I assure you, I shall strive to achieve the best outcome. Given the bewildering events that transpired earlier, certain matters must be articulated promptly. All that we have sacrificed and all that we desire align with our aspirations. Perhaps this is the most pressing issue at hand. Thus, their opportunities are limited. However, if you genuinely wish to resolve these matters, it will not be an easy task given your current capabilities. In a certain sense, the previous events are evolving, and there is no cause for haste. A little more patience will yield the desired outcomes. Presently, Rod's needs differ significantly from before. In summary, I believe I must act thus. For I am convinced that one day I shall transform this vision into reality, and the pivotal elements will become critical, at which point we need not dwell on this matter further. Everyone acknowledges that this could be a pivotal issue, yet resolving all concerns is no simple feat. Let us not dwell excessively on these complexities. From our perspective, we must ascertain what we require and make decisions expeditiously. In truth, everyone is aware that in such crucial moments, certain uncertainties can indeed appear absurd. Nevertheless, it is only through this realization that they can grasp the potential misunderstandings that have escalated to an extreme degree. From the current reality, addressing the immediate concerns is not a trivial endeavor. A relatively secure environment is essential. Thus, the prior requests have proven effective, and the subsequent matters will naturally resolve themselves. At this juncture, compounded by the forthcoming demands, they are beginning to feel overwhelmed. Indeed, I have noticed this, yet Arceus's demeanor differs from my expectations. However, I recall they have a child as well. Yes, but it is premature to speculate. In truth, a rather peculiar incident has unfolded in recent days. The most pressing concern is that Palkia has clashed with a sacred entity. More importantly, neither the three holy mushrooms nor Darkrai have made an appearance. It seems no one is available to lend assistance. Sasuke wore a perplexed expression. Fortunately, Victini did not accompany us this time. This remains our greatest quandary. To uncover the answers, we must consider every angle. Perhaps a grand battle is indeed at hand, yet if this trend continues, Arceus may awaken sooner than anticipated. Are you referring to that gem? It turns out that this jewel is fashioned from a mere stone, highlighting Arceus's complexities. However, ever since being struck by a colossal meteor, he has been ensnared in a slumber. Perhaps we do genuinely seek assistance this time, yet regardless, we shall not resort to such measures. Possibly due to the earlier chaos, we have summoned a considerable number of magical creatures. Groudon's situation remains stable. The individual we seek has yet to arrive. Shall we pay a visit there first? The two sought permission from the academy before departing. However, they were acutely aware that achieving this would not be straightforward. I can accompany you, but you must exercise caution. Everyone understands that in such critical moments, any unforeseen incidents could have profound repercussions. This is the most likely scenario. Otherwise, such occurrences would be exceedingly detrimental to others. I believe this encapsulates the crux of the issue. Inform me, your predicament is pivotal. How, then, can he achieve this? If the subsequent outcomes lead to widespread skepticism, the significance of this contest may transcend mere competition. Chapter 35. An unusual sanctuary. In truth, they had gleaned a general understanding of the situation, yet at this juncture, the means to proceed remained a perplexing challenge. Perhaps this was the crux of the matter. Nonetheless, the palpable sense of urgency that had emerged was undeniably significant. Ever since entering this place, an unsettling feeling had lingered within me. Beneath us lay a dense pool of mercury, gradually transforming in form. Though the process appeared far from straightforward, if my instincts were correct, this site had undoubtedly witnessed a fierce battle. Chu Zhantian's words elicited astonishment from all present. Thus, I resolved that prompt action was imperative, for failure to do so would place us in perilous circumstances. Clearly, they had reached this critical point, and surrounding them was a machine related to the fabric of space, trembling incessantly. Can you see it? That is the root of our dilemma. If we continue down this path, it may yield little significance for us. Evidently, making the right choices was paramount for each individual. Otherwise, dire consequences could ensue. Furthermore, what is of utmost importance at this moment? I shall refrain from elaborating on this. All preparations had been completed. What remained were their initial intentions. Since we had arrived at this stage, our comprehension of the issue was largely uniform, thus rendering further inquiry unnecessary. It seemed that under these circumstances, the characteristics they could manipulate would not manifest immediately, as they had yet to fully grasp the elements at their disposal. I sensed that the situation was far from simple. Reflect upon how we reached this point. A frantic event had once transpired here, the specifics of which remained unclear, yet it was now in the past. Indeed, this matter bore the marks of a rocket's handiwork. In certain respects, it was quite vexing. However, have you considered the underlying reasons? This revelation left everyone taken aback, as they had not anticipated such a turn of events. Consider this. If one of us were not involved, would I have uttered such words? We have lingered here for an extended period. Upon Xiaoji's inquiry, others began to sense the discord. This was the crux of the matter. Everyone could comprehend. Yet I could not. Was that not peculiar? Thus, I could assert that amidst all these circumstances, a transformation was inevitable. Yet, no one could predict the repercussions, nor could anyone ascertain what would unfold. The sole explanation lay in several key factors, likely the very issues they sought to resolve. The temple recorded solely the account of Arceus' defeat. However, I surmised that in his absence, chaos would surely ensue. At that moment, they stood before an exquisite seismograph. A novel interpretation emerged, termed the void detector, which played a crucial role at this juncture. Sasuke understood that if he persisted in his current course, complications could arise. Yet he remained oblivious to how unfavorable the situation was for him. Regardless, I maintained that our approach could yield favorable outcomes. This was the pivotal step. Everyone recognized that the current losses, alongside the initial scenario, represented the best possible outcome. In truth, most had surmised the unfolding events, yet the specifics remained elusive. Perhaps this was our most pressing dilemma. However, I could assure you that if I could sustain this course of action, I would be able to fully endure such disparities. If the preceding matters appeared straightforward, the subsequent handling of them was of paramount importance. In a certain sense, these issues were glaringly obvious. I found myself uncertain of the potential consequences stemming from this point. Everyone understood that the optimal solution was to resolve all outstanding matters. Hence, the primary issue at hand was deceptively simple. Should we truly grasp it, the ensuing events would likely yield the best results. Thus, further explanation was unnecessary, as all comprehended the similarity of these two scenarios. I had once believed that during Xiaoji and Appo's era, a great conflict had erupted between Palkia and Dialga, later resolved by him. Yet this battle continued to be a topic of fascination. You mean atop that tower? Xiaoji was deeply invested in this inquiry, particularly as he had been a devoted fan of Pokemon before acquiring this game. I shared this sentiment. However, certain elements remained ambiguous, and I felt we ought to clarify them expeditiously. This request was understood by all, yet failing to meet it would only deepen self-misunderstanding. I believed our task was to prepare adequately. Indeed, this well-known dilemma lay before them. This was likely the most crucial issue. Some matters were already known, yet none had full clarity. Consequently, I surmised that our predicament was quite simple. You once stated that if an individual amassed all stones together, they would wield formidable power. But in a genuine conflict, could we prevail? For he is indeed formidable. Xiaoji pondered this weighty issue. Alas, the time was not yet ripe. In truth, those present were few, with only a handful of precious gems remaining, while the scattered stones were either purchased or replaced by others. Sasuke recognized that he must ensure everyone understood the rationale behind his assertions. Players were currently most concerned with acquiring 500 gold coins. Now was not the time for such musings. Understanding the situation would benefit us immensely. Xiaoji comprehended that their choices bore little distinction, and perhaps the next decision would prove significantly consequential. From the present reality, this represented our greatest quandary, necessitating swift elucidation of its origins. As it stood, he genuinely felt at a loss regarding the proper course of action. What consequences this dilemma might entail remained uncertain, yet we could be assured that it would invariably occupy our thoughts. Chapter 36, The Gem on the Path of Life, however. It dawned on me that Arceus seemed to have collected all of these initially. Indeed, this presents a rare opportunity. It is universally understood that such extraordinary effects evoke a distinctly different sense of pressure. Sasuke, I fail to grasp your intention, yet I am curious as to why you have brought me to this place. At that moment, a smile appeared on Sasuke's face. That is something only the world's finest could acquire. Sasuke still holds a significant regard for Uchiha Madara. He had once been provoked by a team, led by a captain, yet inexplicably he joined another squad. Thus, Fong Xinyan proceeded with his plans, despite his lack of familiarity with these enigmatic treasures. I recalled that there exists a renowned village in the Carlos region, where many mysterious treasures are related to the local environment. Shall we pay it a visit? Brother, you are contemplating Carlos without even knowing about Shin. What does that mean? Although there is but one interpretation of Shin, it holds a critical reason. Its implications vary immensely. According to the original notion, such possibilities are indeed difficult to accept. This is likely the crux of the matter. Everyone is well aware that their perceived possibilities might very well be the answer to the answer. From the current state of affairs, its role appears to be gradually evolving. Xiaoji, from this assignment, you are the last one standing to complete it. Whether you succeed in finding it depends solely on your abilities. He was oblivious to everything that transpired before, yet now he gradually realizes that there seems to exist a staff that had never been present before. So, what of the staff? At this point, they were still unaware of what had transpired. Presently, it seems that this emotional impact on individuals is indeed profound, almost unfathomable. Therefore, the best course of action is to relinquish all choices to them. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on these questions for the time being. It is better to seek clarity first. In summary, that is the situation. Initially, he considered this an important issue. Yet if he wished to comprehend the nature of these emotions, he was uncertain of what might transpire. Previously, they believed their plans would succeed, but did not anticipate such unforeseen developments, indicating that they had encountered a more significant dilemma. Ultimately, for me, this serves as a commendable answer. Do not overthink, as the issues you raised are merely reflections within your mind. In truth, before this juncture, everyone understood the course of action, which led to a considerable misunderstanding at a critical moment. However, from the current perspective, this matter is indeed serious for them. It is akin to the staff. Unexpectedly, there exists a staff here. The two carefully dismantled it, and indeed discovered a vividly lifelike gem of life. Brother, from now on, you shall be the elder brother. Regardless of what they desire, I am confident we can seize the optimal moment. Sasuke's words left him in a state of agitation. Do not address me as boss. I have merely attained the championship once. What of it? Why the formality? Now that you have returned, this matter holds great significance. I believe that one day, you shall return. Thereupon, Sasuke regarded him intently. I long to return to the world of Naruto, yet I find myself lost. Perhaps this is what they term a parallel space. This question remains unanswered, yet the existence of this world implies that Arceus is not alone. Although they have indeed suffered some damage, it is not overtly apparent. Only when they attain understanding will they truly comprehend. In due time, you shall come to realize, for I have understood your thoughts from the very beginning. Given the circumstances differ vastly from their expectations, they must contemplate the next steps to take. From the current situation, he has gained a general understanding of all he knows. However, it is challenging to grasp the present context. In a sense, their worldviews are shifting. To be frank, I cannot divulge what the Pokemon will do to you. However, one certainty remains. Since we linger in this place, it signifies that we harbor other intentions, does it not? The prior situation was abundantly clear. No one spoke excessively. Yet it underscored the critical nature of their attitudes. This constitutes my plan. The next steps rest solely in your hands. This may very well be the most significant issue. All comprehend that to truly understand, one must consider the matter from their own perspective. In truth, upon reaching this point, everyone grasps that, at the very least, up to this juncture, all matters have unfolded according to their design, thus rendering further contemplation unnecessary. Very well, I had no intentions of taking action anyway. In fact, everyone is gradually comprehending what has transpired, yet at this pivotal moment, numerous inquiries remain unanswered. He can now ascertain that this gem consists of 4 stones. Should he discover one of them, certainty will follow. My heavens, how can there be such an abundance of life gems? Nonetheless, at such a critical juncture, whatever the circumstance, ample time is essential. Xiaoji, have you contemplated the remaining stones? These stones are crucial to us. If we acquire all 4, they will be within our grasp. However, our objective is solely those 4 stones. For individuals cannot validate anything. Our immediate priority is to expedite our pace to ensure our safety. In this context, the two gradually discern the underlying principles. If all proceeds smoothly, then there shall be no issues. Yet, should unforeseen complications arise at the end, even if they possess skills, they would be rendered powerless. Moreover, it is worth noting that the concerns held by Rod are merely a fragment, implying that the path Rod must traverse may well be one that he and his companions cannot reach. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he must promptly adjust his mental state. Otherwise, should a similar situation arise in the future, it would pose a genuine dilemma. For now, let us refrain from overthinking. The previous demands may prove significant, yet we have no alternative recourse. Chapter 37. Tombstone number 5. At this juncture, there is little left to be said, for all parties involved will grasp the essential prerequisites. If it were merely a straightforward procedure, it would lack significance. Perhaps this marks the most profound distinction between us, to address this dilemma. The matters you have articulated are of utmost importance. Let us not hastily depart. We must comprehend precisely what has transpired here, and we possess sufficient strength to do so. From the current perspective, all they know is consistent. Thus, it is universally acknowledged that to unravel the underlying reasons, new developments may likely arise. I understand. Yet you must remember that this matter is not as you perceive it. Hence, let not your thoughts wander further. At the very least, he comprehends everything within his grasp. The paramount issue now is to articulate the original conditions accurately. We need not dwell excessively on the past. I believe numerous unresolved matters still lie ahead. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action is to safeguard ourselves. Everything appears so exquisitely perfect, with every detail laid bare before all. Look around. I seem to have encountered references to this place within the pages of literature. It is only after a series of investigations that they have come to realize that a certain belief once permeated this village. Indeed, an enigmatic elder, whose origins are unknown, seems to possess a wealth of knowledge. Those who are bound, or those truly adept at discerning the prevailing circumstances, may have the opportunity to acquire that legendary artifact. As for the identity of this divine relic, it remains shrouded in uncertainty. For me, this poses a pivotal question, yet I need not elaborate excessively. It is merely a possibility. Although a direct method for resolution has not yet been identified, the most pressing concern for him remains the pursuit of the best outcome. In truth, everyone is gradually recognizing that, under these circumstances, seizing the opportunity is the most prudent approach. If the preceding events unfolded with relative ease, then undoubtedly, they will materialize into reality. He initially regarded this as a significant issue because the matters requiring his contemplation are indeed the most crucial. Perhaps this encapsulates the challenge we currently face. Nonetheless, we must engage in contemplation, reflection, and consideration. Perhaps this represents the most substantial difference. In a certain sense, such possibilities exist everywhere. Regardless of the outcome, it appears to be fortuitous news at present. So, how shall we address the current situation? This may well be the true crux of the matter. Hence, they must deliberate on various potentialities for the future and the implications that may ensue. While this may pose the greatest challenge, the results we observe seem to suggest it is the most effective strategy. Everyone understands that if all tasks can be accomplished in one vigorous effort, considerable gains will follow. This is perhaps one of the most likely occurrences thus far. Yet, irrespective of the circumstances, they will form their own perspectives on the current situation. The preceding events were straightforward, but this time, they served a constructive purpose. From the current state of affairs, all he has done aligns with the expectations of the collective. This implies that those who seek to obtain them must undergo assessments. Is it not? Xiaoji will soon comprehend the unfolding events. Indeed. Thus, from the present circumstances, this crisis may very well intensify with the passage of time. I believe this represents the optimal approach. Regardless, we can attain clarity regarding our surroundings from this vantage point. This is the most plausible method he can conceive at this moment. Everyone is acutely aware that the present conditions constitute the best course of action. In light of this, their task is to continuously exert their efforts. Given this, I invite both of you to follow me. The two of them were led to a secluded corner, whereupon they realized that everything in this nook was profoundly distinct. The current state of affairs is exceedingly concerning. Thus, the issue resides here. All that we can conceive, in addition to what has transpired previously, is utterly outrageous. In truth, they are gradually coming to terms with how this incident should be resolved and recognizing its ramifications. Consequently, the principal issue encompasses a multitude of potential impacts, all of which are profoundly perplexing. The present circumstances reveal that the key factors are indeed astonishing. While Rod has encountered similar situations, these matters have been relatively straightforward. Ladies and gentlemen, I comprehend. Your presence signifies your continued willingness to acknowledge me. The assembly exchanged glances, sensing an air of peculiarity. What merits does this individual possess? Who is he indeed? I have never heard of such a person. Currently, it appears to be the case. Ordinarily, even the most critical factors would inflict some damage upon the team, and that is the true dilemma. I believe that, under these circumstances, the reality we can comprehend is surprisingly simple. Perhaps for everyone, this represents an important issue, yet for this matter, it offers an excellent answer. Clearly, in this context, he is yet to fully grasp certain elements. However, if he is indeed intent on completing this undertaking, it would be even better. In summary, I believe we must swiftly meet this condition. Otherwise, none can predict what may transpire. Perhaps during this process, certain aspects may not be fully refined. Yet these outcomes are entirely natural. Ultimately, I surmise this to be the cause, and I have refrained from elaborating on other reasons, as I have laid all justifications before you. In such circumstances, all will entertain the notion that this could undoubtedly lead to significant losses, regardless of the final outcome. This question is of paramount importance. I believe that, in this context, the issues we can consider and the key questions we can contemplate are indeed meaningful. From the present situation, this achievement has undoubtedly reached a critical level. Thus, from the current reality, its potential is likely to be unearthed to an entirely new dimension, which is indeed the best outcome. Chapter 38. The situation perhaps, in a certain sense, the previous agreement indeed led to some misunderstandings, yet everyone is aware of its implications. It may be that our demands are excessive, but I can assure you that we are engaged in such matters. While the situation earlier appeared straightforward, the misunderstandings arising from various reasons have altered its nature. Therefore, regardless of the ultimate outcome, it is, in essence, a positive development for all involved. Clearly, in this context, the rules possessed by Fang Xinyin are an additional source of harm for him and his companions. Now, it is up to you. Only upon receiving divine acknowledgement can one truly be deemed worthy of it. This narrative illustrates that the process itself is a crucial element, and everyone comprehends the underlying principles. Thus, I can nearly grasp that, under these circumstances, his actions are likely to be exaggerated. It is precisely for this reason that such occurrences are infrequent. Consequently, we must expedite the resolution of the current situation. Otherwise, any potential future may hold no significance. To what extent? Thus, Fang Xinyin is uncertain about the nature of his evolution. However, one point is certain. They have at last found a point of entry. Very well. Nonetheless, we need not be overly apprehensive. We simply must maintain this state. Both individuals are confined in a cell, which raises his concerns. Would they think us thieves and dismiss us so easily? If we are thieves, then retaining us serves little purpose. Besides, those stones are identifiable. We are not here to pilfer knowledge. Let us not forget that the precious gem was taken when no one was around. The issue now is different, without me. No one knows what the future holds. Upon entering, an unfamiliar sensation suddenly enveloped them, and they were drawn into a bizarre realm. What place is this? Sasuke senses something amiss. Could this be the so-called void? Yet, Xiaoji still feels something is off. He is uncertain about what this place truly is. But he can conclude that it is not as simple as he had envisioned. Furthermore, I cannot ascertain the veracity of my statements. But I am certain that in this matter, each individual must seek the optimal moment. Perhaps for them, certain elements indeed inspire varied sentiments. Yet there is no need for excessive discourse, for they require an opportune moment. Based on the current circumstances, sound judgments can be made. Thus, their primary concern now is how they should think. In this context, the multitude of factors one can grasp is overwhelming, and the influence of these factors can evoke entirely different sentiments. Regarding this, I am also uncertain. The consequences arising from this matter are quite severe. He initially believed that, under these circumstances, his role would be somewhat beneficial, yet the impact he has felt is immense. I have done all that I can. Now, I await your perspectives. From this viewpoint, he can draw a conclusion. Wait, perhaps it is not as outrageous as it seems. Could this be the realm described in myths? It appears to be so. Sasuke becomes somewhat convinced. From his readings, he understands that those qualified to enter this space must undergo a trial of sorts. It seems that we are the ones. Xiaoji strides forward, bringing with him numerous mysterious artifacts. Yet everyone is aware of where they should be placed. Perhaps our only recourse now is to adhere to the original plan. It seems we should choose as we see fit. Such a sentiment is indeed the most favorable. Moreover, he remains uncertain about how he ought to think. This is the optimal strategy. Perhaps this is the sole approach available at present. In any case, the issues I have contemplated are undoubtedly beneficial to us, yet the crux remains in how we shall resolve them. Everyone is aware, yet the final outcome is ultimately determined by themselves. In truth, given the current situation, certain errors induced by power could indeed lead to misunderstandings. First and foremost is how to address this. There is no need for further elaboration. When comprehension eludes all, the only thing to contemplate is the best possible outcome. Undoubtedly, this is not a simple decision. In a certain light, this represents a significant transformation. The matters they can contemplate, along with the factors they must consider, are of utmost importance. In this scenario, everything becomes uncertain. The myriad possibilities have given rise to such misunderstandings. This process is indeed astonishing. Yet, everyone is keenly aware of their responsibilities. Perhaps the most pressing issue has made new progress. However, all comprehend that given this premise, what follows need not be elaborated upon. Furthermore, it bears mentioning that the most crucial task remains to devise solutions for these challenges. Within the hearts of many lies a possibility. Yet deciphering the reasons behind it is quite difficult. In summary, I am uncertain how to proceed. The key factors I possess have influenced them significantly. However, in this context, achieving any aim proves to be a daunting endeavor. Nevertheless, to accomplish this, the likelihood is exceedingly high. At this moment, all he contemplates is unknown to others. It is due to his decisions that such profound impacts are felt by others, an unimaginable reality. Let us not overthink. This is the current state of affairs. I am at a loss for words. Yet to complete the task here necessitates consideration of all potential outcomes. Such matters can indeed be approached gradually, as everyone can readily devise the best solutions in a timely manner. In this scenario, many elements have been exaggerated to the utmost. What people know constitutes merely a fraction of these matters. As for the specifics, I am unsure, yet one thing is certain, I can achieve it. I believe this is the only possibility. Regardless, I consider these issues to be pivotal. Sasuke is acutely aware that what comes next is of utmost significance. Thus, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Chapter 39. A nightmare. Perhaps this is the most prudent choice. In truth, he was not entirely familiar with the enigmatic treasure before him, yet within this house, there seemed to be a distinct atmosphere. It felt elusive. a certain ambience that he could not quite grasp. Up to this point, he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. But one thing was certain. He would elucidate everything that had occurred. What he needed to do to play a pivotal role in this unfolding drama was paramount. The specifics eluded him, but perhaps it was wise to first ascertain the circumstances. Even now, he was unaware of the happenings around him. Have you ever heard that this place harbors numerous rare treasures? It is no mere figment of imagination. There exists, perhaps, an alternate dimension. Xiaoji suddenly recalled something, and images of this world flooded his mind. During my time in the Alola region, I captured a goddess of light. However, prior to capturing her, we needed to apprehend Necrozma. The mention of this name immediately resonated with Sasuke. Subsequently, one must first obtain either a sun goddess or a moon goddess to facilitate the emergence of one of these magical artifacts, utilizing the sublimation device in conjunction with the powers of Necrozma. When the codes of Necrozma and Nihilego intertwine, a new generation of beings is born. Xiaoji was quite certain he had not done so. In this situation, figuring out how to achieve this was utterly bewildering. Any aspiration seemed devoid of meaning. Initially, he had anticipated that some incredible events would unfold, yet now he saw no need to elaborate further. In summary, I believe this is the essence of the matter. Though I am at a loss for words, and more importantly, no one seems to grasp it. Perhaps the crux lies in discarding all conceivable factors, revealing an inability to think. Regardless of the final outcome, even this demand is challenging to accept. In such times, those who can genuinely assist will possess a significant advantage. Everyone understands how to navigate these circumstances, which may yield a glimmer of hope for all. Otherwise, regardless of the ultimate victor, the repercussions will affect them all profoundly. Most critically, no one knows the true nature of the situation. Now, having reached this point, I have a clearer understanding of the situation. It is now a matter of luck. At first glance, they discovered a plethora of ultimate beasts. Yet both were acutely aware that such actions were futile. Despite the formidable appearance of the gluttonous king, his combat prowess was lacking. He was merely capable of consuming. However, I know that Xiaoji employed his utmost strength to vanquish those gluttonous monarchs. Why then does he appear so ineffective? Although the gluttonous king seems powerful, I must assert that had we employed a combat-oriented creature, the outcome would have been drastically different. Xiaoji had devised a strategy to counter the fragile situation. Crucially, he understood how to contend with such oppression. The issues contemplated by Wei Xiaobei and the sensations they evoked were of utmost importance. Well then, there is nothing more to discuss. I believe this decision has been made. In this context, such intuition serves as the only explanation. Yet everyone knows this intuition holds no intrinsic value. Nevertheless, at such a juncture, everyone must prepare themselves. Otherwise, they shall face an unprecedented opportunity. These tasks are easily achievable. Yet to comprehend this matter fully, I must contemplate numerous possibilities. This may be one of the most significant dilemmas we face. Furthermore, the final conclusion is not easily drawn. For all are aware that this matter is far from simple. This encapsulates the current situation, a possibility that scarcely needs elaboration, likely stemming from its inherent characteristics. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the destruction this potential harbors has made them realize it may very well be the primary objective of their journey. From the perspective of present reality, the value of what he previously obtained is entirely different. Perhaps this is their choice. Each individual will make their own. This matter is crucial. Thus, if such emotions lead to the detriment of others, such an opportunity may never arise again. I believe this is the only way we can gain clarity. We ought to position everyone in the most ordinary circumstances. Perhaps this issue is as simple as it seems. However, should you truly grasp it, there would be no need for concern. From the current situation, all can surmise what this represents. Yet, as time progresses, the likelihood of such occurrences will increase. I believe the optimal approach during this competition is for each individual to maintain their perspective. It is essential to recognize that the critical steps in this process need not be reiterated. Xiaoji finally comprehended the unfolding events. It seemed the binding anomaly was occurring here. Are you suggesting that you have reached a crucial moment and achieved a corresponding breakthrough? One could say that only those who are bestowed with such gifts are truly exceptional. Yet the questions you ponder may yield unimaginable consequences for an individual. Sasuke remained visibly anxious, having found no clues. If they were to locate everyone, the truth would undoubtedly surface. In this scenario, Blando speculated that the 5 stones could be a form of intuition. Let me tell you, this is not the most critical step. If you can master it entirely, there will be more opportunities. Thus, regardless of how the future unfolds, this sensation will invariably impact an individual, and this influence varies widely. What can be imagined and what exists will all exert their effects on him. It can be stated that in this reality, his emotions will continuously evolve over time. This constitutes the most significant issue. However, regardless, this decision is commendable. This potential is of utmost importance, as everyone understands that in such circumstances, what may occur is indeed unpredictable. He had initially hoped that if this requirement could be met, it would be even better. Chapter 40. The essence of Pokemon regardless of the circumstances. Passing this test is of paramount importance. Perhaps this encapsulates their true perception of me. Whatever transpires in the end, there is no necessity to dwell on it. In such situations, few are affected, thus the subsequent choices lay bare before all. As for the specific actions to be taken, it appears that only he can determine that. In essence, this is the extent of the request directed towards me. How it is executed, alongside other demands, is truly critical. If Fong Xinyan were to articulate this series of events, comprehension would come much easier. I sense that many remain oblivious to the unfolding of events. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. Consequently, everyone should grasp the situation, or at the very least, the understanding shared among them ought to be accurate. I have contemplated this issue thoroughly. The remainder lies in their hands. Although unexpected circumstances have arisen, they ultimately afford one an opportune moment. Otherwise, the future will be self-evident. In summary, the decision-making process is refreshingly straightforward. Regardless of the method, explanation is unnecessary. Thus, regarding this most perplexing issue, Fong Xinyan refrained from elaboration, as he was aware that it should be resolvable, or perhaps other factors are at play. Fong Xinyan remarked with an air of detachment. Given the current scenario, he could make a corresponding decision, yet achieving this is no simple feat perhaps in this process. We must strive for excellence in certain matters. I believe that one day, I shall uncover the truth. Xiao Ji is indeed an astute individual. Yet he also comprehends the complexities that may arise in such situations, which are exceedingly bewildering. I am at a loss as to how to articulate this to you. Only your words can lead them astray. Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety, but at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired before him. Are you searching for me? To his astonishment, the stone in this desolate expanse spoke on its own. Indeed, I have come to see you. Such circumstances, once problems arise, will only exacerbate matters. Currently, he is left with only this knowledge. If this is the case, before the future events are mended, it may impose an even greater burden upon him. At this juncture, no one could anticipate the outcome, but possessing such power renders one uncomfortable. This may well be his greatest conundrum, and to unravel this matter, the only recourse is to ascertain what truly occurred. There exists an extraordinary process here. As commonly acknowledged, such situations often provoke the deepest concern. Perhaps this is our most significant dilemma. However, we all understand that this course of action represents the wisest choice. It is evident that, in such conditions, the decisions made will be pivotal. I perceive only one possibility. Everyone harbors anticipation, awaiting their arrival. In reality, seizing opportunities is a formidable challenge, yet the circumstances have shifted. Perhaps within this environment, some indescribable transformations have taken place, though at this moment, there is little left to explain. Xiao Ji harbored a faint suspicion, yet it was so unfathomable. Presently, it appears that this is the only request, and it is indeed attainable, perhaps even achievable. This state of affairs may indeed yield further developments. Such scenarios often engender new influences, yet no one comprehends the nature of these impacts. Perhaps what they can grasp is all that they can perceive. However, from the earliest records, it is evident that misunderstandings stemming from these emotions have led to the current predicament. Perhaps this is the most pressing issue at hand. But capturing a new characteristic and its multifaceted potential is of utmost importance. Regardless of the situation, I understand that since we are all cognizant, others are too. If we can endure, then the final stage is of the essence. This may serve as the finest explanation, undoubtedly the best elucidation. The nature of doubt remains elusive, which is optimal. Everyone recognizes that each individual possesses their own strengths. Yet it is apparent that this notion has profoundly perplexed him. In such circumstances, no one can predict the outcome, yet someone will invariably devise a solution. Regardless, I firmly believe that our predicament is favorable. This is the crux of the matter. This is also their primary concern. However, they are aware that there are underlying complexities. When he exchanged that stone for a jade, he had not anticipated that within such a brief span, he would accomplish this transformation. The change is indeed monumental. In truth, from a certain perspective, the only entity he can truly grasp is himself. No one can fully comprehend him, yet he can convey to all that what he requires is, in fact, what everyone needs. This, perhaps, embodies the harshest reality. Each person possesses their own uniqueness, which can lead to misunderstandings. Because the preceding circumstances indeed played a role, certain factors will inevitably alter. From the current reality, this decision is paramount. Perhaps this represents the soul-fitting opportunity we can identify. Otherwise, we remain oblivious to what may unfold. Nonetheless, engaging in mutual discourse is a positive endeavor. Now, it is clear to all that if they can sustain this state, the future may very well present such a scenario. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, this alone suffices to illustrate that the demands posed by these women are exceedingly unreasonable. Perhaps the requirements necessitated by this moment are indeed excessive, for this characteristic has engendered myriad misunderstandings among many, yet the most favorable outcome is readily attainable. This might very well be my principal concern. However, as long as everyone is aware, that suffices. Regardless of how the conclusion unfolds, they have finally discovered an entry point. Thus, from this perspective, what is known to all is the optimal choice. Chapter 41. The real world. I perceive that we find ourselves in such a predicament, for otherwise, the subsequent endeavors we undertake may impose considerable pressure upon us. If the preceding circumstances were indeed genuine, it is evident that the present situation is quite clear. Thus, let us adhere to our original plan. I believe we can still unearth a viable path forward. In due course, through our collective efforts, any foreboding sentiment shall manifest into reality, alleviating our anxieties. Although the future remains shrouded in uncertainty, the established plan dictates the course of action known only to them. The weight of this revelation is profoundly significant, easily surmised by those aware. Initially, he deemed this matter crucial. However, it has now transformed into a pivotal dilemma, one that necessitates careful consideration of how to maximize its impact. Perhaps, under such circumstances, we must contemplate how to think and understand more effectively. It is apparent that this decision lies before them, and all that they know may be unveiled within it. I am certain this is what I desire. Beyond that, I shall not dwell. It seems that mastering the characteristics at this juncture is paramount, for in such circumstances, individuals must make decisions to satiate their desires. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, they retain the power of choice, yet the true nature of that outcome remains solely in their grasp. Therefore, the final strategy must be determined by each individual, and everyone must conceive the optimal method to accomplish it. I believe I can comprehend this, for in such a scenario, adverse repercussions may ensue. However, matters have evolved. As long as one possesses sufficient capability, undue concern may be set aside. What they face is undoubtedly one of the most critical issues at hand. He gradually recognizes that his actions may provoke misunderstandings. I suggest refraining from excessive contemplation on how to achieve this. Nonetheless, in the face of reality, there will always be a means to illuminate the crux of the situation. At times like these, they will indeed undergo transformation. Yet, in these crucial moments, they must deliberate thoroughly before taking action. Thus, it is evident that accomplishing this task is far from straightforward. This is not within our purview to decide. I believe we must confront these possibilities head-on. In truth, even in the absence of such authority, individuals gradually come to realize that their emotions can adversely affect others. Presently, it appears there is no superior alternative to this course of action. Sasuke, where do you think we should begin? Although this village is commendable, it is not always so. Xiaoji has now become aware of a significant issue. In this context, the options before him are overwhelmingly numerous. I believe it is prudent not to overthink this matter. Were all challenges easily surmountable, every factor would yield disparate effects upon us. Everyone understands that misunderstandings stemming from one's emotions are to be acknowledged. Yet, the most crucial aspect remains how he ought to think, act, and the potential ramifications of his decisions, regardless of the eventual outcome. This determination has instilled a distinctly different sense of oppression among all. No matter the circumstances, they must devise a solution. I must swiftly ascertain the situation, otherwise, my future days may become burdensome. Regardless of the final resolution, he will secure corresponding opportunities. Furthermore, people are beginning to recognize that this phenomenon is, in fact, a psychological norm, thus leading to such circumstances. At this moment, the emotional repercussions manifest in stark contrast. Everyone possesses their own choices, and the specifics can only be discerned through their exploration. I believe this may indeed be the sole approach. However, if we persist in this manner, the misunderstandings that may arise will yield varied outcomes. Should he have clarity in the past, he could indeed accomplish it. All comprehend their necessary actions. Hence, any method will significantly influence their capabilities. The earlier points indicate a considerable shift in his feelings towards her. Their initial encounter has fostered a fundamental understanding, deepening their perception of this individual. Perhaps at this juncture, liberation may still convey some insights. Yet, if one can maintain this state, success is attainable. At the very least, everyone is gradually recognizing this truth, and undoubtedly, such possibilities will materialize swiftly. Let us venture forth and explore. In this moment, all embark on new endeavors. Perhaps the principal issue is indeed the most vital. Only by articulating the sequence of events can we hope to succeed. From a certain perspective, failing to grasp the situation will certainly breed misunderstandings. Very well, I believe I comprehend. After all, you possess the right to choose. If you can persist in this manner, I am confident you shall prevail. For this stone may well symbolize an era. Are we not traversing desolate lands? In this context, their spirits will experience profound upheaval. Regardless of their current state, the outcome hinges upon their own actions. Should this occur, it may evoke significant misunderstandings, with possibilities looming regardless of the final resolution. And this, indeed, is of utmost importance. Well then, we are now aware of the intricacies of the situation. We must swiftly clarify matters, lest our burdens multiply. Perhaps, under these circumstances, this potential may yield some benefit. As for how it will ultimately unfold, that remains uncertain. Perhaps this is the optimal course of action, nonetheless. We must hasten to identify a suitable moment. From this standpoint, the current situation has prompted corresponding strategies, and all are beginning to sense that their thoughts may be slightly askew. I perceive this matter as quite simple. Regardless, we can engage in thoughtful reflection. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that they have arrived on a barren land, hurtling rapidly towards this stone. What is the situation? Could it be that the histories of these stones differ? Chapter 42. A new development, the same sacred hall, the same scene, yet it unfolded once more at this moment. At last, I grasped that the memories each individual left with me were distinct. So where's Damos? They all claim he is merely a charlatan. Yet none anticipated his immediate emergence. Look over here. Sasuke suddenly regained his focus, and he promptly realized that the reality seemed rather divergent from his expectations. In a certain sense, he felt this entire situation was a trap. If my assumptions are accurate, our current predicament should leave them with unfavorable repercussions. Hence we cannot assure their success. In truth, they are aware that in matters such as these, it is merely a question of time. The misunderstandings between them have not attracted much attention. Thus, I can almost comprehend that, in a certain sense, our misunderstandings have indeed evolved. Given these circumstances, he might ponder this further. In fact, you all are gradually realizing one thing. From a particular perspective, this matter differs from others. I am uncertain how to proceed. But there is one thing I must convey. Our misunderstandings have existed from the outset. From the current situation, it is evident that such a decision must be publicly declared. Therefore, every question, every issue, is fraught with potential. I believe I have seen enough. Nonetheless, this remains the most pressing matter at hand. If what transpired earlier was merely a fleeting moment, then there is no need to articulate it, for the overwhelming sense of oppression yielded substantial effects. The events unfolding now indicate that persisting in this manner may lead to adverse outcomes. Perhaps I could forge a new world, should I so desire. I could indeed create it anew. Yet, at this moment, he has conceived a fresh perspective. This may be a rather intricate issue, yet under these circumstances, no one can make a definitive choice. In any case, I personally believe that from this point, it is apparent that what was once achievable has undergone some alteration. According to their thoughts, as long as they persist, there remains hope for success, though they harbor some apprehensions. This issue is the most astonishing, for in this context, how they should respond, particularly at that critical juncture, imbues them with a formidable aura. I concur. However, we must expedite our resolution. This may indeed be the most significant dilemma. Yet if we truly wish to resolve it, it may only complicate matters further. Everyone comprehends that the current situation is a consequence of their own actions. I believe there is still hope. Regardless, inform me, if you can maintain this course, we shall undoubtedly fare better. Thus, regarding this matter, all are acutely aware that as long as genuine understanding is achieved, there is nothing to fear. I feel that future decisions hold great significance. Hence, our only course of action now is to clarify matters before determining our next steps. Given the current circumstances, if the situation were indeed that straightforward, everything would be manageable, and the best approach would be for all to comprehend. This issue lies within our jurisdiction. However, he soon realized that due to previous events, such occurrences were unlikely. Perhaps this is the only possibility. Nevertheless, we still possess that potential. I believe these decisions are to be made by others. Their misunderstandings have indeed played a role, but that is merely the extent of it. As for the intricacies surrounding this matter, I trust you will gradually come to understand. Ultimately, I personally believe this is of utmost importance to us. In fact, under such circumstances, certain elements can indeed be fabricated. The differing effects have illuminated the most vital aspects for them. From the current situation, once conditions shift, they can no longer adhere to their original thoughts. Perhaps this is but a decision, yet it can elucidate the underlying reasons for all. Regardless, I continually sense the necessity to find an appropriate entry point. Otherwise, all of our previous efforts may be rendered futile. Everyone gradually accepts that if this continues, various factors may lead to unfavorable outcomes. Thus, this decision has long existed. We simply had yet to recognize it. Xiaoji suddenly realized that this was not Dan's typical behavior. Amid such challenging circumstances, he truly discovered a corresponding breakthrough. I suspect that the world is not as simple as merely a single stone. Perhaps there exists a far greater expanse. This appears to be an unexplored ruin. And barring any unforeseen events, it is highly likely to occur again. Perhaps this constitutes the greatest challenge, yet to comprehend the underlying reasons, Rod must seek clarity. Perhaps this is the most prudent course of action. Nevertheless, we must position ourselves appropriately to maintain our dignity. Despite numerous unresolved issues, they have not found suitable explanations. Yet upon arriving at this ruin, they discovered it was not a mere desolation. It appears that Perukia and other small spirits engaged in battle here. They are uncertain of the specifics of what transpired, but at the very least, they are aware that events will soon unfold. From our initial impressions, certain damages arising from such circumstances are indeed hard to believe. Regardless, I understand the significance of this. Yet since we must see this through, there is no need for me to elaborate further. From the current situation, certain elements have indeed changed. But how to address them and which aspects to focus on requires collective effort. I believe this should suffice. However, I remain uneasy. Perhaps we ought to wait and see. Xiaoji cast a glance and instantly gained a new perspective. What do you think? If what we just undertook was beneficial, then all would be well. However, as this matter reaches a critical point, we ought to take some action. This constitutes the most troublesome aspect. Seeking to comprehend the reasons behind it is paramount. I believe we should refrain from considering these matters for the time being. If we possess the capability, we can discuss the actual circumstances. Chapter 43. Interdependence. Sighing, he pondered. Perhaps, for them, some things were indeed attainable. He had come to a realization, yet the most pressing issue remained. He was uncertain how to resolve this dilemma. New developments had indeed arisen in this matter, but understanding it would depend solely on their own efforts. Consequently, their perspectives shifted, leading to misunderstandings between them. Perhaps this was the only possibility. Regardless, we must maintain our faith, for such possibilities would multiply. By then, even if we possess such power, we would still have to pay a considerable price. To be fair, this decision yielded diverse consequences, and the nature of this issue was well understood by all. However, the crux of the matter lies in the need for continuous effort and refinement. Perhaps this is the sole approach. Nonetheless, the choices we face now, along with several pivotal points in the future, have become evident. The two soon arrived at a crucial juncture, for the previous structure had vanished without a trace, leaving only ruins. So, you intend to excavate it? He inquired. I have heard that digging without the local residents' consent is quite perilous. The prior misunderstandings had now transformed into a new form, remaining inexplicable, leaving them to await clarification in the future. It would be prudent not to overthink. If we can survive, that would be more than enough. Due to the effects previously generated, new changes had emerged here, and he chose to remain silent, hoping that his plans could continue to evolve. Perhaps from this day forth, our attitudes will shift. But I believe we must address matters with utmost simplicity to steer events in a favorable direction. The pressures they currently endure indicate that the power of the initiators is leaning in their favor. Perhaps the best course of action is to uncover the truth. Yet, I trust that this outcome, along with other crucial points, will gradually be replaced based on existing foundations. This is the principal issue. No one could have anticipated such circumstances. We must remain composed. Who should ultimately make this decision? I believe only the two of us truly comprehend this matter. However, a more significant point eludes my understanding. As time progresses, everyone will recognize that in the absence of a decisive authority, they must engage in independent thought. For far too long, we have been oblivious to our own actions, which is perhaps the most lamentable predicament in this world. In a certain sense, my decision has fostered belief among all. We can apprehend him first, otherwise, we will be rendered powerless. Given the current situation, achieving this task is no simple feat, and to grasp its essence, one must master the critical components. Clearly, under these circumstances, the ramifications of this issue are not as straightforward as before. Perhaps the true meaning of it lies solely within their understanding. Everyone is gradually entering an acknowledged process, although they seem unaware of how to navigate it. Perhaps they are prepared, yet they also realize that this matter cannot be resolved in haste. Although some issues cannot be addressed immediately, I believe that if we persist in our efforts, the ultimate outcome will indeed lead to our improvement. Maybe reaching this stage is the most pivotal step. Everyone understands that such opportunities will inevitably arise. Perhaps my only recourse lies in identifying the right moment, for this opportunity may herald a profound transformation. From this perspective, he can draw a conclusion of utmost value. This may well be the most probable outcome. How to achieve it, even this requirement, might provoke misunderstandings, which would pose a dilemma. To a certain extent, as long as we truly accomplish it, we will forfeit any chance. While they may perceive this situation as less than ideal, if they aspire to achieve the best, they are compelled to make such decisions. In this regard, we ought to contemplate how to address this matter. Although his proposed condition may seem outlandish, regardless, the misunderstandings arising from these emotions must be clarified promptly. Perhaps we have already made this choice. However, irrespective of the outcome, all that we know holds significance. Whatever transpires in the end, we must hasten our pace. The previous effects were evident, yet that is all there was to it. Given the current circumstances, we require a more resolute stance. Otherwise, our decisions may yield unforeseen results. Perhaps understanding the situation is the key, and crucially, these are matters of which they remain unaware. You see, when these elements coalesce, they form a new beginning. Perhaps this is the best approach for value. Throughout this period, This matter has been of utmost importance. Yet the misunderstandings arising from various reasons have placed immense pressure upon him. Everyone acknowledges that this is the principal issue, the most critical one, and understanding it is paramount. Sighing, he reflected once more. Under such circumstances, it is conceivable that misunderstandings may arise, yet at this juncture, discerning the truth may prove increasingly challenging. The only solution is to create misunderstandings. However, it is also essential to recognize that new influences will emerge in this context. People are gradually realizing that even seemingly minor characteristics within these issues can have new effects on individuals. Very well, the matter is settled. All questions will transform into a novel experience. Therefore, there is no need for further elaboration, for the results achievable are gradually forming a lengthy process in their minds. With this understanding, I can comprehend. In any case, if I can persevere, such occurrences will eventually unfold. Firstly, from all perspectives, this decision is theirs to make, and it must be predicated on the most favorable conditions, necessitating that they come to a resolution. I believe the issues we must address are significant, and I have devised a solution. Xiaoji resolved to let everyone take a look. He suddenly realized that this matter was indeed on everyone's mind. Chapter 44. An analysis. Fang Xinyan remarked calmly. Although it appears that circumstances have shifted, determining the likelihood of such changes is indeed a complex endeavor. Past events have instilled a distinct sense of oppression, compelling them to engage in negotiations with others to solidify their thoughts. Well, since you have articulated it thus, we must accept the present situation. How to navigate it is solely up to you. What is the matter? The emotions of the young women can sometimes be quite intense. Yet ultimately, their decisions will rest upon their own inclinations. I believe this may be the sole viable approach. Nevertheless, it is also a rather fortuitous circumstance. This presents a formidable conundrum. Undoubtedly, everyone has recognized a more opportune moment. I comprehend now. In any case, its value is maximized at this juncture. Since events have unfolded as they have, I find little more to say. Perhaps they are gradually coming to grasp the crux of the issue. In any case, you must reflect deeply. To acquire this stone, one must discover a hidden treasure. Only when unclouded by deceit can we, Fang Xinyan and the others, entertain such notions. I have maintained that failing to uncover the truth behind this matter will undoubtedly lead to complications. From what he can currently envision, it is certain that corresponding methods must exist within this context. As for what the future holds, only he is privy to that knowledge. Therefore, regardless of the eventual outcome, it is evident that significant issues underlie the current situation. Perhaps, this encapsulates the essence of what I wish to convey. At least, clarity has been achieved regarding the sequence of events. Although certainty remains elusive, time will only enhance this situation. In such circumstances, many aspects remain incomprehensible. Yet, one can assert that these simplistic matters hold no significance for the future. At this critical juncture, Xiaoji seemed to have an epiphany. What do you think? I believe I am not mistaken. It may impose a psychological burden upon you, but at this moment, it is prudent to refrain from excessive discussion and contemplate thoroughly. Despite the minor discord that previously arose, a resolution is now apparent to all. The crux of the matter is that they must conduct a direct experiment. They are acutely aware that should it merely be a straightforward trial, it would pose no significant issue. However, if they have yet to achieve success, adopting this approach would render them devoid of justification. In the absence of concrete answers, the question of how to proceed indeed represents a substantial transformation. Can we ponder other matters? I am uncertain. Having endured numerous tribulations, Xiaoji has gradually come to realize that while these hardships may not possess the allure of imagination, they are not without merit. Even now, public perception of this influence remains peculiar. Given the myriad occurrences, it is indeed challenging to comprehend, rendering such matters devoid of value for Lucien. Perhaps this is the optimal solution. Regardless of what the future may hold, we can ascertain that the misunderstandings born from our emotions have undergone considerable evolution. Irrespective of the final outcome, one certainty prevails. Everyone shares this mentality. It is merely the lingering after-effects that have caused him discomfort. I am uncertain how to address this dilemma, yet I can assure you that should this issue persist, both of us will find ourselves at an impasse. Perhaps this constitutes the most significant question. However, without understanding the underlying reasons, it may prove incomprehensible. As events have unfolded to this point, all can accept this reality, with the sole possibility being the emergence of misunderstandings among everyone involved. He remains oblivious to the specifics of the situation, yet he understands its gravity, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. I find myself contemplating a matter that, while not critical, instills in me a premonition that if this continues, complications will only multiply. Everyone is acutely aware that this outcome has been undermined by the examiners. Although the specifics remain unclear, there appear to be no alternative solutions, for this is indeed the paramount issue. Perhaps this is our only recourse. There is little more to articulate. Some matters may be expressed directly, yet as time progresses, everyone will come to realize that once approved, there is no need for further contemplation. Given the current circumstances, acquiring new advantages necessitates this step. These factors are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. However, we must engage in a discussion regarding the matter of moisture content. From this perspective, the previous narrative seems to have undergone some alterations, even with such power. An appropriate process must be endured. I believe this is the reason we arrived at such a straightforward decision. Nonetheless, we still harbor a glimmer of hope. From this standpoint, they have gradually begun to recognize that prior events were likely influenced by certain critical circumstances. I deem this the best course of action. Additionally, an important question has long been raised, and gradually, everyone is coming to understand it. As for the future, I believe we need not overthink it. We can articulate everything. And similarly, we can express all matters openly. Regardless of the ultimate effects of cultivation, he can devise corresponding methods and subsequently resolve issues simply. Perhaps this represents the best outcome. However, irrespective of the result, this remains the crux of the matter. In truth, these are the simplest conclusions. Yet, should you genuinely seek the truth, you must analyze from various perspectives. I assert that this constitutes the best course of action. Nonetheless, regardless of the ultimate conclusion, let us refrain from further discourse. Through their persistent endeavors, they have successfully progressed toward the sea. Given your familiarity with this locale, I trust you can grasp certain aspects without explicit knowledge. Xiaoji also harbored his own calculations. However, they remain unaware of what this individual truly represents. Therefore, he must take the initiative to explore. I believe that from this angle, we can gain a clearer understanding of its essence. Thus, the next choice becomes paramount. The crucial question remains, what will be the final decision? That is for you to discern on your own. Chapter 45. The newly unveiled ability undoubtedly. This decision was not easily made. In this regard, although Zhao Hai felt somewhat uncomfortable, he understood that the optimal approach was to utilize the best methods available. Past events were easily amendable, and as time progressed, subsequent matters would inevitably unfold. However, the paramount concern at present was this newly unlocked ability. I believe it could represent a significant power. Regardless of the eventual outcome, I possess a reasonable chance of success. Aside from this issue, there were other perplexing matters. Nevertheless, he was rather corpulent. Though they had their own strategies, they were acutely aware of the arduous relationship between Rod and Rod, which posed a considerable challenge for Rod. Regardless of how things turned out, at least I still had a glimmer of hope, thereby enhancing my future choices. Have you ever pondered why we ventured into the vast ocean? It was not due to initial reasons, but as time elapsed, each individual's character gradually manifested. Perhaps this is the most crucial question of our era. Regardless of the outcome, being able to make such a decision in the days to come is truly a rare opportunity. From my perspective, given the current circumstances, such a decision holds immense significance. Hence, I shall refrain from elaborating further. At this juncture, everyone began to realize that such emotions could lead to misunderstandings, rendering even the necessity of discussing such decisions moot. Well, I believe I should comprehend. In any case, under the present conditions, I perceive this merely as a relatively good course of action. Everyone understands that the characteristics of this tactic have only just begun to emerge, and they do so rather sluggishly. How to proceed is a matter of great importance. Since we have already experienced a considerable duration there is no need to dwell on the next steps. This choice, most importantly, is likely to provoke misunderstandings and overlook significant factors, which is the most terrifying aspect. Perhaps this is indeed the best course of action. However, the current situation appears to be the most favorable. Otherwise, similar circumstances might arise again. I personally believe that such a decision should be mine to make, as it represents the best choice. Yet, not everything is so straightforward. Xiaoji, in his heart, understood all too well that his previous actions were no longer as they once were. Moreover, finding so many lives rendered the precious jade utterly inconsequential. Have you heard? There are numerous monsters here, many sea deities, and a plethora of other creatures. Most importantly, when the 3 sacred birds were trapped here, the god of the ocean would also descend. However, everyone knows that the origins and ramifications of this matter are uncertain, for it is fundamentally a matter of instinct. In such a scenario, all must concede that this situation is exceedingly bizarre. This is a pivotal matter, and thus, I shall leave the ensuing affairs to you. Therefore, I can almost comprehend. If you truly grasp the ultimate objective of this plan, then this idea and its resultant outcomes will undoubtedly improve. Everyone understands that in such crucial moments, predicting the potential consequences is incredibly challenging. Thus, I can generally interpret this impact as a novel result and will refrain from further discourse. Since certain aspects have indeed changed, the subsequent repercussions will not be as straightforward as they are now. I believe we still harbor hope. In summary, all conceivable issues are progressing according to a certain protocol. What follows is our own endeavor. People gradually recognize that in such scenarios, certain elements would be exaggerated, while others might very well reflect such exaggerated outcomes. Hence, I shall delve deeper. From this perspective, my view of you diverges, and thus, should you make such a choice, we must expeditiously complete the most critical step. This time, however, they have been granted a splendid opportunity. He must articulate clearly. For Ruoqin, similar occurrences might transpire. But the primary reason is that the conditions and other outcomes remain unknown. Perhaps this is the best approach. Nevertheless, we have accomplished all that we could. Since the preceding matters were relatively simple, their sole intention was to seize this opportunity. As for the next steps, even the crucial aspects have undergone new changes. I feel there will be ample time in the future. When that day arrives, we shall engage in a thorough discussion. Perhaps the events that transpired earlier led to misunderstandings. Regardless of what ultimately transpires, they can accept it. In any case, I believe we can elucidate the origins of matters from here. Perhaps the things that can be comprehended are, in fact, quite limited. At the very least, they can gradually discern the situation. In such pivotal moments, no one can make accurate judgments. However, this universally acknowledged sentiment brings joy to all. Regardless of the final outcome, this is indeed a fortunate point. Until now, they still believe that these policies and comments warrant discussion. Xiaoji, have you heard? In fact, the situation is undergoing transformation. Although some things are not easily explicable, maintaining stability in this environment is of utmost importance. This is what we currently observe. The circumstances we are unaware of have been significant since the outset. From the present situation, the impact of this emotion is indeed profound. However, this does not imply that we cannot fully understand it. What is more concerning is that if this matter truly engenders misunderstandings, it would be irreparable. Initially, I thought this was all there was. Yet you have arrived at a critical moment. The ensuing troubles will only multiply. This is the sole resolution. 2 individuals have arrived at this place, finally realizing a mysterious phenomenon. How did you end up here? This is an ancient magical orb, unseen by anyone before. All comprehend that achieving this is not a simple task. Yet they felt a difference. If my instincts are correct, perhaps we cannot dictate this outcome. I firmly believe that if we strive together, we should not encounter excessive pressure. There is no need for you to say more. I perceive this as a new form. Am I mistaken? Regardless, we have finally triumphed this time. Chapter 46. Anything is possible. Everyone gradually came to realize that this decision was not one they could make alone. Rather, it was imperative to discern the forthcoming circumstances, as they held paramount significance. More importantly, the role of this plan diverged greatly from previous ones, which rendered it extraordinarily vital. I believe this may be the sole avenue available. In any case, I must uncover this sentiment. Thus, I am determined to find it. Each individual understands how to seek the answers, yet it is only in this context that the feeling can truly flourish. I perceive this matter as more important than anything else. Nevertheless, should we persist, the odds of ultimate success remain substantial. It is common knowledge that certain misunderstandings arising from this emotion are necessary. To grasp a particular characteristic requires little elaboration. Presently, it seems there exists but one path forward. Yet the ability to traverse it is of utmost importance. Xiao Ji devised a solution, but he was also aware that resolving this issue necessitated considerable strength. Crucially, once a new idea emerges, there is no need to articulate it. Perhaps, under such circumstances, I would experience a different sensation. The most critical aspect is my inability to make a decision. Given the current events, it is uncertain what consequences may arise if I continue along this path. Everyone comprehends that this outcome cannot manifest before any individual. The crux lies in the fact that this decision is beyond their control. I feel this may indeed be the only solution. Fundamentally, the severity of this issue is overwhelming. Perhaps the initial impression it leaves on him is that if he truly wishes to clarify matters, he must divulge everything. The priority is to identify an opportune moment before devising a course of action. This is the dilemma that currently plagues him. We all understand that to unravel this matter, appropriate methods must be employed. Perhaps, upon witnessing this result, everyone will comprehend that demand. However, accomplishing this remains an impossibility. Yet, I believe if we can execute this task effectively, perhaps one day we may return to our original state. At this moment, people have genuinely recognized that ancient, enigmatic treasure. Should we investigate further? Everyone gradually discovered that, in this situation, all potential characteristics are remarkably refined. I believe this can elucidate our understanding. However, the potential misunderstandings it may provoke are not easily clarified. The method of capturing certain characteristics may evoke pleasure in some, yet discomfort in others. Some issues, if left unexamined, can lead to unease. Under such circumstances, many things become exceedingly challenging. However, with the passage of time, many have come to realize the feasibility of achieving this remains uncertain. It appears that the new magical entity is unlikely to encounter us. Thus, if my conjecture holds true, the same probability persists before others. Judging by the current circumstances, comprehending this matter thoroughly remains essential. Achieving this is equally important for future endeavors, as everyone recognizes that the present situation is optimal for them, because everything is relatively straightforward. He did not reflect deeply, merely perceiving a sense of bewilderment. In truth, he gradually recognized that if he truly intended to complete this task, this mindset would not significantly impact his feelings towards it. This is the crux of the matter. However, he can now only hold the past close to his heart. From these words, he can discern the extent of their influence upon him. This is all he could conceive. The facts are as such. There is no need for further discourse, as everyone understands what this intuition signifies. I believe that, to some extent, we are already struggling to bear such pressure. From the present situation, this emotion should be of utmost importance. While the situation remains unresolved, certain elements defy explanation. Most crucially, regardless of the ultimate outcome, they will experience immense pressure. At the very least, their choices will manifest immediately. I believe they can harness new abilities through these means and acquire further new skills through this empowerment. At times, he must first resolve what he desires. In doing so, he will gradually come to understand. Given the current circumstances, the best approach is to confront the issue directly, and they have finally discovered a solution. Very well, my friend. It would be wise not to overthink. I believe this is of utmost significance. In fact, under these conditions, he finds it challenging to make the correct choice. Thus he refrains from excessive contemplation. I feel this may be the best option, as what can be obtained is what can be consistently maintained. Since a similar situation has arisen, the next step is to seek an appropriate entry point. Perhaps this is the most favorable outcome. However, the true crux still lies with you. In truth, certain matters are indeed fortunate, for regardless of the outcome, these elements remain crucial. Otherwise, they would possess no voice in the matter. Prior to this, they might have had corresponding opportunities, yet the final outcome remains unpredictable. Perhaps my physical condition is significant. Only when I comprehend it will I realize the extent of the burden it places upon me. For now, it is preferable to seek understanding first. Everyone recognizes that in such situations, reason must prevail. Setting aside those considerations, we can gradually draw a conclusion based on the current state, indicating that our assessment is feasible. Although the reality of the situation may yield somewhat disheartening results, many elements invite contemplation. Occasionally, in such circumstances, unforeseen events may transpire, yet now, decisions will no longer be made as they once were. I believe this may be the most prudent approach. Within this genuine context, corresponding opportunities may indeed exist. I think it wise for us not to overthink. They mustered the courage to retrieve this long-lost sprite, only to discover within it a previously unseen little demon. Chapter 47 is a formidable challenge, akin to the sheer comfort of slumber. The mysterious infant engages in such discourse with itself, leaving Fong Sun Yin with an uneasy feeling. Although he comprehends the situation, as I depart, I anticipate a spectrum of emotions. However, armed with a well-structured plan, there is no need for excessive contemplation. This very reason has birthed a myriad of misunderstandings, yet there exist alternative methods to resolve this matter. Everyone recognizes the gravity of the questions that must be pondered in such circumstances. There is little left to articulate. Upon making a decision, certain elements have already undergone transformation. Nonetheless, with plans firmly established, further discussion seems unnecessary. I believe this may be the optimal state, as all are aware that such a decision is not easily arrived at. This is a conclusion universally accepted, yet with events having progressed to this stage, there is little merit in further discourse. Everyone understands what truly matters. At times, it feels deceptively simple. Since the prospects of my life improve with each passing moment, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Perhaps this is the pivotal step. As each individual remains uncertain of their intended course, which is essential for achieving a breakthrough. While some matters may appear favorable, articulating them is not a task easily accomplished. In truth, this is a critical issue. Our predicament is peculiar, and we cannot ascribe all blame to any single individual. Though this represents a significant dilemma, the passage of time has introduced new developments. In a certain sense, we are quite close to our goal. However, how shall we navigate these obstacles? Do we truly need to take action? It seems so. The absence of Arceus thus far has become a daunting concern. And if we do not swiftly address this from its roots, it will only exacerbate the situation. Presently, there exists a substantial issue, particularly crucial for him. Everyone understands that. In such contexts, the value of past experiences is immense. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the principles at play have lost their significance. Although these conditions may appear convoluted, given the circumstances, they have no option but to proceed accordingly. Initially, he regarded this as a pressing matter, aware of the seriousness with which many approach it. While numerous conditions may indeed be difficult to satisfy at present, we must first ascertain the situation before proceeding. Due to recent events, a new paradigm has emerged. Thus, addressing the current predicament becomes paramount. Regardless, I am now only aware of one truth. In a certain light, we can observe past occurrences evolving towards a novel direction, necessitating time for transformation. All are acutely aware that this decision rests in the hands of others, and presently, what they face is a rare opportunity. This is their primary concern. Otherwise, what alternative is there? They can only deliberate for the long term. Perhaps, under these circumstances, some elements will become increasingly scarce. And when one genuinely aspires to excel at a task, a profound sense of accomplishment arises. This is the crux of the matter. In the absence of clarity, certain aspects may yield adverse effects unless one attains understanding. Perhaps, in this scenario, few can offer him assistance. The sole issue lies within his past. I believe this may be the only recourse available. However, irrespective of the outcome, it is wise to refrain from further contemplation for the time being. In such situations, articulating thoughts becomes a critical step. Those determined to fulfill their tasks, along with their necessary considerations, have already been laid bare before all. Perhaps this is indeed the most prudent approach. However, At this juncture, we can only adhere to your plan. Drawing from previous experiences, he is now equipped to adapt spontaneously. I think it best not to dwell on this issue. Contemplating future occurrences is of utmost importance. Given the weight of the previous event, the forthcoming challenges take on even greater significance. This may indeed represent the most substantial dilemma, as abilities in the real world gradually unveil themselves. Thus, if he can endure, the likelihood of success will only increase. At the very least, from his current vantage point, certain insights can be gleaned. Many elements remain unclear, yet we have arrived at an entirely new realm. Determining how to achieve this is paramount. Typically, it is prudent to clarify the issues at hand before proceeding, thus rendering reflection on past matters unnecessary. With merely a modicum of observation, Xiaoji could attain a general understanding, and I trust you would too. Sasuke's proposal is crucial. However, he must also contemplate the implications of his actions, for he is aware that what he does may not be beneficial, but rather detrimental, which is why he proceeds as he does. Consequently, they gradually arrive at a decision. At this moment, they must grasp the authority of this choice, ensuring everyone comprehends its significance, which represents the most favorable outcome. Regardless of any considerations, my sole desire is to ascertain our path forward, as this is the essence of the matter. Much like the previous scenario, this time it bears no significance. Those who can guarantee success may not necessarily achieve anything. That sensation is truly exhilarating. This is precisely why, at this time, each individual possesses their own choices. Such outcomes afford them greater options, for they understand that once clarity is achieved, future choices lose their relevance. I believe we ought to devise a solution to this dilemma. However, regardless of his motivations, I can still act accordingly. Until this moment, they have all felt a sense of relief, as they recognize that the current circumstances are profoundly significant for them. Yet, just as everyone remained oblivious, a sudden disturbance rippled through the void. The three fundamental realms of time and space, which ought not to exist, are now violently colliding. And should this trajectory continue, the very fabric of time and space may shatter, resurrecting ancient myths once more. Chapter 48 has unveiled a new situation. A colossal stone loomed before everyone, compelling them to hold their breath. This occurrence harkens back thousands of years. I recalled a similar incident over a decade ago, which had been adeptly resolved by Xiaoji. It is highly probable that everything there will recombine anew. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, they shall never encounter such an opportunity again and must rely solely on themselves. I believe it is imperative that we engage in dialogue with them promptly, otherwise, the impending events remain shrouded in uncertainty. In truth, all are gradually becoming aware that the misunderstandings among them are evolving in a novel direction, and what follows is beyond speculation. In this environment, though certain elements are rare, everyone's perspectives have ascended to unprecedented heights. Given the current circumstances, they should be able to surmise their next course of action. As for what lies ahead, it remains uncertain. Everyone understands the significance of this decision for all involved. I feel we ought to refrain from overthinking. The past occurrences will inevitably lead to new insights for all. Xiaoji experienced a distinct sensation, leading him to perceive that all prior events held no meaningful significance. You ponder whether this situation might yield different outcomes? Certainly. Although Arceus no longer possesses the guardianship of those stones, appearing merely as an ordinary Pokemon, he is nonetheless a creator. One can only imagine the ramifications should he become enraged. After all, he is a divine beast. Even with such treasures, it would merely result in an even playing field. One certainty remains. I do not wish to oppose a being of creator goddess caliber. Even if we succeed, it is improbable we could remain adversaries within the same domain. This presents the greatest dilemma, and as time progresses, past elements will gradually transform, rendering current conditions unpredictable. In retrospect, seeking an opportune moment within this process proves to be a formidable challenge. From the present realities, Linley can be certain that others have likely inferred what he has conveyed. Perhaps, from a pragmatic standpoint, such notions may evolve anew. However, we are all becoming increasingly aware that absent definitive answers, these thoughts will ultimately materialize. This matter remains known solely to us. We must return to examine the situation. If the great clock there mirrors our own, we may uncover something significant. The two resolved to hasten their journey to investigate, recalling that Xiaoji had once lingered there for an extended period. Yet, this time, the temporal disarray remains unabated. At that moment, two previously unseen sprites underwent a transformation. The conflict between the two sprites has entered a completely new phase. The specifics of their battle, however, remain uncertain. In truth, without comprehending this facet, Feng Sunyan can foresee that he might undertake unpredictable actions. Should this be the case, the process is both simple yet painful. Consequently, the original situation will gradually reveal itself. And the crux now lies in how we ought to think. Indeed, from this perspective, he has gradually recognized the rarity of this issue, which proves rather cumbersome. Therefore, once all arrangements are in place, they shall proceed to that immense clock tower, understanding that everything they have experienced in this city is worthwhile. I have an inkling. From this vantage point, I should be able to deduce something. Our immediate task is to draw conclusions from our prior actions. Otherwise, we face the prospect of new outcomes. However, achieving this is no trivial feat, and it appears to be the sole course of action. Well, it is evident to all that such matters have long since transpired. Perhaps this is the optimal approach. Upon reaching the grand clock, they immediately commenced their investigation and soon discerned the truth of the matter. Do you imply that this situation has escalated significantly? However, I remain uncertain whether this endeavor will succeed. I've heard whispers of unprecedented occurrences in recent times. Everyone comprehends that the current choices lie before the other party, while what they choose to do is an entirely different matter. Very well, if that is the case, let them determine the fate of the future. You may choose for yourselves. If you are unaware of what may transpire, then let your own decisions guide you. When those stones reach their designated positions, they will silently transform, leading them to their destination. This is indeed related to the events surrounding the clock tower. Their greatest purpose in returning is to unravel the mysteries of yesteryears, and they recognize that this time, they require a more effective strategy. I believe there is no immediate need to unravel this matter. These elements are crucial. Furthermore, there exists a significant prerequisite. Everyone is acutely aware of what may unfold under these circumstances. Often, matters are as simple as they appear, yet it is understood that resolving every issue will necessitate time. I have finally grasped the situation. This realization brings a rare sense of liberation, however. He chose not to elaborate further. This is indeed the most worrisome aspect. How to manage it effectively is of utmost importance. Has the previous physician departed? Upon Rod's arrival in this realm, the first person he encountered was Joy. The personnel have left. The researcher here is Charles. Although this place elicits a distinctly different sentiment, everyone comprehends that this feeling is entirely unique. Last time, Palkia and Dialga clashed. Surely, they won't engage in battle again? Sasuke felt a pang of fear. He could not guarantee he would not encounter someone like Xiaoji again. The prior stabilization was largely due to that grand clock tower. Given the current circumstances, it is truly difficult to predict what decision Rod might make. I believe this could be the most prudent decision. Nevertheless, as events have evolved to this point, foreseeing what transpires in the future is indeed uncertain. Chapter 49. Unexpected events. This is a point universally acknowledged, yet achieving seamless execution remains a formidable challenge. This represents the most favorable outcome, for either party may take corresponding actions. In truth, numerous issues remain unresolved. However, as developments unfold, the complexity of the situation intensifies. At the very least, he can ascertain his next steps based on this understanding, as well as anticipate various scenarios. Or perhaps, this is the paramount question, which they gradually come to recognize. In fact, certain matters still elude clarification. I believe that, at the very least, we can gradually uncover answers. But accomplishing this necessitates the collective effort of us all. As this process unfolds, you will gradually discover that it becomes increasingly manageable. This is something we will inevitably notice. Nevertheless, I must say that it would be wise to refrain from contemplating these matters further. If the actions taken previously still hold significance for Rod, at this juncture, he need not dwell on them. In truth, everyone can readily grasp these circumstances. The specifics of how this is achieved need not be elaborated upon. I contend that, in a certain sense, the impact of this affair will only grow. As for the execution, that is the crux of determining victory or defeat. Yet, all are aware that seizing this opportunity requires a prerequisite. At the very least, I can gradually comprehend some of the intricacies, but ultimately, we must begin with the fundamentals. Regardless of the circumstances, this constitutes a choice, and the manner of selection rests solely with them. Perhaps this is the matter of greatest concern to him. However, if he can truly grasp it, the resolution becomes substantially easier. This may well be the most critical point at present. Yet, given the current state of affairs, what more can be said? Alternatively, this is the quintessential question. In fact, on this matter, a consensus has emerged among all parties. However, achieving this is no simple task. Thus, I can come to understand that, perhaps under these circumstances, the misunderstandings stemming from such emotions are indeed unfathomable. Although they have felt unprecedented pressure, they quickly realize that they can almost complete the task from the outset. In a certain sense, all that has transpired in the past holds the potential to become reality. We merely need to make our choices. The truths understood by all are indeed quite reasonable. Regardless of the outcome, this represents a crucial step. Perhaps this is the origin of the situation. However, having reached this point, I find myself at a loss for words. In a certain sense, the current situation is pivotal. Therefore, to seize better opportunities, all must endure such pressures. A certain understanding has already been established, while past events may yield negative effects. They may also serve as the greatest obstacle to their union. However, since the last incident, a pertinent research institution has emerged here, dedicated to this exploration. We have only recently become aware that the fabric of time and space here seems to have shifted. What precisely has occurred remains unclear. However, based on my conjecture, it appears that a new catastrophe is imminent. In such times, he can only wrestle with his thoughts, acutely aware that this incident may very well incite a fresh wave of panic. Thus, are we to conclude that our concerns have transcended mere emotions? Indeed, this is not my primary concern, for this affair could potentially lead us into profound disaster. A single misstep could compound our troubles. Although they are gradually uncovering the underlying reasons, all understand that ultimately the pivotal clue is of utmost importance, for they must decide if the actions they have taken in the past can still wield their intended influence. According to the materials at his disposal, to maximize the efficacy of this operation, a decisive choice must be made by him. Perhaps this is the best course of action currently available. Yet, we are well aware that to comprehend this matter fully, we must expedite our efforts. As it stands, the misunderstandings arising from these emotions are exceedingly perplexing. However, everyone realizes that if this matter can indeed be resolved satisfactorily, the outcome may differ. I concur that, at the very least, this matter is crucial, and we should bide our time. On this point, Shaoxi has his own plans. All understand that this is the most effective means of resolution. I firmly believe that we possess substantial assurance. If we are to discuss and clarify the origins of this matter, we must establish a critical step. In fact, reaching this juncture is of paramount importance. None have offered any support, and that is all there is to it. What precisely has transpired, I cannot say, however. I can assert that the machine remains enigmatic, and perhaps we may gain insight by entering it. Upon Shaoxi's declaration, all were taken aback. Surely not. Such a course would only amplify your suffering. Since none understand what has transpired, the most pressing issue becomes the most significant. I believe this may indeed be the optimal approach. Nevertheless, regardless of his intentions, we can devise solutions. Perhaps, from the current perspective, this is indeed the most crucial aspect. Yet now, all recognize that their decisions remain insufficient. Perhaps, from these demands, everything that has occurred before seems utterly unbelievable. Given the current circumstances, there may be some profoundly significant elements at play. From a realistic standpoint, we can draw a conclusion. At the very least, we can silently endure this oppression, and others may also witness it. Thus, he must seize this opportunity. Everyone comprehends the potential impact of such a realistic environment. It is imperative to think clearly. If the preceding situation had been straightforward, they would not have elaborated further. From this perspective, we can gradually discern that all we do is observed by others. In a certain sense, past events are not as simple as they appear. Regardless of how they managed it, they can offer some assistance. Very well. I believe everyone desires to uncover that which they seek, just as we do. In this realistic environment, all understand that what they can control is limited to the present circumstances. Based on the information at hand, a general understanding of the situation should be attainable, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Chapter 50. Where did the problem lie? In a certain sense, everything from the past can be perceived. And now we have embarked on a corresponding path. Regardless of the side, there will be appropriate countermeasures, a truth that is well understood by all. In summary, I personally believe we require more time to comprehend it fully. Given recent events, they can conduct further analysis. However, this time, there is no need for excessive dialogue. Clarity of expression is paramount. This reveals that such power is not easily wielded. Perhaps he has come to know everything he is aware of, yet these matters can be resolved with relative ease. This is the softest sentiment at present. No matter what transpires, everyone will remain considerate of others, which is commendable. At this juncture, Fong Sun Yan has reached a decision. Thus it is imperative to unravel the origins of these matters. Everyone is cognizant that, in such circumstances, the optimal state is to remain true to oneself. Perhaps all our sacrifices are merely for the sake of our future. However, having arrived at this point, I find myself at a loss for further words, and thus cannot continue in this manner. Therefore, once we grasp this information, the truth of the situation will gradually become clear. At this moment, they have not perceived anything unusual. They simply did not expect Darkrai to reappear. My goodness, Darkray's previous visit was to resolve certain troubles, and now he has returned. Could it be that our town is also on the brink of turmoil? By now, everyone has lost interest in Darkrai. They understand that being struck by him would lead to a descent into nightmares, which is merely a legend. Furthermore, with Ash and others already possessing a degree of insight regarding Darkrai, further discussion on these matters appears unnecessary. Is he searching for my whereabouts? Darkrai has expressed certain sentiments in his own manner, though it has ultimately altered his emotional state. Indeed, we are all anxious. It is evident that the atmosphere has become unstable. While the specifics of what has occurred remain unclear, we wish to avoid revisiting past events. This is the crux of the matter. In the absence of understanding the intricacies involved, a sense of apprehension lingers among all. However, this does not imply that things were always thus. In truth, at this moment, everyone comprehends that their feelings are profoundly disparate. Well, enough of this discourse. What must we do now? It is evident to all that reaching this point required prior preparation. Xiaoji fully appreciates the weight of this statement. While certain things may seem challenging, it is crucial that we unite during this pivotal moment. Presently, the influence of these individuals is overwhelmingly significant. Otherwise, they would not have made such judgments. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Nonetheless, this matter is undeniably crucial. For us, this has already become the most favorable result. Yet, when it comes to control, the situation becomes murky. Everyone understands that should a genuine transformation be sought, their requests differ from those of the past. Regardless, their stance remains valid. At this stage, the principles yielding the best outcomes are gradually coming into play. Let us momentarily set aside this issue, at the very least. We can determine our next steps based on our current circumstances and the challenges that lie ahead. Initially, he deemed this aspect critical. But now that a plan has been established, the responsibilities for the future will naturally shift to each individual. I believe this is a vital juncture. Our task is to execute our responsibilities effectively and subsequently convey our stance. This regression is what troubles him most. Regardless of the reasons, they must swiftly discern the implications of their words, or else no one will realize the consequences of their statements. Under the current circumstances, such possibilities are utterly unfathomable. Otherwise, future choices would hold no significance. If the previous decision was indeed pivotal, then further elaboration is unnecessary. Everyone is quite aware of the simplicity of the situation. From the present context, the repercussions of this matter are indeed perplexing. I trust everyone understands that the issues we can currently conceive are quite meaningful. Nonetheless, the present situation is of utmost importance, and people are gradually recognizing their appropriate course of action. I believe this is the most prudent approach. In fact, no one knows what has transpired. The events of the past are anything but straightforward. At this stage, they are beginning to realize that as long as they manage this aspect well, they can find reassurance. However, this emotional state has had an adverse effect on others, a rather anomalous phenomenon. Perhaps for us, the consequences of this matter will require time for thorough examination. Nevertheless, I feel that we should commence efforts to resolve this issue. In truth, there is no longer a need for further elaboration. The instinct regarding the appropriate course of action is what truly matters. While we recognize the significance of this insight, we also understand that it is prudent to clarify the situation first. Indeed, it is from this perspective that we can gradually appreciate the extensive impact that arose before we fully comprehended the matter at hand. I believe we are capable of achieving this because we have yet to ascertain the true nature of the situation, and everyone recognizes that this is of paramount importance. This may well be the most perplexing issue, yet it is clear to all the benefits this outcome holds for oneself, and thus, further explanation is superfluous. From the current situation, it appears that they can only conceive one possibility. However, once this path is embarked upon, there is little left to contemplate. Presently, without clarifying these matters, the repercussions for Linley are indeed unpredictable. At this moment, everyone has become acutely aware of the seriousness of this issue. I believe this is perhaps the most prudent course of action. Regardless of the outcome, this result has lost its significance. Given the current state of affairs, it should be possible to gradually produce the corresponding elements. However, a crucial prerequisite remains. Everyone must recognize that certain past elements have yet to be fully executed. Chapter 51. Temporal distortion. I believe the only justification lies in the pursuit of the best outcomes. Let us refrain from revisiting these matters, for I am equally perplexed. It appears that the two sprites may soon launch another assault. Do you comprehend why they consistently choose this location? This area serves as the nexus of two realms and also marks the site of our previous investigation. Although the fabric of time and space here differs, there exists a profound interconnectedness. The recent clash has caused a shift in this temporal fabric. Nevertheless, even amidst reconstruction, the city has risen anew. Yet the remnants of its former structures remain preserved. What is most concerning is that Arceus has seemingly restored everything, yet for reasons unknown. All those enigmatic stones have also returned, despite the fact that people's lives improve day by day, reaching new heights. The presence of these wondrous artifacts renders the situation rather surreal. I propose we consolidate the legendary magic stones from other regions. This way, we might unite our efforts against the two remaining legendary stones. If he can articulate his inquiries, it will simplify matters considerably. In such a scenario, providing useful information becomes a fortuitous endeavor. More critically, no one is aware of what may transpire next. Indeed, circumstances have already begun to shift. I empathize with your sentiments. Yet it is vital to recognize that the issues we perceive are often exaggerated. These matters can evolve gradually, though determining the precise manner of such changes poses a significant challenge. Regardless, the current deterministic framework necessitates no further elaboration. Each individual is entitled to their own judgment. Perhaps this represents one of our greatest advantages at present, yet we must swiftly seek clarity amidst our current predicament. At that moment, the void quivered once more. Look, this recurrence raises questions about what we might encounter next, and the uncertainty looms large. In a critical moment, Darkrai regained its awareness. Should it reveal itself before that detestable individual, it would signify their distrust in me. However, I share the same sentiment, thus we must hasten to the clock tower. The new proprietor resides here. She is the offspring of the former head of the household, and her beauty has left her unmarried to this day. Therefore, let us not dwell excessively on such matters. Clarity must be achieved. It is evident that the current situation is pivotal for them, as they remain oblivious to the forthcoming events. Perhaps, under these circumstances, all factors appear uncomplicated, yet the ultimate outcome holds great significance. Rod feels his decision may be excessive, yet facts remain as they are. Perhaps all that has transpired will transform into something precious, but if they all share this notion, then there is little more to discuss. Based on this reality, a certain misunderstanding has arisen, rendering further discourse unnecessary. This may well be their primary concern, a sentiment universally understood. provided he is willing. All possibilities can be adeptly managed, thereby resolving the final dilemma. I believe we should refrain from excessive contemplation and instead observe how events unfold, curious if any mysteries, such as those involving the three of them, will emerge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoji seemed to have an epiphany. My Lord of Light is indeed formidable. Is there an ultimate gateway? Do you have any recollections? Yes, as long as the Lord of Glory is present, that suffices. Moreover, he possesses considerable strength and influence. Suddenly, the deity of light appeared, captivating all present. Indeed, this scenario is markedly different. This is what they most care about, though they are also aware of the underlying intricacies. This likely encapsulates the current situation. All are acutely aware that should such circumstances arise, future developments will undergo substantial alteration, although decisions have yet to be made. Everyone understands the feelings such outcomes may evoke. It appears we must contemplate this matter carefully, otherwise, the situation will only deteriorate. They may offer essential assistance, yet they cannot make such determinations. This is the best outcome we have thus far. All recognize that failing to understand the true nature of events may trigger a chain reaction, thus rendering further discussion unnecessary. From the current perspective, it is clear that differing results are at play, leading to new transformations, a reality anticipated by all. They remain unaware of what has transpired and may gradually come to realize that the situation is not as straightforward as they initially believed. Wait, if that is the case. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Presently, the issues appear incomplete. Most importantly, matters seem to be evolving toward a grander scale. I am at a loss for words. Yet I understand that things are not as simple as they seem. Perhaps, to others, this represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet for them, it is an extraordinary chance. Such events may indeed arise under these circumstances, but at the very least, they represent a different approach. I believe it is prudent not to overthink. Darkrai will undoubtedly reveal the truth. I apologize. Last time I exhausted every means yet failed to protect it, unless it genuinely exists. More importantly, I am uncertain if Olakian will comprehend the changes within itself. They may already be aware of this. Although a new metric has emerged, the sensations accompanying this situation have transformed. I believe this is indeed the case. Under such conditions, we can formulate diverse responses. From previous experiences, achieving this is not particularly difficult, yet the crux of the matter lies in determining the victor in this scenario. Now, as these events unfold, all will gradually recognize that while this course of action is correct, it cannot be hastily executed. This remains their paramount concern. Yet they understand that seizing this opportunity will simplify matters significantly. I believe this should represent the optimal situation, regardless of which side prevails. It will likely evoke discontent and potentially lead to adverse repercussions. From the preceding circumstances, it is clear that the situation has grown dire. If one wishes to uncover the truth, it is best not to delve too deeply. Their lack of understanding has illuminated the fact that perhaps this is the most crucial aspect. Chapter 52. Deterioration. Do not overthink. Should we truly seize the opportunity, it will be effortless. However, I harbor concerns that we may become ensnared here before our task is complete. Most importantly, the very thing they dread will eventually come to light. Thus, they must be adequately prepared. I believe I should be aware of this, for in such circumstances, it is evident which side holds the advantage. Anyone possesses the capability to achieve this, regardless of the method employed. Yet, a persistent question remains. If this issue is not resolved, our thoughts will only spiral further into absurdity. From this perspective, it is clear that a preparatory step must precede this one, though it remains merely a possibility. At that moment, a spark of realization illuminated Darkrai and Appo's mind. I recalled that last night, there was a deviation along that straight path, likely instigated by them. Yet, time does not permit further investigation. This matter is likely intertwined with their actions. They understand that now is the time to seek better opportunities. Regardless of who it is, if one has the capability, they must resolve the issues swiftly. Otherwise, the threats they face will only escalate, inevitably leading to new predicaments. Thus, I can comprehend the situation. The facts are laid bare. and the wisest course of action is to clarify what transpired previously. Ultimately, he holds the reins of this matter. Moving forward, everyone can showcase their unique strengths, indicating vast potential for advancement. Regardless, I maintain this belief. At the very least, I have a clear conscience regarding this choice, and I need not dwell upon it. Given the current circumstances, they can draw a conclusion. In such a context, they can perform at their utmost capacity. However, individuals capable of reaching this level are exceedingly rare. Perhaps this is a monumental opportunity, one we must grasp, lest we lose our very right to exist. Yet, such individuals are few. They must seek the answers on their own. I realize you have arrived at this juncture. There are certain matters I must address. I believe only a select few will possess such value for you. Otherwise, it would be easily discernible. Moreover, they lack any contingency plans. The sole recourse is for everyone to accumulate knowledge independently. I think I have come to understand. Under these circumstances, our actions will be the simplest, and more events are bound to unfold. Thus, the second rationale becomes easily explicable. The price proposed is crucial, hinging upon their perspective on the matter. Well, we can only proceed this far. Otherwise, we would be of no assistance. We must ensure the well-being of every individual within this city. I hope someone can forge a void passage to explore its depths. Speaking of which, I recall a story regarding Giratina's turnaround. Have you heard of it? This creature possesses the ability to traverse time and space, transitioning between reverse dimensions and a tangible world. I have heard tales, though they seem somewhat divergent. They merely employ the reflection of mirrors to create an effect. However, this realm differs from ours. Our guardian angels are tasked with aiding us in this endeavor. They are confident, providing us with a semblance of assurance. From the present situation, this matter appears easily resolvable. Yet, certain elements, once addressed, may yield unpredictable outcomes. Therefore, we must act decisively to transform our current reality. Even if change proves elusive, we must seize a new truth, correct? Perhaps their creativity is limited to this. Nonetheless, grasping this opportunity relies on the collective effort of all involved. Consider this. Everything is evolving towards a new direction, suggesting that this path is feasible. Furthermore, if everyone can acquire such clarity at this moment, there would be no need for further discussion regarding the process. It can be said that, in this context, certain phenomena are rare, yet they merely express a stance devoid of any further potential. Hence, he can only proceed thus far. To advance beyond this point, one can only reach this threshold. Clearly, to capitalize on this opportunity, it must be treated as an excellent subject matter. No matter. Oh, I recall an instance where someone nearly brought it to ruin by imitating its power, resulting in its utter destruction, correct? You are not referring to these matters. That is not mere trash. It is akin to robbery. Should it catch sight of such behavior, there may be unforeseen repercussions. I propose that if we could extract its core and alter its periphery, entry would be attainable. Everyone recognizes that, in such circumstances, the best approach is to identify the puppeteer behind the scenes. However, to claim that no such sentiments exist would be excessive. Perhaps, this represents our most prudent strategy at present, to utilize comprehensible elements for constructive purposes. In conclusion, I believe we should refrain from overthinking these matters for the time being. It would be best for them to provide a reasonable assessment. Perhaps they already feel immense pressure. However, there is no need to ponder other concerns. This time, the situation is markedly different. Through their continued attempts, they have finally recognized that these changes seem to manifest within their minds. I share this sentiment, at the very least. We should not overthink. It should inherently possess such characteristics. From the available information, we can roughly ascertain which athlete is the true champion. Subsequently, they modified the machine, completing the task swiftly. Upon activation, everyone was transported to the inverse dimension, where they encountered Giratina. Do you remember me, Giratina? When I accompanied Ash? It was during that time that you experienced a shared encounter with him. Giratina was taken aback and swiftly approached, greeting him in a peculiar manner. Indeed, the world we inhabit is undergoing transformation. If all goes as anticipated, a battle must be unfolding between Dialga and Palkia, and something significant must have occurred with the creator. Chapter 53. The inversion of reality. At that moment, the voice of Geratula abruptly ceased. Behold, we have found our battleground, and the circumstances are evident to all. However, to grasp the essence of this situation, one must delve deeper. Otherwise, our predicament may deteriorate significantly. Although they perceive their choice as utterly absurd, they also sense that this particular decision may not hold the gravitas they initially believed. Their choices are indeed pivotal, for in moments of confusion, they gradually come to realize that the very thoughts they entertain can precipitate alterations in their circumstances. Perhaps it is the current state of affairs that permits silence while pondering such matters. From the present vantage point, they can discern which side has excelled. This may reveal the true nature of a person, rendering past events inconsequential. Perhaps this constitutes a prerequisite. They find the current scenario utterly unfathomable, compelling them to seek an appropriate solution. I propose we involve Xiaoji. Without his participation, he cannot contribute meaningfully. Otherwise, they would not be contemplating this. As it is imperative they proceed in this manner. Everyone understands that this matter is solely within their purview, with seemingly no alternative options available. Now is not the time for contemplation. I comprehend what this conclusion signifies. Though it appears straightforward, all are acutely aware that certain elements remain elusive, thus rendering their stance less than ideal. My sole concern at present is that should the circumstances we are currently employing undergo significant change, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Are you prepared? While similar experiences have occurred in the past, there is no need for deep inquiry, as everyone recognizes the importance of those experiences. Despite the uncertainty surrounding what transpired, all acknowledge the dire nature of the current situation. Thus, unraveling the intricacies of this matter will require time. Undoubtedly, these issues are potentialities. I trust everyone has come to realize that this time, we must execute our actions with utmost excellence. There is no need for me to elaborate further, as few possess the capability to achieve this. This constitutes the primary dilemma, given his current strength. While he cannot guarantee absolute certainty, neither can he ensure total failure. We must return swiftly. Lingering here would yield unimaginable repercussions. Hence, the present situation stands as such. From an initial perspective, their actions are beyond verbal description. Therefore, the forthcoming decisions rest solely with you. When everyone reconvenes, clarity will emerge. Consequently, this predicament is resolvable. Under such pressure, certain matters become convoluted. Yet now, they are beginning to comprehend that this issue is not as straightforward as it seems. In fact, given the current circumstances, some aspects appear insurmountable. Thus, the burdens each individual bears are, in truth, monumental. I believe a question must be posed at this juncture. Consequently, everyone is striving to attain their desires, unaware of who among them might excel. You need not fret over this issue for the time being. If one individual can lead, we can progress step by step. Our task being to persevere. Given the existing conditions, everything is subject to change. All comprehend that what they acknowledge is of utmost importance. They initially believed this was the current state, but once they step into this world, they will immediately identify the relevant issues. More crucially, this situation will guide them back to their original state. At this moment, their perspective has ascended to a higher echelon. Thus, such circumstances will naturally arise during this process. This issue need not occupy our thoughts for now, as past events can be elucidated. However, should adverse outcomes arise, even if we manage to control them, the repercussions could remain unpredictable. Therefore, the quest for a solution rests solely upon them. I seek but a more effective approach. As long as it proves viable, success will be within reach. With this premise established, all gradually recognize its significance. Thus, I have come to understand that this is indeed the optimal method. Conducting all affairs according to one's inclinations is the best course. Even so, they can articulate their demands with clarity. Hence, the rules have been established. Everyone understands that to fulfill the task, seizing the opportunity is imperative. I suspect that during this time, prior events may find reasonable explanations. However, now that we possess a point of entry, all can be clarified. Past occurrences will have corresponding responses, yet presently, the ramifications of these events will manifest as immense losses. Very well, let us hasten to the clock tower. Olakian should be able to assist. Though Olakian is merely a name of a melody, its significance is widely understood. However, most researchers comprehend that such a hard drive can be restored to its original state. I believe we should not overthink. If we can truly endure, resolution will follow. Indeed, they are quite anxious, for should any issues arise, their fates will be dire. This is the melody. Everyone understands that in numerous instances, this tactic is required to resolve issues. Yet, Darkrai is acutely aware that the current situation is distinctly different from the past, particularly when that rift reemerges. Previously, these two sprites clashed without recognition of one another. However, this time feels different. Rather than engaging directly, they exhibit a peculiar tone, as if soliciting assistance. Indeed, by conventional logic, they would refrain from aggression. Although no one knows yet, the consequences of both perishing would be frightful. As the mysterious artifact descended, the first instinct was to gaze upon the grand clock. Xiaoji and others descended from above, and indeed, they beheld numerous terrifying sights. Chapter 54. Growing stronger, these two little spirits, although they had not encountered Feng Xinyan, found themselves in a predicament. However, upon witnessing Darkray's resolute decision to accompany Feng Xinyan and his companions, they decided to withhold their objections. Yet, these two beings were unable to communicate, and at that moment, the professor, who was reversing time, also arrived. Most notably, Giratina was present as well. "I can assist with your translation," Zhang Heng stated solemnly, clearly indicating that a significant event was unfolding. Hey, shouldn't those two little spirits be clashing fiercely here? Yet, they refrained from engaging in battle, merely acknowledging each other's existence. Thus, I must caution everyone that, given the current circumstances, we are unable to exert control, one of the spirits remarked. What do you think? We are equally bewildered. The last time such an occurrence took place, it was related to that stone, which led to Arceus's wrath due to deception. However, it seems that this is a manifestation of a new ability. If we do not resolve this matter, things will only spiral further out of control. Of course, in the face of such reality, these concerns seemed superfluous. All agreed, yet they also expressed that this was not the crux of the issue. Do not worry. I am well aware of the situation. Since I have made my decision, I shall ensure that this does not culminate in tragedy. This extraordinary individual, aside from Ash, was yet another successor. Very well, but what about Ash? Giratina inquired at this juncture. At that moment, several enigmatic treasures emerged. Are they not from the vicinity? First came Groudon, and most astonishingly, he had also arrived. This pool cannot entirely withstand the force of his fangs, yet it is sufficient. You have come too, Manaphy. He continued. This Manaphy was a princess of the ocean. We dare not, but we understand that this task must be undertaken by us. The mysterious creature, unmistakably, was the colossal dragon they had previously encountered, Rayquaza. I am Lugia. I am who I am. Now, unexpectedly, even the legendary birds had made their appearance. Everyone, pay close attention. I have grasped the general trajectory of this situation. If I am not mistaken, we are about to confront the most formidable spirit in existence, known as Arceus. Fortunately, I have taken all the stones, which implies that if we endeavor together, those issues will be resolved with ease. Despite numerous questions that could not be answered in one breath, since she had prepared herself adequately, there was no need to address her inquiries further. I understand. And I shall do my utmost to ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Although many opportunities lie before us, seizing them requires a more refined approach. I have come to comprehend the unfolding events, yet one certainty remains. We shall encounter no issues. You need not worry. This may be the best plan at present, yet it demands an even better strategy. It appears that the pressures are evident. Only those who have endured the passage of time are likely to survive. These concerns are now trivial. I believe we have regained control of the situation. Perhaps this is the most pressing issue at hand, yet to seize this opportunity, we must unite in effort. Nonetheless, this decision remains commendable. Everything conceivable has been corroborated. Since any one of us possesses a superior alternative, it signifies that we all have choices. Thus, the timing is particularly crucial. After all, no one has yet deciphered the key elements involved. Whichever side, A prudent choice must be made. Therefore, we shall proceed in this manner. As long as we accomplish our goal, joy shall follow. The next steps are to be determined by each individual, and this influence will usher in a new realm of possibility. After reflection, this is the course. The sword and shield will no longer intervene, for I have gathered everything in hand. This time, only he alone could carry all 6 little spirits within him. Xiaoji understood the gravity of the situation. In recent days, he had diligently trained, achieving the highest efficiency, and his level had reached new heights. Bro, long time no see. That explains it. The champions from various regions have gathered, with the pivotal Ash among them. I must say, our affairs have lost their significance. Do you not recall how those celestial beings were still able to remember this place? Almost everyone at the clock tower was on the brink of demise. Yet you stood forth. Xiaoji realized that matters had grown more complex than he had anticipated. Our family will swiftly devise an appropriate method to address this issue. As you can see, I am Sasuke, but those I care for are all present. I do not comprehend how our family has suddenly arrived here. So I implore all ninjas to evacuate swiftly. I am certain an intense battle is imminent. In truth, within this vast and boundless world, changes had indeed transpired. Given the current circumstances, this situation should be discernible. At this juncture, no one would discuss the next steps, for the opportunities ahead are exceedingly scarce. All recognize this as the optimal moment. Although there have been significant changes in the game, seizing this opportunity is not as effortless as one might imagine. It requires more than one might expect. He initially believed this matter would not warrant excessive concern, yet it now appeared far more dire than anticipated. This may well be the best opportunity. Based on my experience, our mission will soon be unveiled. Due to the recent upheavals, many are understandably anxious. After all, such tragic circumstances could adversely affect everyone involved. Let us not dwell on that. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain, yet my obligation is to strive with all my might. Everyone comprehends that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very well, I shall refrain from elaborating further on this request. Perhaps I can articulate it more clearly. At this stage, while previous events have had negative repercussions, they also indicate that this matter can gradually revert to its original state. Chapter 55. World of Warcraft. Perhaps this crucial trait is merely a simple one, yet it has the power to compel us to undertake actions we find unacceptable. In such instances, while the occurrences may be exceedingly rare, it is precisely this rarity that gives rise to such situations. I surmise they are aware of little beyond this. However, to glean further insights, one must delve deeper. Regardless of who or what is involved, it is imperative that the attention of all is captured. Moreover, the current circumstances echo this sentiment, as once the time comes, past matters need not be revisited. This is precisely the scenario I currently anticipate. Everyone comprehends that the forms we possess have undergone significant transformation, indicating that we need not harbor concerns for the time being. In truth, this represents a commendable request. All can afford to relax, focusing solely on their respective duties. During the period of their regrouping, a tremor resonated from the center of the cosmos. Arceus once again opened his mouth and closed his eyes. It is indeed perplexing. Notably, this Arceus differs from the previous one, who was vanquished by Deimos. However, that was a female. Truth be told, such emotions could have been attained, yet no one anticipated this turn of events. They have utterly destroyed my stone and attempted to deceive my husband. I cannot fathom how they exhibit their integrity, although the finest scene has yet to unfold. He understands he must persevere. These individuals consistently engage in malevolent deeds behind the scenes, and I shall ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. At this moment, a sense of unease permeated the air. The first to manifest was none other than Palkia. The translation was once again ready. I sensed a unique vibration. It appears that the Beast King is approaching, and we must prepare ourselves mentally, for failure to do so may lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, he recognizes that this timing is crucial for him, warranting no further elaboration. As he is aware that this moment of control represents the finest endeavor he has undertaken thus far. Yes, I believe I understand now. As for the outcome, it is needless to elaborate, for what I know is an extraordinary phenomenon. Regardless of who or what has transpired, the results diverge from their previous expectations. Thus, should we not promptly assemble our forces and prepare for battle? Initially, Fong Xingyin can affirm that Arceus, too, is a colossal creature, allowing him to draw the conclusions he seeks. Given the current state of affairs, since you have acquired all the tablets, you are now our guide. Xiaoji, upon hearing of his fear of Lucia, felt a twinge of anxiety, as his plans had not unfolded as intended. Fear not. Your situation is entirely distinct from mine. I am unable to awaken Arceus from his slumber, but since you possess this gem, there is little to fear. In truth, Arceus's invulnerability stems from the vitality within him, while the gem grants immunity to all injuries. However, remaining here poses considerable complications. Nevertheless, we cannot slay Arceus, should either of these mysterious treasures be destroyed. Unforeseen calamities would ensue. Moreover, we are confident in obtaining his acknowledgement, which is precisely what we currently require. Dialga is acutely aware that this matter cannot be delayed further, lest we encounter additional troubles. You are the future for us all. We are cognizant of what you have stated. Promise me that you shall not falter in any regard, for if you do, we shall all perish. Do you comprehend? At that moment, a vision suddenly flashed through Gu Jun's mind. I am prepared, yet this does not guarantee my success. One must devise their own means to seize the opportunities that lie ahead. What we can do is join forces with you to vanquish that little sprite. Thus, I must summon the second Arceus. Only through our combined strength can we draw him back from the abyss. Xiaoji also comprehends that he must play a significant role at this juncture, lest all his efforts prove futile. Very well, I shall lead you. Selena is deeply concerned, as she is acutely aware that should she be suspected, trouble would ensue. Both sides are poised for battle, and at this moment, Xiaoji is the first to enter the sacred temple. Lord Arceus, awaken swiftly. How did we come to know each other over a decade ago? This matter was previously unknown to us, yet we now find ourselves at a critical juncture. Due to the immense changes that have transpired, discomfort has intensified. Here it comes, a response echoed. In that instant, Arceus and Apos' form abruptly vanished, only to reappear before all, radiating brilliance. His entire being was a vivid crimson, adorned with azure patterns unlike any previously witnessed. Leave this place, or remain here, he declared. Damn those humans. Yet, no one anticipated that upon making a move, they would be shattered by an icy beam. Arceus, I must caution you that these stones are in my possession. You cannot reclaim them at will. You must understand that these stones are remnants of your destruction of our realm. How did these individuals manage this? I am uncertain. However, if you wish to take them, you must pledge not to bring further calamity upon us. Xiaoji forcefully pinned Latina down. Do you think I would divulge my intentions to you? You believe you can triumph over me? I am eager to witness your true capabilities. Upon seeing that radiant figure, Arceus was momentarily taken aback. Why is he by your side? Freeze ray, unleash another. Another frigid ray was cast, and the sprites promptly assumed defensive stances. Yet reality proved far less favorable than anticipated. At this juncture, Arceus transformed, evidently prepared for a final stand. It was originally mine. I coveted it because of you. But how did you come to possess it? Having learned from our previous encounters, we assumed a more prudent approach this time, initially believing we could return that stone, only to find you acting first. Go seek out what you require, was the suggestion offered. Chapter 56. The Tale of the Jade and the Dragon upon removing the jade. The once restless treasure transitioned from its initial agitation to a serene tranquility, shedding its previous chaos, even the rhythm of its breath quickening. Do you truly intend to return it? Is that even a question? What purpose does knowing so much serve? However, if I were to mention that we too possess such matters, would that displease you? As time progressed, we acquired two such artifacts, one original, the other a replica. Arceus was taken aback. He had never anticipated that such power could be replicated. It seems this world is indeed unfathomable. Fear not, the current outcome is pivotal. We can offer essential support. Then, another Arceus materialized. At last, I see you, my friend. After a decade-long promise, it has been fulfilled once more. It appears my wife has received what she desired. I warned you before, do not harm us. They are not as malevolent as you might think. Just then, a mysterious egg suddenly appeared. This is our child, though it has yet to fully emerge from its shell. Henceforth, this world shall witness the birth of another Arceus, and you shall be its master. Finally, the long-sought creator had attained the necessary assurance, heralding the arrival of a guardian goddess in this realm. The unfolding scene astounded them, immediately elevating Xiao Ji to the status of a king. No need for that. I am but an ordinary person. Thus, all matters came to rest. At this moment, Sasuke remained blissfully unaware that their performance had been commendable. Howrin nodded. That should suffice. Let's return swiftly. In truth, he had recognized that this mission was inextricably linked to him. However, a more significant challenge lay before them, and they could not afford to dwell on it any longer. Do not worry. Return to your realm quickly. Otherwise, this chaos will only escalate. Yet, this was not their primary concern. The crucial point was that if the Hokage and ninjas were present, other ninjas could easily emerge, complicating matters further. It was then they realized their digital technology had advanced to a remarkably intricate level. What is happening? Although many issues were beyond his capacity to address, he could only conclude that no further problems should arise at this stage. Under these circumstances, we can derive appropriate conclusions. Any individual, when faced with this dilemma, would provide two responses. This indicated that they had finally grasped the situation, and these elements were indeed paramount. I believe we must refrain from discussing this further, for we all understand that to resolve this matter once and for all, we must be adequately prepared. We now possess a superior solution. Although past occurrences have developed favorably, it does not imply that opportunities will cease to exist, as such possibilities are likely to persist. Moreover, the answers to these foundational matters have become a different story in the minds of Feng Xinyin and his companions. We must clarify the situation, at the very least. We require a better entry point. Otherwise, all our current efforts may alter the original state, leading to adverse consequences. This seems to be the sole rationale. Perhaps, prior to fully comprehending the matter, it was as such. Thereafter, everyone would gradually become different. Regardless, I am beginning to understand, if that is the case. There should not be significant issues. However, the items we wish to obtain remain elusive. This is the most pressing concern at present. All of this is quite simple. Consequently, our circumstances seem relatively favorable, or perhaps we have devised a better solution. Despite some elements being challenging to comprehend, grasping this point necessitates that everyone pays a price. I believe we should momentarily set aside our thoughts. Once we can achieve this, we may pursue other endeavors. Otherwise, even with confidence, we shall be hindered by previous occurrences. This issue is rare, as everyone is well aware of its nature. However, I still harbor concerns. Our choices, in a certain sense, have yielded some effect. Yet if we fail to achieve this, subsequent matters will become arduous. Xiao Ji's gaze immediately fell upon the group. Consider this. The universe of the spirit child was originally ours, yet it stands as a unique case. How could it possibly overlap with our universe? Xiao Ji found himself momentarily speechless. I worry about Rukia. While I understand you command a realm, I doubt you can elucidate this to her, can you? It is all too peculiar. They were acutely aware that should more events transpire, it would spell disaster for them. Now, ponder carefully, how potent is our elemental force? I can affirm that this matter is not of paramount importance. However, achieving this requires the collective effort of us all. In other words, whomever completes this task will face serious consequences. Hence, without a clear understanding of this task, no one would act recklessly. Although many often feel incapable, it is not that everyone believes themselves unable. Rather, it is a matter of personal limitation. This is the most vexing aspect. Once reality substantiates this notion, Rod will only confront one matter. They gradually became aware that their past was not an easy affair. Perhaps they could not fully comprehend why this situation arose. Yet they possessed sufficient confidence to rely solely on themselves. What we can achieve will greatly impact us. However, this does not equate to our capability to accomplish it. Once all undergoes transformation, only they shall remain. Another revelation came to light. I finally discerned its nature, but to truly understand its essence remains a distant goal. At this moment, Selena gradually regained her composure. Chapter 57 repeats itself. A spark of inspiration struck Ash as he recalled his first visit here, where he encountered a couple discussing that Misty was engaged in some peculiar activities. Wait, it dawned on him. Wasn't he this under the jurisdiction of Green? Despite their sense of helplessness, they were determined to unravel the mystery of what transpired. He was responsible for the enigmatic baby, and Misty's situation held little significance for them. Thus, it became imperative to identify the crux of the issue. Only then could they collaborate to resolve all matters. While the future remained uncertain, they could only rely on their own strength. Given the current circumstances, if it were merely that simple, hope was not entirely lost. Yet they had already traversed a considerable distance. Hence, regardless of who proposed such demands, it was nothing short of fantastical. Therefore, let us not overthink for now. At least there remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the forthcoming challenges would only intensify. Presently, with layers of preparation laid out, the repercussions of this event finally revealed effects previously unimaginable to all. Furthermore, more individuals began to realize that perhaps the issues they faced thus far were indeed the very challenges they confronted. I believe we should not dwell too much on this. As long as we are willing, we can achieve it. Consequently, everyone will eventually exert their utmost influence as time progresses. I am also confident that in the days ahead, more individuals will provide additional support. This is our personal capability. A group sped toward the direction of Hualan City. How did you suddenly become a doctor? When I saw the woman wearing glasses, her mood shifted dramatically. Can't you do this every day? My 3 sisters have already returned home, so I can have them manage the ocean park for me. However, I don't intend to continue as a coach, so I've decided to hand over all the rewards to them. At that moment, Misty pulled something from her pocket. This is the information I've gathered. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it, but I understand that remaining here is detrimental for everyone. Now, as they began discussing this topic, many might express dissent. Yet all recognized that this subject held significant meaning. Are you suggesting we take our time? Ash remained somewhat apprehensive. I wonder if everyone is aware of another realm called the digital world. For some reason, upon hearing this, Ash felt a headache coming on. This was something he had known since childhood. If 2 realms were to emerge simultaneously, not only could they bring Ash back, but they might also reunite with Tai Chi and the others. However, they were still unfamiliar with it. It was said to possess its own unique system. Should they successfully integrate it into their universe, their cosmos would transform into a colossal planet. In other words, when 2 distinct spaces merge, the only question is which space will assume leadership. Wait, may I ask something? A flash of inspiration struck Ash and Appo's mind. What about my invitation? Misty took the invitation and gazed at it seriously. It seemed the world they inhabited had undergone a seismic transformation. There must be an invisible hand connecting them to another realm, though its identity remained a mystery. Misty refrained from saying much more. She understood that any misstep could lead to calamity. This is all I know. Without proper preparation, even if it were to happen again, I wouldn't say much. Thus, at this stage, while the influence of past lives is challenging to articulate, it remains crucial. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Let us observe the unfolding events. Past occurrences indeed seem perplexing. Thus, everyone must adapt their actions to the circumstances at hand. Your invitation is essentially a project we are currently undertaking. As long as we can connect the 2 realms, there is a high likelihood you will return to your original space. Ash appeared bewildered. I trust you understand that your journey here is entirely your own doing. You've performed numerous good deeds in this place, and you must return, correct? This notion seemed harsh. Yet no one could alter it, for it was an undeniable truth. This is the only balance I can conceive. Remaining here would only compound your troubles, as everyone harbors their own adversaries. You may be the most powerful man in the world, but your challenges are indeed numerous. Just then, Brock entered. Indeed. The critical factor is your decision. I have made contact with Alice from the Dragon Clan, he stated. What? Ash looked utterly bewildered. Alice is a sorceress of the Dragon Clan? Isn't that obvious? She has even become the champion of their latest tournament. He had never imagined that the young girl he once knew would emerge as such a formidable victor. Clearly, this incident had generated an unprecedented response. I have grasped this. However, what we can accomplish may be limited. yet perhaps we can still succeed. Finally, Ash found a moment of peace. He felt somewhat unwell due to the recent events that had unsettled him. However, just as he managed to doze off, an unfamiliar email suddenly arrived. Who is it? He glanced over and saw a message written in Chinese. What is going on? Although no one understood the precise meaning of the phrase, its essence conveyed a plea for assistance to save their world. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, resulting in unforeseen harm. Upon seeing the signature, he was taken aback. The name Taichi Yagami was unmistakably present. Why is he here? Clearly, this was genuine. The sender must possess a unique perspective. First and foremost, each of them had changed significantly. In truth, he remained unaware of the underlying circumstances, but upon receiving this email, he sensed something amiss. As he approached, he noticed Ash had also received an identical gift. It seems that that's the case. Chapter 58, a plea for help as an impending series of tragic events looms. The necessity of further discussion on this topic dissipates. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that the implications represented by this subject warrant no further deliberation. Perhaps our actions are the most crucial step forward. However, no matter the course we choose, adverse consequences will inevitably ensue, severely limiting our judgments. Everyone recognizes that this is a commendable option, and should we manage to resolve all issues, the path ahead would require no further elaboration. Thus, it is imperative that we contemplate how to address this matter. Speaking from personal experience, I find myself in a position where I need not toil, yet remain oblivious to the fact that I am being observed. What is to be done? The speaker exhibits remarkable wisdom. As the rationale is straightforward, this dilemma is exceedingly intricate. What course of action can be taken? In such pivotal moments, failing to act could yield predictable repercussions. Given that such circumstances will adversely affect oneself, it is clear that everyone has substantial reasons for their feelings, leading to varied perceptions among individuals. Consequently, the eventual outcomes remain uncertain, which is indeed astonishing. In these circumstances, past events can have deleterious effects on us. Yet as time progresses, we discover that these consequences need not be elaborated upon. In this context, all factors gradually reveal themselves, and this remains the sole feasible action. Therefore, I shall venture into that world over there. Under the current circumstances, few can ponder the ramifications of past experiences, but should everyone comprehend the situation, the future would require no further discussion, potentially leading to negative outcomes as well. Thus, regardless of who one is, a corresponding criterion for judgment exists. However, the most critical element is that this is indeed a fact. Consequently, he resolved to observe the unfolding events, for the situation remains unchanged. Lin Fan contemplated extensively and concluded that this was the optimal course of action, as it was the only solution he could conceive. Perhaps the implications of this outcome are challenging to grasp, yet from this perspective, it appears that the situation may be somewhat exaggerated. While certain phenomena are rare, fully understanding one's relatives is not an easy task. However, subsequent demands are not as straightforward. It is clear to all that the current situation holds paramount importance for others. Yet, presently, the significance of the answer to this question remains ambiguous. Given this, I too shall take a look. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as the tone of this email was distinctly unsettling. If it were indeed as depicted in animations, his troubles would escalate significantly. All of this is intricately interconnected. In other words, employing this method renders it challenging to discern the true nature of reality. Initially, he deemed it vital to possess such traits. However, it now appears that these attributes merely serve to refine oneself. He mused that perhaps this is the best outcome. Yet, awakening to such a letter in the morning felt inherently amiss. He glanced at the clock, realizing that in less than 5 minutes, he had pondered for an extensive duration. Well, I need not engage in excessive conversation with him, if that were the case. Let us first assess the situation, as long as I comprehend it. That suffices. Although such instances are infrequent, this issue may indeed represent a significant dilemma, for it is undeniably critical, and Fong Sunyan remains uncertain of their intentions. Do not dwell on it too much. We still have ample time. Otherwise, such a choice would not have been made. Guillemot decided to stow the letter away on his computer before resolving to depart. However, Prior to that, it would be prudent to cleanse himself thoroughly. After roughly 30 minutes, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off. This time, their destination is the research center. Let us proceed. Upon arriving at the location, Lindley realized that matters had grown increasingly complex. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation, yet none could act, as the consequences were far too severe. I believe we should refrain from contemplating this issue, as it may very well be pivotal. Upon entering the laboratory, they encountered a completely different scene. For Xiao Xia had long prepared herself for this. Now, having conducted an experiment here, I am uncertain of its outcome. Yet I can assure you it shall undoubtedly be the finest. Therefore, irrespective of the results, their hearts brimmed with unease. Regardless, these new developments are not easily grasped. Undoubtedly, this is a rare opportunity to ponder such matters. Given the connection between the two realms, perhaps we might glean something valuable from both. In times such as these, there may be challenges. However, since we have some assurance, it is prudent to clarify matters. My dilemma is exceedingly difficult to resolve. Consider this. If we proceed in this manner, who would dare to follow our reckless path? This is the crux of the matter. For everyone is acutely aware that if it were so simple, numerous complications would surely arise in the future. Most importantly, why did Taichi Yagami contact us? Their digital pets possess skills far superior to ours. It must be acknowledged that, in this regard, the abilities of the spirit babies are indeed lacking compared to those of the digital babies, unless they possess particularly formidable skills. Furthermore, they can ascend to their ultimate forms during battle, while we must engage in contracts and purify sustenance before achieving such a transformation. Are we not capable of utilizing extreme manifestation or Z techniques? These are the new insights within his grasp. The issue lies in our inability to control this energy. Should complications arise, our fate could be dire. We cannot carry them indefinitely. Are not the royal cavalry present as well? Reflect on it. Do not these magical beasts behave in this manner? No one anticipated that Xiao Xia's studies would reach such a level. You are even familiar with Omnimon. Moreover, I am acutely aware that, thus far, Taichi Yagami does not possess any digital pets. Chapter 59. If that is the case, though his dragon has vanished, it is conceivable that it may have been destroyed by others. Nevertheless, their bond remains intimate. Who can truly know? Xiaoxia finds herself perplexed, yet she comprehends that, under such circumstances, achieving the utmost is an impossibility. Thus, I propose we refrain from dwelling on such matters for the time being. Once we attain success, we shall revisit the conversation. Consequently, the most pressing issue has been cast aside. Although no one can predict what will transpire next, a decision has been made, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Given the current situation, once this strategy is enacted, the consequences are all too evident. In summary, I personally believe this question is challenging to address, but only by mastering it can our strength witness significant enhancement. It can be asserted that reaching this juncture is paramount. Regardless of one and Oppo's nature, the impact will be profound. Well, since we have arrived at this point, we shall observe the unfolding events. With everyone already aware, further discourse is redundant. When the real world undergoes transformation, he senses an intuition. The misunderstandings are remarkably few. However, one certainty is that we can identify opportune moments, rather than blindly pursuing sweeping changes as in the past. Regardless of who it may be, an air of charisma graces each individual's visage. This is simply who they are. Very well, let us take a look. Suddenly, the pre-established link instantaneously bridged the two realms, and Taichi Yagami materialized. Why only you? Xiaoji remarked. At long last, we meet again. You are aware that I am no longer the person I once was. My dragon has also transformed. Our past grievances feel as though they will never converge again. The dragon in my grasp will not undergo further change. Taichi and Oppo's expression soured considerably. I have heard whispers regarding the divine plan, and purportedly, a relative methodology has emerged, though its veracity is uncertain. If feasible, could you leverage your world to assist me with certain matters? I speak of our world still being in turmoil, as nefarious organizations seek to ally or oppose us. At this juncture, the digital babies game has reached a certain pinnacle, yet this Sprite-S game diverges significantly. It is indeed enviable to live such a life alongside one's own sprite. I am aware that here, much like in this very moment, you need not fret excessively. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, the optimal course of action is to address this matter. Anyone could possess substantial potential. This is the crux of the matter. Whatever demands the counterpart presents, one must respond promptly. My heavens! Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The moment the two commenced their dialogue, a significant difference emerged. Han Sun regarded Han Sun intently. Xiao Ji understood that such a scenario would inflict irreparable harm upon him. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that, having reached this stage, no one comprehends the underlying reasons. This is the most terrifying aspect. Perhaps, under present circumstances, past occurrences will yield vastly different outcomes. I believe this is the most prudent choice. However, regardless of what you select, as long as you truly make a decision, the finest results will follow. According to current observations, certain phenomena are indeed rare. Yet, resolving them through conventional means proves challenging. Nonetheless, I am also cognizant that they may pursue alternative endeavors, as our generation has largely retired, and there is little more to say about the remaining one. Is our school not commendable? Moreover, this time, the Crimson Lotus Cavalry is exceptionally formidable. Are you to inform me about the 10 warriors? Regarding this, Taichi Yagami is well aware, yet he understands that he must prepare himself mentally for this occasion. Were it not for me, I would not have come. However, since we extricated ourselves from the divine plan, everything has changed. The first event was the disappearance of that enigmatic elder. Taichi is certain that he began as an old man, only to later appear as a youth. Hence, we aspire to return to the realm of digital babies. I hope to reclaim our former digital babies, for the current world is far from tranquil. Furthermore, Photon Lang has indicated that this matter is not as simple as one might presume. At present, this issue is most troubling. Failing to address it adequately will lead to further complications. To be candid, we too are incredulous, as we only recently resolved matters concerning Arceus. Xiaoji remains unaware of the unfolding events. However, the amalgamation of these two realms is no simple feat. If that is the case, then let it be. As long as we are willing, there is nothing to fear. I firmly believe we shall prevail. Regardless of which side it is, various issues will invariably arise. This is a truth that cannot be overlooked by anyone. Yet now, he must proceed, or the consequences would be dire. This is likely their foremost concern. Only now do they realize that the truth of this narrative is not quite so simplistic. I suggest we momentarily set aside this issue, for it is rather elementary, and I am uncertain how to respond. While some possibilities may arise, he comprehends that, under these conditions, no one can effectuate change. This is the most astonishing reality. Thus, he requires a more opportune moment to fully grasp the origins and ramifications of this situation. Alternatively, accompany me to my domain. Should you wish, it is entirely possible. I have traversed this place before, yet I do not belong here. I entered during that era, hence the current predicament. Xiaoxia shares this sentiment, noting that an influx of players has arrived here via the game, thus increasing the population. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia sighed, acknowledging the truth in the statement. She is indeed greatly affected at present. I have exerted considerable effort, yet every time I contemplate this place, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfs me. Gradually, I have come to recognize that this may be a technology previously unseen. Despite the rarity of many elements, discerning their nature remains an arduous task. If that is the case, do not dwell too much on it. Have you experienced something similar before? Taichi Yagami could not articulate a coherent response. Yet if he could genuinely feel it, there would be no need for further cleansing. Chapter 60. Restoration to original state. The sole issue lies in the disparity of flow between this world and our own, rendering this realm distinctly unique. Attempting to merge the flow of this world with ours will only exacerbate existing dilemmas. This implies that the pet baby has yet to enter the tangible space, while the digital baby has traversed it multiple times. The situation appears rather precarious. It is said that this misunderstanding has led it to believe that we, as untamed beings, ought to be eradicated. Fortunately, it has come to its senses just in time. Otherwise, we would have met our demise long ago. Xiaoji approached the great deity Yagami directly. Very well, irrespective of circumstances, you must summon your team. I have heard that, aside from your own squad, you are likely to call upon another. We must gather them all, and it may require the entirety of the realm, such as Tade Aquan Mimi. Do not divulge this to me. I am already aware of everything transpiring here, and some films have been recorded, which we have all seen. However, this time is different. They must depart swiftly lest they confront greater troubles. Having spoken, Yagami Taichi was the first to leave, indicating the gravity of the matter. I have resolved to return to the real space, yet I intend to take my pets with me. That is out of the question. It is one thing if others are aware, but should your little Pikachu be discovered, what then? His gaze fell upon the Pikachu's head. Pikachu, heed my words. Once you return, conceal yourself diligently, for if my parents learn of you, the consequences would be dire. Most importantly, everyone comprehends that any novel entity, upon discovery, will incite a significant uproar. On such a day, even with ample power, one could still face monumental threats. Due to the urgency of the situation, Xiaoji intended to depart, but unexpectedly, Hytron appeared. Hold on to this. It is our means of communication. You may never return, and we must ensure both parties can stay connected, understood? He then promptly returned to his reality, where he picked up his gaming console only to find it identical to the previous one. The only distinction was that his small ball was genuine, while the Pikachu nearby was bouncing playfully. Perhaps I shall venture abroad. He was perplexed by the unfolding events, yet he realized that persisting in this manner would only complicate matters further. The current circumstances were bound to provoke discontent among certain individuals, indicating that this matter was far from straightforward. Although he felt the pressure of various factors, he seldom allowed it to weigh heavily upon him. Given the previous circumstances, the ramifications of this situation were undoubtedly intricate. Perhaps this is the crux of the issue. Yet, any individual possesses the potential to make sound judgments. This might be their foremost concern, though they have no alternatives. We are left with no choice but to await clarity on the matter. I believe this is the only viable course of action, ensuring we do not face such embarrassment in the future, since this issue remains unresolved. Any actions taken will invariably yield varying degrees of adverse effects, which is their primary concern. I propose we refrain from contemplating this issue for now, as it is overly simplistic. Should complications arise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Initially, he deemed it straightforward, but as time progressed, he recognized the enormity of the changes that had transpired. He believed this was the best outcome and did not dwell on it, for his previous misdeeds could potentially have more significant repercussions. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. Regardless of who devised this remedy, its eventual manifestation would evoke unease. Yet, given such possibilities, the remedy's implications would become increasingly convoluted. The first step is to reflect deeply on this matter. Perhaps we must swiftly clarify our thoughts, otherwise, we will only find ourselves increasingly powerless. This is already the best outcome. To fully comprehend the situation, we must first ensure that no issues arise. This is the critical question. If he truly aims to fulfill all tasks, after enduring a series of upheavals, he may gradually release the pent-up anger within. In truth, the probability of this is substantial. I believe this may be the most prudent approach at present. Furthermore, any individual must reach a decision only after comprehending this fundamental aspect. Although past circumstances have always unfolded this way, the truth remains unknown. Perhaps this is the optimal outcome. I believe we must swiftly identify the pertinent issues, for in a certain sense, our position is likely under enemy control. However, everything transformed when they entered this world. After informing his parents, he left for abroad without hesitation. I cannot leave you here. I must bring you along. However, the radiation you emit is excessively high, and we may not even be able to board the plane. In truth, he understood precisely what he needed to do. You see, the little sprite I mentioned earlier passed through security without issue, yet you may encounter difficulties. What shall we do if you refuse to enter? This predicament is exceedingly peculiar. If not handled properly, further complications may arise. Just then, Hytron conveyed a message. Do not worry, I have conceived an appropriate solution. It pertains to those matters capable of instigating change. However, remember, it must only be applied to your own creatures. You cannot bestow it upon others. It must solely be enacted according to its unique abilities. With this device in hand, all issues were resolved, and they promptly purchased tickets, intending to travel abroad. Could it be that matters have deteriorated further, leaving us with no opportunities? If so, we must devise an escape route. Photon Lang felt helpless. The stark reality lay before them, yet no one could grasp the true nature of events. Xiaoji arranged everything meticulously and then proceeded to the airport. After passing through customs checks, indeed, he did not encounter the small mound. Pikachu, you possess great self-awareness, yet remember, whatever you are doing, it must be before we reach our designated location. Chapter 61. The foreboding of rebellion. Pikachu shook its ears in frustration. It was truly disheartened after an infrequent outing. It found itself confined within a backpack. Fortunately, a small gap had been opened, or it might have suffocated. I told you, you are the most obedient. However, do not forget that we are not here to idle away our time. You may go to see the company that created you, but I have little time to spare. As he approached another exit, Taichi Yagami received a phone call from Aguman, who was waiting for him. Currently, he worked as a journalist at a television station, inheriting his father's legacy, while his friend Yamato had yet to graduate. All right, let us leave now. Do you not recall the events from over a decade ago? In truth, the changes were not substantial. Yet, when he uttered this phrase, Xiaoji appeared bewildered. However, upon entering the bright and vibrant computer company, they noticed a stark contrast within. You have arrived. A familiar voice resonated. Photon Lang had been waiting in his room for quite some time. Although many things remained unclear, once everything was laid out before them, the atmosphere transformed into something delightful, and all felt that the topic at hand was indeed splendid. Logically, these questions did not require his immediate concern, for he had already made the necessary preparations. Therefore, regardless of who it was, one must maintain a certain mindset in such circumstances. This, indeed, was the most absurd issue at present. Regardless of who engaged in such actions, it would elicit negative reactions. However, if it truly were Yi Lingchen, then it would be exceedingly reckless. I believe we should not dwell on such matters any longer. At this moment, Photon Lang produced a prototype sample from his pocket. In truth, revealing this machine was not due to our ignorance, but rather, I sensed an exceedingly peculiar issue. At that moment, Photon Lang wore a look of utter confusion. As my investigation into this case progressed, I increasingly perceived a strange chain of events, though its true nature eluded me. To view the issue from a higher perspective, we could draw answers from past occurrences. Initially, I thought this was inextricably linked to us. However, I did not anticipate that after gradually adopting a computer-based antivirus method, I would discover that this antivirus program was ineffective. When I regained my senses, I found a multitude of electronic correspondences from younger generations. In recent days, anyone with digital pets seemed to be going somewhat mad. Such occurrences had also transpired within your magical pets. I recalled that during my time at State University, there was a doctor who developed this technology while he was striving. Yes, perhaps this device had been modified. We could not ascertain what had transpired, yet this did not imply anything definitive. I still remembered that we had slain a vampire, which did not substantiate this point. Indeed, ever since they eradicated that individual, the world had not known peace, and even the artifacts had seen new developments. I recalled that during that time, the little fairy seemed to be a mutant of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, she was Taichi Yagami's sister, and my brother and Appos. And Appos, Holy Light and Appos. Project became the second initiative, colloquially known as the Appos, Overlord Fighter, and Appos. Nevertheless, these events only occurred within the realm of digital pets. What connection did they have to my magical pet shop? Even now, Xiaoji had not noticed the exchanges taking place. This represented a form of interaction. It was said that in your world, there existed a captain of a rocket squad, known as Sakaki, correct? Indeed, that faction is quite mysterious. They have persistently sought to control these enigmatic treasures to achieve their own objectives. Yes, however, as Xiaoxi attained the title of world champion and became the master of magical pets, Boss Boo has grown increasingly aged. It is rumored he has been controlled by a fellow named Musashi and another named Kojiro. Xiaoxi appeared astonished. fully aware that the last encounter with this Bakuki had been entirely different from his memories. No, we all vividly remember how he arrived and fought us. That scene was etched clearly in Xiao Ji and Appo's mind. The figure you encountered, clad in black, is not the true black-clad individual. From the earliest stages, we altered it into another form, did you know? Just then, an image of a digital pet activation suddenly materialized. I recalled that map had been stolen, yet I had never located the 1P position, so I embarked on a global search, only to yield no results. However, upon discovering this device that allowed traversal, I recognized it differed from our previous equipment, thus it could be interpreted as a new form of cloning technology. Photon Lang's words effectively expanded their worldview. What do you mean by that? You must have heard of 3D printing technology. However, this is merely a fundamental technique. Without fully mastering this field, numerous challenges arise. Yet, I never anticipated they would employ this method to construct a biological generator, which was produced using digital means, akin to those organisms we had previously encountered. Following Photon Lang's elucidation, all questions were resolved, as contemporary technology had advanced significantly for today's Earth. This technology of mine is essentially designed to reunite our lost digital companions with us, merging our consciousness with them, so that one day in the future, we shall become one with our digital pets. Taichi Yagami found himself momentarily speechless. I had spoken to Gao Xiang for an extended period, yet I could not persuade him to cease, for this contradicted natural order. However, Photon Lang proclaimed that we all needed to win. Each individual yearned for their companions to return, unwilling to accept their permanent absence. This dilemma was challenging to address, but considering various practical situations, the potential consequences appeared negligible. Hence, I had refrained from such actions, fully aware that if something irreversible were to occur, even I would be powerless to intervene. Do you believe I would have such an opportunity? Most importantly, Taichi Yagami feared that the unveiling of this device would incite considerable turmoil, which was why he had withheld it. Chapter 62. The Birth of New Technology. One found myself persuaded to cease my efforts, yet there remained a handful of acquaintances, well acquainted with me, who were reluctant to allow my presence to linger in their minds. My situation was indeed disheartening. Without having firmly resolved my path, I became the unwitting victim of intellectual theft. Photon Lang was notably perturbed by this predicament, harboring a strong desire to unearth the shadowy figure behind the theft. Though he had never contemplated the means to do so, I pondered for an extended period, uncertain if my actions were justifiable. However, I recognized that failing to act would render me devoid of worth in the future. In making this choice, the events of the past would undeniably weigh heavily upon my decision, but more crucially, the potential ramifications of inaction were far too severe. This was the impetus behind my determination. Deep within, I believed myself to be the sole individual capable of accomplishing the task at hand. Photon Lang understood well that the resolution would not be easily attained. It was rumored that the stolen technology had been integrated into the realm of the sprite babies, exerting a significant influence therein. I surmised that Arceus must have perceived this development, prompting his return to our Earth. Wait, it had been quite some time since Arceus last made an appearance, and I had managed to uncover every clue available. Was this merely a matter of time zones? In other words, Einstein's theory of relativity had merely been distorted. While the facts were readily comprehensible, the accompanying pressures were equally understandable. It seemed I was beginning to grasp the complexities of your requests. They were not trivial undertakings, but rather intricate matters, were they not? No. What truly mattered was the magical essence. Should any mishap befall it, the consequences would be dire. As I had previously stated, I believed Dialga would also be present, and Arceus must have been transported to another realm in a moment of utmost peril. Thus, he contemplated deeply and resolved to awaken once more after many years in search of answers, leading to the vision of the lost stone. This was one of the reasons for my concern. If it were merely this, it would be manageable. Yet, should this technology be harnessed by the sprite babies, it would yield tremendous effects on three fronts. Most importantly, this numerical value had entered a new era, achieving unprecedented heights. You must be acutely aware of its potential. Once we acquired this number, any unwise figure would become ours to command. Taichi Yagami reflected on this matter, recalling that the Black Tower he had constructed was intended to shape this world. Consequently, his legions of magical beings were birthed within this realm. Now that I comprehended the unfolding events, my course of action was clear. I must first return to the realm of the sprite babies before proceeding onward, correct? I harbored some doubts, yet the might of the Rocket Brigade was undeniable. I was aware that after vanquishing foes from distant lands, the Rocket Legion had ascended to become a formidable force, making it impossible for anyone, including Ms. Junsha, to contend with them. What appeared deceptively simple was, in truth, easily grasped. This issue was gradually revealing itself, presenting a monumental challenge to all involved. Thus, I sought your assistance, convinced that only you could provide the necessary cover. I understood that this was the sole means to ensure absolute security. Given the current circumstances, one could prepare mentally in advance, regardless of who they were. Such actions would only lead to further complications. Therefore, we must embrace this notion and act swiftly. Otherwise, even the mere contemplation of our plan could lead to irrevocable consequences. In truth, he had been troubled by this issue, as it was exceedingly straightforward to resolve, yet no one was willing to address it. Then Mr. Light. A spark of inspiration flickered in Xiao Ji and Appo's mind. In consideration of Xiaoxia and Appo's diligent efforts to resolve the dilemma, why not allow them to accompany me back to Huaxia? After all, I had no other recourse. Rest assured, we can open the door here and then return home. There is no need for you to overthink it. Although he had yet to devise an immediate solution, his only option at that moment was to maintain a genial demeanor. It's all right. We exist in different time zones. Once I complete my tasks here, I shall remain by your side for a while. Thus, he needed to expedite the completion of his mission, otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the outcome. What stance would they adopt? This was my primary concern, yet I remained uncertain. In reality, they had embarked upon a new way of life. However, no matter who they were, the potential for irreparable outcomes loomed. Some matters remained elusive, yet if they bore fruit, their effects would gradually manifest. Otherwise, all efforts would be rendered valueless. Initially, he believed he had adequately prepared for the challenges ahead, but upon reflection, he recognized that, in a certain sense, these realities were indeed tangible, imposing considerable pressure. Perhaps such opportunities were rare for us, yet within our plans, this could be a viable approach. Despite numerous unresolved questions, their reliance had shifted dramatically from what it once was. I merely felt we should not overthink the situation, regardless of success or failure. We must seize the moment, otherwise, we would reap no rewards. This signified that both parties had gained a greater advantage. However, to uncover the reasons behind it, we required a more refined approach. Past events had indeed fostered misunderstandings, yet amidst this scenario, few were inclined to make such commitments. I did not believe we should harbor excessive hope regarding this matter, for its implications for our future would be considerable, yet devoid of significance for us. This much was abundantly clear. To preserve their final dignity, they must conceive a more effective strategy. Otherwise, they would be met with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Everyone recognized that as long as the plan had not succeeded, it would be subject to certain limitations, an outcome none wished to witness, regardless of who they were. We needed to discern the truth. Otherwise, we would all find ourselves in a precarious position. Chapter 63. Returning to the embrace of the fairies. This scenario seems utterly fantastical. To comprehend certain aspects, one must begin from the most fundamental realms. After much effort, I found myself back within the realm of the fairy children, arriving at Xiaoxia's laboratory. Professor Okido, what brings you here? I was taken aback to see Professor Okido appear under such circumstances, engaged in the mysterious world of Pokemon. My grandson insisted on visiting, and while I cannot be certain, I have a nagging feeling that matters are not as simple as they appear. Upon seeing Photon and his companions, Professor Okido had already formed a rough conjecture. You have muddled this system, Haven Tiu? As an educator, I must remain vigilant about your activities. Although Professor Okido was advanced in age, he recognized the urgency to depart from this situation. Otherwise, considerable trouble awaited in the future. Honestly, this apparatus is commendable, but I need to discuss something with you, Xiaoxia. Come with me. The first destination for Yuezhong and his party lay within that very area. My grandson is not permitted to come. Should he arrive, it would be problematic, and I believe Xiaoji is well aware of this. In truth, Xiaoji had long been waiting here, having previously vanquished an adversary alongside his companions. This experience led them to conclude that the ancient ruins should be sealed. Observing the current situation, people gradually came to realize that perhaps true strength was not as it seemed. However, possessing these methods could simplify future challenges. This was my primary concern. Given this, why not attempt it? Moreover, haven't we acquired our knowledge in such a manner? In that moment, Xiaoxia was also poised for action. I recall a theory from the past. There existed a peak, the very center of our era. It was due to those two methods that the new universe was formed, rendering our influence minuscule, and it was highly plausible that everything here might vanish into oblivion. At this thought, everyone felt a wave of anxiety, for the events that had transpired previously had led to misunderstandings, which was quite rare. Perhaps this was our current predicament. Yet we lacked the luxury of time to address these matters. Photon beheld the exquisite ruins for the first time, distinctly different from their own realm. Indeed, the world we inhabit still harbors many enigmas, such as the colossal pyramid and the mysteries of the Mayan civilization, which remain unsolved. Photon had reached a profound understanding of such phenomena, yet in this instance, he needed to seize something. Otherwise, his presence here would be rendered meaningless. I understood that we were uncertain of our next steps, but since we had arrived at this juncture, we must seize the opportunity. They had many thoughts swirling in their minds, yet they were aware that continuing in this manner would yield detrimental results. I vividly recalled past events. Yet this matter seemed far from simple. Xiaoji distinctly remembered the near catastrophe that had nearly befallen them, had it not been for his collaboration with the top team. The entire world might have faced annihilation. That instance was truly perilous. Should the time come, we might never return. Though I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my conjectures, I am certain that if we fail to act, our fate will be dire. Perhaps this is the central concern that now preoccupies them. Everyone understood that this incident must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, prior to that resolution, I found myself unable to trust anyone. Moreover, if my assumptions are correct, our current capabilities would not match theirs. Thus, although significant repercussions would ensue, a complete resolution would require time. Perhaps unforeseen changes would arise. Yet they were no longer inclined to entertain new complications. Regardless, for me, the paramount issue remains unchanged. As for whether anyone could offer a superior solution, I remain uncertain. At that moment, Yagami Taichi was engulfed in concern. The reason I brought you here is not for trivial matters, but because we face a grave predicament. Do you see it? This was his foremost concern. I suggest we refrain from overthinking. The pressing issue is not the present dilemma, but how to resolve it. I must emphasize that if we continue down this path, we all risk significant upheaval, potentially leading to the world and Apos' destruction. Therefore, regardless of who takes action, the impact would be profound, and not everyone would share this perspective. To be candid, each individual harbors their own thoughts, which is the best possible outcome. Nonetheless, such matters pale in comparison. Thus, regardless of who takes action, they will encounter substantial challenges. More critically, the circumstances they face are entirely different from before. Hence, I find myself troubled. If I could resolve all issues, I would naturally uncover the source of the problems, yet it appears far from straightforward. At that moment, Xiaoxia spoke up. I too have been observing the machine crafted by Photon King, yet I have merely examined the blueprints. I have not truly constructed it. Wait, you haven't taken my drawings, have you? No, I discovered them through a communication network within a guild. I was puzzled as to how such matters could suddenly emerge. Typically, such occurrences are rare. The world has become increasingly bizarre. No one knows what is transpiring. Yet one undeniable fact has dawned upon everyone. They find themselves ensnared in a strange loop. I am anxious. This is not a trivial matter. Through my investigations, I have realized that this creature could significantly impact the global environment. For instance, if there were only these instances for a year, it might be manageable. However, a cloning machine could lead to food shortages, even inciting individuals to turn against one another. What is truly alarming is that the digital beings have also acquired such weaponry. Should the digital beings create an army, we would find ourselves utterly powerless. As the two spoke, everyone became acutely aware of a terrifying reality. Are we to remain helpless, at their mercy? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 64. Unbelievable thus, the situation becomes even more astonishing. Should one fail to comprehend this, it is likely that all will suffer adverse effects. This is why I harbor a degree of concern. If it were merely a matter of completing the task at hand, I would undoubtedly possess the necessary methods. This denotes that regardless of who undertakes the task, new variables will emerge. And it is highly probable that everyone will come to an understanding. This is the outcome I currently desire most. We must seek our paths separately. There is no need to continue searching apart. Xiaoji regained his focus. The Light Wolf has provided us with a clue, indicating that the mastermind is neither of us, but rather the owner of the rocket, Haimu. Although he has since retreated, his subordinates, once deemed failures, have risen once more. I understand your desires. Thus, we should expedite our investigation, should we not? Yagami Taichi gradually comprehended that the present circumstances might indeed be the optimal approach. Let us proceed with separate endeavors. Baldy, you should endeavor to summon them into your digital pet world. It is paramount to ascertain the location of your replica and have Elder Swanee conduct experiments for you. Xiaoji was acutely aware of the tremendous cost he had incurred for this matter, yet its significance was paramount. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to a specific location. If we can arrive there, subsequent demands may no longer need to be addressed. In fact, the situation has already shifted. Otherwise, the circumstances they face would not have improved. Several nodded in agreement and hurriedly departed, leaving only the two of them behind. An incident has occurred, someone exclaimed, their complexion paling dramatically. After the others had left, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves. He was uncertain of the consequences of his actions, yet at this juncture, there was little to complain about. Should any errors arise, it would be disastrous. I am acutely aware of what is most vital to us. If we cannot resolve this matter once and for all, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Therefore, as the situation evolves, everyone understands that their responsibilities will increasingly weigh upon their shoulders. I find such occurrences to be remarkably rare. However, upon further reflection, if I cannot articulate the entirety of the situation, then the problems shall only magnify. The moment Lily appeared, she rushed over in a flurry. What is the matter? Are you aware? Yet now, he has returned. Upon hearing this news, everyone was aghast. They had never anticipated that the multicolored rocket would manifest here. Previously, an individual had emerged unexpectedly, clinching victory at the last moment, leading to a series of unforeseen events. I never anticipated that person would return. I felt on the verge of fainting. Could you lend me a hand? She appeared exceedingly anxious. If action were not taken swiftly, it might be their last opportunity. We, too, arrived for that machine, yet we did not foresee someone coming to seek us out. This time, she must have brought a contingent. Should we not also bring them along? You see, those challenging Boss Mu have yet to appear. The leaders seem to be Kojiro and Musashi. They informed me that Captain Sakamaki is no longer present, and they now command the rocket squad. Upon receiving this information, everyone was stunned. These two had become their most despised adversaries. I had spared them once, hoping for their redemption, yet here we are with such developments. Indeed, I recall the once meowing creature has transformed into a grand feline king, most remarkably, being the most eloquent cat in the world. Wait, didn't Ti Ching refuse to advance? Xiaoji paused, taken aback. This little sprite originally sought to please Lord Haimu, yet he made no choices in the end. Since then, this sprite lost its humanity, devolving into madness, proclaiming that it would use everything to instill pride in all creatures of this world. Meanwhile, Musashi and Kojiro have become accomplices. You cannot mean to say that Musashi and Kojiro are merely following him, right? Upon hearing this, Xiaoji became anxious. Not at all. Musashi and Kojiro have always been the owners of the rocket, and their relationship has only strengthened. Kojiro has thrived, spending his family's wealth on the rocket. He is its proprietor, while Musashi, too, shares this title. Their alliance is indeed concerning. Lily was unaware of this. It was only when she first arrived that her mother had informed her of their formidable strength To contend with them seems nearly impossible. Should this continue, we may find ourselves in irretrievable peril. No one could achieve such a feat. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. Failing to act swiftly would lead to disastrous consequences. Please, assist us. This is our sole hope. At this moment, they came to realize the long road ahead, fraught with increasing peril. Should they fall into the hands of their adversaries, the opportunity for redemption would vanish. Regardless of who it may be, we must seize one. The crux lies in the fact that we possess both the opportunity and the responsibility. After enduring all of this, they finally recognized their own frailty. Yet they found themselves bereft of options, unaware of how far this predicament might escalate. They understood that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Life or death rests in your hands, esteemed ones. As Lily reached this point, she immediately turned her gaze toward Xiaoji. You were once our closest friend in class. However, this time, I implore you for assistance. I fled, leaving the others to be captured by the rocket cannons, erasing all their memories. Very well, we comprehend your intentions. Once we are prepared, I shall accompany you. However, restructuring this divine beast army is no simple task. I believe Xiaoji can manage it. Please wait a couple of days. At this moment, Xiaoji had become the focal point for all. Everyone understood that once he spoke, unity would ensue. Thank you. One moment. Just then, a voice interrupted him. Xiaoji's heart stirred with realization. You should remain here, for if you leave, it may draw attention from others. I must ensure everyone has safety. He felt an urgency within, fully aware that failing to execute this task properly could adversely affect their morale, preventing them from acting upon their own volition. Chapter 65. The meeting of the two parties. Furthermore, I must express that we can no longer proceed as before. We must rely upon ourselves. It is paramount to recognize that this situation is not desired by all, and once it arises, they lose all authority over it. It is crucial for you to contemplate this seriously. I intend to articulate my thoughts with utmost clarity. Our ability to achieve this stems from each of us reaching a corresponding level of understanding, unlike you, who, despite lacking such insight, should still be aware of the unfolding events. However, they have come to realize that the matter is not as straightforward as they initially presumed, and they must swiftly comprehend the true nature of the situation. What we wish to convey is that our choice to act thus is not for any superficial reason. Rather, it is imperative that we do so. The gains of the past are now a distant memory. They are no longer the individuals they once were. Firstly, Sasuke has returned to his own realm, yet his heart remains clouded with doubt. Naruto, once formidable, has now devolved into a mere puppet, and alongside them, others appear to march into battle, suggesting that the undertaking may not be as effortless as it seems. We find ourselves in a veritable purgatory of the undead, uncertain how to communicate with them, fearing that their gaze might bring forth a multitude of troubles, compelling us to remain in this secluded space of our own. Sasuke, too, is enveloped in confusion. His world is rife with chaos. Given these circumstances, we have no recourse but to heed our own perspectives. They are acutely aware that if this issue is not managed appropriately, it will yield a tremendous impact, posing a significant challenge to all involved. My only course of action is to seize this opportunity, yet I am uncertain of our success. At this moment, they are genuinely perturbed. Should this matter escalate, it could lead to considerable upheaval. Everyone gradually comes to the realization that the situation is not as easily navigable as they had imagined. Thus, our primary concern is not the present predicament, but rather how to identify a suitable ally and the benefits it might confer. Now that we have comprehended the earlier circumstances, these issues should cease to exist. They must swiftly grasp the essence of the matter. This is currently the most pressing concern for him. If it can be achieved, that would be favorable. However, we must be wary of unforeseen complications. Any location is susceptible to significant change. Having lingered here for so long, something is bound to transpire. This time, one must be prepared for defense, and the only approach is to tackle matters one by one. The bald man on the opposite end has also answered the call. And what of him? He has entered the digital realm alone, yet you need not worry. Our technology is sufficiently advanced, enabling us to locate him at any moment, even utilizing the digital space itself. It is evident that Mr. Photon is quite pleased with this development. The issue lies in the fact that Taichi Yagami informed me that his actions stem from a lack of alternatives. More importantly, he has glimpsed that door. Originally, the main entrance held a skeletal semblance, but it has gradually begun to elucidate certain matters. Through our research, we have uncovered a disconcerting truth. When they removed that object, a profound silence enveloped everyone. You are aware that if this mission were to be completed with ease, we would have little to worry about. Frankly, their achievement in this regard is commendable. Yet, as he delves deeper into these issues, the time for resolution continues to dwindle. Thus, I must convey that whether we can accomplish this task is entirely contingent upon ourselves. However, rest assured, as long as you are capable of achieving this. In the face of this reality, everyone understands that the outcome will gradually reveal itself through their efforts. While it may appear simple, it is not something that can be comprehended in a fleeting moment. Everyone is cognizant that should matters escalate, it would become exceedingly problematic. Our magical companions have also encountered developments. The original Alola Region Alliance has been abruptly overrun by a vibrant force, with the only difference being that they have not brought Musi here. All must rely on their own capabilities. Whether this endeavor can materialize remains uncertain. Nevertheless, to unravel the underlying reasons, one must possess their own insights. Everything unfolds as they have anticipated, and whether they can succeed depends solely on their resolve. Yet, in truth, many factors have already shifted, compelling them to depend on themselves. Otherwise, should any unexpected events arise, the consequences would be dire. Everyone, heed my words. This matter is gravely serious for us. We lack the luxury of time to provide explanations. I wish to ascertain, have you all made your arrangements? Several exchanged uneasy glances, feeling an overwhelming tension in the air. It seems that everyone is still grappling with the situation. Allow me to emphasize that this scenario may give rise to even greater upheaval. Sasuke, you must exert every effort to thwart the enemy. This is your sole means of safeguarding yourself. Indeed, each of our vast worlds faces significant troubles, and we must be prepared. However, Xiaoxia, what purpose do you serve in our midst? It is evident that they are ready for battle. Do not fret. Our realm is secure. And I shall continue to open the portal to the dimensions. Once you have fulfilled your mission, I will assist you. The conflict among the three realms has erupted simultaneously. Undoubtedly a perilous affair. Upon receiving this information, Photon promptly reported it to Taichi Yagami, whose investigations are ongoing. Fear not. This is the place from which we initially arrived. The sphere remains unchanged, yet it appears to be awaiting someone. No longer Taichi Yagami of the Hikari Palace. Taichi Yagami instantly recognized its identity. This is the very creature that once battled me. He is well acquainted with this power. Perhaps it is some mysterious ability. In that fleeting moment of reunion between the two entities, the sphere exhibited abnormal behavior. Why do I find you so familiar? The new sovereign has yet to reveal himself. This rolling beast resembles a free spirit. We once fought side by side, when we were still young, merely in our teens. We are fully aware of the events of the past. The sphere showed no reluctance, and Taichi Yagami seized it. Chapter 66. The arrival of troops. We all retain a semblance of past memories, yet I wonder, would you indulge in reminiscing as I do? However, the sacred plan at hand diverges greatly from what it once was. The individual who initially proposed this divine scheme has long since departed from this realm, rendering this endeavor seemingly insurmountable. I harbor a sense of familiarity toward you. Yet what compels me to assist you? What is the purpose of my existence? Despite conversing with numerous individuals who assert that I have succeeded, none utter my name. It is perplexing. Though I recall nothing, you feel strikingly familiar to me. Although the circumstances are fraught with difficulty, it is universally acknowledged that persisting in this manner is not in their best interest. I surmise that substantial changes are unlikely. It is we who must dictate our course. If we regard the recent events as merely trivial, then perhaps little more need be said. For the questions each individual must ponder are of paramount importance. They are acutely aware that should these occurrences yield unforeseen consequences, the ramifications could be dire. While I am uncertain of your true identity, your lack of hostility prompts me to accompany you on this journey, to perhaps rediscover fragments of my forgotten memories. The expression on the face of the rolling ball is calm. Most importantly, He comprehends the origins of this incident. Fear not. I shall elucidate the hardships we endure together. The rules we abide by are harsh and unforgiving. No one truly understands the nature of these events. Moreover, these are not tangible plans, compelling them to conceive a superior strategy to fulfill the existing one. Regardless, in this scenario, I have gradually discerned who amongst us is the most adept. However, to fully capitalize on these circumstances may well be the best course of action available to us at present. Initially, both Taichi Yagami and his counterpart have departed, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of anxiousness. Suddenly, Taichi halts, turning to cast his gaze upon the assembly. You shall remain here. However, I can escort you outside, provided you do not stray from this place. At this juncture, Photon Wolf has procured his digital companion, his spirits buoyed. I believe we ought to return with them. Should they fall into the hands of others, we would face relentless pursuit, and our paths may never cross again. Now that we have reached this point, there is little left to articulate. It suffices that we achieve our objectives with utmost precision. Having reached this juncture, I find it difficult to extend my trust towards you. Observing the current situation, they have begun to realize that this is a portent, albeit they have yet to uncover the greatest possibilities. This time, good fortune may not be abundant. Taichi decisively resolves to carry away as many digital creatures as possible. The outcome of this battle is already apparent. None possess the requisite strength. He has set aside this choice, for he understands that only by accomplishing this task can he ensure its execution is executed flawlessly. Certain matters remain uncertain for now. However, once a choice is made, the future remains shrouded in ambiguity, for it is evident that this decision is not the most favorable. Photon has already concluded his affairs, and at this moment, the game of the sprite babies is drawing to a close. Ash, behold. The Alola region is entirely transformed since your last visit. Our principal and our academy are now under someone else's control. They have all been imprisoned within the Rainbow Rocket's confines. Are you implying they have commandeered another world? Yet, they too possess their own sprites, particularly among the four. Let us not speak of them. Those four are hardly even dream eaters. Wait, did he not depart? They have altered their forms into a second super-life state. Dreaming. This alternate realm lacks any cognition or agency. Given the current conditions, such a possibility seems plausible. In this context, past occurrences may likely provoke unfavorable transformations. Moreover, regardless of who intervenes, an inexplicable sensation invariably arises, underscoring the significance of this matter. From a practical standpoint, the present conditions are relatively favorable. Thus, any individual undertaking actions will inevitably induce change. Perhaps this dilemma cannot yet be resolved. However, the most critical factors have been discernible for quite some time. What is transpiring here? Ash has roamed far and wide, yet he encounters this peculiar situation for the first time. It is evident that the rockets have caused considerable disruption, and this turmoil has persisted for an extended period. Why did you not mention this sooner? Xiaoji gazes at Lily. I barely managed to extricate myself, and my arrival here to share these words is my utmost endeavor. Therefore, I hope you can empathize with my plight. The primary reason lies in the peculiar actions of my mother, which have been exceedingly bizarre. Under such circumstances, anyone would be compelled to make similar decisions. What shall we do? Should such events truly materialize, matters would only deteriorate further. I am aware that such situations are not uncommon. However, if we are to fulfill our mission, numerous challenges await us. It is evident that the truth of the matter has only just begun to surface, and its emergence is already unsettling. More importantly, he remains uncertain about the path he ought to tread. Otherwise, the trials he may face in the future are exceedingly daunting. In truth, he is at a loss for how to navigate this situation, for if matters were truly so simple, certain events would be far less likely to transpire. I believe it prudent to refrain from overthinking. Provided you are amenable, hope still exists. Otherwise, further discourse is futile. They too recognize that the events unfolding in this context are exceedingly disheartening. Given the current state of affairs, certain aspects are indeed troubling. Yet, to claim full comprehension may be equally discomforting. I perceive this as a significant issue. However, unraveling its intricacies is no simple feat. Let us refrain from further discussion. Please recount everything that has transpired. The last time the Rockets subdued this organization, a formidable and enigmatic Pokemon trainer emerged, victorious alongside this organization, ultimately defeating the boss Sakaki before departing. Chapter 67. Return to Alola Lily referred to the game previously played by Xiaoji. I am aware. After the new alliance meeting commenced in the new region, this place was abandoned, and many trainers were relocated to the new area. As she spoke, Lily expressed a hint of trepidation. If something truly disastrous were to occur, it would be catastrophic. This news spread rapidly, and the subsequent developments remain somewhat unclear to me. Yet I recognize that if this situation continues, our forthcoming actions will likely become exceedingly challenging. Firstly, there have been numerous past incidents, and in the face of such reality, some matters seem rather trivial. Everything can be viewed from this perspective. The identity of the most powerful individual in this world remains a mystery. Perhaps this is the most perplexing issue at hand, yet they all understand that if this persists, it will lead to even greater complications. Do not worry. I possess discernment and confidence. I shall do my utmost. Xiaoji acknowledged his predicament. If he truly wished to excel in this mission, his plans might be overly hasty. The difficulty in answering this question makes every potential outcome seem astonishing. We cannot completely eradicate this situation. Therefore, our objective must be to defeat Team Rocket. In truth, they never anticipated Team Rocket's performance to be so absurd, for it has indeed been laughable. I have discerned my desires. I believe I comprehend that since what you seek is easily attainable, my efforts may not need to be so strenuous. This alone indicates that the goals achievable from this standpoint are quite commendable. While there may be negative repercussions now, the future effects will undoubtedly be more favorable. Thus, certain matters remain uncertain at this juncture, yet the impact they bring is exceptionally rare. In fact, everyone understands that some of these situations are quite evident. Only through this understanding can they grasp the reality. In a certain sense, this also reveals whether these phenomena genuinely exist, as there are presently countless issues that defy comprehension. Let us approach Team Rocket and Oppo's S ranks. For now, our priority is to find a position to engage them, yet they have already seized this vantage point. We must act swiftly to reclaim it. Otherwise, we risk being caught in a pincer attack. Xiao Xia has yet to arrive, but her companion, Xiao Ji, has taken notice. Master, look, I am sufficient on my own. You may proceed with the others. I leave it to your discretion. The reality is that under such circumstances, everyone must adhere to the rules they have established. This has been recognized by the system. Even if one takes control, failure to comply with the regulations will lead to expulsion. The optimal course of action is to elevate one's strength to a level they are familiar with, and then seek better opportunities. They gradually realize that the world's acknowledgement of them is vastly different. Therefore, we remain uncertain, yet we possess a commendable strategy. Fret not, for I have a plan. From the current circumstances, he is beginning to recognize this truth. Although Rod has yet to ascertain what has transpired, he understands that should he proceed, the ensuing matters will become increasingly intricate. One individual strides directly toward the barrier. I am unsure, but you are more familiar with this place, so please, enlighten me. He was once the steward of this realm, yet the unpredictability of events leaves him feeling powerless. Let us take a glance inside. The moment they entered the time-space passage, they beheld Yamado. Yamado, if my memory serves me correctly, you are the guardian spirit of this place, are you not? Have you not been acquainted with them? Why do you choose to act on their behalf? Enough with your prattle. I shall obey their commands, while you are the intruder. The manager, upon seeing this, was taken aback. Indeed, this is not a genuine human, but a mere avatar. They must have utilized this device to imprison the original members of Team Rocket, while their avatars are soulless replicas. In other words, they are all half-measures. Otherwise, the challenges Rod faces would be exceedingly difficult to resolve and could potentially lead to dire consequences. I do not care about your circumstances. This time, I shall defeat you. The man summoned his Pokemon, only to find that the system retracted it, swiftly redistributing it. What is the meaning of this? Yet, the most critical point is that he has not yet revealed himself. Thus, if he were to discover the truth, he would cease to contemplate future matters. In reality, There are many aspects that others remain oblivious to. However, they have come to realize that allowing matters to rest unresolved is rather futile. Conversely, their prior actions, without proper resolution, indeed foster misunderstandings. Consequently, they need not delve deeply into this issue, for it is clear to all that if it were merely this simple, future plans would be unnecessary to discuss. The key is that if they can seize this opportunity, they may present this demand. Otherwise, it would hold no value. It seems I have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Otherwise, the power I possess is too limited. At this moment, they have finally found their footing. Yet everyone is aware that achieving this is no easy feat according to the current principles. He perceives that the power underlying this matter is not particularly great, suggesting that there are additional potential developments on the horizon. Very well. He nodded. At this juncture, Xiaoji also smiled slightly. If you are unaware of the rules, refrain from causing disruption. Here, you may only utilize the magical gems designated by the system for combat. Do not worry, they merely safeguard your interests. Beifeng wore a glum expression, initially hoping for a favorable outcome, yet unexpectedly faced such a predicament. It seems there is no alternative. Regardless of the magical artifacts at my disposal, in my presence, there lies but one path, death. Await my reckoning. Chapter 68. Fearless of heaven and earth. However, since he ranked first, it posed no issue for him to utilize a small sprite, especially considering he had not employed other sprites for quite some time. These two little creatures brought him immense joy. One was a fire dragon bird, a small sprite of the fire attribute, whose prowess was well known. Even the legendary fire-breathing dragon beast might struggle against it. Furthermore, this sprite had been wielded by many. I must exchange your two sprites. In that moment, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He was uncertain about the proper course of action, yet instinctively aware of what needed to be done. Given the current circumstances, achieving any significant impact seemed exceedingly challenging, and Xiaoji maintained a serene demeanor. I believe there is at least one solution available. Otherwise, it would be futile to engage in battle here. Should an unexpected event occur, we would lose our ability to continue the mission. He understood that, under such conditions, anyone could easily assess their own capabilities, particularly in this context. All right, since our manager intends to fight alongside you, we must select another mysterious treasure. The rules would remain unchanged. Regardless of the situation, fairness must prevail, for that was paramount. Therefore, in this scenario, there was little more to discuss. It was essential to comprehend the matter. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. To be candid, I do not need to overthink this. I am aware of who I truly regard as the best. This, perhaps, is the most troublesome aspect. Everyone comprehends that, in this regard, the elements they can control are not entirely flawless. Frankly, I too harbor a question. As it stands, the best situation can still reflect back upon us. They had arrived here, yet there were aspects they had yet to grasp. However, should they seek understanding, the current situation might provide the answers. Observing the present state of affairs, they could gradually arrive at a conclusion, as they were acutely aware that during such times, the elements they could engage with would render them quite uncomfortable. I think we should refrain from contemplating these matters for the time being, as the past will soon resurface. Therefore, there is no need for excessive contemplation. We simply need to fulfill our mission. In this situation, they could draw some conclusions, though it appeared that this issue would require time to resolve. Thus, I wish to ascertain whether it is indeed possible to achieve our goals under these circumstances. At the very least, we can take a look. Regardless of which party made such a choice, adverse consequences would ensue, necessitating prompt clarification of the situation. In other words, based on the current circumstances, its characteristics should gradually be developed. Thus, it is evident that this issue is not worthy of extensive discussion. What they could potentially manifest may undergo transformation. Indeed, the battle unfolded without a hint of surprise, as they overwhelmingly defeated their opponent, leaving no time for contemplation. This was the most favorable outcome. However, should you truly wish to clarify this matter, it might be somewhat premature. Therefore, in a certain sense, the changes brought about by these events stem from the original elements, yielding new results. I believe there is no immediate need to delve deeply into this, yet. To comprehend it fully, a multitude of additional questions may await resolution. From the current situation, it is evident that addressing this matter still requires a considerable journey. Firstly, one can ascertain the nature of their previous environment from here. The outcome has altered the present circumstances. Thus, results will manifest in the eyes of others, indicating that every action carries significant benefits and a substantial likelihood of adverse repercussions. Consequently, all issues were effortlessly resolved. Everyone understood the implications of this defeat. Perhaps this was the central concern for all. However, to unravel this matter, a degree of confidence is essential. Otherwise, the consequences of this event remain unpredictable. I believe both individuals are commendable. However, their choices often lead to misunderstandings. Regardless of who made such choices, corresponding countermeasures will be in place, and now, everything has transformed. All right, since we have reached this juncture, there is no need for further elaboration. After all, others will comprehend as well. The outcome of this confrontation had undergone a significant transformation. There is no need for excessive discourse, as what each individual can demonstrate is largely similar. I feel that these details are no longer significant. As long as your statements remain straightforward, I believe there is still hope. Nevertheless, the crux lies in their discovery of a superior method. Having established prior requirements, there is little left to discuss regarding subsequent matters. This represents the most favorable outcome. For all that was previously stated was not entirely genuine. Perhaps their liberation stems from their past actions, leading to minimal concern, as they could support one another. Since events have transpired, there is little need for further discussion. If matters truly unfold with such ease, it is indeed a positive development. Well then, given this situation, we can now make corresponding moves based on our performance. When they returned, circumstances had shifted at that moment. Both the army of monsters and the magical beasts were fully prepared for battle. It appears your progress is commendable. I believe we should align the developments with the previous narrative. Thus, regardless of which party made a choice, we ought to effectuate some change. Lily had yet to grasp the situation, yet she understood that things were no longer the same. If everyone could endure this period, they would eventually come to understand. Therefore, he saw no need to overthink, as he believed all necessary factors were in place. Thus, the only viable outcome would be the best one. Firstly, they must contemplate all that had transpired earlier, as they found themselves in a perplexing predicament. However, everyone recognized this as a challenge they must resolve themselves. Otherwise, the ensuing process would only become increasingly arduous. Chapter 69. The voices of plea intensify consequently. Irrespective of which party makes such a decision, adverse repercussions will inevitably follow. Therefore, it is paramount to comprehend this, for in the future, making a similar choice will yield no significant difference. Now that we have a fair understanding of the situation, our task is to expedite our actions. We possess the luxury of time to contemplate, yet only through our own transformations can we achieve our goals. This time, they have finally achieved a new breakthrough. Henceforth, their performance will be pivotal. In this context, all issues hold the potential for resolution. Yet, clarity continues to elude us, indicating that such circumstances may indeed pose a threat to one's well-being. Everyone is a crucial link in this chain. Presently, the effects of these factors are already quite remarkable. From the current state of affairs, he is nearly able to draw a conclusion. At this juncture, they made their choice without fully grasping the implications. In truth, they had already recognized this challenge. At this moment, their sole option is to accelerate their pace, for it is exceedingly rare for individuals to reach this stage. I feel we should refrain from overthinking, and if we can indeed fulfill our objectives, then I may reconsider. During such times, those capable of providing assistance are exceedingly few. I believe it is unnecessary to dwell on too many considerations. If we can accomplish our mission, we might gain further leverage, regardless of who it may be. They have adequately prepared themselves mentally. If they can endure, victory is assured. This matter remains shrouded in uncertainty. In truth, the number of individuals truly qualified to act is dwindling. I advise against excessive contemplation. Your words, while seemingly simple, harbor complexities that may burden you. It is evident to all that the experiences of this period will bring significant changes. yet they must channel their fervor into completion. Two individuals journeyed in a small boat, swiftly arriving at the heart of the island, where a beautiful area awaited them. This chamber once served as our alliance's headquarters, previously the seat of the council. My mother was once its presiding officer, though following a certain event, her whereabouts remain unknown. Lily's mother, named Rosamina, is strikingly beautiful, her renown unwavering through time. Many players find her enchanting, yet her mental state appears somewhat unstable. However, here, the scenario is markedly different. The collective understanding of it is exceedingly limited. Hence, it is prudent to refrain from excessive speculation. Whether my requirements can be met remains to be seen, for even if we possess the capability, what significance would it hold? Firstly, Rod can discern that the human body undergoes profound transformations, yet the complexity of these changes is immense. However, upon arrival, the level of vigilance among the guards has significantly intensified. This time, we have deployed a formidable force of divine beasts on that enigmatic planet. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the successful execution of this task. Coupled with numerous martial arts schools and instructors, we have formed an extensive army. Xiaoji now stands as the supreme commander of the entire force. This outcome has illuminated the transformations each individual has undergone, which is indeed the most favorable result. Moreover, everyone acknowledges that this is merely a preliminary step. If this holds true, he may yet succeed. Nevertheless, all are acutely aware that numerous choices abound at this juncture. I believe we should not overanalyze. If it is indeed feasible, hope remains within reach. Otherwise, our conditions would bear no significance. From the present circumstances, they should gradually come to realize that some previous matters may pose considerable challenges, yet the question remains whether to muster the resolve to advance. I have heard news that Musashi Kojiro seems to have parted ways with his subordinates, who appear to be engaged in mutual slaughter. In other words, he is the proprietor of this enterprise, relying on his stock. However, being a woman, Musashi and Appo's involvement in such collusion is quite distasteful to me. The demands being placed are excessively stringent, necessitating corresponding adjustments from all parties involved. Yet, without understanding the underlying reasons, comprehension remains elusive. Firstly, I can assert that our experiences during this period will vastly differ from those of the past. However, if solely influenced by prior experiences, everything we encounter will undergo substantial alteration, resulting in the loss of all we have known. Everyone is aware that given the current situation, they are likely to face absurd challenges. From this sequence of events, the rationale becomes glaringly evident. Moreover, the pivotal point is that this step has proceeded with remarkable ease. I believe this may represent the optimal choice, yet every aspect remains crucial. All are thoroughly prepared. The next phase involves the unfolding of the narrative within the game. I have a statement to make. I am uncertain of its true significance, yet I can assure you that it will likely yield greater negative ramifications. In truth, I am far better off than you might presume. He remains oblivious to the severity of his condition, yet it is apparent that their workload continues to grow, primarily due to the profound impact of their actions. I am unsure how to convey this to you, but I can assure you that if we can achieve this, hope will remain. Yet, upon witnessing this scene firsthand, I realize the inherent risks involved. The plan will gradually unveil itself in the coming days. Thus, regardless of which party engages in such conduct, diverse reactions will ensue, and throughout this process, maintaining this behavior is essential. Perhaps, before anything has genuinely transpired, perceptions will shift, indicating that anticipated events may indeed unfold. In my view, everyone is acutely aware of how they will handle matters. It is clear that this time, no further changes will occur. Chapter 70. A visit. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed a rather perplexing situation. However, achieving success is not insurmountable. With diligence, challenges can be overcome. Nonetheless, this remains a significant issue, as it is quite uncommon. I believe that should this hold true, every endeavor we undertake in the coming days will be infused with a fresh perspective. They are prepared and ready to embark on their mission. Firstly, they exhibit wisdom, for all their pets in the Legion are replicas. I trust you recall, Xiaoji, Your initial experience as a pet mentor during that epic battle against the Super Dreamscape? It is evident, and there are even rumors that this event was adapted for the screen. At such a critical juncture, the nature of one and Appo's reactions becomes unmistakably clear. What I wish to convey is that regardless of who makes such choices, adverse outcomes will ensue. This implies that the repercussions will evolve over time. During the process of issuing commands, Xiaoji indeed encountered conflict. I comprehend that, to a certain extent, you feel quite confident. However, this is a commendable expression. They are also aware that this constitutes an excellent plan, and if successful, it would seem almost fantastical for future endeavors. Currently, all the pressure he has endured pales in comparison, indicating that he is experiencing something entirely new. When everyone is mentally prepared, they instinctively know the course of action. I feel compelled to reiterate that since we find ourselves in uncharted territory, there is no need for further elaboration. Speak your mind. What shall we do now? I shall lead my team in a frontal breakthrough at the center, where I anticipate a substantial presence. However, I can assure you that prior to such occurrences, individuals will depart this location, and we need merely a small contingent to pass from the left, while another from the 6th squad can proceed as well. Upon examining this map, everyone suddenly grasped the situation. Allow me to take the lead. I am quite familiar with this area. Lily AI finally has a purpose she wishes to pursue. You need not worry. Simply focus on your own tasks. In truth, the paramount concern is to ensure one's safety, for they all understand that any mishap here could adversely affect their families. Given this, there is no necessity to dwell further on subsequent matters. Everyone will comprehend the issue and find a more opportune moment. Perhaps, from Zhang Tai's capabilities, one might discern a clue. Should he harbor doubts regarding this matter? Then he has indeed developed a suspicion. Regardless, I am uncertain what emotions arise from misunderstandings stemming from this reason. However, I believe that if this situation continues to evolve in such a manner, it will significantly impact our lives, compelling us to act. Wait, no one anticipated such an occurrence. At that time, I was alive and well, yet, as you can see, circumstances have drastically changed. My relationship with Luzman has also transformed, but we did not marry. Rather, we chose to divorce. Given that matters have escalated to this extent, there is no need to ponder other issues. Clarity will lead to improvement. This is the optimal outcome, as everyone understands that only through such means can one truly experience something extraordinary. This question should not rest upon your shoulders. I acknowledge my own bothersome nature. Nonetheless, I also recognize that I can confront my true feelings, at the very least allowing those I cherish to avoid any humiliation. Perhaps my efforts were not entirely sufficient. But this is the only course I can pursue. Everyone is aware that matters are not as they seem. The crux lies in their ignorance of the truth. At this juncture, the dilemmas they face are of utmost importance, for the legends they have heard have finally illuminated the opportunities before them. Yet, as time progresses, everything is altered, and his conditions have become increasingly stringent. Frankly, regardless of what transpires next, this is an urgent matter. Yet, this is the reality. They will soon welcome a brighter future. Now that you have articulated the pivotal point, let us strive collectively to enhance our lives as much as possible. Once they are prepared, action can commence. If they truly manage to accomplish this task, there will be little more to discuss. They fully comprehend the potential consequences of their plans. I believe we each hold this matter in high regard, for it signifies that our injuries extend beyond the superficial. For them, the issues they confront also represent a commendable choice. Should such achievements be realized, it would indeed be a positive development. In truth, regardless of who one may be, there exists a sensation entirely distinct from the past, symbolizing an improvement in the effects they currently experience. I see, you need not worry. I possess the necessary discernment. I also recognize that past events present a significant opportunity for them. Thus, once all arrangements are finalized, each individual will bring forth their magical pets. Of course, he is no longer the person he once was. I continue to relish this ability, believing that it is the only way to maximize its potential. However, when he opens it, everyone is left astounded, as they could never have imagined a supersonic spacecraft in this location. Indeed, it is a stone. Ah yes, I recall, that fellow named Galeosatake was indeed the one. From these perspectives, All facts are undergoing transformation. No one seems to grasp that every change is rooted in something deeper. Hence, regardless of the side, there will always be a degree of skepticism regarding this confidence. Nevertheless, following such oaths, individuals will realize that their achievements will remain unchanged. I merely propose that we refrain from contemplating other matters for the time being. If it were truly that simple, it would be one thing, but alas, we find ourselves at a loss. Chapter 71. Based on facts at this moment, Fong Yun also made his move. Their strength was formidable, and Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of adversaries, not anticipating that they would swiftly advance with their pets in tow. It seemed that this time, they could not afford to hold back. Typically, battles were solitary skirmishes, but in this instance of collective assault, there was little to be said. The players, realizing the gravity of the situation, drew forth their magical artifacts, fully aware that in such critical moments, they could rely solely on their own capabilities. They understood that everything that had transpired was irrevocable. With this attitude expressed, the forthcoming events needed no further discussion. Everyone recognized that their sacrifices were not without purpose. The competition continued, unexpectedly presenting new circumstances. Regardless of the outcome, this was inevitable. If that were indeed the case, their predicament would become exceedingly dire. However, upon reflection, they had no alternative but to depend on themselves. Did you truly believe I was so easily subdued? Let me assure you, I possess considerable ability. His face no longer bore the frivolity of yesteryears, now adorned with a subtle smile. Such is the power of love. In truth, Lilia had refrained from inviting him precisely to shield his mother from entanglement, knowing that regardless of his identity, she must ascertain the truth. Perhaps she was unaware that when one loves another, age becomes inconsequential. He had pursued Lysaminate for years without ever possessing such confidence. Now, his sole endeavor was to protect her. To put it in contemporary terms, he was a tragic figure, perhaps even a sycophant. Yet he invariably appeared at the most perilous junctures. Allow me to demonstrate. Suddenly, Ganisatak emerged with astonishing speed, launching a direct assault that left no room for retaliation. For little sprites joined forces with the original two to forge the mightiest team, swiftly advancing to the next stage. Fear not, let us unite. Pikachu, 1,000,000 volts, immediately initiated the attack, a signal for battle. None understood the unfolding events, yet each had their own rationale. Perhaps the moment had finally arrived. Now, he faced a perfect opportunity. However, to genuinely address the root of the matter, one must first break free from the initial premise. Though uncertain, everyone comprehended that perhaps they had long since gained insight. Yet, in the absence of understanding what such potential could signify, there was no need to dwell on these questions. Have you heard? For me, the crux lies not in your perspective, but in the realization that this is your era. One you have yet to grasp the weight of the mission upon your shoulders. While this may seem implausible to some, for an individual, it represents the best possible outcome. Additionally, I am curious, regardless of who it is, anyone caught in a compromising position feels unease. This indicates that the previous sense of oppression was not as superficial as it appeared. Furthermore, the conditions required to fulfill this task vary for each individual. The trio coordinated their assault, finally arriving at the entrance of the grand edifice, where Musashi awaited them. It has been ages since you last intervened. In the past I, along with Shiro, Aoki, and others, were sent flying by your single blow. I believe you have not engaged in combat for quite some time. This alone suggested that the pressure endured by such entities had reached a significant threshold. Thus, regardless of who ponders the optimal strategy, it invariably evokes a distinctly different sensation. More importantly, such matters will undoubtedly attract attention. What transpires next is beyond speculation. In truth, given the current circumstances, all of this remains achievable. At this juncture, there is little more to articulate. Everyone recognizes that what they face may well be the finest choice. In a certain sense, we might gradually comprehend that the tension stemming from such events is indeed evolving towards a more favorable direction. As for the truth, they must rely on themselves to unveil it. I believe this may represent the best step thus far. However, if we genuinely intend to see this through, we require a more refined approach. This situation reflects a shift in public perception, indicating that those who make such choices will yield entirely different outcomes. Frankly speaking, everyone is capable of attaining a commendable state, which is why they showcase the journeys they have undergone. I propose we consider the matter from a foundational perspective. If it were indeed so straightforward, there would be no need for further discourse. Having completed all of this, individuals gradually realize that perhaps this event would herald greater changes from past occurrences, with the ensuing benefits proving even more substantial. You are well aware of this issue, so let us refrain from further elaboration. That is Pikachu, but I no longer require it. My initial belief in its strength was merely to enhance our establishment. Though this is but a nightmare, she still perceives it as such. The more, the merrier. I shall reiterate, we are not foolish. We can accomplish what we set out to do, provided we ponder it thoughtfully. My aim is merely a straightforward task, not a simplistic one. I seek to seize the most critical mission. After this chaotic discourse, Xiaoji suddenly recalled something. So, it appears the person I am seeking is not Sasuke, but rather Kojiro, is it not? This statement from Xiaoji greatly displeased Musashi. I am the president of Team Rocket. What do you mean by that? Look, someone exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Xiaoji broke into a smile. Indeed, quite peculiar. By the way, where is Aoki? Can you even utter his name? He is now the leader of our Sprite clan. Chapter 72. A familiar strategy. Musashi felt a surge of joy, having completely mastered the situation. He found little to worry about. It seemed that Aoki, who had initially refused to play the role of the owl, had finally acquiesced. It appears you have no other options left, he chuckled. Which kind are you referring to? Let me tell you, the Rocket Squad is the strongest. We have already absorbed other teams. What significance does this hold? Well, our team has yet to achieve that. At that moment, the skeletal leader approached Shifeng. A mere rabble. What do they have to say to us? To us, no one is worthy of your respect. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with rage, tension mounting. Do not rush. Xiaoji calmly approached the man. I am unaware of the grievances between them, but there is one thing I must convey. Lusham and I must be released. Yet you leave a girl here. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps he had already conceived such thoughts. However, regardless of the outcome, he understood that this notion was not what he desired. Very well, let us not dwell on this for now. Since I have accomplished this, it signifies my readiness. Before such circumstances arose, indeed, there were some bothersome changes, yet everyone understood that this matter appeared deceptively simple. Judging by his current actions, his situation seemed to have improved. I believe this is the best possible scenario. However, since you intend to engage us in battle, we shall oblige. After all, we all know that this matter cannot solely be controlled by you. In their hearts, this situation gradually established a rule, yet achieving this was no easy feat. A few less words, I shall stow away my magical items and investigate further. Yet, no one anticipated that the war would erupt so swiftly. It seemed he had truly lost his mind. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Although some questions are challenging to answer, merely contemplating them induces discomfort. According to his perspective, it was apparent that this matter could easily lead to misunderstandings, but that was all there was to it. This circumstance might very well bring joy. I believe this could be the best course of action at present. Regardless of who it may be, there will always be a question when undertaking this endeavor. Nevertheless, I must assert that there is no need for fear. I am quite aware of the problem at hand. Thus, anyone can achieve this. But accomplishing it requires their own effort. Ultimately, anyone might grasp this, and even if they could, it would merely evoke a sense of discomfort. Thus, the current process is remarkably pleasant and comfortable, albeit containing elements that might be lost. This is a significant issue that we must resolve before addressing others. Therefore, what Rod is aware of does not bode well for him. Abe, you peculiar fellow, come here. The little sprite had been trailing him. All is well. To everyone and Appo's surprise. Abe did not immediately take action. Instead, he promptly saluted Lan Feng, as if greeting an old friend. Allow me to take charge. Xiaoji stood ready. Pikachu. It has been ages since we last battled this fellow. The first time you faced him, you nearly lost the match. This encounter had occurred during Xiaoji and Appo's initial outing, resembling a skirmish between a cerulean worm and a peculiar ape. Fortunately, Circumstances had changed, and Rod no longer doubted his capabilities. From my performance, it seems there is little to fear, as long as we can withstand this trial, he chuckled. Due to the severity of the situation, their battle did not last long. Yet, no one anticipated that the seemingly formidable adversary would be defeated in mere seconds. I had a feeling, at this point, what more is there to say? Xiaoji did not foresee that the largest tome would turn out to be a book of no interference, and without hesitation, she commanded several women to leap forth. Are you employing your charms? However, those beautiful women were merely her avatars, devoid of true souls. Ultimately, we resolved to replicate humanity, but I caution you, once we do, you will regret it. When changes occurred in the real world, Wei Xiaobei remained silent. Yet the accomplishments they had achieved left them with a monumental question. However, upon entering, he sensed something amiss. Esteemed guests, it is regrettable that you lack the strength to enter this realm, for only one may traverse it. Once within, all must await here. At that moment, Xiao Xiai made an adjustment. If two individuals entered simultaneously, even through the same door, a collapse would ensue. As they neared the entrance, they found themselves blocked. You can forcibly open the door with magical artifacts. Of course, this is a simple task. However, I have rigged this place with explosives, and should you dare attempt it, I will detonate the premises immediately. No one anticipated the true state of this world would unfold in such a manner, causing all to become involuntarily tense, for if all remained as before, the absurdity would only escalate. From Shizi and Appo's condition, a new dilemma was gradually being resolved. Regardless of who it may be, a greater responsibility was beginning to take shape. I believe we need not overthink this for now, as it is merely a straightforward step. The subsequent matters will become more complex. This is the best outcome. Were anyone to witness such a result, they would certainly have a significant change of heart. It was evident to all that this was a favorable conclusion, yet they understood the reasons behind it. I believe this encapsulates the current state of affairs. As everyone continuously refines their abilities, however, only a select few can fully realize their potential. Although both scenarios hold promise to some extent, the crux lies with those who capture their attention. Since events in reality have shifted, there is no need to reiterate any conditions. Everyone appears eager to engage. Chapter 73, Two Worlds. However, I personally believe that we should refrain from contemplating such matters for the time being. What we bear upon our shoulders may already be quite remarkable to others. This is the most pressing issue at present, regardless of who one is. There will invariably be a sense of unease. Such sentiments signify that this mentality is becoming increasingly refined. Because those matters may potentially lead to greater outcomes, there is no need for further elaboration. They might well precipitate a monumental transformation, and once that threshold is crossed, everything will undergo a radical metamorphosis. Perhaps this delineates the most significant difference between myself and others. Irrespective of how one may evolve, you shall only ascend to greater heights. From the current circumstances, he gradually comprehends the information he possesses and the advantages it affords him. Since this is the optimal scenario, there is no need for extensive discussion. Everyone's beliefs will manifest in due course. Yet, the crowd merely exchanges glances, for the complexities surrounding this incident are exceedingly vast. As the orchestrator of this undertaking, I shall assume the role of facilitator. Regardless of the circumstances, the present situation is pivotal for us. Whichever party makes such a choice will incur adverse consequences. This is an unavoidable reality, as they possess little leverage. Regardless of what transpires in the end, I must ponder carefully, for otherwise, I shall bear an even greater burden. Each individual understands the critical nature of this juncture. Such is the nature of affairs. Everyone is aware of the truth, and thus must navigate their own paths. Perhaps this is the most delicate matter yearning for enlightenment. Regardless of the outcome, a favorable resolution will ensue. Moreover, I have devised a corresponding plan, one which anyone can execute. This may very well be the best resolution attainable. However, irrespective of who is responsible, dire repercussions will follow, indicating that developments may worsen. Now, the situation has undergone a profound transformation. They have finally conceived a method that can be universally acknowledged, and this method is the sole means by which they may triumph. I trust you are all cognizant that our journey to this point was aimed at fostering your awareness that every event of the past engenders a markedly different sensation. This is what truly causes concern. Regardless of who makes such a decision, corresponding changes will ensue, revealing that the principles of reality are no longer as straightforward as before. Perhaps this is the most prudent approach thus far, but any party can indeed accomplish it. Given the current state of affairs, it may seem quite unfathomable. I surmise this might be the best course of action at this juncture. Yet, any individual making such a decision will yield these results, though few will achieve such outcomes, illustrating the strength of that individual. Perhaps he requires few companions, making the attainment of such results exceedingly challenging. Everything is in readiness, and we may embark. There is no cause for concern. With my presence, this matter will not escalate. I am confident that through my relentless efforts, the truth will diverge entirely from my expectations. Xiaoji remains composed. He is acutely aware that this represents his optimal circumstance. This is the best outcome, regardless of who has accomplished this. It appears they have reached a more perfected state, indicating that this could fundamentally alter the situation. Nevertheless, I remain uncertain. Yet I cling to the hope that we still possess a glimmer of possibility, albeit with some trepidation. However, for whatever reason, the answers to my inquiries have already materialized. Everyone recognizes that these matters were always feasible, yet accomplishing them necessitates maintaining the original form. Very well, I shall take my leave. After much effort, I have entered a new realm, and upon stepping into this world, I unexpectedly beheld a different reality. Where is this place? A closer inspection reveals that these elements bear an uncanny resemblance to games I had previously played. Emeralds. Now, Yishuan also observes a particularly representative version from before. But upon closer reflection, he discerns significant differences from the earlier iteration. Given this context, there is no need to elaborate further. The most pressing matter now is how to address this situation. However, his mysterious artifact remains unchanged. Firstly, the location he occupies is still the same cave. Is this not the underwater passage? Then he spots the submarine. Ah, so that is the case. No need for further explanation. While the intricacies of this matter remain unresolved, everything transpiring will undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval. Regardless of the outcome, the present holds little importance. People are gradually realizing that until the situation is fully resolved, tumultuous changes will ensue. Nevertheless, as long as such opportunities exist, he can implement his plans. Just as Luoya embarks alone toward his destination, he encounters an individual known as an Amp, Appos, Gohua, and Amp, Appos. Ah, is that not the renowned beauty from days gone by? It appears you are acquainted with me. You seem quite concerned about my affairs. If that is the case, I am curious to know whether you are aware of my circumstances. From the current perspective, all potential occurrences have undergone significant transformations, suggesting that success remains a possibility. At this juncture, regardless of who they are, they wield considerable influence, implying they can seize those individuals. From the current standpoint, it seems all issues are rather simplistic. In other words, as time progresses, previous matters will undergo new developments. Therefore, regardless of who arrives, adverse reactions will ensue, indicating that their requests are impeccably constructed. Now that my superior is absent, I hold the reins. I am acutely aware that what I seek is this. In other words, do you merely require a groudon? I must inform you that in due course, you might find your desires to be mere trifles. Haha, that bears no relevance to me. Some matters I shall address, as that is the most prudent course. Just look at what you have accomplished. It appears this lieutenant harbors his own opinions on the matter, hence the ultimate outcome is rather predictable. Lastly, I must clarify this matter today. Such circumstances can undoubtedly be managed, and at that time, no one will undergo any transformations. Chapter 74. What transpired? No method seems capable of achieving this, and therein lies the most perplexing dilemma at present. However, should the task be pursued, a more refined strategy is imperative. Otherwise, it may only lead to greater misconceptions. It is evident that the matter is far more complex than they initially perceived, necessitating prompt resolution of all issues at hand. This indicates that he must swiftly ascertain the facts. Failure to do so could yield dire consequences. Thus, the most pressing question at this juncture is, What exactly does he possess? Perhaps this encapsulates everything he knows. I do not require your elucidation, nor do I seek your explanations. Hence, let us engage in this confrontation. The encounter commenced chaotically, yet the leader of that squadron proved inadequate and was swiftly eliminated. Therefore, I shall relinquish this azure gemstone. It is bound to find a new purpose. In an instant, the sapphire manifested its power, transforming Groudon into an exceptionally keen eye. Subsequently, this Groudon underwent a remarkable metamorphosis and departed with great speed. Remarkable indeed. Yet, at this moment, no one dares to predict the future landscape. It appears that this has forged a new path, albeit one that seems to have reached its conclusion. From the current perspective, your confidence appears rather tenuous. Let me articulate what is paramount for me. The knowledge I possess is largely antiquated. In truth, the ramifications of this situation are crystal clear to everyone. However, they remain uncertain of their subsequent actions, instinctively sensing that the matter is not as straightforward as it seems. After all, Silent Water City is built upon the sea. And though numerous questions remain unanswered, everyone is acutely aware that no further progress can be anticipated. Just then, he observed a shift in the colors of the sky. The frontrunner had returned once more. Yet, this is merely a game, and the specifics need not be elaborated upon. My goodness, we must seize this opportunity, otherwise, we shall face graver challenges, for any adversary presents a significant threat to us. In truth, they gradually recognize that this undertaking is not as simple as initially presumed. Yet every individual will experience vastly different outcomes. I am at a loss for words, yet I comprehend that without utmost effort, one cannot hope for favorable results. To be fair, every individual must diligently ascertain the truth. Failure to do so could lead to the complete collapse of their convictions. In essence, no one can attain such heights. More critically, he may undergo a profound transformation. Very well, it is settled. Regardless of who it may be, we must take action. To achieve optimal conditions, they must strive to attain the best state possible. Yet, the events of the past seem increasingly absurd. Thus, the only course of action is to fortify all elements, rather than merely enhancing their strength. Presently, the situation has spiraled out of control. Everyone understands that eventually, the best outcomes will manifest. However, should events continue on this trajectory, it would render everything meaningless. At this moment, he grapples with a simple skill, yet all are cognizant that the facts hold little significance. This may indeed be among my primary concerns. Nevertheless, I have finally formulated a general course of action. Some matters, if left unexamined, remain innocuous, yet, once understood, they can lead to greater complications. Now, Groudon has engaged in battle with the Sea Emperor. Given that the problem has evolved, what lies ahead is a more substantial challenge. Frankly, I am unsure how to articulate this, yet it is certain that what I convey will affect others differently. Signifying my transformation from the past. In a sense, for anyone aspiring to achieve this, excellence is essential, indicating that the potential within this context has already shifted. I believe I have grasped the essence, yet we have reached this juncture. The past is inconsequential now. What matters is that we devise a solution, otherwise, we shall only inflict further suffering upon ourselves. No one desires to witness such a scenario unfold, yet at this stage, they must rely solely on their own resources. Otherwise, all their efforts will amount to naught. This is the best course of action available thus far, regardless of who stands before us. I am confident that our mission is nearing completion. To be candid, all their actions will be observed by discerning eyes, revealing their true intentions. Otherwise, the repercussions will be immense. The truth stands, and ultimately, only they will know the final outcome. Otherwise, all will degenerate into futility. I believe this may indeed be the best approach at present. However, irrespective of who it may be, I am certain I can devise an appropriate response. Initially, he believed this matter would be relatively straightforward to resolve, yet it has proven otherwise. No, fret not. I shall take this upon myself. Yet, the moment he unleashed his magical companion, he was abruptly halted by the world and Appo's top contender. Do not tell me you intend for your magical pet to become their sacrificial pawn. Their strength is formidable. So you must hasten to the mysterious city to summon the Sky Dragon. The Sky Dragon. Are you referring to that entity, the Rift of the Void? My heavens, you comprehend this realm? This revelation astonished the victor. Xiao Ji, holding a drink, suddenly expelled a mouthful of liquid. Hadn't we already anticipated this? Enough of that. I must accelerate my pace. In light of current realities, differing sentiments are inevitable. Yet, everyone understands that this is not a particularly feasible endeavor. I believe it is prudent to not overthink matters. We must ensure the task is executed flawlessly. At this moment, they have come to realize that their needs are not as extensive as they initially believed. Chapter 75. Support esteemed individuals. Please remain composed. I firmly believe that, with the passage of time, the past will undergo a revolutionary transformation, thus rendering any discussion of bygone events unnecessary. Initially, he had anticipated an abundance of words to convey. Yet it has become apparent that such notions are now trivial. Clearly, the dynamics between the two are not identical. However, in this pivotal moment, he comprehended the necessity of his actions. I understand now. Consequently, he promptly prepared his steed, for he had never envisioned the presence of such a formidable companion. What is this? It is named Glory Deity, a being I discovered in the Alola region, surpassing even the Sky Dragon in strength. Nonetheless, should you require its presence here, I would gladly oblige. The first individual was taken aback, having assumed he was merely an ordinary trainer, only to realize he was a true powerhouse. Indeed, the realm is replete with exceptional talents. Must we proceed in this manner? I mean, perhaps we may not achieve this, as this matter holds paramount significance for us. Yet now, everything seems amiss. All are cognizant that diverse individuals harbor differing perspectives, and this forthcoming spectacle may very well alter their opinions. It is evident that this choice starkly contrasts with the previous one. We shall defer this discussion for another time. Perhaps the rationale is not entirely comprehensive at this moment, but it does indicate that the effects previously manifested have begun to reveal themselves more prominently. Now is not the time for such contemplations. Within their universe, the celestial constellation looms like a deity. Once it is born, complexities shall abound. Therefore, to attain such heights, one must possess sufficient assurance. I believe it prudent to refrain from further consideration of these matters for now. Our capacity to endure is limited to this. This represents the most favorable outcome. Irrespective of who it may be, this result will bear significant negative repercussions, altering its nature. In my opinion, this is the best course of action thus far. If you all can persevere, it will be manageable. The moment they ascended the tower, an irrevocable change transpired. It was truly unforeseen that their mission would conclude so swiftly. It appears they have stepped into an entirely new realm. Regardless of who it may be, those they can influence will undergo transformation, and matters within their control will also evolve accordingly. At the very least, they perceive it this way, yet regardless of the outcome, they harbor no reservations. And now, this may represent the most auspicious possibility, but to enhance this situation further, the relentless efforts of each individual are imperative. At this juncture, they reach the pinnacle of the tower, where the Sky Dragon slumbers, poised for the true ritual to commence. Yet, in this process, the eyes of the Void King gradually unfurled. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left him astounded. The Celestial Sovereign and the Lord of Glory exchanged glances, and everything lay within Xiao Ji and Appo's command. I must tell you, an extraordinary event transpired there, and you are well aware that none can impede it. I require your assistance. The Lord of the Void nodded without hesitation, gazing into the distance, suddenly enlightened. The second matter mirrored the first, yet the outcome diverged significantly, indicating that this approach is indeed viable. Thus, there is no need to elaborate on subsequent events. Once all settles, this assessment will reach a conclusion. However, before he could revel in his success, a whirlwind materialized, transporting him back to the room he had previously occupied, where the commander awaited him. It was evident that you had fulfilled your mission. However, I do not intend to dwell on that, but rather on my past recollections. I understand your thoughts, yet regrettably, not all individuals are as easily swayed as you might presume. In this scenario, the commander descended further into madness. I was defeated by you in this film. Yet this time is different. I shall reprise my role to better control my character. Thus, matters will unfold naturally. If it were simple, the situation would indeed be far more straightforward. However, should the current circumstances align precisely with their assertions, comprehension becomes elusive. Given the current state of affairs, such entities hold considerable value, prompting Fong Xinyan to remain reticent, for once they find their stride, superior outcomes will ensue. I perceive this as the sole course of action. However, should you be willing to fight on my behalf, I would not oppose it. The two sides engaged once more. This time, it was still the Lord of Light. Yet his opponent boasted 6 appendages. Perhaps their formidable strength rendered them taciturn, as they remained unaware of who orchestrated their actions from the shadows. You cannot discern it. Your vision is keen, thus you have succeeded this time. In the future, you shall confront numerous trials involving gemstones and jewelry. Presently, they appear to have entered a realm of authenticity, yet they have yet to reach the true zenith. Upon his return, everyone inquired about his circumstances. I possess a matter of great importance to convey to you all. No matter who it may be, heed my words. Shaoji understood that once he found himself in such a state, his emotions would inevitably shift. Otherwise, events would not unfold as simply as they appeared. From their perspective, their capabilities were confined to these parameters. It is evident that this occurrence is not merely a one-time affair. Only upon exiting the game did he recognize that this mission did not align with his desires. If my conjecture holds merit, the forthcoming events will astonish all. However, we remain oblivious to the true culprit behind this chaos. I believe I must forge ahead. Shaoji was acutely aware of his task, and in this incident, their positions were unequivocal. I comprehend your intentions, yet previous circumstances do not align with your perceptions. Clearly, the limits of our endurance are well defined. As matters escalated, their focus gravitated toward it. I see no need for excessive contemplation. Swiftly proceed to the other chambers. There remains a period of defense here. Thus it is. Shaoji and Appo's emergence incited a degree of disarray among the populace. Therefore, to engage in a protracted struggle becomes all the more attainable. Chapter 76. The Hidden Pearl. After enduring a series of trials, he finally returned to his previous chamber. Where is he? The true master is certainly not returning. Yet this does not imply that we are without recourse. I can assure you that anyone who obstructs our endeavors shall not prevail. However, this time, an extraordinary occurrence lay before him. The individual in front was far from ordinary. More importantly, the sense of oppression was continuously evolving. I know not who you are, but if you truly intend to transport me to that enigmatic place, then do so swiftly. I have little time to squander with you. Nodding affirmatively, in the next moment, Yang Qi found himself transported to a new realm. Yet this time, he did not arrive at the eye of a tornado. Rather, he appeared within a hotel. Did you hear? In recent days, there has been little commotion regarding the magical treasures, though the 3 holy mushrooms seem to be exhibiting signs of trouble. This is the crux of the matter. I have heard that he has been captured. It appears this path is nearing its conclusion. Although many elements remain unclear, given that we have come this far, there is no need for further elucidation. Each individual must summon their utmost strength to confront the present circumstances. Otherwise, explanation becomes futile. For these events will be witnessed by others, regardless of who they are. Once they immerse themselves in the narrative, they shall experience profound impacts. At that moment, Miss Joy rushed in, her face a mask of urgency. Everyone, something has occurred. Please step outside and see. He was unaware of what had transpired or the nature of the situation. An enthralling drama was unfolding, once regarded as the genesis of the world. As for the puppet master behind it all, that remained a mystery. However, according to the unfolding tale, he was acutely aware that when circumstances escalated to a certain threshold, the leader of the Galactic Alliance, known as the Crimson Sun, was already psychologically prepared. Were he present, my Lord of Glory would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Yunmu, just as he secured a safe position, he noticed a flash of light from within his pack, revealing a youthful Zeus. Could it be? Although they did not perceive the situation as simple, they recognized that matters were not as they had anticipated. What they once hoped for could only lead to greater complications. At long last, I comprehend that perhaps I must rely on that child to confront those two forms of energy. This realm is but an illusory world, and no one foresaw the emergence of a foreign voice resonating within it. I understand you are striving to preserve your life. I recognize your power. Yet, remember, the strength you possess is limited. They remained ignorant of the events that had transpired, yet they understood that their thoughts bore little weight. Thus, they must swiftly address this issue. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. From the most rudimentary perspective, the knowledge Rod possessed would prove significant for anyone. Perhaps all of this is deceptively simple, and in this critical juncture, an unexpected contender for victory has emerged, and all are acutely aware. I had long anticipated this. No matter your origin, you must aid us in fulfilling this mission. Wait, you cannot possibly have deduced my origins, can you? A hint of confusion crossed Xiaoxi's face. I am unaware of your background. However, I can ascertain that you do not belong here. Consequently, after much contemplation, I believe it prudent for us to jointly investigate your true identity. This is paramount. What we must undertake is no trivial matter. For anyone can undergo a profound shift in perspective. Once such monumental changes occur, all involved will experience an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This signifies that events are progressing towards a more refined state. No one knows how to address this matter, as the current situation remains ambiguous. Thus, as the understanding of this predicament deepens, it becomes evident that it is not as severe as initially thought. In other words, regardless of who they are, the past shall gradually fade with the passage of time. All are aware that the outcome of this affair may not align with their expectations. Nevertheless, at this juncture, there is no need for further discourse. One must rely on their desires to survive, for such instincts persist in the hearts of all, rendering superfluous any additional remarks. Although all comprehend that the past may hold little significance, they have now received the assistance they sought, acquiring what they desired. Perhaps this represents the optimal choice. Indeed, everyone possesses their own preferences. This implies that, under such circumstances, a definitive mark shall be established for all. I believe the information I can procure will far exceed what I currently possess. Perhaps only they truly know. As they seek a more opportune moment, their demands grow increasingly fervent. It is said that the three divine fungi have become more formidable. Delay in seeking them may lead to irrevocable loss. This is the source of power. From the facts currently at hand, some matters necessitate swift clarification. Otherwise, they shall face monumental failure, a reality understood by all. In truth, I also recognize that under such circumstances, we must deliberate on numerous issues. Given the current state of affairs, a more systematic approach to past conditions has begun to take shape, as everyone understands that within this process, various influencing factors may undergo significant alterations. To be candid, I personally believe that everything we possess is far from perfect. However, this does not imply that we should remain idle. Now, my understanding has evolved. Yet to resolve this conundrum, greater confidence is required. Perhaps this is the harshest reality. While everyone now recognizes that these demands are imperfect, it does not imply that all must simply acquiesce. From the present circumstances, they can nearly ascertain that these elements are inherently flawed. Chapter 77. The Unspeakable Villains. To be candid, I am not one to favor frivolous choices. However, this does not imply that I will remain passive. The crux of the matter is that our predicament is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Who, then, is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes? Certain stipulations have become utterly inconsequential. Nevertheless, from their perspective, the conditions that can currently be established are infinitely superior to those of the past, indicating a significant shift in humanity and Apos' understanding of this world. I am aware of the actions we ought to undertake, yet if events have already transpired, there is little value in further elaboration. In other words, regardless of who he may be, the shocking decision he has made will undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Thus, his choices carry profound significance. This is my true intent. Capable individuals are not within our considerations. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between people. They all comprehend that their actions may not resonate with their true intentions. Time is of the essence, and we must hasten to Tianguan Mountain. If we easily breach this defense, it may inadvertently lead to greater challenges. potentially improving our circumstances. Therefore, no matter who you are, you shall receive an outcome that is fundamentally non-existent. The power of benevolence. What attributes will it bring forth? What dilemmas may arise? This represents the most favorable outcome. Today, the benefits he has accrued are beginning to manifest, suggesting that he has more pressing matters to attend to. In truth, I have gradually come to realize that our continued actions may precipitate even greater issues. However, it must be noted that the previous incident did not yield satisfactory results, implying that the current predicament persists. This is the crux of the matter. Everyone understands that, in such circumstances, past occurrences will play a significant role. I remain uncertain about what has transpired, but it is evident that what I know may reflect the collective thoughts of many. Indeed, all are acutely aware that the optimal outcome would entail a transformation of the current situation. Let us refrain from further discussion. Our immediate priority is to resolve this swiftly. Once this universe undergoes a metamorphosis, your mission may very well be jeopardized, leading to the potential annihilation of the entire cosmos. Although the environment here is reminiscent of the past, lacking intricate details to savor, everyone comprehends that the unfolding events will inevitably result in monumental changes. In fact, all are beginning to discern that the requisites for this event differ from those of yore. Moreover, each individual recognizes that this is not merely a solitary issue. From this perspective, we can gauge the gravity of these occurrences. Presently, the situation has not met anticipated outcomes, compelling them to make a minor decision. Fully aware of the dreadful ramifications should such an event transpire. However, reality has not unfolded as they wished. They can only rely on themselves. What has transpired? After vanquishing these individuals from the cultural sphere, they have plunged into this domain. Yet, they now discover that these three enigmatic entities are ensnared by a peculiar red iron chain. Allow us to demonstrate. Welcome to the new world. Should you desire, you may act as we instruct. In this moment, previous matters have indeed transformed, signifying that all individuals must be accountable for their actions. In truth, they have long sensed this, and if the scene unfolds as it currently does, their mindset will inevitably shift. Yet, at this juncture, none could anticipate the formidable challenges that lie ahead. As you have observed, should you leave any mark, I assure you, I shall harbor no ulterior motives. However, if this continues, it will merely provoke further misunderstandings, which is not our intention. Given the present circumstances, this matter could undergo significant alterations. Therefore, regardless of the roles played by individuals, it is evident that this issue is not as superficial as it may seem. Clearly, as the competition evolves, these characteristics become less significant to them. Perhaps the finest outcomes are gradually revealing themselves to us. Thus, all of this may be superfluous, and I trust one shall comprehend. Ultimately, the pivotal question remains whether they can progress further. Otherwise, their greatest advantage will dissipate, leaving them with nothing. Most crucially, all that they require has undergone substantial improvement. In light of this, I must devise a swift plan. Otherwise, our current conditions and possibilities hold no intrinsic value. Each person and Apos' perspective on the future varies, yet their outlooks share a striking similarity. Any individual would likely entertain these thoughts. Why engage in extensive dialogue with them? They intend to obliterate this planet, requiring no justification. Shaoxi is acutely aware of this. It is your turn. Endeavor to dismantle the machinery. He remains oblivious to the machine's formidable power. Yet to prevent a recurrence of this scenario, he resolves to annihilate everything here. Otherwise, the repercussions will only worsen. From the present situation, a solution should be attainable. Although reality is far from perfect, it is better than nothing. This is the most absurd dilemma. I must fulfill all requirements. Thus, their task is to minimize the occurrence of such situations. Otherwise, misunderstandings will easily arise, leading to complications. This may represent the best outcome. Everyone comprehends this result and acknowledges its perfection. Perhaps this is the wisest choice. Regardless of who they are, negative consequences will ensue at this juncture, rendering resolution far from straightforward. I trust you understand that there remains hope in this matter. However, prolonging it benefits no one. In light of the current state of affairs, all recognize that the likelihood is slim, yet this is the opportune moment to address it. It has persisted until the very end, continuing onward. As time progresses, the situation begins to shift, yet it appears far from effortless. Chapter 78. Other matters. Perhaps this is my most remarkable trait. Nonetheless, I find myself devoid of further thoughts. Although the competition has reached its zenith, the situation remains firmly under their control. Under such pressure, anyone would likely falter. This signifies a shift in their stance, evident to all as the possibilities before them continue to expand. At this moment, no one comprehends the true meaning behind these words. Yet it is clear that only those with profound knowledge can utter such statements. Otherwise, everything would lose significance. Perhaps this very notion is what catalyzes change in the past. I am the sovereign of the cosmos. Regardless of your words, I shall reveal my true self to all. After all, in circumstances such as these, few would dare to voice their opinions, and more importantly, there is no need to squander time on futile debates. Given the current situation, they can draw a conclusion regarding the outcomes of their endeavors. I also understand that there are matters beyond my comprehension. However, should I truly succeed, I would find joy in it. Though the enigmatic treasures have been restored, this world has nevertheless been established. I advise you not to act foolishly, as it will serve you no benefit. My request, naturally, does not entail such complications. My ascendancy as the ruler of this land is intended to illuminate the fact that the present reality is not what it appears. I ask, are you not weary? You speak incessantly of conquering and transforming this nation. Do you truly believe that such a transformation can occur with minimal effort? It is utterly ludicrous. Your thoughts elude me. At this juncture, he realized that failing to grasp this concept might lead to undesirable consequences, indicating that circumstances are no longer as they once were. You inquire of me, and I of whom? Are you not aware of the current state of human existence? There is an abundance of everything, detritus and otherwise. Having arrived at this point, should we not adhere to the original plan? You are mistaken. In this world, certain endeavors are indeed worthy of pursuit. One cannot dismiss everything for the sake of a few trivial matters. When you have come to understand, do let me know, fool. How naive. The present circumstances may indeed pose numerous challenges, suggesting that the issues we must comprehend are likely to evolve with time. This is a matter we must address promptly, otherwise, we shall only encounter more problems awaiting resolution. From this perspective, it is evident that the current situation is not dire. We must articulate our concerns to avoid complicating matters further. Yet, so many years have elapsed, and countless events have transpired, deviating from their expectations. Regardless of who it may be, under such circumstances, outcomes will differ from prior assumptions. As for this opportunity, we are left speechless. Their sole recourse lies in the relentless pursuit of answers and contemplation of other queries. Perhaps this is the most feasible approach at present. Anyone who formulates such a plan will experience a peculiar sensation, indicating that our character traits have developed in accordance with our original nature. Otherwise, why would one act thus? Based on the current scenario, certain matters can only express one's position, yet cannot fully articulate it. Otherwise, who would be responsible for making such a decision? This is apparent to all. I can only state that we possess little time to squander. Every moment is precious, for otherwise, all our efforts may be rendered futile. At last, the battle has reached a pause. Although victorious, he did not display a smile, still feeling discomfort from the oppressive aura of a level 4 powerhouse. The seemingly omnipresent situation is thus, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the most exceptional individuals present are not as they had imagined. Now, all that he possesses exists in a state of near perfection. The past is devoid of meaning. I have come to understand what is truly important. I am acutely aware that such emotions convey little. Now, in these circumstances, how shall we resolve the past? This is indisputable. Yet, all comprehend that change signifies the potential for further development. Perhaps this is the most vexing dilemma. However, should anyone genuinely harbor such thoughts, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. This issue is of paramount concern to them. Should they complete all tasks, they would uncover the root cause of this predicament. Although he has returned to this world, a sense of helplessness still lingers within him. We have yet to discover a solution, indicating that our stance is shifting. Should this continue, it will only invite more troubles, which we wish to avoid. While their thoughts appear to have evolved somewhat, everyone understands that this is not the outcome they desire. The desired results will only deepen their concerns. For the first time, I have encountered a crucial element, the rationale behind our ability to resolve this issue. We all acknowledge that our current environment is unsuitable. From this standpoint, it remains uncertain whether changes will occur, yet all know that if this continues, the ramifications will be immense for everyone involved. These matters are trivial to us. We also recognize that this question is not easily answered. However, we are on the brink of a formidable trial. For if this is indeed the case, certain elements will transform into a more authentic narrative, while others may gradually fade due to the passage of time. Thus, it is evident that the extent of exaggeration far exceeds their imagination. Frankly, I am well aware that what we can achieve is exceedingly challenging for others. Everyone understands that this principle is not straightforward, yet once it is breached, no one will dare to attempt it again. Chapter 79. Undercurrents from the current circumstances. It appears that this issue should yield a reasonable answer. Perhaps this answer is merely a beginning and holds little significance. What truly matters is that comprehending this matter will require considerable time. Well, let us dispense with idle chatter. Upon ascending to the second floor, they soon realized that everything unfolded just as they had anticipated. If all goes as expected, what lies ahead may prove even more dire than before, to a degree that I may find unbearable. Such a transformation is likely to yield adverse outcomes, necessitating that everyone address this situation promptly. Indeed, I shall make my way there. Perhaps due to the passage of time, they found themselves in a strikingly beautiful city. Why does this restaurant seem so familiar? Is it not called Fraudali? Indeed, the Fraudali restaurant is right here. Yet now, circumstances have entirely changed. Everyone is acutely aware that Fraudali's choice of this venue, while appearing commendable on the surface, harbors ulterior motives. Why does he seek to wield that little sprite's malevolent energy to dominate the world? Clearly, you have not fully grasped my meaning. For someone of your ilk, my words carry great weight. Yet how do you comprehend my intent? This matter requires no further elaboration from me. You must navigate it as you see fit. I can assure you, should you remain steadfast, you will develop a peculiar disposition. Do you desire such a trait? This query may well be the most fitting answer. Everyone understands that their current pursuit is not merely for the best results. Nevertheless, what they are undertaking now constitutes their finest endeavor. For them, everything prior seemed uncomplicated. Yet to assert how good it was, or how exceptional, would be impossible. I am not without means. However, this does indicate that I have truly come to understand the situation. I believe I can achieve this. I am aware of my actions. In truth, all perceive this as a favorable outcome, yet their foremost concern remains how to attain their desired objectives. I surmise that the optimal approach is to identify these circumstances. However, I feel we may journey even further. Frankly, many find it challenging to grasp the essence of the situation, necessitating continuous contemplation, experimentation, and striving for the best outcome. Gradually, all have come to realize that what once transpired has now become commonplace. They think thusly, fully aware that this signifies their mindset remains unchanged. He believes he has attained the best outcome. Irrespective of who one is, a better result is attainable. At least for now, we cannot make any substantial decisions. For I know that those capable of such determinations are often remarkable individuals. This implies that all they observe is progressing toward a more favorable direction. Indeed, he is powerless. After vanquishing Fraudali, upon first entering this world, he encountered an individual he had never seen before. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Since they intend to retrieve the final item, allow me to share this legend with you. In truth, it is a rather elegant tale, one in which someone once nurtured an exceedingly adorable sprite. However, at the critical moment, a great war erupted. And ultimately, it was the sprite who emerged to halt the conflict, sacrificing its life in the process. The sprite trainer was heartbroken. He devised a unique mechanism capable of resurrecting the sprite. Yet, his hatred for this world grew daily, leading him to resolve to construct a superweapon capable of annihilating the entire planet. However, When that little sprite became aware of this situation, it lost all interest. We have little left to discuss, for we have all recognized that this is not what we desire. Eventually, the sprite was utterly dumbfounded and had no choice but to depart. Since then, it has languished in suffering. Alas, a sigh escaped after hearing the tale. Yet now, everything has transformed. All understand what the events of this period signify. I must caution everyone against employing that lethal weapon again. Otherwise, the entirety of Earth will be obliterated. Even Shalebi cannot intervene. However, at this moment, a faint smile graced Ferdali's face. Do not perceive this as a farce. You must comprehend the depravity of this place. It is essential to eradicate it. Otherwise, more individuals will conspire behind the scenes. Thus, under such conditions, previous occurrences may indeed yield negative repercussions, resulting in significant changes. No one would anticipate the decisions they might make in such a scenario. Do not harbor delusions. Let me assure you, you are forever alone and incapable of achieving success. However, you must recognize that all you utter is directed at this nation, should you wish. This nation may be destroyed. Although we have not yet reached a point of necessity, it is certain that continuing down this path will only exacerbate their casualties. When that day arrives, they will be utterly incapable of controlling the situation, and their plight will worsen. This is a grave matter, and all are well aware of the potential devastation the truth may bring under these circumstances. While these matters are difficult to articulate, no one dares to ascertain the price they may pay. One certainty remains: my understanding of this world has shifted. However, if we truly uncover the genuine circumstances, perhaps some changes will unfold. Perhaps this is where my distinction from others lies. To seize greater opportunities, one must rely on current conditions. I am indifferent to your thoughts. However, I can assert that this task is far from easily accomplished. Given the present circumstances, only certain losses stemming from this approach will gradually surface. Past events will not be so straightforward. We all comprehend that what we can obtain is not limited to this. Another reason lies in my understanding of your desires. Yet, they remain indifferent, for they are fully aware that this is the truth. Perhaps you still do not grasp this. Allow me to elucidate. I once held a fondness for charity, but each time I donated, I felt they were insatiably greedy. Chapter 80. Interception. Vladarli swiftly recognized the disquieting shift in the atmosphere. The moment he resolved to selflessly assist the refugees, their expressions evoked memories of his own past tribulations. However, the circumstances had transformed. The demeanor of these individuals had shifted, and by this point, no one would treat them with such indifference. Although myriad questions remained unanswered, the current situation harbored uncertainties that no one could foresee. The potential changes arising from this scenario presented numerous challenges. At this juncture, it was commendable that everyone was striving for improvement, regardless of their backgrounds. This might be the most effective approach, yet it did not imply that everyone would adopt it, for each individual comprehended the reasons behind such a methodology. From the present circumstances, their accomplishments were evolving towards a more favorable trajectory. In this regard, it became evident that the origins of these events were continually ameliorating, suggesting an abundance of possibilities that we could envision. It signified that certain elements were indeed transforming, and this was for the best. Now, these individuals could substantiate their excellence. I understood. There was no need for concern, for I was acutely aware of the significance of this matter to me. Hence, regardless of the final outcome, it would invariably yield improvement. People gradually grasped the underlying reasons and understood the causative factors. To be candid, I do not concur with your assertions. Yet I acknowledge that everything will shift once you articulate your demands. Perhaps the current adjustments are already quite refined. Thus, regardless of the ultimate effects, all will be well. Therefore, I shall speak plainly. Irrespective of your thoughts, I shall provide you with the optimal solution. Young one, I comprehend your thoughts. But remember that all you conceive is in vain. Do you grasp my meaning? Initially, they believed that this crisis had reached a pivotal moment, necessitating action in accordance with their desires, lest their burdens intensify. They resolved to handle matters as they deemed fit. I had arranged it thus, and there was little more to say. Ultimately, everyone ought to contemplate this carefully. Vladarli, too, was reluctant to elaborate further, turning to depart. While those confined in their cells cast serious gazes at Xiaoji, time was of the essence. Action was imperative, lest the entire realm succumb to devastation. To be honest, this was not the first instance of annihilation for any individual. It represented an unprecedented strain for all. They gradually came to realize that the situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. Hence, we could not voice objections, regardless of who it was. We were all compelled to perform better. Ultimately, it mattered not who it was, as long as they achieved success. Should calamity truly befall them, the outcomes would be utterly unpredictable. Thus, regardless of how the conclusion unfolded, they would persist towards a more promising direction. The only requirement was to maintain their plans. I believe this is, thus far, the most judicious course of action. Each person, while making this choice, would stipulate various conditions. Therefore, I must first fulfill their prerequisites. Xiaoji quickly grasped the situation, making his way to the third basement level. Upon arrival, he immediately recognized this as the true weapon of mass destruction. Oh, your determination is commendable. However, I regret to inform you that I have already made arrangements. I must proceed. Just as Zhao Hai intended to obstruct Vladarli, his assistant suddenly rushed to his side. Do not attempt to deceive. If you genuinely seek success, you must first overcome me. His Excellency Vladarli has his own strategies. A mere clash swiftly determined the victor. You certainly possess talent, he remarked. No need for elaboration. Here are 2 buttons, one red and one blue. You may press either. Or perhaps black and white. Choose for yourself, ha ha ha. Although Xiaoji harbored doubts regarding the potential trap, he had no time for hesitation. Dashing toward the pulsating blue sphere and pressing it forcefully, yet nothing transpired. Ah, you are quite astute. You deduced it quickly. Yet soon, he extracted a monkey key from his backpack. Regrettably, you have made an erroneous decision. Ultimately, everyone meets a similar fate. She activated the red button on the screen, and instantly, the recent scene unfolded before them. Like a slide, the surrounding structures crumbled under the onslaught. He noted a wire beneath this weapon, indicating an unknown energy coursing through the apparatus. How absurd. Have you forgotten that even if this realm is destroyed, you cannot survive here? This matter is no longer of my concern. I trust Vladarli will transport me to the glimmer of hope. Although his words may be grandiose, he is powerless to hinder us now, haha. Xiaoji refrained from further commentary, for he understood the script unfolding before him. The moment he departed, individuals approached. We must hasten. Perhaps there is a solution to this dilemma. They comprehended the urgency of time and promptly took flight towards the destination, gradually drawing closer until they beheld the ominous device. Let us proceed. However, as they approached, a terrified man captured their attention. Intruders detected. Soon, they arrived at a peculiar stone structure and halted. We have arrived. A group entered and swiftly descended underground. At that moment, they realized this place was indeed a critically significant laboratory where Vladarli awaited the opportune moment. Vladarli, I can assure you that even if you cease your assaults, you may employ the same tactics. However, once you succeed, no one can impede you. On what basis? In my existence, who are you to me? How can a humble soul comprehend my magnificence? Very well, let us continue our battle. Xiaoji immediately produced his magical artifact and engaged in combat, quickly overpowering Vladarli, who clearly was no match for him. Chapter 81. The final strike of the ultimate weapon. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have triumphed. I am merely affording you a fleeting chance. The complete assembly of this magical stone is now finished, awaiting my command to seize this rare opportunity. However, I am biding my time for that day to arrive. The prerequisite for activating this mechanism is to harness the rays of the sun, which means we have now reached this critical juncture. Well, do you have time? Without exchanging many words, the two approached Vladarli and paused for a moment. No one can thwart my ambitions. I exert my utmost efforts. You desire these children, and I believe that may serve your interests as well. They all understand that under these circumstances, achieving such a feat is exceedingly challenging, likely to result in greater complications. Even if they were to succeed, it would only lead them into deeper predicaments. However, such fortuitous moments are dwindling, and everyone comprehends that to fulfill such a task, considerable strength is requisite. At this stage, no one has succeeded, which signifies that their performance will likely diminish further. Reaching this point will undoubtedly yield significant negative repercussions, as everyone will become acutely aware of their roles. In any case, I refuse to believe you will have your way. Both of them continue to engage in combat, fully aware that this moment is pivotal. If they cannot even manage the most fundamental methods, the path ahead will only grow more arduous. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Nevertheless, everyone recognizes that few possess the capability to achieve this, primarily because certain elements are not as refined as one might hope. At last, they stood before the door, and the lock was finally pried open. Upon entering, they were met by 5 individuals, standing at the ready. Pay them no mind. The battle was brief. Those individuals were swiftly vanquished and subsequently departed. In their view, their accomplishments are replicable, thus they need not concern themselves. As long as they succeed, the rest is inconsequential. From the current circumstances, he gradually comprehended that the significance of these elements far exceeds his initial assumptions. Previous misunderstandings have now transformed. In a certain sense, I am uncertain whether I can definitively ascertain the nature of this matter, but I am convinced that if mishandled, the outcome could be dire. However, upon their arrival, a monumental shift occurred. We have departed from this place. What remains is entirely in your hands. Everything is in readiness. Now, he must confront Xerxes alone. It appears the time has come. With that, she retrieved the mysterious artifact she had prepared. Xerxes, did you truly believe we would meet again under such circumstances? In fact, he too began to realize that some things are not as he had envisioned. The clash was imminent and unexpectedly brief. Now, this frenzied sprite stood before Feng Sunyan. You just acquired that stone, did you not? I understand your intent, yet I must caution you, it is not as effortless as you imagine. If you truly wish to excel, with your strength, you would not withstand even my single strike. Surrender swiftly. I believe that is the only recourse you have. Surely, you possess alternatives. This seems somewhat futile, yet everyone comprehends that mastering this skill is no trivial matter. The sole solution lies within this technique. It appears you are indeed obstinate. In that case, I will be candid. This endeavor is not as simple as you presume. A fierce battle ensued, marking the true climax. Especially upon the emergence of the rampaging behemoth, Xerxes defeated it with a dazzling display of lunar power. If the mysterious artifact ultimately chooses you, there is little I can do, for I had long anticipated that our actions would be deemed natural. Perhaps this is the most favorable outcome, regardless of the choice. Adverse consequences will ensue, yet it at least signifies that matters are progressing positively. At this juncture, there is little more to say. None will ponder the implications, for they are all acutely aware that this situation is inherently malleable. But the condition remains that they must act according to their own convictions. Otherwise, complications will arise. The next deranged man suddenly burst into laughter. Your actions are merely attempts to thwart me, are they not? However, I assure you, I can commence at this very moment. What you must do now is prepare everything. They made no move, exiting the training grounds and pressing a button, yet that button vanished, for Xerxes did not activate it. The same machinery, the same motions, were executed in an exceedingly brief span of time. Crucially, this matter did not unfold as splendidly as anticipated. If someone were willing to assist, it would not be overly challenging. However, the present situation is not as favorable as one might envision. At this point, such actions evidently stirred a tempest, as no one could predict what would transpire next. However, it is certain that they will harbor no reservations. They will maintain complete control over all affairs, which is the best outcome achievable. When the ultimate weapon returned, none anticipated its destruction. Everything would dissolve into nothingness, and those legends would fade away. Although Verdali was ultimately apprehended, this does not signify that his endeavors have concluded. At this moment, they finally regained their senses. Yet it seemed they had returned once more. What now? Fear not. This matter is trivial for me. On this occasion, he encountered a legend. Yet, once he prepared for battle, he realized his misjudgment. In truth, the pivotal matters had been cast aside. Everyone was acutely aware that if events continued on this trajectory, the outcome would only worsen, which was not their desired result. This may seem commonplace, yet it sufficiently illustrates who is paramount in such times. Perhaps due to various factors, this instance proved not so simple. They gradually recognized that previous events might be increasingly rare. Given the current state of affairs, regardless of who it may be, achieving this is no simple task. Chapter 82. I and Amp. Oppos. Am here to assist. I surmise this constitutes the most efficacious course of action at present. Prior to attaining such accomplishments, every individual harbors their own unique perspectives. This pronouncement was made upon returning home, yet conveying the intricacies of their scheme proved unattainable. From the current vantage point, he should progressively unearth the answers, perhaps precipitating a novel transformation in all that he has hitherto undergone. I posit this is the optimal scenario thus far. Irrespective of the individual, it is indubitable that this request is far from facile. Each person has their own designs, and whatever transpires ultimately hinges upon everyone's collective effort. Is that understood by all? I trust we shall soon encounter Brother Xiao'er. However, the instant they stepped inside, a figure materialized before them. Zaobo furrowed his brow. Lily recoiled in alarm. What is your purpose here? You ingrate, do you now seek to antagonize us? Fair maiden, what ails you? Why would I antagonize you? I am here to assist. As he uttered these words, his diminutive eyes darted about furtively. Individuals of this ilk often suffer from a deficiency in intellect. I shall not heed your words. Were it not for you, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Mark my words, you shall adhere to my directives, or I shall deem you a traitor. Lily discerned that the situation had undergone a metamorphosis. I forewarn you, this matter is not so readily resolved. However, having reached this point, we must proceed according to my instructions. I believe our leader has been apprehended by Kojiro. Regardless, Lizamon remains a goddess in the eyes of many men. Even with her daughter now an adult, her countenance continues to captivate them. She is the object of every man's desire. Furthermore, due to the familial influences he has been subjected to since childhood, his ideology is somewhat distorted. Therefore, it is unsurprising that he would utter such sentiments. I endeavor not to dwell on it, but such is the reality, nor do I deem it necessary to overthink. For I am cognizant that this sensation will render me more formidable. From the present vantage, it is exceedingly arduous for these individuals to achieve their objectives. I comprehend that under these circumstances, certain elements will transmute, becoming incomprehensible. In light of this, I have no further pronouncements to make. Upon reflection, there have indeed been significant alterations. Were these issues not directly elucidated, subsequent proceedings would be considerably more manageable. Moreover, everyone is cognizant that under these circumstances, no one will be at ease. However, this indicates that the genuine thoughts within his heart may have ascended to a loftier plane. I am gradually coming to the realization that this sensation is not as it superficially appears. However, to seize it, one must first master it. From the current perspective, Rod is certain that if he persists in this manner, it may engender detrimental consequences for himself. At that juncture, apprehending this individual would likely become even more arduous. In truth, they comprehend that this matter is not infeasible. However, even such a straightforward affair is sufficient to instigate a furor. Ha ha ha. He grinned broadly. Upon entering, the two beheld the former chairman and Amp. Oppos' chamber, resplendent with a kaleidoscope of colors, aesthetically pleasing yet simultaneously grotesque. Indeed, I did not anticipate that you would utter such words, seemingly intent on delivering yourself to our doorstep. Kojiro, clutching his magical orb, stood motionless, as if the scene before him was not what he had desired to witness. I never conceived that we would convene in this location. I can assure you, I vanquished Musashi. Do you genuinely believe that my association with Musashi over these years stemmed merely from your infatuation with him? She was but a tool for my manipulation. As a scion of a distinguished lineage, would I ever desert my post? I can state unequivocally that neither the emissaries dispatched by my family nor this Musashi are of any greater consequence to me than mere ants. At this juncture, the aura exuding from him underwent a continuous transformation, wholly dissimilar to his former self. I know not, with respect to us, who holds the utmost significance. Me? Do not forget that you may subsequently engender misunderstandings due to your actions. Is this not the most preposterous inquiry at present? In truth, the situation this time is quite straightforward. This is likely the most favorable scenario at present, hence they must rely solely on themselves. I am cognizant that you possess a formidable legion of mythical beasts, yet these pose no great challenge to me. Behold my collection. Most significantly, upon witnessing this, they were all taken aback. None had anticipated the presence of the 3 legendary birds. You have frozen molters. For me, a swift demise would be preferable to this torment. Behold those experimental subjects. I failed to capture your diminutive sprite this time, but I did fabricate a replica. Mother, Yun Ruoyan exclaimed. Lily, upon beholding her beautiful mother lying motionless on the ground, was immediately alarmed. Rest assured, her condition has stabilized. I have administered a medication that poses no threat to her well-being, maintaining her in a state of unconsciousness. Even upon awakening, she will require a period of convalescence for complete recovery. Lily was displeased. I never imagined that you, a beast, were capable of such actions. I placed far too much trust in you. You speak the truth. My prior actions were predicated on self-awareness. However, all has now changed. I believe further elaboration is unnecessary. I deem myself still capable. Those who can align with my thoughts may become my esteemed guests. Those who cannot may depart. I trust there will be no objections to this matter. However, a vexing predicament has now arisen. If any individual harbors a divergent expectation regarding this outcome, then this veridical circumstance will manifest in their original world. Most crucially, regardless of the outcome they attain, it will engender the perception that their scheme is progressing in a more propitious direction. Most importantly, if this issue genuinely materializes, there is no cause for trepidation. However, such is the reality. Elevating these elements to a novel zenith is no facile undertaking. Furthermore, I can unequivocally state that I do harbor affection for your mother. However, barring necessity, I would never exploit her vulnerability. Kojiro, as Sakaki and Appo's subordinate, has consistently yearned to return to this locale and reunite with Luzman. Chapter 83. A fight is inevitable. He recalled the moment he first arrived, accompanied by the owner of the rockets, a time when he was indeed a formidable presence. Your mother possesses striking beauty. Although she is now in her middle age, her attire remains remarkably fashionable. How can you even say that? Where is Lady Rosamond? After all, he has saved our lives. Xiaoji could no longer contain himself. He believed that if everything proceeded according to the original plan, life would become considerably simpler. Yet, reality proved otherwise, and this sensation was profoundly uncomfortable. This matter does not concern me. I merely need to grasp one truth. I can only endure what I am capable of. If I do not bear it, how can I prove myself? I simply perceive my own strength. The opinions of others are of no consequence to me. Now, they could no longer look away. The characteristics of these matters were exceedingly straightforward. Thus, regardless of who it was, unfavorable consequences would inevitably ensue. In essence, the current death toll was escalating in an alarming manner. Anyone could attract more attention, which constituted their most significant maneuver. At this moment, no matter the circumstances he faced, it was a fortuitous occurrence. This signified that, amidst such transformation, his understanding of the past would grow increasingly subdued. I have come to realize that regardless of how we present ourselves, we invariably leave an impression of familiarity. Thus, anyone can emerge before our eyes. In truth, the outcome has become quite evident. The burdens each individual carries, along with those that subsequently arise, become more onerous with each passing day. This is their primary concern. Whoever engages in such actions will likely face considerable repercussions. Firstly, I do not wish to voice this sentiment. Yet I am aware of the successful examples that lie before you. Nevertheless, this implies that I am free to act as I please, provided I understand your thoughts. This is a natural occurrence, and even if adverse consequences arise, it merely signifies that the matter retains its significance. Consequently, he must confront a trial. Lily, I am the strongest here. I am the only one capable of defeating him. No one would anticipate what that pervert might unleash. Do not be deceived by your formidable beast. I possess my own, and I shall demonstrate it to you. Just then, Darkrai suddenly appeared before him. He is Darkrai, present at the pinnacle of the tower. I am not fond of Darkrai and Amp, Oppos, resemblance, but I am curious to see who you are searching for. Enough of your prattle. It is now your turn to step forth, Xerneas. He had not anticipated Xerneas would emerge so promptly. However, it was apparent that Xerneas held no advantage compared to Darkrai. Why do you not employ your malevolent spirit? It leaves one speechless. I am not incapable. I simply find it uninteresting. I merely wish to declare that in a fair fight, I can still triumph over you. This is the result she envisioned, regardless of who achieves such accomplishments. Corresponding changes will ensue, meaning that genuine influence often impacts what one desires. From the current perspective, anyone can be affected, which is the most astonishing aspect. For him, if he truly wishes to acquire more knowledge, it would be advantageous. Spare me your idle chatter. I am aware you bring forth a legion of powerful monsters. I can comprehend your intentions, but do not presume that your beasts will grant you an edge in our confrontation. I am equally prepared. Without further ado, Kojiro brandished his magical artifact, and instantly, Darkrai stood before him. Yet now he felt he had erred. Do not think that acquiring a replica of Darkrai will instill fear in me. Xiaoji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed his aspirations. So, you intend to defeat Mai and Oppos, Darkrai and Oppos, using the power of your imagination? Do not forget, I can wield it against you. Darkrai swiftly initiated an attack, his flames igniting with purpose. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the fact that his flames would be consumed by the opponent and Oppos' power. You should not assume I would spare you. You must understand that there will always be a greater mountain. I can facilitate your growth or lead to your utter destruction. Do you comprehend? Regardless of who achieves such results, it evokes a sense of powerlessness. More importantly, it remains unclear who among them is truly the strongest. The battle between the two escalated immediately, both adversaries counterbalancing each other. Do you grasp why there is a drop of blood at the conclusion of this spectacle? I must tell you, your psychic abilities are formidable, yet your illusions are equally potent. However, the crux lies in the fact that dreams possess their own characteristics, rendering further discourse unnecessary at this juncture. Nevertheless, dreams are the embodiment of reality, necessitating their own capabilities. Hence, before determining the victor, he must showcase his strength, which is also his most prudent choice. Both mysterious beings collapsed, wholly bereft of combat capability, startling Kojiro, who had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Yet, Kojiro's gaze swiftly shifted to Pikachu beside him. Do you suppose you can rely solely on a Pikachu to match my holy beast trainers? Let me assure you, even if I possess a water-type artifact, it is not something you can rival. Lugia, emerge. At this moment, Lugia once again entered the collective gaze of the onlookers. Unchanged from before, do not forget that Lugia is the goddess of the ocean. She embodies the elements of flight and water, endowed with extraordinary abilities. This time, Pikachu remained unfazed. Its level was exceptionally high, and it was a member of a world champion team, naturally possessing the prowess to engage in battle against such figures. Given the present circumstances, acquiring certain things proves exceedingly difficult, and this situation may introduce new variables, leaving one feeling quite helpless. I believe this is the sole option available. However, regardless of who it is, immense pressure will befall them. Yet, they are left with no choice but to accept it. I am acutely aware of how significant this is for me, and it is precisely for this reason that I can make such a decision. Chapter 84. The decisive battle. Everyone is acutely aware of the exhilarating spectacle unfolding before them. Two tiny sprites have commenced their battle, still perceiving Lugia as a formidable creature. Yet none anticipated that Pikachu would seize it within its claws. This is the true glory of kings. In reality, all are cognizant of Pikachu and Oppos' might. More importantly, everything appears so astonishingly simple and self-evident. We are devoid of elaborate plans, compelled to rely solely upon ourselves. Otherwise, we risk revealing our finest selves. If all had previously unfolded favorably, there would be no need for further discourse. At this juncture, one begins to realize that perhaps, prior to committing to a decision, one's past may undergo unfavorable transformations. However, given the present circumstances, it is prudent to refrain from excessive elaboration and swiftly ascertain the situation. It is indeed surprising that beyond Ash, there exists such formidable prowess. This sensation is unprecedented for him, yet given the current state of affairs, there is little to be said. Action must be taken. Considering the present conditions, should this matter prove so easily resolvable, it would indicate a discrepancy in the situation. The recent events have been pivotal, necessitating minimal discussion, as everyone possesses their own capabilities. Now, everything is in flux. All comprehend that under these conditions, only in the best scenarios will the truth gradually unveil itself. I believe the finest elements are indeed utilizable as they seek the most effective solutions. I propose a discussion to unravel the intricacies of the situation, for we are reluctant to acknowledge the reality. Although troubles persist, they bear little significance. What matters is that they resolve their own dilemmas, lest everything devolve into a nightmare. We ought to refrain from overthinking, since matters are not as intricate as they seem. It is imperative that we promptly address this issue. With the passage of time, the past will become increasingly lucid. However, our energy is limited if we strive for excellence. It signifies a qualitative leap for each of us. After 2 days of training, everyone has gleaned considerable knowledge. Fear not, we can still endure. Nonetheless, each of us perceives this issue to be paramount. Otherwise, we face an influx of challenges. Everyone is acutely aware that this is their primary concern, for under such circumstances, striving to complete the task only leads to further decline. Moreover, no one truly comprehends the implications of their actions. In light of this outcome, the ultimate victor is unequivocally evident, as the myriad abilities possessed by each individual render this achievement astonishing. This is our greatest apprehension. Yet, if we genuinely wish to execute this endeavor successfully, it is prudent to maintain a degree of reticence, for we each have our own responsibilities. Regardless of who they may be, individuals must swiftly ascertain their assumptions. Failure to do so will impose substantial pressure upon them. Perhaps my abilities are singular in this regard. Otherwise, we remain uncertain if greater rewards await. This is the source of our deepest concern, as none can fathom why circumstances have unfolded thus. Perhaps this is indeed their foremost worry, as they have never contemplated how they have achieved their current state. We need not dwell on this issue. We are well aware of what must be done. When all is subject to change, he ceases to ponder other matters. Given our current capabilities, discerning victory and defeat is no simple task. However, should we truly seek clarity, further discussion is unnecessary. The existing situation reflects its inherent value, suggesting that such circumstances are rare. For us, the optimal approach lies in resolving this matter, albeit it is not the ultimate solution. More critically, under these conditions, these elements will undergo new transformations, indicating their lack of true existence. After an extensive duration of competition, the outcome for both sides has become predetermined. It appears your next objective should be the Lord of Glory. However, do not forget that my mysterious artifact possesses formidable strength. None could have anticipated that the final contender would be a being known as Wajiba. I had long suspected this sprite, do not forget. I once had a sprite of my own, thus I wield wisdom and harbor no fear of you, my Lord of Light. Please reveal yourself. In this context, everyone has refrained from contemplating that direction, suggesting that no matter who it may be, they will adversely impact that individual. Enough of this. I did not foresee such occurrences at this critical juncture. In truth, everyone has recognized a fundamental issue, given the current circumstances. They are no longer qualified to deliberate on such matters. Let us not overthink. This realm is vast, and we must swiftly engage them, for they are our adversaries. However, within the infinite pavilion, an unusual phenomenon persists. You are not my master, but merely your avatar. Now that the master has manifested, I shall naturally follow. Now it seems that even before the battle has commenced, victory and defeat have already been delineated. How dare you betray me? Were you not lifeless? You lack the means to console your existence, and thus utter such trivial words. Here, no one can aid you. Only you can help yourself. Do you understand? Do not waste my time with such frivolities. What I do is beyond your comprehension, you wretched being. Yet at this moment, that invincible entity strikes, rendering him immobile. Do not underestimate our sprite companions. Within our ranks, we are the finest. Moreover, who do you think you are? In our eyes, you are a pitiable soul. This realization dawns upon him. What he once believed he could accomplish has now devolved into this state. What say you? This leaves them somewhat bewildered. From this moment forth, you are to disband this rocket organization and cease to harm others. By the way, where is your magical artifact copier? Ah, I have long since destroyed it. You will not locate its whereabouts now. Even should you stumble upon it, it would bear no significance. My stronghold resides right here. At this juncture, Luzamin has also awakened from her stupor. Chapter 85. The Outliers at last, you have returned. I must inform you that I have discovered that infernal machine here. You must retrieve it for me. There is no need for further elaboration. A mere observation will reveal the nature of that instrument. The most crucial aspect is that everyone has adopted a positive mindset. If they genuinely devise the best approach, the ensuing matters will unfold without complication. Regardless of what transpires ultimately, I have reached the limits of my capability. They are at an impasse, having traversed this far. You have faltered, little Erlang. Hand over that device without hesitation, for it was pilfered from Guangalong. The Alola region has concluded its battles, yet everyone remains enraptured by the recent skirmishes. Now, esteemed colleagues, heed my words. If we persist in this manner, we shall encounter unimaginable repercussions. Personally, I believe we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Xiaoji comprehended well that, under such circumstances, there existed no convoluted rationale, yet he was duty-bound to fulfill his initial mission, thus avoiding excessive contemplation. Although the environment appeared favorable, the ultimate outcome could herald significant transformation. Regardless, our endeavors are distinct. What do you truly understand? At that moment, Xiaoji spoke. No one anticipated that a monumental event would unfold at such a critical juncture. By then, past occurrences seemed less frequent. Given his current position, he gradually began to grasp the situation. Both individuals would ultimately come to understand. Very well, let us adhere to our original method. Is your primary concern to contact Mr. Guanto as swiftly as possible? Absolutely. We possess a means of communication here. Given the present circumstances, certain matters should be comparatively straightforward to comprehend. In such a scenario, provided they make the right choices, their decisions will serve as ample evidence. However, this time, he sensed a profound shift, for it was evident to all that this attempt bore no fruit. I can assure you, it is not as simple as you may perceive, should adverse consequences arise. We would find ourselves in a precarious situation. In truth, another issue remains unresolved. As per the current situation, we finally have an explanation. Yet, as he sought to rectify this matter thoroughly, the scenarios he envisioned grew increasingly dire. Ladies and gentlemen, please take heed, regardless of who the finest player may be. The pressure they endure varies greatly. Thus, in such circumstances, everyone can perceive reality. For now, let us set aside these concerns. I must present to you a pivotal task. Perhaps you remain unaware, but our efforts have led to a significant quandary, which is nothing of great consequence. Only now do they realize that everything has undergone a substantial transformation. What we currently know is merely what we know. However, this does not imply that each of us possesses our own experiences. At this juncture, his appearance had already altered. During my match with Team Rocket, I noticed an important detail that perhaps everyone has yet to grasp. I must inform you that such an approach could potentially harm the team. Guangzalong and Appo's words jolted everyone from their previous lethargy. What do you mean by that? We do not yet know the specific reasons. But I can assert that if this new response mechanism emerges, we shall plunge into calamity. Clearly, the bald man and Appo's statement pinpointed the crux of the matter. I am uncertain of our initial conditions, but I find them satisfactory. His prior expectations yielded no results, signifying that everyone could showcase their unique strengths under these circumstances. Perhaps we need not dwell on this, yet it indicates that what we confront is paramount, is it not? Allow me to elucidate. We must identify a more opportune moment. Otherwise, discomfort shall ensue. In truth, everyone is acutely aware that if we can manifest the value of these elements, there is nothing to fear. In such a context, remnants of the past may prove more advantageous, not to mention that these elements can be fulfilled. This implies that, regardless of the party involved, seizing this opportunity is imperative. Yet, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Very well, I must expeditiously return to my realm. This is my homeland, and should anything untoward occur, the consequences would be dire. You must not only depart, but also ensure that all connected to you come along. Otherwise, we shall be in grave danger. Presently, it appears that the foremost dilemma is not easily resolvable. However, if there is indeed something that could assist, the situation would worsen. I see. Nonetheless, this request is quite agreeable to me, so I need not overthink it. Furthermore, the facts confirm that the current circumstances do indeed carry certain negative implications. Yet as time progresses, future conditions will surely improve. Although each incident elicits a response from the populace, it is only through such reactions that they may better understand the outcomes of these events. Yet, I fear that continuing in this manner will only render matters increasingly unpredictable, a development that is far from ideal. Such situations may gradually manifest, yet the past need not occupy our thoughts. Let us hasten our departure. Only then may subsequent matters be resolved. Well then, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. However, just as Lin Xiu was about to exit, he was halted by Xiao Xia. You see, matters are not as simple as you believe. If we can swiftly dispatch someone, it would be the optimal solution. Yet should any unforeseen events occur, the situation would become untenable. I wish to convey this clearly. Let us not dwell on extraneous thoughts. We must promptly clarify our purpose in undertaking this endeavor. At this stage, no one can articulate the rationale behind this predicament. It merely signifies that this situation is the best possible outcome. In such circumstances, this optimal performance might well represent a delightful manifestation. This time, the two return to the same arena. Do you imply that our situation has diverged from its former state? The most vital point is to restore using quantitative measures. Yet, I must inquire, why should we restore it? Chapter 86. Another realm. Ordinary matters are typically transformed through data. However, they now beheld a tangible figure. Upon comparison, I realized that this sacred project is fundamentally accomplished through numerical means. Otherwise, how could it possibly be dubbed digital baby? Consequently, all their memories will be extracted via digital technology, ultimately evaporating, a process we refer to as erasure. Photon King at this moment activated an app he had just created. I possess an excellent tracking device capable of pursuing targets. Agumon, Gabuman, and other formidable digital pets have all been restored. Even Omegamon has been fully awakened. This realization brings them immense joy. As if this continues, they shall have little to worry about. Thus, under such circumstances, the causes of certain past events have undergone immeasurable changes. For anyone in this situation, it is challenging to fathom the alterations that have transpired, leading to the omission of crucial steps. Therefore, I believe your thoughts are not as simplistic as you perceive. However, if you truly wish to comprehend, it would be prudent to remain silent. Presently, the situation has undergone some transformations, and such conditions are unlikely to recur. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Ensnared in this predicament, I am confident we shall achieve our aims. Clearly, in the current reality, the immense pressure they endure is beyond anyone and Appo's imagination. Now, having reached this juncture, there is little need for further elaboration. Everyone harbors the same thoughts. In this realistic environment, the question of which is superior has lost its suspense. After all, during this period, everything that transpired before will undergo substantial changes. Yet, as time progresses, this matter has gradually become more intricate, ultimately reaching a point where no one can ascertain the outcome, thus rendering further discussion unnecessary. At this point, the situation appears worse than before. I must inform you that no one can uncover the optimal solution through such methods. This may very well be his primary concern at present. As he now perceives a new opportunity, we can showcase our images during filming. However, given the current circumstances, our options are limited. In other words, anyone has the potential to achieve such results, though not everyone possesses the requisite abilities. If this is the case, there is nothing more to say. I suspect we are on the brink of a greater crisis. At this moment, Photon King scrutinizes them with a discerning gaze. Perhaps this is the best approach. Regardless of who it is, such actions will yield distinct effects. from the current situation. His life should be meaningful, hence he feels his existence gradually slipping away. He had initially contemplated future endeavors, yet discovered that achieving this is far from effortless. Perhaps this is the reality. However, when it comes to ultimate victory, we find ourselves devoid of options. Everyone is aware that the events of the past harbor this potential, which has inflicted profound harm upon us. Thus, the only recourse is to proceed. She is my companion. We have always been here. Surely, she will not abandon us? This is not a concern. As he is indeed a genuine individual, it is merely discomforting to confront such matters. Perhaps your game serves merely as a vessel. Yet this place undoubtedly embodies a digital baby-esque game, rendering any occurrence unsettling. Therefore, I contend that this may be the sole solution. Thus, the current dilemma is almost comprehensible. It is challenging for anyone to accept such a verdict. However, a twist of fate has emerged, regardless of the outcome. They can achieve their goals. Since this alteration occurred for various reasons, there is no need for further discourse, as everyone possesses their own advantages, regardless of the conclusion. It is now too late. They suddenly recalled a previous scene. I reiterate, return to where you once tread. At this juncture, Radiant Star recognized a dilemma. He was unsure how to converse with Tai Kamaya, yet Tai had indeed lingered there for an extended period. I have heard that Suna has been there these days. What might be transpiring? If we fail to uncover the truth, it shall be disastrous. Most importantly, they have begun to reminisce about their past. Though they will soon realize that at this moment, this so-called deity is far from what they desire. Even unexpectedly, even old Jinkai has drawn others' attention. Our time is limited. Therefore, you may proceed ahead, along with your magical baby and other matters, rest assured. At that instant, a message from the enigmatic baby arrived. Its essence suggesting that no new creatures exist within the mysterious realm. Rather, there is an intuition that some force is approaching this enigmatic being, which could very well be the most terrifying aspect of it. Based on prior tests, this world is stratified. Arceus reigns as the sovereign of this universe. 2 small spirits are tasked with managing time and space, and the other 4 spirits are known as the creators of the 4 goddesses. However, since the incident involving Ash, everything has undergone a radical transformation. Everyone understands that this situation has radically shifted, yet no one can predict what will unfold next. I believe this approach is the most effective. Regardless of what ultimately transpires, we are devoid of clarity and must rely on one another. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Misty S' words illuminated everyone's understanding. This matter remains unresolved for the time being, yet since they find themselves in this predicament, it is imperative to swiftly ascertain the cause. Although the current situation is critical, everyone is acutely aware that time is not on their side. That individual has yet to make an appearance. It seems they have traveled abroad in recent days. I wonder if I might request your assistance? However, I am uncertain if I can still transform. At this moment, Bada Beast wears a face of worry, for everything that once was has not occurred in quite some time. Chapter 87. A New World. I am the coach of the Magical Power Team, and while I have only encountered digital pets in television dramas, I never imagined I would find myself in such an immersive experience. Although I have seen similar films and animations before, they had always operated in the shadows until we witnessed their actions firsthand. When the news was revealed, everyone present was taken aback. To be honest, we were not entirely clear about the issue at hand, but time was of the essence, as you might understand. Of course, reality is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that each individual seizes such an opportunity. In this context, I need not dwell on trivial concerns. We all comprehend the gravity of our current situation. Under these circumstances, he could gradually discern who among us was more formidable, yet fully realizing the potential of this situation would require further contemplation. Well, now is not the time for such discussions. We must rely on one another. More critically, Fong Xinyin finds himself in this predicament. The entrance to the digital realm soon opened, and once he ushered everyone inside, he felt a distinct shift. Yagami Taichi, what brings you here? Xiaoji exclaimed in surprise. The 4 great kings had returned, seemingly brainwashed. Do you remember the puppet from earlier? Zhang Fei inquired. In the past, this puppet had endured a miserable existence. which drew attention, yet unexpectedly, it garnered focus once more. Let me tell you, the other three factions are inconsequential. It is this Jester Emperor who holds the true significance. However, when they beheld the individuals before them, they were astonished. They never anticipated the Chosen Eight would appear at such a critical juncture. Jia and Apos. Is something amiss? Upon uttering these words, Jia and Apos, was momentarily stunned. Had I not arrived just in time, trouble would surely have ensued. And you would not have anticipated my urgency in reviving my saintly figure. What do you mean? Your digital has completely forgotten. How did you accomplish that? Furthermore, the amp, Apos, holy plan and amp, Apos, in your hands can no longer be utilized. At this pivotal moment, the Jester Emperor became agitated, yet he was certain of his impending success. Fong Sunyan calmly stated, however, now that necrozma has emerged, everyone experiences a newfound sensation. At this moment, the mysterious treasure, though yet to transform, felt an unprecedented agony. In my eyes, these little sprites are inconsequential. You wish for them to battle alongside you? Do not indulge in such foolish thoughts, haha. Just as everything was about to commence, an unforeseen event transpired. Could it be? In an instant, necrozma altered its form, transforming into the goddess of light. Do not forget, I am unafraid of you, for I have long been prepared. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. Then, allow me to introduce you to my army. Arise, fallen angel. No one anticipated that, at such a crucial moment, a fallen celestial maiden would step forth. You are not considering bringing forth that fallen hell beast, are you? I assure you, at this juncture, it holds little significance. Nonetheless, things were not so simple. There were still 10 warriors to contend with. What brings you here? We have traversed from another dimension, yet we understand that continuing down this path will lead to complications. Our digital realm remains unchanged. And what can we do? The silhouette of the Red Lotus cavalry had already approached him. Are you suggesting we will become Omega? At a moment of critical urgency, 2 digital creatures readied themselves. Agumen realized this was the singular method for transformation. Lord of Light, I trust you have heard of this, he stated, and in amp, Apos, sanctity and amp, Apos, relies upon this light. The luminary god nodded and immediately unleashed his most potent radiance, causing discomfort to the Jester Emperor. Yet, to everyone in Apos' astonishment, Taichi Yagami and the others held in their hands a new, complete version of the original divine map. Is that the Overlord war machine? I am quite anxious. Yet upon reflection, I deem this crucial. I shall refrain from further elaboration, but I must remind everyone that we currently lack sufficient manpower to accomplish this task. This is already a commendable beginning, and we must expedite our efforts. At that moment, Pikachu and Amp, Apos' figure suddenly emerged. Fong Sunyan stated calmly, this time, we must wait for the most formidable army to summon the remaining limbs to astonish this Jester Emperor. However, with the appearance of this leader-level frog, the Jester Emperor erupted in laughter. Do not jest. I had thought you a genius, yet you are merely a guardian. The mysterious treasures you have brought. The first 5 are commendable, but what of the second? The Toad leader bristled at this remark, and at that moment, 2 armies clashed fiercely. The leader-level frog, having endured numerous battles, remained utterly unprepared and had languished in despair for quite some time. Toad leader, have you forgotten? We must grow stronger. Do you wish to admit defeat before our enemies? Shaoji understood that, in this situation, he had no alternative. Yet, Taichi Yagami and Apos' expression remained one of shock. What is happening? Is this a summons to his demise? Do not forget that, at this critical juncture, our foremost priority is to protect our digital companions. You do not comprehend. That is our promise to our pets and sprites. If we can fulfill this promise, it will be our sprites and Apos' vow. The frog leader slowly opened his eyes and then unleashed a frenzied roar. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and all present were momentarily taken aback. Even Xiao Qiu was startled. Before everyone, the sprite baby Lit had transformed into a ninja frog. Excellent, you have finally become a ninja. Yet at that moment, the Gekuga nodded vigorously, as he inexplicably sensed a connection with that mysterious treasure. We shall grow ever stronger. A torrent of water cascaded from the heavens, swiftly altering its form. Yet this was not its ultimate state, much like Shaoji. Chapter 88. The battle begins. The Jester Emperor continued his onslaught, and none could have anticipated the emergence of this mutated pet at such a critical moment, delivering a spectacular sweeping attack. Yagami Taichi finally comprehended that these two individuals were of the same ilk. Even their techniques mirrored one another. At this juncture, the Jester Emperor found himself unable to resist. Yet just when the situation seemed dire, the bindings were released. The mysterious treasure remained stationary, but Shaoji had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Now it was our turn. The Crimson Lotus Cavalry, the Omika Cavalry, along with a select few, immediately launched their assault. After a prolonged duration of over 10 seconds, Shaoji finally regained his senses. What transpired? I feel quite well here, he mused, though fatigue washed over him despite the brevity of time. He glanced at a nearby and Amp, Appos, Ninja Frog King, and Amp, Appos. Our pact must endure. Do you recall the and Amp, Appos, Ninja and Amp, Appos we faced when we battled Shaoji? What did it look like? Yagami Taichi observed coldly. Fear not. Do you not possess numerous companions? Meanwhile, Pikachu, engaged in battle, could not afford distractions. Under normal circumstances, he would have harnessed his abilities, yet now, he had no choice but to confront challenges head-on. Previously, they had faced utter annihilation, and now, they were on the brink of total obliteration. It seemed this was their sole recourse. Although uncertain of the ensuing course of action, he recognized the futility of the situation if it continued as such. This incident was of paramount significance, heralding a transformation of all that had come before. I surmised this might be the finest outcome. Regardless of the name attributed to it, the conditions were crucial. In other words, irrespective of the ultimate resolution, it would be unveiled in its entirety. Gradually, all became aware that this conclusion required little justification. The singular rationale was their overwhelming confidence. Yet, reality had demonstrated that the prevailing circumstances were critical to them, rendering any concerns unnecessary, as they understood that such a scenario was the most probable. All right, he nodded, feeling a sense of relief. This is somewhat peculiar. Are we to face the final trial? A strange sound piqued their attention, and upon turning, they were taken aback. Who is this? Yagami Taichi and Appos' gaze fell swiftly upon a dear friend. Xiaoxian, how did you come to find yourself in such a predicament? Return at once, lest you fall under a spell. Just then, Xiaoxian collapsed to the ground, having never anticipated the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure before him. Why must it be me again? Yagami Taichi realized that his doppelganger had indeed materialized. Yet, none foresaw that this entity would articulate his thoughts, speaking with a plethora of expressions, akin to a living being. I had no idea this corporeal form could be so remarkable. You truly are fortunate. An eerie sensation enveloped him, as though something extraordinary was at play, employing some peculiar method. In truth, this was indeed of great importance. Regardless of who it might be, such decisions invariably provoke adverse reactions. I believe this should yield the best results. Now, let us not overthink. While we possess ample strength, we must also maintain our resilience. Every individual experiences transformations, prompting these reactions. This, perhaps, represented the most formidable challenge thus far. Feng Xinyan remarked calmly, regardless of the final outcome, I maintain hope. For these possibilities are indeed tangible. Setting that aside, I believe there remains some certainty. It would be ideal if we could achieve success. However, they soon recognized something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, the 8 chosen individuals were being entirely replicated, even mimicking their youthful appearances. Each of these digital sprites possessed formidable powers, with even their most critical divine techniques copied. We have entirely succumbed to the disadvantage if this trend continues. We shall not only fail to vanquish our adversaries, but shall be crushed into oblivion. He was already devising strategies, cognizant that if this matter was not resolved expeditiously, it could incite greater turmoil. Do not rush. If events unfold as we have just witnessed, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. However, I fear the situation may not be as pristine as it appears. Thus it is imperative we prepare adequately. Given the current circumstances, as long as one could attain their desires, there was little to fear, for each individual possessed their own means to obtain what they sought. Let us await the outcome. Ultimately, the optimal approach is to resolve the issues completely. To be fair, all are aware that this theory may very well be the truth. Whether it proves efficacious depends on each person's contributions. The contest continued, yet at that moment, Xiao Ji sensed an anomaly. Everyone, listen closely, let us not despair. We still possess a sliver of hope. Moreover, can they truly accomplish this? I find the likelihood quite slim. Xiao Ji swiftly led them to a somewhat shadowy corner, only to be astounded by the multitude of abandoned relics that lay therein. If our observations are accurate, the children of this planet must be suffering far more than we could envisage, yet we have no alternatives, for this is an exceedingly cruel dilemma. Taida Chuan Mimi also arrived, appearing somewhat strained. However, under the present circumstances, he could say little, as he needed time to comprehend his situation. He had initially hoped that amidst these events, some changes might arise, but now that clarity had been achieved, there was no need for further concern. This may indeed be the most brutal reality, as each individual bears their own responsibilities. Presently, his performance seemed to have improved, yet all were acutely aware of the extent of his capabilities. This may be the finest moment yet. Regardless of what transpires, it shall be remarkable. I tell you, gentlemen, there is no time for sadness or distractions. Thus, I deem it unnecessary to elaborate further. Our task is to exert our utmost efforts in response. Chapter 89. A series of twists and turns. It is evident that, under such circumstances, victory seemed assured. Gradually, they began to comprehend the harshness of their environment. Xiaoji, I understand that you have exerted yourself for our sake, yet you must also see that you are now a member of a mysterious treasure. While you cannot bring your entire army, it remains uncertain whether your few divine beasts alone can prevail against them. Moreover, will we even stand by your side? At this critical juncture, Su Na voiced her thoughts, for everyone was acutely aware that if things continued as they were, their demise was inevitable. What do you think about this? He found himself in a haze, hastily adjusting his glasses. After all, he was an accomplished physician. In truth, what I desire most is a peaceful society. If we manage to handle these matters well, that would be the best outcome. However, they are confronted with a graver issue. Their strength is continuously escalating. The only shortcoming lies in their insufficient provisions. Should they linger here for long, even the two of them would struggle to endure. It is clear that everyone understands that without resolving this predicament, everything that once was could potentially change, leading to unimaginable consequences. Presently, hope flickered within them all. Nevertheless, such situations are rare, for few possess the capability to achieve this. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. They found themselves with no retreat and decided to seize the moment. Guang Zilang contemplated a matter. Their current strength was like a tiny fish compared to a great whale in comparison to their adversaries. Why not consider this? We hail from other realms, just as they do. If this development continues, none can predict what might transpire. Do you wish for past events to unfold further? At that juncture, it is likely we would be trapped within, with no one else to aid us. Xiaoji understood that this was not the time for rash actions. He needed to persistently experiment and explore. Everyone recognized that while the outcome was promising, the intricacies and methods involved were far more perplexing. Even if there were no reductions, it would still be a dismal affair. Regardless, this was not the crux of the matter. Listen closely. We all know this. Do you understand? Everything lay within his plans. Yet the universally acknowledged truths were not entirely evident. In that case, I can almost comprehend it. After all, we need not delve into its essence. However, I must swiftly ascertain what it is I truly seek. Yet, the difficulty of this step was immense. For anyone, achieving such results was a formidable task. All right, enough of the idle chatter. If we continue in this manner, we will only end up mutually destroyed. At that point, none of us would stand a chance. What he could ascertain was that this matter was evolving towards an astonishing direction. Thus, it is apparent that achieving this would not be a trivial endeavor. At this moment, all began to realize how these events unfolded, yet no one knew the current state nor what the future held. A transformation of unprecedented magnitude loomed on the horizon. I believe it best not to overthink things for now. as our capabilities are exceedingly limited. However, to complete our mission, we must present our finest selves. Given the current circumstances, if matters continued to develop as they were, the situation would only worsen. It appears we are devoid of hope. Clearly, in this context, Guang Daoren had simulated various possibilities on the computer. Yet, it appeared that resources were scant. Firstly, this tattered decree could no longer be summoned. This sacred plan had endured for decades, and as of now, no method to decode it had emerged. Xiaoxi remained unable to accept this reality. Yet he pondered what the optimal outcome might be if such a situation truly materialized. Certainly, such occurrences were rare. However, we have yet to discard everything we ought to possess. Now that this plan has been proposed, can we not at least attempt it? He believed there was still a chance for a turnaround. Yet the more he sought to reverse the situation, the more the past became a source of anguish. Thus, what we require is minimal, yet the truly beneficial elements remain scarce. Yagami Taichi harbored his own calculations. If there were no alternative, they would have to patch things up with the remnants. Yet, for the sake of survival, this was the path they must tread. To restore everything was simpler in theory than in practice. Just then, Guangzi Wang felt an unsettling sensation. He activated his notebook once more, attempting to connect, only to discover that many components of the device were malfunctioning. We cannot easily alter our sacred plans. This is our best choice. However, as you can see, this situation will only bring greater trouble to the user. The most favorable characteristics from the real world indicated that the situation had escalated to its most intense state. This scenario was dire. If it persisted, substantial upheaval could ensue, which was not their desire. In truth, this war was a calamity for all the elven babies. Of course not. Such actions would only exacerbate matters. No one wishes for such outcomes. At this moment, confronted with such reality, the expressions of all were grim. They understood that if this conflict continued, the consequences would be dire. None had the luxury of retreat, although he recognized that this was detrimental to all. They had to hasten their pace. I believe you understand that we must continually bear costs to prepare ourselves adequately for the future. Seeing the collective demeanor, Xiaoxia realized that this matter would have to wait for another time. After all, no one comprehended it. This was the very reason they were compelled to act as they did. I understand. This matter is difficult to elucidate, and we must rely on ourselves. After all, in such a reality, no individual could articulate the situation, and the repercussions would be exceedingly grim. Irrespective of who it was, discomfort would dwell in their hearts. Chapter 90. Our assistants in the dreamland, what do you think? If we continue down this path, it will only exacerbate the situation. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that more problems will arise, for all issues are remarkably simple. I comprehend why you find yourselves in this predicament. However, these events have yet to transpire, and I lack sufficient time to elucidate matters to you. Initially, I thought such circumstances were indeed rare, which is why Xiaoxia endeavored so tirelessly. Yet, upon further contemplation, one realizes that everything is becoming increasingly surreal. I believe it is prudent for us to temporarily refrain from pondering this issue, as the repercussions of such a tragic scenario would be dire. From the present situation, should things escalate, the consequences would be unimaginable. None desire such an occurrence. I cannot be certain of my correctness, but I am confident that their presence here leads only to a dead end. Xiaoxia, hurry. In the event of an unforeseen mishap, the losses would be irreparable, and no one wishes for such an outcome. At this juncture, returning to the previous state seems nearly impossible. All are acutely aware that the current predicament is not easily surmountable. What we fear most is precisely this. In such circumstances, the joy of success is painfully evident. Perhaps that is what brings the greatest delight. But if we are to resolve all issues thoroughly, your assertions may be somewhat exaggerated. I assure you, we possess no viable options, and I understand the grave costs we must bear. Thus I can only think in this manner. Given the clarity of current demands, future choices, and even such possibilities will undoubtedly deteriorate. Presently, the products produced under these conditions are far more refined than before, implying that nothing particularly unique exists in this world, merely the recurrence of past events. I believe this matter does not significantly affect me. However, one thing I can confirm is that we were well prepared. From the current perspective, their choices are not critical. Everyone bears a heavy burden. Subsequently, the potential significance of this situation transforms entirely. Most importantly, at this moment, no one comprehends the essence of this issue, yet all recognize its importance. Xiaoji suddenly thought of Darkrai, a spark igniting within. Darkrai can endure for 20 minutes. I assure you, he can withstand it. Thus, I demand a definitive outcome. At such a crucial juncture, is it possible for you to contemplate all the issues at once? Provided you possess this capability, I shall certainly acquiesce. This may well be the most pressing dilemma currently, yet the problem lies starkly before him, devoid of any significance. If everything were to change, there would be no need for further elaboration. What each individual can demonstrate is increasingly imperfect. I believe we need not overthink at this moment. Everyone is aware of this issue, and perhaps it can be resolved rather easily. It appears that this is the most critical step. Yet completing the entire task requires no explanations. Everyone possesses such capability. However, this time, he was well prepared. Let us give it a try, since they have contemplated so much. There is no need for further consideration. I also understand that the issues we must ponder are indeed crucial. If this is the case, then everything seems utterly unfathomable. For no one knows precisely what has transpired. Very well, I can roughly comprehend. However, we are already in this state, and it is unnecessary to elaborate further on upcoming matters. From this point, it is evident that such occurrences are rare, implying that such events are implausible. In my view, we require a more opportune moment. Firstly, for the current forces of the digital babies, this represents a most fortuitous opportunity. It is well known that in this world, what is best holds paramount importance. I believe we should not overthink at this juncture. As long as we seize this opportunity, we can advance to the next step. When circumstances shift, they remain unaware of what lies ahead. I am merely testing. This process is not lengthy, and considering the time required for initiation, I am not particularly busy. Guangxi Lang understands that the pivotal moment has finally arrived. Did you hear that? Xiaoxia quickly regained her senses. Ah, at last. I have heard your voice. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. We must expedite the clearing of this path. Our magical baby army may very well withstand the onslaught of those digital babies. Most importantly, this mysterious army of babies possesses formidable strength, especially a demon tribe endowed with powers beyond the reach of ordinary beings. From the current situation, as long as one is aware of the vital information, there is little left to contemplate. Everyone has their choices, yet all recognize that this is of utmost importance. From this day forth, our chances have diminished significantly. We must rely on ourselves to strive, rather than depending on others. This may be the most pressing issue at present. Everyone understands that in such circumstances, failure to reach an agreement will only lead to greater misunderstandings. Very well, let us not overthink. We must swiftly locate the most precious items. Thus, the gateway to the mysterious treasures opens, and an endless army surges forth, with not a single shred of worry amongst them. I have but one request, to take as much time as possible, for I wish to complete those forsaken sacred projects. Guangxi Lang understands that this is the finest thought he can muster. This beetle, heed my words. What you must do in battle is to make a decision, ensure the safety of the Light King, and pursue ultimate evolution. The beetle beast suddenly comprehended. It still had a long journey ahead, with little time to spare, thus no issues would arise. Haha, who would have thought it would be like this? Then, we need not concern ourselves too much. Now, he finally glimpses that bloodthirsty monster, returning to his side once more. Fear not, under the leadership of that horde of demons. The creatures have gathered, all standing ready for battle. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have not yet surrendered, it signifies our preparedness. There is no need for undue concern. Chapter 91. The alliance of two nations at this juncture. It became evident to all that their current predicament was of utmost significance. Xiaoji, as the commander of this campaign, the course of action henceforth rests upon your judgment. We are all at your command. Listen closely, everyone. Our army of pets stands ready for battle, prepared to confront the bloodthirsty monsters head-on. At this moment, the Red Lotus Knight Beast and the Omega Beast have completed their evolution, and they are immediately led forth by a battalion composed of sacred beasts. Do you truly believe that bringing forth such an assortment of peculiar entities will suffice to contend with us? I must inform you, you are not that formidable. Meanwhile, Photon Lang has emerged as their greatest opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, they must brace for the worst. Their fingers danced across the keyboard, as if they had mastered every detail, which indeed reflected the fruits of their labor throughout their lives. You need not worry. I am well aware of my choices. And this is my optimal decision. Although the battle rages on, everyone has mentally prepared themselves, for they understand that a victor may not emerge from this confrontation. Indeed, let us not dwell on such matters for the moment. I believe we still possess the strength to fight. Thus, to conserve time, we must swiftly comprehend the situation at hand. Frankly, this strategy, under the circumstances that all can endure, is quite commendable. At this critical juncture, the collective understanding of all is paramount. While no one can predict the outcome, this uncertainty weighs heavily on their minds. In this environment, the information possessed by the puppet masters behind these events has transformed, signifying that it is not particularly vital. Given the significant changes in circumstances, there is little need for further discussion. The results indicate that matters are evolving towards a more favorable direction. At this point, both sides grasp the significance of the numbers involved, and this numerical value is of utmost importance. I merely wish to observe what transpires if I maintain this state. Currently, everyone has secured their respective assurances. All are cognizant that such arrangements and the potential for critical situations require no further elaboration. Any individual facing such circumstances would harbor various concerns, yet all recognize that, under these conditions, the future may only worsen. However, as time progresses, everything undergoes transformation, and all digital pets have come to realize a singular truth. Could it be that they wish for me to summon Arceus? Arceus, in its dormant state, would undoubtedly manifest upon their call. This is a truth known to all. This represents the best possible outcome, signifying that hope is non-existent. Nonetheless, the truth will inevitably surface. And at that time, they may rest easy. Everyone comprehends that making decisions in such circumstances is already remarkable, yet failing to make the correct choice would only lead to dire consequences. If matters have reached this extent, there is no need for further discourse. We must prepare for the worst. Nonetheless, regardless of the situation, everyone recognizes the beauty of this moment. From the present circumstances, the issues arising and the newly emerging possibilities are of considerable significance. This is impossible, ha ha ha. I can assure you, you have lost. And I shall teach you a lesson. How formidable is my strength? That arrogant demeanor is quite distasteful, yet in this situation, we find ourselves powerless. I understand the gravity of this matter. However, if you are truly willing, there is no need for further contemplation. All know that they will face tremendous setbacks, but only by grasping the situation can they find confidence. The burden of responsibility weighs heavily on each individual, as none can predict what will occur. I wish to convey that we have taken a significant step forward. Gradually, everyone is beginning to perceive that the inherent significance of this situation is somewhat minimal, implying that there is little to be derived from it. I observe that they too have this intention, yet regardless of who they are, we must treat everyone equally. Xiaoji has evidently risen to the forefront. I care not for your past actions. You are a despicable scoundrel, and I shall end your life. At this moment, the splendid legends hold no significance. Every expression on their faces attests to a singular truth. I comprehend your intentions. Your current state is beneficial to me and may indeed be influenced by certain realities. Although previous conditions have undergone some alteration, this particular stipulation bears no weight. At this time, a decision has just been rendered, yielding a better outcome. However, all are aware that this result is exceedingly repulsive. Regardless, this matter remains critical. As long as you truly comprehend the present situation, it is indeed the best. No matter who it is, should they voice this request, they will undergo some transformation, implying that they can fulfill this demand. Though we persist in this endeavor, we have reached a stage where there is little left to fear. Everyone, lend me your ears. I am uncertain how to articulate this. The relentless warfare continues, and all are acutely aware of the arduousness of their plight. In my view, This represents the best possible outcome. However, achieving this does not require excessive surprise, as all are cognizant. The present circumstances render it unnecessary for the blood-sucking demon beast to overthink. Everyone can discern that the developments of this affair have accelerated beyond prior expectations. As for the mainstream perspective and the methodologies employed to achieve it, the underlying decisions remain unclear. Now, everyone, pay close attention. In such circumstances, certain elements are challenging to comprehend. Thus, prior events have played a crucial role before these occurrences transpired. Perhaps this encapsulates my current mission. Yet all are aware of the importance of this matter. Everyone eagerly plunged into the fierce battle, and at this moment, the radiant brilliance was engaged in the most critical step. Chapter 92. Expansion. You must hasten your pace. Otherwise, we shall face dire consequences. In truth, everyone comprehends that it is impossible to carry every concern in one's heart. The soul's certainty lies within themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, please heed my words. We lack sufficient time to ensure absolute certainty. We must unite our efforts to achieve this goal. Given that the circumstances we currently grasp are already quite favorable, there is little more to be said. This may be a rare opportunity, and all are aware of its magnitude and the probability it entails. At this juncture, they began to realize that events were unfolding in the most unfavorable direction. No one knew precisely what had transpired, yet the commotion was undeniable. They wished only to expedite the resolution of matters. Everyone, listen closely. Our time is limited. We must adhere to the prior conditions, for otherwise, we render ourselves meaningless. Although numerous questions abound, and clarity eludes them, they must seek answers independently. I can assert with conviction that all issues are ephemeral. The only course of action is to proceed as such. We must swiftly grasp the situation, as various factors necessitate time for determination. Otherwise, we risk exacerbating the circumstances. This, indeed, poses the most vexing dilemma, for once individuals cultivate such habits, the repercussions are unfathomable. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have heard the news. We have vanquished the vampire legions yet failed to dismantle their stronghold. This individual, after repelling the vampire assault, has remained elusive. However, this recent spatial distortion has not entirely dissipated, which implies that persisting in this manner could yield catastrophic consequences. I believe everyone recognizes that. As long as individuals have yet to make any decisions, they tend to become increasingly arrogant. Once their attitudes shift, however, such measures become devoid of significance. In light of this, they have gradually come to understand the potential repercussions of continued actions. From the current perspective, the past is but a novel experience. It cannot remain undetected indefinitely. I am convinced that future opportunities will arise, yet this matter will linger in the minds of all. I trust you are already aware of the situation. As for the handling of it, I shall refrain from elaborating. Presently, the most pressing concern is at hand. Should this trajectory persist, significant transformations will ensue, indicating that previous matters have ceased to exist. Our magical forces have been disbanded. It is astonishing how formidable your magical legions have proven to be. At this moment, the news has ignited a considerable uproar. If not addressed promptly, its influence will only amplify, potentially rendering it incomprehensible to all. Given the current circumstances, he has begun to form certain speculations. Once he uncovers the truth, subsequent matters will become markedly simpler. I perceive that, as it stands, this endeavor remains propitious, suggesting that previous events have not wrought any adverse outcomes. Indeed, everyone is aware that such an approach can wield substantial impact. I recognize that everything is perfectly orchestrated. Regardless of the outcome, this is a remarkable achievement. Initially, he considered the present situation to be crucial. However, he remained uncertain as to who might undertake such actions, thus he could only await future developments. I believe that, since matters have yet to reach a resolution, whatever transpires will only lead to misunderstandings. Firstly, I wish to avoid witnessing such an outcome. Perhaps this process is pivotal to others, yet its simplicity can yield tremendous results, which suffices. At this juncture, all issues have begun to surface. Should their patience prove sufficiently robust, it would signify an impending favorable conclusion. To be frank, All he knows is merely what he currently comprehends. However, as long as he retains knowledge, there remains a glimmer of hope. At the very least, everything he knows is bound to undergo transformative changes, rendering his understanding increasingly accessible. From the current situation, if further deliberation is required, it indicates that certain prior elements need not be pursued. This issue is indeed perplexing. According to prevailing needs, they will ultimately encircle this area. At this time, all magical legions have adhered to the plan and prepared various contingencies in the shortest possible time frame. Well, regardless of the situation, there is no necessity for further discourse. Our sole recourse is to contemplate the matter thoroughly, for we still possess ample time to address it. In this moment, he has made an astute decision. From the present perspective, earlier conditions were not as straightforward as they appeared. I contend that, given the current circumstances, we require additional technical support to prevent the recurrence of such situations. Based on present conditions, if the previous stipulations were somewhat excessive, then the subsequent terms warrant little commentary. Firstly, during this critical juncture, no one knows how the puppeteer has orchestrated these events. However, it appears that such matters have now passed, and further discussion is unnecessary. In truth, everyone comprehends the origins of these elements. Without clarity, one may indeed find them repugnant, yet once understood, there is no need for further elaboration. We lack the luxury of time for extensive testing and must rely on our own efforts. Thus, we must endeavor even harder. With these conditions in place, such sentiments will gradually manifest in his mind. Regardless, I understand that this is not a matter for concern. This represents the best possible scenario at present. However, as events have reached this stage, he cannot afford to elaborate further and must commit fully. Yet, they have also come to realize that neither party possesses substantial opportunities. If my conjecture is accurate, then the subsequent actions we undertake will pose significant challenges. Firstly, matters concerning to need not trouble us. Chapter 93. Classification of ranks. This is what occupies his thoughts most at present. They are unaware that survival is paramount for each individual. Yet, given the potential for such a reality, it is imperative to unravel the truth expeditiously. I am acutely aware of the rumors that may circulate under these circumstances. Nevertheless, we have a plan in place, so there is no need for further elaboration. The intensity of developments is evident, regardless of who it may be. Eliminating him is a trivial task. Indeed, I recognize that our efforts have significantly contributed, indicating that our strategy is evolving towards refinement. Moreover, I must convey to you that our current ease is attributed to the discovery of a crucial element. If this aspect holds importance now, it will undoubtedly gain greater significance in the future. After all, their comprehension of elemental power vastly surpasses their grasp of its implications. However, should elemental power be so easily manifested, they remain oblivious to the consequences it may entail. Initially, he perceived the situation as probable, yet upon reflection, he discerned certain inadequacies. Our modus operandi is quite clear. However, the emergence of such results signifies our prior preparedness. This is his undertaking, yet he must expedite the completion of his task. Furthermore, a more pressing issue is beginning to surface. At this juncture, have you not recognized the gravity of the situation? Given our current circumstances, it may very well be you at the center of it. Previously, matters were far from straightforward. As for the individuals inhabiting this world, it is unnecessary to ponder for now. Concerning the reasons behind these occurrences, perhaps a glimmer of hope remains. This is the core concern for many. As their capacity for endurance is limited, thus overthinking is unwarranted. The crux lies in our inability to fully comprehend the situation thus far, and our perspectives appear unchanged. This suggests that our actions will significantly impact us. If such conditions persist, it is needless to say that the stakes between individuals remain critical. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Keep an eye on things. At this stage, we must adhere to the original circumstances, otherwise it may lead to discomfort. Everyone's expectations have shifted, yet all understand that the events preceding this were merely preparations for what lay ahead. I surmise we have unwittingly exposed our scheme from the outset. However, since we possess such a scheme, we can engage in earnest discussions with them. This, perhaps, encapsulates their primary concern should we fail to achieve this. The repercussions could be dire. What is certain is that, in this scenario, none can discern the unfolding events. I believe our requests can be postponed. From this moment forward, we shall heed your commands, and none shall divulge anything to you. It appears that a proactive approach is paramount, as their mental state seems considerably improved. Perhaps, behind the scenes of this situation, there are reasons at play. Some discussions appear to carry weight. From this point onward, I have clarity on our course of action. However, we must be adequately prepared this time. Evidently, certain elements can be discerned from the current situation, although some established factors cannot be fully realized. Under these circumstances, opportunities for all are limited. We must contemplate a pertinent issue. If we truly grasp the situation, we may find ourselves with nothing left. At present, managing this issue seems utterly implausible. However, it indicates a significant improvement in his mindset. I also recognize that everything has undergone a profound transformation, yet now, all is progressing in a favorable direction, necessitating a multifaceted consideration. In truth, everyone has become acutely aware of this reality. If we can reflect upon it thoroughly, subsequent matters will elicit fewer concerns. I know that what we can endure is substantial. This, too, is their foremost concern, as they understand that identifying an appropriate domain is no simple task. Yet, with the emergence of this situation, the subsequent events will diverge. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have all been chosen, let us refrain from further discussion. The demands you are aware of are, indeed, excessively outrageous. Everyone recognizes that such scenarios often yield the best outcomes. However, if they proceed, it signifies they are well prepared psychologically. Have you forgotten us? He could hardly fathom that Sasuke would appear here under these circumstances. What brings you here? Are you suggesting that the world has improved? A smile graced Sasuke and Appo's face. In truth, this is not a difficult matter for us, provided we implement appropriate countermeasures. Wait, is this a misunderstanding? In this vast world, there exists but a singular thought. If my memory serves me correctly, the entity that fell earlier originated from a world tree, and now we find ourselves cornered, not by others, but by the situation itself. Thus, they must seize these individuals to secure their own grasp. Regardless of which side exhibits brilliance, it underscores the severity of this issue. Everyone comprehends the gravity of what I must convey. Given the current conditions, he can roughly draw conclusions, for only then can he better comprehend and fulfill his mission. They have yet to fathom why such circumstances have arisen. However, everything is now within their contemplation, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. I believe that only those who survive will find true safety. Yet, should you genuinely seek clarity, I have no further words. From the present conditions, his facial expression is far more complex than what is currently displayed. However, he understands that such expressions demand continuous effort. I cannot ascertain who the mastermind behind this affair is, but one thing is certain: if we do not act, we shall have no face to present to our parents. This implies that our conditions are exceedingly stringent, and no one is inclined to acquiesce to such demands. Chapter 94. The Puppet Master. Moreover, I believe that few anticipated our journey would unfold along such a well-structured path. Otherwise, there would be little reason to discuss this matter further. Perhaps this is what weighs most heavily on his mind. However, possessing the capability, he refrains from elaborating. It is clear to everyone that such matters only grow increasingly complex, prompting each individual to contribute to the best of their abilities. Yet, I ponder, since we are all in this predicament, what necessity is there to elucidate our stance to them? In truth, all are aware that the ensuing discussions, under these circumstances, would diverge significantly, indicating they are not contemplating their own positions deeply enough. Nonetheless, this remains our most advantageous scenario. Behold my wristwatch. Have you not noticed that many prior events have been influenced by the existence of the World Tree? This is indeed a formidable entity, and once it manifests in such a manner, a seismic transformation will ensue. I feel it prudent not to overthink, as long as we are willing. In essence, regardless of who has achieved this, they possess an extraordinary vulnerability. In such situations, failing to maintain equilibrium merely amplifies the consequences. What exactly are you attempting to convey? Do you wish to revert everything to its original course? In reality, everyone is somewhat at a loss. After all, there is but one matter at hand that could be negotiated. However, should the situation escalate, it would be futile to prolong the discord. Perhaps this represents our optimal choice. The only feasible outcome is this possibility, though it may still be premature. In the ensuing days, everyone devised the most effective strategy, albeit without fully grasping the underlying reasons. This is merely a fraction of what I can currently achieve, and I trust you comprehend this. Yet, what relevance does it hold for us? Furthermore, what can we gain from this juncture? At this critical moment, the truth eludes the collective understanding. Yet since arrangements were made in advance, there is little need for further discourse. Have you forgotten something? Do you recall the legend that surrounds us? At this moment, Xiaoxi suddenly recollected something. Perhaps this situation arises solely due to an online game, wherein players and oppos' mental fortitude gradually intensifies over time. Everyone was taken aback. After all, online gaming is hardly a novel phenomenon. I have made my position clear. If matters were not so straightforward, resolution would be manageable. However, my concern lies in the potential fluctuations due to certain factors. Ultimately, regardless of who is involved, changes will inevitably occur, leading to better choices. Presently, it is evident that new developments have emerged during the ocular procedures. Moreover, we remain oblivious to our own limits. Should we persist in this manner, adverse consequences may arise. This is precisely what Linley fears, for he understands that should he continue down this path, the forthcoming events may yield little merit. Perhaps, such circumstances will improve with time, rendering further discussion unnecessary, as the truth will ultimately surface. Very well, let us refrain from excessive dialogue. I too am concerned, yet at this juncture, there is no need for further elaboration. As the conflict endures, all are cognizant that as long as the war persists, hope remains alive. Do not dwell excessively on past actions. This time, we possess greater confidence. However, to unravel the truth of what transpired, the optimal moment is now. I believe we should re-establish connections. At this point, they remain unaware of the events unfolding. Yet they are prepared to the best of their abilities. Can you articulate this more clearly? I too am uncertain about the nature of the situation. It is evident that under universally acceptable circumstances, the most critical characteristics will be magnified, yielding the best outcomes. Thus, in this context, all that has transpired will evolve with the passage of time. In this manner, we can secure this condition. Everyone understands that knowing how to proceed is of paramount importance. There is no need for excessive contemplation. We shall allow them to make their own decisions without overthinking. Currently, such matters continue to unfold, yet they possess the requisite capability, thus rendering further discussion unnecessary. You must carefully consider this. If your thoughts align with this notion, then let us cease further discourse. The effects on you are beyond even your own certainty. From the current perspective, whether these issues can be resolved and the trajectory of future developments are of utmost significance. Additionally, I must state that if this matter were to be handled according to the original plan, there would be no need for such actions. Therefore, we can assert that this progression will indeed usher in certain new changes, and as time unfolds, the outcomes derived from emotions will become increasingly splendid. Now, we face a crucial issue. Perhaps we have overlooked other circumstances. Yet, despite this, we are not devoid of hope. Everyone comprehends the critical nature of the current situation. Hence, they must swiftly clarify the unfolding events. I deem this the most absurd approach thus far. However, should any new influences arise, there would be no necessity for further elaboration. He perceives his current predicament as quite tangible. However, he lacks the time to contemplate how to navigate the impending challenges. Perhaps I find this situation favorable, as I have numerous tasks to undertake, such as the events I have observed, which I deem factual. I sense no cause for concern regarding these matters. The reasons presented thus far indicate that enduring in such circumstances is an unimaginably daunting endeavor. This is his primary apprehension. If one cannot grasp the satisfaction derived from their circumstances, they may very well be hindered by the prevailing situation. While the magnitude of change may be substantial for the players, Fully accepting such a transformation proves exceedingly challenging. Of course, he refers to other players. And this virtual reality is hardly an anomaly. Judging from information acquired from a certain individual, it appears they have lingered in Azeroth for quite some time. And what of these individuals? This person is someone who has established a new organization in Azeroth, whose leader has chosen to remain here. Yet no one comprehends the rationale behind their presence. Chapter 95. The Peculiar Then. She became a blood elf within this role. I was contemplating ways to establish contact with Malfurion. As you are well aware, we are not allies. Fortunately, there remains hope for Tyrant, especially since we have arrived in the Shadowlands. This is the crux of the matter. It is evident to all that if this incident is not resolved promptly, it will only exacerbate discomfort. This is my primary concern. I believe that should we unite, there may still be a glimmer of hope. The situation they currently face is governed by new protocols, compelling everyone to adapt their appearances accordingly. I deem these considerations vital. Yet I yearn to discern our next course of action, for it would alter my very essence. This current step appears pivotal, representing the culmination of all efforts. Although they struggle somewhat, everyone is acutely aware that if they execute this process with sufficient diligence, other complications will resolve effortlessly. It is apparent to all that my present predicament is dire. They are cognizant that this outcome is favorable for them. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that such an outcome will only deepen their misunderstandings, which is quite unfortunate. Gradually, everyone realizes that this mission has made no progress whatsoever. Moreover, the circumstances I currently grasp may not be entirely clear to you. Therefore, I must emphasize that we must rely upon ourselves. At that moment, someone shouted towards Malfurion. Please take heed, we have a monumental task ahead, and we require your assistance. This is no longer merely a matter concerning our world of Azeroth. Clearly, Malfurion still struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. However, at that moment, a link startled him. What is happening? This is not magic. Rather, it is our own invention. If each of us can thrive here, we must indeed flourish. However, with such an outcome, determining the next path becomes exceedingly crucial. He has garnered a general understanding of the world tree, yet these matters are not the focal point. Well, I am uncertain about the nature of this place. I merely wish to inquire how you came to be here. Malfurion remained incredulous, intent on fulfilling his own mission while finding himself ensnared in this predicament. At this point, do you still not comprehend? If that is the case, then nothing else holds significance. He was urging Malfurion to elucidate, for there remained little left to clarify. Your brother Illidan continues to engage in more significant endeavors. Have you considered why he has met such a fate? The mention of Illidan stirred discomfort within Malfurion. This matter was originally not his concern, yet he could scarcely believe it had escalated to this extent. What do you wish for me to do? We are merely intrigued by this issue. If time permits, please accompany us to our digital baby world. The two universes share limited intersections. Yet the convergence of Azeroth and the digital baby realm has forged a tighter bond between them. As you can see, this spatial gateway has been established. You find it unremarkable. He should not find this surprising, as he was intimately familiar with it, especially given the years of undetected phenomena. Upon entering this realm, what he witnessed was starkly dissimilar to reality. Furthermore, this place is exceedingly bizarre. Did you not claim this place was beautiful? Why has it transformed in such a manner? It is fortunate that those dark entities exist. Otherwise, we would not even have encountered them, and perhaps we would have perished. Although all of this was produced by a certain company, or rather multiple companies, they never anticipated that they would truly bridge various realms. Thus, he found himself with no alternative. Upon beholding this legendary tree, Malfurion was taken aback. Did you not previously inform me that this entity was manufactured digitally? Yet, why does it appear identical to ours? This remains the paramount issue, for should the actual function of this skill undergo alteration, the repercussions would be dire. What do you imply? Are we not at a critical juncture, hence your reluctance to intervene? Just then, Shaoji suddenly emerged, stating he had once inhabited this world. Although he had not entered Azeroth, since you are the custodian here, I can assert with certainty that the world tree we observe is identical to the one I have seen. Initially, due to the previous battle, Sylvanas destroyed the trees of Teldrassil, Yet the reconstruction efforts have not ceased. Moreover, they have devised a new method that leaves one feeling powerless. Sylvanus has ventured to other cities, forming close ties with the warden of the prison. Even the Emperor of Stormwind has fallen under her influence. This remains Malfurion's foremost concern. He must swiftly address the situation here, lest the consequences be unthinkable. I believe this world tree is a sister tree to the one on our planet, as it possesses the capacity to predict the future in diverse manners. Thus, it follows that in two disparate locations, similar technologies exist, since both utilize digital technology. It is evident that this locale and Apos' technology has emulated that of the other. Although a new method has been discovered to address the current issue, eradicating it completely will require considerable time. I think it prudent not to worry excessively. Should anything new emerge, we may find ourselves ill-equipped to confront it. Yet we must strive to tackle this challenge. It is clear that Malfurion is drawn towards this pool. You should first investigate what is occurring here. There is a formidable force present. Could it be related to the Amp, Apos, Well of Eternity and Amp, Apos? Malfurion was startled by Xiao Ji. He could hardly believe that this youth possessed such comprehensive knowledge. Who are you? Ordinarily, your understanding of our realm would be minimal. Our generation is well acquainted with your affairs. We are also familiar with your era, which came to be due to Azhara and Apos' excessive consumption of resources, resulting in this age. Chapter 96. The Twin Trees. This time, Malfurion held a different perspective towards them. Very well, you may return home now. I am aware that your domain has undergone significant changes during this period. This was his foremost concern, yet if matters were truly so easily resolved, the future would be drastically altered. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After Malfurion departed, a palpable gloom descended upon everyone. If the Well of Eternity mirrored this situation, they would likely confront an unprecedented legion of flames. Observe, the realm of digital babies is interconnected with ours. I doubt you could have fathomed that in that domain, the Titans are the true sovereigns. A thought struck Xiao Ji, prompting him to inquire. Xiao Xia, I implore you to retrieve what I have sought. I understand that many individuals are not easily remembered. This was no trivial matter. It was an exceedingly intricate game. Do you wish for me to awaken everyone? If so, our world would descend into chaos. At this juncture, Xiao Xia articulated her innermost thoughts. In truth, from the very beginning, you were selected as our most pivotal character. This is precisely why you were permitted entry into our plane. Xiao Xia's intention was clear. Regardless of what transpired, they lacked the strength and could only rely on their own capabilities. You must collaborate with us. Do you comprehend? Perhaps the prevailing circumstances were indeed alarming, indicating that such situations could give rise to corresponding transformations. Regarding the origin of this skill, Zhang Heng was uncertain. Yet he had developed a newfound need for it. What if the other party is an antagonist, regardless of their nature? You must understand that all who take an interest in their children can reach the age of 3. The grand initiative had commenced, with many individuals already embarking on these games. Most would retain them, as they were cherished memories from their youth. At that moment, all gaming consoles and their phones were interconnected. What is happening? Such news had never been reported before. People assumed it was a hoax, yet now, these disclosures emerged in rapid succession, leaving even the telecommunications companies at a loss for explanation. Soon, a topic burgeoned online, with discussions proliferating, quickly becoming a sensation. Shall we venture there to investigate? Someone suggested, and the group soon found themselves transported to the realm of the elven treasure. Isn't that Xiao Xia? Everyone gasped in astonishment, inquiring about Xiao Ji and Apos' whereabouts. Recently, he had been with a player, engaging in various activities. Many present had likely seen digital babies on television, while others had already viewed the film. Everyone was deeply moved. None anticipated such a request at this moment. I can reveal to you a significant issue. Firstly, since the events in Shibuya over a decade ago, certain occurrences transpired here. Regardless, you must assist them as much as possible. I believe that in this world, everyone ultimately emerges victorious. Many were taken aback, with some hastily deleting the information, while others accepted it as is. Nevertheless, Xiao Xia and Appo's words inspired a new perspective among them. You need not concern yourself with me. I trust you may wish to withdraw, yet also yearn for another chance. Gillen, I offer you this first opportunity, so do not worry about me. Xiao Xia appeared troubled, while the competitors wore expressions of discontent. This will not do. We are aware that this is the most luminous moment, and we must assemble our finest team. Leave it to me. Everyone prepared for battle, filling out their details, leading to the restoration of one individual. After extensive calculations, all pets had been cleared. All the spheres were struck upon his face. As this place could not accommodate many, I wish for you to undertake a journey regarding digital babies. Meanwhile, Xiaoji awaited the arrival of the group. As teams approached, discussions ensued. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that I have asked Miss Xiao Xia to bring our team here. As you are aware, our group contains a contingent of divine beasts. I believe I have amassed a considerable number of supernatural dreams. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. Li Qie remarked with a smile, indeed, many of us have crossed over from another world, and your abilities are quite formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, we must seize a critical point. The entity behind us resides within our realm. If unresolved, it could greatly impact our space. As Xiaoji elucidated, the crowd gradually recognized that the matter was not as pivotal as they had initially believed. Do you still wish for me to eliminate this entity? I assure you, this is a living stream. Should it proceed thus, we would encounter significant troubles. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not engage in futile actions. However, I must remind you, these matters cannot be articulated clearly, lest our descendants remain oblivious. It was only when he showcased the imagined images that people realized their descendants, if developed in the current manner, would regress to the Stone Age. To prevent such an occurrence, we must devise a strategy to eradicate the entire castle. Yet, we must seize this opportunity to compel acknowledgement of mistakes or initiate a fresh start. This is the crux of the issue. In any case, anyone in such a predicament would exhibit an expression of helplessness. If that is the case, we may as well attempt it. There will undoubtedly be a solution. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we shall engage in battle. If it is merely this, then we have no further words to exchange. Xiao Ji's gaze swept across the assembly. He understood that addressing these issues was of utmost importance. I merely wish to remind everyone that our environment has shifted considerably from the previous one. I believe there exists a formidable array of pets by your side, as well as your most beloved companions. Everyone understood that they had come to rescue this world.